Understanding Political Theory. School of Social Sciences, Indira Gandhi National Open University. Why? April 2019. Course Contents. Block 1 Introducing Political Theory 7. Course Introduction, Understanding Political Theory. August Kahn had opined that theories are the conceptual lenses through which we can sort out the plethora of facts that we confront daily. In fact, without theories we might not be able to identify something as a fact at all. There are some features of a good theory. The first virtue is parsimony, which implies frugality. A theory should be parsimonious to forego unnecessary speculation and confusing details. Second feature of a sound theory is accuracy. Theories must be sufficiently detailed to allow for accurate assessments and explanations of the world. An elegant theory simply yet precisely interprets, describes, explains, or predicts some aspect of the world. However, these virtues are mostly identified as features of scientific theories. The explanatory and predictive behavior of natural sciences is not found in social sciences, as too many uncontrolled and unforeseen forces affect political and social life, and that is why social and political practices are seldom replicable. In the light of these problems, some experts have argued that social scientists should not try to mimic the natural sciences. Instead, they should develop their own standards and procedures. For theorists of social and political life, therefore, the ability to feel and think in ways similar to the object of study is a crucial component of their task. In the West, political theory emerged out of political philosophy on one hand and political thought on the other. But it should be remembered that political theory is different from both. It differs from political philosophy in the sense that it is less formal and atomistic and less concerned to establish logical relationships between individual political concepts. Political theory is different from political thought by being less historical in focus. Thus, political theory is an essentially mixed mode of thought. It not only embraces deductive argument and empirical theory but combines them with normative concern, so acquiring a practical, action-guiding character. It is an attempt to arrive at a comprehensive, coherent, and general account of the sorts of things that we talk about when we discuss about politics. A good political theorist is able to move between social conditions and political concepts. Political theory must involve a good deal of knowledge of political practice. Another aspect of political theory is that it is always defined by the specific situations and problems political thinkers have witnessed. To understand political theory, we need to understand both the history of ideas on which the thinkers draw and the problems they considered themselves to be facing and to which their work was addressed. Studying the context in which political theory originally arose allows us to critically assess whose particular interests it reflected. In the light of above discussion, this course on understanding political theory is divided in 3 blocks. Block 1 is Introducing Political Theory and has 2 units, namely What is Political Theory, 2 approaches, Normative and Empirical, and What is Politics, Study of State and Power. This section introduces the students to the idea of political theory, its historical evolution, and main approaches to study it. This section also provides an insight into concepts of politics, state, and power. Block 2 is Approaches to Political Theory and has 5 units, namely liberal, Marxist, conservative, feminist, and postmodern. Apart from discussing these theories in detail, this section also critically analyses them so as to develop critical thinking. Block 3 is the Grammar of Democracy, having 5 units, namely the idea of democracy, representation and accountability, representative democracy and its limits, participation and dissent, and democracy and citizenship. This section deals with the concept of democracy in detail, including various types of democracies, main theories, and relationship between democracy and issues like dissent and citizenship. Each unit has inbuilt check your progress exercises which would help students in examining their conceptual understanding of the subject. At the end of the course, suggested readings cover a list of useful books for further analysis. Block 1 Introducing Political Theory. Introducing Political Theory. Block 1 Introduction. Block 1, titled Introducing Political Theory, is the introductory block of the present course and contains 2 units dealing with political theory. Political theory generally means a body of knowledge related to the phenomenon of the state. Theory means a systematic knowledge, whereas political refers to matters of public concern. A good political theory not only describes but also suggests any changes if there is a requirement. Political theory is political science in the full sense, and there could be no science without theory. So, political theory may legitimately and accurately be used as synonymous with political science. In this context, Unit 1, What is Political Theory? 2 approaches, normative and empirical, highlights the concept of political theory in detail. It covers themes like relationship between political theory, thought and ideology, development and revival of political theory, and approaches to study political theory. Unit 2, What is Politics? Study of State and Power, deals with concepts of state, politics, and relationship among them, power and legitimation. 8. 9. What is Political Theory? 2 approaches, normative and empirical. Unit 1, What is Political Theory? 2 approaches, normative and empirical. Structure. 1.0 Objectives. 1.1 Introduction. 1.2 Political Theory and Other Interrelated Terms. 1.3 Developments in Political Theory. 1.4 Towards a Definition of Political Theory. 1.5 Importance of Key Theoretical Concepts. 1.5.1 Is Political Theory Dead? 1.5.2 Revival of Political Theory. 1.6 Approaches in Political Theory. 1.6.1 Historical approach 1.6.2 Normative approach 1.6.3 Empirical approach 1.6.4 Contemporary approach 1.7 Let us sum up 1.8 References 1.9 Answers to check your progress exercises 1.0 Objectives. This unit concerns itself with the need for political theory. After going through this unit, you should be able to distinguish political theory from other similar terms, examine whether political theory is dead, and understand various approaches to study political theory. 1.1 Introduction. Political theory is one of the core areas in political science. It is only in recent times that it has emerged as an academic discipline. Earlier, those who engaged in this enterprise styled themselves as philosophers or scientists. Political theory is the most appropriate term to employ in designating that intellectual tradition which affirms the possibility of transcending the sphere of immediate practical concerns and viewing man's societal existence from a critical perspective. Political theory was political science in the full sense, and there could be no science without theory. So, political theory may legitimately and accurately be used as synonymous with political science. Dr. Rajendra Dayal and Dr. Satish Kumar Jha, University of Delhi, adapted from Units 3 and 4, EPS 11. Introducing Political Theory 1.2 Political theory and other interrelated terms. A distinction can be made between political theory and similar terms like political science, political philosophy, and political ideology, though many treat them interchangeably. The differentiation between political theory and political science arises because of the general shift in intellectual perceptions brought about by modern science. Political science has tried to provide plausible generalizations and laws about politics and political behavior. Political theory reflects upon political phenomenon, processes, and institutions and on actual political behavior by subjecting it to philosophical or ethical criterion. It considers the question of the best political order, which is a part of a larger and a more fundamental question, namely the ideal form of life that a human being ought to lead within a larger community. In the process of answering immediate and local questions, it addresses perennial issues, which is why a study of the classical texts forms an important component of the discipline. A classic in political theory has the essential ingredients of a great literary work which, in spite of its local setting, deals with the perennial problems of life and society. It contains the quintessence of eternal knowledge and is an inheritance not of any one culture, place, people, or time, but of the entire humankind. Specific political theories cannot be considered as the correct or final understanding of an event. The meaning of an event is always open to future interpretations from new viewpoints, each explaining and analyzing from a particular standpoint or concern in political life. Furthermore, political theory is critical in its endeavor, for it gives an account of politics that rises above those of ordinary people. There is no tension between political theory and political science, for they differ in terms of their boundaries and jurisdiction and not in their aim. Political theory supplies ideas, concepts, and theories for the purpose of analysis, description, explanation, and criticism, which in turn are incorporated in political science. Political philosophy provides general answers to questions such as what is justice and deals with various other concepts, also the distinction between is and ought and the larger issues of politics. Political philosophy is a part of normative political theory, for it attempts to establish interrelationships between concepts. It is, perhaps, accurate to say that every political philosopher is a theorist, though every political theorist is not a political philosopher. Political philosophy is a complex activity which is best understood by analyzing the many ways that the acknowledged masters have practiced it. No single philosopher and no one historical age can be said to have defined it conclusively any more than any one painter or school of painting has practiced all that we mean by painting. Political thought is the thought of the whole community that includes the writings and speeches of the articulate sections such as professional politicians, political commentators, society reformers, and ordinary persons of a community. Thought can be in the form of political treatises, scholarly articles, speeches, government policies and decisions, and also poems and prose that capture the anguish of the people. Thought is time-bound, for instance, the history of the 20th century. In short, political thought includes theories that attempt to explain political behavior and values to evaluate it and methods to control it. 10. What is political theory? 2. Political theory, unlike thought, refers to the speculation by a single individual. Approaches normative and usually articulated in treatises as models of explanation. It consists of theories. Empirical. Of institutions, including that of the state, law, representation, and of election. The mode of inquiry is comparative and explanatory. Political theory attempts to explain the attitudes and actions arising from ordinary political life and to generalize about them in a particular context. This political theory is concerned about / with the relationships between concepts and circumstances. Political philosophy attempts to resolve or to understand conflicts between political theories which might appear equally acceptable in given circumstances. Political ideology is a systematic and all-embracing doctrine which attempts to give a complete and universally applicable theory of human nature and society along with a detailed program of attaining it. John Locke is often described as the father of modern ideologies. Marxism is also a classic example of an ideology summed up in the statement that the purpose of philosophy is to change and not merely interpret the world. All political ideology is political philosophy, though the reverse is not true. The 20th century has seen many ideologies like fascism, Nazism, communism, and liberalism. A distinctive trait of political ideology is its dogmatism, which unlike political philosophy precludes and discourages critical appraisal because of its aim to realize the perfect society. According to Gamine and Sabine, political ideology is a negation of political theory because an ideology is of recent origin and under the influence of positivism is based on subjective, unverifiable value preferences. Gamine, furthermore, distinguishes a political theorist from a publicist. According to him, while the former has a profound understanding of issues, the latter is concerned with immediate questions. Furthermore, Germino, like Plato, has distinguished between opinion and knowledge and stated the latter to be the starting point of a political theorist. Every political theorist has a dual role, that of a scientist and a philosopher, and the way he divides his roles will depend on his temperament and interests. Only by combining the two roles can he contribute to knowledge in a worthwhile manner. The scientific component of a theory can appear coherent and significant if the author has a preconceived notion of the aims of political life. The philosophical basis is revealed in the manner in which reality is depicted. Political theory is dispassionate and disinterested. As a science, it describes political reality without trying to pass judgment on what is being depicted either implicitly or explicitly. As a philosophy, it prescribes rules of conduct which will secure a good life for all in society and not simply for certain individuals or classes. The theorist will not himself have a personal interest in the political arrangements of any one country or class or party. Devoid of such an interest, his vision of reality and his image of the good life will not be clouded, nor will his theory be special. The intention of an ideology is to justify a particular system of power in society. The ideologue is an interested party. His interest may be to defend things as they are or to criticize the status quo in the hope that a new distribution of power will come into being. Rather than disinterested prescription, we love rationalization. Rather than dispassionate description, we have a distorted picture of reality. 11. Introducing Political Theory 1.3 Developments. Introducing Political Theory 1.3 Developments in Political Theory. Developments in political theory always reflect the changes which occur in society. Political theories are produced in response to the challenges which emerge at different times. Hegel's symbolic characterization of political theory as the owl of Minerva takes flight when shadow of darkness falls is very apt. However, we will do well to remember that political thought, which also emerges due to societal challenges, is bound by time as well as space and is therefore different from theory, which breaks such barriers and proves its worth in understanding and explaining political phenomena of different nature and origin. This happens because theories are purged and purified from ideologies and biases and arrive at certain principles which are not only timeless but may even be called knowledge. Political theorists, while indulging in theorization, pursue ideas not for the sake of fulfillment of their fads and fantasies, but in order to search those principles whose understanding can make life better. And in this enterprise, theorists, by and large, are motivated by the concrete political situation. The history of political theory bears out how ills and maladies afflicting societies have lubricated the tools of theorization, through which various accepted principles and practices and the assumptions behind them were questioned and the blueprint for the future was drawn. It is, however, true that the stimulus for theory always comes from some sort of failure and a related conviction that things can be bettered through an improved understanding and may, ultimately, be resolved. Hence, political theory's task is not limited to providing a fleeting response and getting contented with a compromise. Rather, it has to reach at the root of the problem and has to discover remedies in the form of an alternative set of principles. Hence, any project on theory requires a vision through which a theorist could think not only about the problems at hand, but also beyond them. It is here that political theory might be differentiated from art or poetry. In terms of vision, reflections, and ruminations, there is not much difference between political theory and other creative activities like art and poetry. But what sets apart the political theorist from the poet is that his urge and search are a conscious act with a definite design, whereas a poetic act is one of spontaneity. Therefore, it is not creativity but consciousness that denies poetry the status of a theory. 1.4 Towards a definition of political theory. Political theory is defined in different ways by different people. The definitions vary on the basis of emphasis and understanding of its constitutive elements. Sabine's well-known definition of political theory is that it is something which has characteristically contained factors like the factual, the causal, and the valuational. To Hecker, political theory is dispassionate and disinterested activity. It is a body of philosophical and scientific knowledge which, regardless of when and where it was originally written, can increase our understanding of the world in which we live today and we live tomorrow. Therefore, one may say that what we mean by political theory is a coherent group of propositions with some explanatory principle about a class of political phenomena. It implies that a theory, unlike thought, cannot consider a multitude of phenomena at a time and will have to get concerned with a class or type of issues only. 12. What is political theory? 2. Check your progress. 1. Approaches, normative and. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. Empirical. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What do you understand by political theory? 2. Distinguish political theory from other interrelated terms. 1.5 Importance of key theoretical concepts. A reader getting introduced to political theory for the first time may think it sufficient to study the institutions rather than abstract concepts in order to understand the character and nature of society. While a study of institutions is possible, one has to realize that institutional arrangements vary from society to society because they are based on divergent sets of ideas. This realization takes us to the heart of the matter as to what is more important, reality or ideas, facts or concepts. Do ideas reflect reality, or is reality based on ideas? 1.5.1 Is political theory dead? In the middle of the 20th century, many observers readily wrote an obituary of political theory. Some spoke of its decline. Others proclaimed its death. One referred to political theory as being in the doghouse. This dismal view arose because the classical tradition in political theory is, by and large, loaded with value judgments beyond the control of empirical testing. The criticism of normative theory came from logical positivists in the 1930s and from behavioralism subsequently. Easton contended that since political theory is concerned with some kind of historical form, it had lost its constructive role. He blamed William Dunning, Charles H. McQueen, and George M. Sabine for historicism in political theory. This kind of political theory has dissuaded students from a serious study of value theory and rejects elements of history and philosophy in political theory. 13. Introducing political theory. Easton examined the reasons for the decline of political theory in general and its decline into historicism in particular. First and foremost is the tendency among political scientists to conform to the moral propositions of their age, leading to a loss of the constructive approach. The emphasis is to uncover and reveal one's values, which imply that there is no longer the need to inquire into the merit of these moral values, but merely understand their origins, development, and social impact. History is used to endorse existing values. Secondly, moral relativism is responsible for the attention a theory received from history. Overall, he gave 4 reasons for decline of political theory: historicism, moral relativism, hyperfactualism, and positivism. 1.5.2 Revival of political theory. In the 1930s, political theory began studying the history of ideas with the purpose of defending liberal democratic theory in opposition to the totalitarian tenets of communism, fascism, and Nazism. Lasswell tried to establish a scientific political theory with the eventual purpose of controlling human behavior, furthering the aims and direction given by Merriam. Unlike the classical tradition, scientific political theory describes rather than prescribes. Political theory in the traditional sense was alive in the works of Arendt, Theodor Adorno, Marcuse, and Leo Strauss. Their views diametrically differed from the broad ideas within American political science, for they believed in liberal democracy, science, and historical progress. All of them reject political messianism and utopianism in politics. Arendt focused mainly on the uniqueness and responsibility of the human being, with which she initiates her criticism in behavioralism. She contended that the behavioral search for uniformities in human nature has only contributed towards stereotyping the human being. Strauss reaffirms the importance of classical political theory to remedy the crisis of modern times. He does not agree with the proposition that all political theory is ideological in nature, mirroring a given socioeconomic interest. For most political thinkers are motivated by the possibility of discerning the principles of the right order in social existence. A political philosopher has to be primarily interested in truth. Past philosophies are studied with an eye on coherence and consistency. The authors of the classics in political theory are superior because they were geniuses and measured in their writings. Strauss scrutinizes the methods and purposes of the new political science and concludes that it was defective when compared with classical political theory, particularly that of Aristotle. For Aristotle, a political philosopher or a political scientist has to be impartial, for he possesses a more comprehensive and clearer understanding of human ends. Political science and political philosophy are identical because science, consisting of theoretical and practical aspects, is identical with philosophy. Aristotle's political science also evaluates political things, defends autonomy of prudence in practical matters, and views political action as essentially ethical. These premises behavioralism denies, for it separates political philosophy from political science and substitutes the distinction between theoretical and practical sciences. It perceives applied sciences to be derived from theoretical sciences, but not in the same manner as the classical tradition visualizes. Behavioralism, like positivism, is disastrous, for it denies knowledge regarding ultimate principles. Their bankruptcy is evident, for they seem helpless, unable to distinguish the right from the wrong, the just from the unjust, in view of the rise of totalitarianism. Strauss counters Easton's charge of historicism by alleging that the new science. 14. What is political theory? 2. Is responsible for the decline in political theory, for it pointed to and abetted the approaches, normative and general political crisis of the West because of its overall neglect of normative empirical issues. Vogelin regards political science and political theory as inseparable, and that one is not possible without the other. Political theory is not ideology, utopia, or scientific methodology, but an experiential science of the right order at both the level of the individual and society. It has to dissect critically and empirically the problem of order. Theory is not just any opining about human existence in society, it rather is an attempt at formulating the meaning of existence by explicating the content of a definitive class of experiences. Its argument is not arbitrary, but derives its validity from the aggregate of experiences to which it must permanently refer for empirical control. Check your progress. 2. Note: I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Examine the debate about relevance of political theory. 1.6 Approaches in political theory. It is quite difficult to identify and categorize various conceptions of political theory which are put into use by theorists. The difficulty emanates from a tendency among theorists to go for an exercise in which they start drawing on different conceptions and traditions. This is truer, as we will see later, with contemporary political theory than with the ones which preceded it. In the past, theorists somewhat maintained a purity of conception in theory building and seldom outstepped the framework they had chosen. But this does not apply to the contemporary times, which are a witness to a crop of theory which appears hybrid in nature. But broadly speaking, three different conceptions emerge in political theory on the basis of which both the past and the present theories can be conceptualized, judged, and evaluated. But broadly speaking, three different conceptions emerge in political theory on the basis of which both the past and the present theories can be conceptualized, judged, and evaluated. They are historical, normative, and empirical. 1.6.1 Historical approach. Many theorists have attempted theory building on the basis of insights and resources from history. Sabine is one of the main exponents of the historical conception. In his opinion, a question such as what is the nature of political theory can be answered descriptively, that is, how theory has responded to historical events and specific situations. In other words, in this perspective, political theory becomes situation-dependent, in which each historical situation sets a problem which in turn is taken care of through solutions devised by the theory. This conception of political theory is deferential to tradition. Cobbin. 15. Introducing political theory also believes that the traditional mode in which a sense of history is instilled to the full is the right way to consider the problems of political theory. It is true that the past acts as a valuable guide in our endeavor of theory building and teaches us not to be too sure of our originality. It also hints that it is possible to think in ways other than those which are fashionable and dominant, besides shedding light on the sources. The historical understanding also sensitizes us about the failings of the past generations and ties them with the collective wisdom of the present and promotes imaginativeness in us. Over and above this, the historical conception also contributes significantly to our normative vision. The history of ideas may tell us that our social and political universe is a product of things whose root lies in the past. And knowing them better would tell us how we have certain values, norms, and moral expectations and from where they have come. With this sense in us, it is possible to interrogate these values and critically assess their utility. But a blind adherence to this conception is not without its folly. The novelty of the project called political theory is that each specific situation is unique, riddled with new challenges. Hence, worth of the past sometimes becomes redundant and could even be a hindrance if one is oblivious of this aspect. Therefore, the utility of this approach in political theory beyond a certain level is doubtful, as it is always wedded to outmoded ideas from outmoded ages. The suggestive values of the ideas remain, but the theoretical function recedes considerably. 1.6.2 Normative approach. The normative conception in political theory is known by different names. Some people prefer to call it philosophical theory, while others refer to it as ethical theory. The normative conception is based on the belief that the world and its events can be interpreted in terms of logic, purpose, and ends with the help of the theorist's intuition, reasoning, insights, and experiences. In other words, it is a project of philosophical speculation about values. The questions which are asked by the normativists would be, what should be the end of political institutions? What should inform the relationship between the individual and other social organizations? What arrangements in society can become model or ideal, and what rules and principles should govern it? One may say that their concerns are moral and the purpose is to build an ideal type. Hence, it is these theorists who have always conceived utopia in the realm of political ideas through their powerful imagination. Normative political theory leans heavily towards political philosophy because it derives its knowledge of the good life from it and also uses it as a framework in its endeavor to create absolute norms. In fact, their tools of theorization are borrowed from political philosophy, and therefore they always seek to establish interrelationships among concepts and look for coherence in the phenomena as well as in their theories, which are typical examples of a philosophical outlook. Leo Strauss has strongly advocated the case for normative theory and has argued that political things by nature are subject to approval or disapproval, and it is difficult to judge them in any other terms except as good or bad and justice or injustice. But the problem with the normativists is that while professing values which they cherish, they portray them as universal and absolute. They do not realize that their urge to create absolute standard for goodness is not without pitfalls. Ethical values are relative to time and space with a heavy subjective content in them, which precludes the possibility of any creation of absolute standard. We will do well to remember. 16. What is political theory, too? That even a political theorist is a subjective instrument in the assessment of the approaches, normative and world, and these insights are conditioned by many factors which may be empirical, ideological in nature. The exponents of empirical theory criticize normativism for a. Relativity of values, b. Cultural basis of ethics and norms, c. Ideological content in the enterprise, and d. Abstract and utopian nature of the project. But in the distant past, those who championed normative theory always tried to connect their principles with the understanding of the reality of their times. In recent times, again, the old sensibility within the normative theory has re-emerged, and the passion for good life and good society has been matched by methodological and empirical astuteness. John Rawls' A Theory of Justice is a case in point which attempts to anchor logical and moral political theory in empirical findings. Rawls, with his imagination, creates original position to connect normative philosophical arguments with real-world concerns about distributive justice and the welfare state. 1.6.3 Empirical approach. What has dominated political theory in the 20th century is not normativism but another conception known as empirical political theory, which derives theories from empirical observations. Empirical political theory refuses to accord the status of knowledge to those theories which indulge in value judgments. Naturally, therefore, normative political theory is debunked as a mere statement of opinion and preferences. The drive for value-free theory started in order to make the field of political theory scientific and objective, and hence a more reliable guide for action. This new orientation came to be known as positivism. Under the spell of positivism, political theorists set out to attain scientific knowledge about political phenomena based on the principle which could be empirically verified and proved. Thus, they attempted to create a natural science of society, and in this endeavor, philosophy was made a mere adjunct of science. Such an account of theory also portrayed the role of a theorist as of a disinterested observer, purged of all commitments and drained of all values. This empirical project in political theory was premised on the empiricist theory of knowledge, which claims to have the full-blown criteria to test what constitutes truth and falsehood. The essence of this criterion is lodged in the experimentation and the verification principle. When political theory was reeling under this influence, a so-called revolution started and became popular as the behavioral revolution. This revolution reached a commanding position within political theory in the 1950s and engulfed the entire field of study and research by advocating new features. They included A. Encouragement to quantitative technique in analysis. B. Demolition of the normative framework and promotion of empirical research which can be susceptible to statistical tests. C. Non-acceptance and rejection of the history of ideas. D. Focus on micro-study as it was more amenable to empirical treatment. 17. Introducing political theory. E. Glorification of specialization. F. Procurement of data from the behavior of the individual. And G. Urge for value-free research. In fact, the behavioral climate got surcharged by an anti-theory mood, and those who lambasted theory in a conventional sense had a field day. Theory was caricatured and made synonymous with ideology, abstraction, metaphysics, and utopia. Some adventurists even advocated farewell to theory as an enterprise. In the zeal of attaining objective knowledge, they even reduced thought to an aspect of reality and blurred the distinction between thought and reality. Thus, they soon attracted the ire and fire of some philosophers of science who offered a vision for a post-positivist approach to science. Karl Popper set the new mood by laying down the principle of falsification as a criterion of scientific knowledge and argued that all knowledge was conjectural, tentative, and far from the final truth. The real turn or breakthrough came in the philosophy of science when Thomas Kuhn, Imre Lakatos, and Mary Hesse blasted the so-called scientific theory. Kuhn's book The Structure of Scientific Revolution was a pioneer in bringing out the shortcomings and failures of the positivist theory, and it demonstrated how all cognitions were dependent on understanding and interpretation as a means of intersubjective communication. Kuhn cogently argued that it was not only the irrational conventions which lurked behind the construction of the semantic framework, but were also informed by rational discourses framed by interpretation and criticism. Check your progress. 3. Note: I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Distinguish between the empirical and normative conceptions of political theory. 1.6.4 Contemporary approach. Contemporary political theory made its appearance on the intellectual scene in the 1980s and 90s, mostly as a reaction against the established traditions in theory, and put the categories of enlightenment like reason and science, to which all traditions in political theory were tied, to a scathing and searching criticism. They brought in many aspects which were conquered as the foundation of truth by political theory under the scanner, and set out to lay down the new principles to understand and imagine the new social and political universe, which some of them put as postmodern condition. However, it would be arbitrary to yoke the various theoretical trends visible today under one broad frame of analysis. For example, discussing post-structuralism and postmodernism with 18. What is political theory? 2. Communitarianism and multiculturalism together would amount to intellectual approaches, normative and atrocity against them and their concerns and commitments. Because their history, empirical, their normative concern as well as the theoretical apparatuses and empirical reference have a significant dissimilarity and diversion. But still one can lay out the theoretical terrain on which their engagement with political theory takes place. The broad thrusts which bring many of the contemporary theorists and theories together could be put under the following. A. Opposition to universalism. Political theorization in contemporary times has gone for subjecting the universal claims of political theory of yesteryears, irrespective of the tradition to which they belonged, to critical scrutiny. Liberal universalism has appeared to them as devoid of a social and temporal context, and in their opinion, the hidden particularism. Liberal universalism has appeared to them as devoid of a social and temporal context, and in their opinion, the hidden particularism, mostly based on the experience of Western society, has masqueraded as universal values and norms. They argue that the appeal to universal principles is tantamount to standardization, hence violative of justice, which may be inherent in a particular community or form of life and which may embody its own values and normative principle. The communitarian theory and the multicultural theory in recent times have highlighted it quite forcefully and called this so-called universalist theories as exclusivist at the core, which has always presented one vision of good as the only vision of mankind. B. Critique of grand narratives. The grand narratives of both the liberal and the Marxist variety have come under fire on the premise that there is no overarching or transcendental foundation of reality and truth as claimed by liberalism and Marxism. Some of the contemporary theories have been declared anti-foundational because of the continuous contestation of all well-accepted foundations in political theory, viz., state, sovereignty, and power. In all fairness to them, they do not reject all foundations but only transcendental ones. The postmodernists are in the forefront in attacking the grand narratives and argue that there is nothing like an objective pre-given reality or an objective social good which can support such grand narratives and their designs. See postpositivism. It is reminiscent of the earlier engagement with value neutrality in social science once championed by the behavioralists in political theory. The contemporary theories call value-free enterprises as useless and believe that political theory is an inherently normative and politically engaged project which is supposed to offer prescription and a vision for the future. D. Empirical and comparative. The postpositivist thrust among contemporary theorists do not stop them from advocating the need for empirical and comparative approaches before any generalization attempt is made. Multiculturalism is one such example which is sensitive to the context. In fact, this kind of empirical, comparative methodology would be a check on the broad generalization across cultures and continents. In spite of the new insights which come from contemporary political theory, they suffer from many weaknesses. Unlike classical political theory, there is not much comparative empirical inquiry as yet, and the 19. Introducing political theory tendency among theorists to borrow from the other theorists is galore. The normative enterprise can be useful only when it is tied to reality. Therefore, the real challenge lies in grounding normative theory to empirical reality of society and politics. This is the only way a valid political theory with just generalizations can emerge, which would also overcome the limitation of the postmodernist perspective and its weaknesses of relativity and diffusion which are not always congenial for political projects. This may fructify what Sheldon Volin calls epic theory. Check your progress. 1 note. I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Discuss some of the broad thrusts which bring contemporary theorists together. 1.7 Let us sum up. Since we have different conceptions of political theory, they acquire different meanings in different traditions. We have seen why political theory emerges and how it shapes and decides the course of history by facilitating human intervention in politics. What are the different conceptions held by the theorists have also been discussed and their pitfalls highlighted. The contemporary enterprise, which claims to open new vistas in our understanding of social and political reality, has been discussed along with its limitations. What emerges clearly from the preceding discussion is that philosophy and science cannot replace each other in the project called political theory. If a vision for the emancipation of mankind is the mission, and that even in the absence of anything called objective good or objective truth, the practical basis for theory should be attempted. It is not only desirable but also derivable. Any project in political theory which unifies empirical findings with normative thinking by subjecting them to rigorous criticism can open the gate for creativity in political theory on the basis of which we can navigate into the future. 1.8 References. Barry, B. 1989. The Strange Death of Political Philosophy in Democracy, Power and Justice, Essays in Political Theory. Oxford, Clarendon Press. Berlin, S. I. 1964. Does political theory still exist? In P. Laslett and W. G. Runciman, Philosophy, Politics and Society. Second Series, eds. Oxford, Blackwell. Laslett, P. and W. G. Runciman. eds. 1957. Philosophy, Politics and Society. Oxford, Blackwell. 2021. What is political theory? Two approaches, normative and empirical. Sabine, G. H. 1939. What is political theory? Journal of Politics. Volume 1, Number 1, February, 1939, pp. 1-16. Volin, Sheldon. 1960. Politics and Vision, Continuity and Innovation in Western Political Thought. Boston, Little Brown. 1.9 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check Your Progress. 1.1. Your answer should highlight the following points: how political theory is synonymous with political science. Discuss interrelationship of political theory and political philosophy. Elaborate on Hegel's quote on political theory. Variations in defining political theory. 2. Your answer should explain how it is different from political science, political thought, and political ideology. Check Your Progress. 2. 1. Examine the debate on whether political theory is dead and also discuss views of Levi-Strauss. Check Your Progress. 3. 1. Your answer should highlight the fact-value dichotomy and mention their strengths and weaknesses. Check Your Progress. 4. 1. Highlight opposition to universalism, critique of grand narratives, post-positivism, and focus on empirical and comparative. 22. Introducing Political Theory Unit 2. What is politics? Study of state and power. Structure 2.0 Objectives 2.1 Introduction 2.2 Politics as a practical activity. 2.2.1 Politics difficult to define precisely. 2.2.2 Nature of politics. 2.2.3 Politics, an inescapable feature of the human condition. 2.3 What is politics? 2.4 What is state? 2.4.1 State, Differences on account of political institutions/social context. 2.4.2 Ralph Miliband's views on the state. 2.4.3 Types of state. 2.5 Politics as a vocation. 2.6 The legitimate use of power. 2.6.1 Max Weber on legitimation. 2.6.2 Legitimation, central concern of political science. 2.6.3 Process of delegitimation. 2.6.4 Manipulated consent. 2.6.5 Personnel of the state machine, the elite. 2.7 Let us sum up. 2.8 References. 2.9 Answers to check your progress exercises. 2.0 Objectives. This introductory unit of the first block of the new course in political theory at the bachelor's degree level tells you about the basic meaning of politics and thus about the fundamentals of the discipline of political science. After going through this unit, you should be able to explain what is politics, explain the meaning of state, describe and explain the concept of power, and discuss legitimation and delegitimation. 2.1 Introduction. The main objective of this unit is to understand the concept of political. The essence of political is the quest for bringing about an order that men consider good. The term politics is derived from the Greek word polis, meaning both city and state. Politics among the ancient Greeks was a new way of thinking. Dr. Manoj Sinha, University of Delhi, adapted from Unit 1, EPS 11. What is politics? Study of feeling and above all being related to one's fellows. As citizens they all were, state and power, equal, although the citizens varied in positions in terms of their wealth, intelligence, etc. It is the concept of political which makes the citizens rational. Politics is the activity specific to this new entity called a citizen. A science of politics is possible, because politics itself follows regular patterns, even though it is at the mercy of the human nature from which it arises. Greek political studies dealt with constitutions and made generalizations about the relations between human nature and political associations. Perhaps its most powerful component was the theory of recurrent cycles. Monarchies tend to degenerate into tyranny, tyrannies are overthrown by aristocracies, which degenerate into oligarchies exploiting the population, which are overthrown by democracies, which in turn degenerate into the intolerable instability of mob rule, whereupon some powerful leader establishes himself as a monarch and the cycle begins all over again. It is Aristotle's view that some element of democracy is essential to the best kind of balanced constitution, which he calls a polity. He studied many constitutions and was particularly interested in the mechanics of political change. He thought that revolutions always arise out of some demand for equality. Ancient Rome is the supreme example of politics as an activity conducted by human beings holding offices that clearly limit the exercise of power. 2.2 Politics as a practical activity. Politics as a practical activity is the discourse and the struggle over organization of human possibilities. As such, it is about power, that is to say, it is about the capacity of social agents, agencies and institutions to maintain or transform their environment, social and physical. It is about the resources which underpin this capacity and about the forces that shape and influence its exercise. Accordingly, politics is a phenomenon found in all groups, institutions and societies, cutting across private and public life. It is expressed in all the relations, institutions and structures that are implicated in the production and reproduction of the life of societies. Politics creates and conditions all aspects of our lives, and it is at the core of the development of collective problems and the modes of their resolutions. 2.2.1 Politics difficult to define precisely. A crisp definition of politics, one that fits just those things we instinctively call political, is impossible. Politics is a term with varied uses and nuances. Perhaps the nearest we can come to a capsule statement is this: politics is the activity by which groups reach binding collective decisions through attempting to reconcile differences among their members. There are significant points in this definition. 2.2.2 Nature of politics. Politics is a collective activity, involving people who accept a common membership or at least acknowledge a shared fate. Thus, Robinson Crusoe could not practice politics. Politics presumes an initial diversity of views, if not about goals, then at least about means. Were we all to agree all the time, politics would be redundant. Politics involves reconciling such differences through discussion and persuasion. Communication is, therefore, central to politics. Political. 23. Introducing political theory. Decisions become authoritative policy for a group, binding members to decisions that are implemented by force, if necessary. Politics scarcely exists if decisions are reached solely by violence, force, or use of threat, undermining the process of reaching a collective decision. The necessity of politics arises from the collective character of human life. We live in a group that must reach collective decisions about sharing resources, about relating to other groups, and about planning for the future. A family discussion to decide holiday destination, a country deciding whether to go to war, the world seeking to limit the damage caused by pollution, are examples of groups seeking to reach decisions which affect all their members. As social creatures, politics is part of our fate. We have no choice but to practice it. 2.2.3 Politics, an inescapable feature of the human condition. So although the term politics is often used cynically to criticize the pursuit of private advantage under the guise of public interest, politics is in fact an inescapable feature of the human condition. Indeed, the Greek philosopher Aristotle argued that man is by nature a political animal. By this, he meant not just that politics is unavoidable, but rather that it is the essential human activity. Political engagement is the feature which most sharply separates us from other species. For Aristotle, people can only express their true nature as reasoning, virtuous beings through participation in a political community. Members of a group rarely agree, at least initially, on what course of action to follow. Even if there is agreement over goals, there may still be a skirmish over means. Yet a decision must be reached one way or the other, and once made it will commit all members of the group. Thus, politics consists in procedures for allowing a range of views to be expressed and then combined into an overall decision. As Shively points out, political action may be interpreted as a way to work out rationally the best common solution to a common problem, or at least a way to work out a reasonable common solution. That is, politics consists of public choice. Check your progress. 1. Note. I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What is politics as a practical activity? 2. Discuss the essential nature of politics. 24. What is politics? Study of. 2.3 What is politics? State and power. Everybody has some idea about the meaning of the term politics. To some people the question may even appear quite superfluous. Politics is what one reads about in the papers or watches on television. It deals with the activities of the politicians, notably the leaders of political parties. What is politics all about? Why, precisely, are these activities political, and what defines the nature of politics? If one starts with a definition couched in terms of the activities of politicians, one might say that politics concerns the rivalries of politicians in their struggle for power. This would certainly be the kind of definition with which most people would agree. There would also probably be agreement that politics refers to the relationship between states on an international scale. Politics is about power and how it is distributed, but power is not an abstract entity floating in the void. It is embodied in human beings. Power is a relationship existing wherever a person can impose his will on other persons, making them obey whether they want to or not. Hence, a situation arises characterized by leadership, a relation of domination and subordination. Max Weber, in his famous lecture of 1918, Politics as a Vocation, started by proposing that the concept of politics was extremely broad-based and comprises any kind of independent leadership in action. In whatever context such leadership in action exists, politics is present. In our terms, political would include any situation where power relations exist, i.e. where people were constrained or dominated or subject to authority of one kind or another. It would also include situations where people were constrained by a set of structures or institutions rather than by the subjective will of persons. Such a broad definition has the advantage of showing that politics is not necessarily a matter of government, nor solely concerned with the activities of politicians. Politics exists in any context where there is a structure of power and struggle for power in an attempt to gain or maintain leadership positions. In this sense, one can speak about the politics of trade unions or about university politics. One can discuss sexual politics, meaning the domination of men over women or the attempt to alter this relation. In a narrower sense, however, everything is politics, which affects our lives through the agency of those who exercise and control state power, and the purposes for which they use that control. In the lecture quoted above, Weber, after initially giving a very broad definition of politics in terms of general leadership, went on to produce a far more limited definition. We wish to understand by politics, he wrote, only the leadership or the influencing of leadership of a political association, hence today of a state. In this perspective, the state is the central political association. A political question is one that relates to the state, to the topic of who controls state power, for what purposes that power is used and with what consequences and so on. 2.4 What is state? A new issue comes here. What is state? The question is by no means an easy one to answer, nor is there a general agreement as to what the answer should be. It must first be noted that there are various forms of the state, which differ from one another in important ways. The Greek city-state is clearly different from the modern nation-state, which has dominated world politics since the French Revolution. The contemporary liberal democratic state, which exists in Britain and Western Europe, is different from the fascist-type state of Hitler or Mussolini. It is also different from the state which existed in the former USSR and in 25. Introducing Political Theory Eastern Europe. An important part of the study of politics, and certainly an integral element of this book, is the explanation of what is meant by those terms. The purpose is to show how each form distinguishes itself from the other and what the significance of such distinction is. 2.4.1 State. Differences on account of political institutions/social context. States differ in terms of their political institutions as well as in terms of the social context within which they are situated and which they try to maintain. So, while the liberal democratic state is characterized by representative institutions such as a parliament and an independent judiciary, the leader controls the fascist state. With respect to the social context, the crucial contrast is between Western and Soviet-type systems insofar as the former are embedded in a society which is organized according to the principles of a capitalist economy, while in the latter case the productive resources of society are owned and controlled by the state. In each case, therefore, the state is differently structured, operates in a social framework of a very different kind, and this affects and influences to a large extent the nature of the state and the purposes which it serves. There are different forms of the state, but whatever form one has in mind, the state as such is not a monolithic block. To start with, the state is not the same as the government. It is rather a complex of various elements of which the government is only one. In a Western-type liberal democratic state, those who form the government are indeed with the state power. They speak in the name of the state and take office in order to control the levers of state power. Nevertheless, to change the metaphor, the house of the state has many mansions, and of those, the government occupies one. 2.4.2 Ralph Miliband's views on the state. In his book The State in Capitalist Society, Ralph Miliband registers those different elements, which together constitute the state. The first, but by no means the only element of the state apparatus, is the government. The second is the administrative element, the civil service or the bureaucracy. This administrative executive is, in liberal democratic systems, supposed to be neutral, carrying out the orders of politicians who are in power. In fact, however, the bureaucracy may well have its own authority and dispose of its own power. Third, in Miliband's list come the military and the police, the order-maintaining or the repressive arm of the state. Fourth, the judiciary. In any constitutional system, the judiciary is supposed to be independent of the holders of government power. It can act as a check on them. Fifth element is the local government. In some federal systems, these units have considerable independence from the central government, controlling their own sphere of power, where the government is constitutionally debarred from interfering. The relationship between the central and the local government may become an important political issue, as witnessed by the controversy in British politics over the abolition of the Greater London Council and the metropolitan counties, the argument about financing local government, rate capping, and so on. Sixth and finally, one can add to the list representative assemblies and the parliament in the British system. One may also mention political parties, though they are not normally part of the state apparatus, at least not in a liberal democracy. They play their obvious role in the 26. What is politics? Study of representative assembly, and it is there that, at least partly, the competitive fight, state and power, between the government and the opposition is enacted. 2.4.3 Various forms of state. Modern state is identified as the nation-state. The state has come to acquire its present character through a historical process that extends to thousands of years. It is interplay of various factors like religion, kinship, war, property, political consciousness, and technological advances. In the process of historical evolution of state, there have been following forms: tribal state, Oriental Empire, Greek city-state, Roman world empire, feudal state, and the modern nation-state. The modern nation-state arose after the Treaty of Westphalia was signed in 1648. It led to the emergence of a territorial state consolidating political authority within a particular territory, excluding domestic from external. The separation of territory into distinct states, each with their own national spirit, paved the way for establishment of modern nation-state, along with the rise of international law, legal equality of states, and modern theory of sovereignty. American and French revolutions further contributed to the emergence of nation-states. The modern concept of state is dominated by liberal and Marxist perspectives. The liberal perspective is dynamic as it has changed with time depending on interests and needs of individuals and society. The early liberal view of state was negative as it favored non-interference in individual matters. However, 20th century liberalism is associated with welfare state, which tries to reconcile individual liberty with social good. The Marxist notion rejects liberal idea of state, calling the state as an instrument of class, and seeks to establish a classless and stateless society through the proletarian revolution. However, that did not happen after the Russian Revolution in Russia, and instead of a classless and stateless society, we saw power getting concentrated in the hands of a few during Soviet times. Feminist perspectives on state can be mainly seen from two angles: liberal and radical. Liberal feminists say that the state can play a role in bringing equality among men and women by taking steps like increasing seats for women in parliament, extending welfare schemes to women, etc. However, the radicals see the state as an instrument of power and blame unequal distribution of labor in a family for women's unequal status in society. Hence, they contest the liberal view that the state is impartial and neutral. Check your progress. 2. Note I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What do you understand by the term politics? 27. Introducing political theory. 2. Describe Ralph Miliband's views on the state. 3. Discuss various forms of state. 2.5 Politics as a vocation. The point brings us back to Weber and his already quoted lecture, Politics as a Vocation. After arguing that politics is concerned above all with the central political association, the state, Weber continued by maintaining that a definition of the state could not be given in terms of the tasks which it undertakes or of the ends it pursues. There was no task which specifically determined the state. Therefore, one had to define the state in terms of the specific means which it employed, and these means were, ultimately, physical force. The state, Weber wrote, is a human community that successfully claims the monopoly of the legitimate use of physical force within a given territory. There are three distinct elements combined here: a given territory or geographical area, which the state controls, the use of physical force to maintain its control, and thirdly, but most important, the monopoly of the legitimate use of such force or coercion. This legitimacy must be acknowledged by most, if not all, of those who are subject to the state's power. Weber concluded that for him politics meant striving to share power or striving to influence the distribution of power either among states or among groups within a state. It was also mentioned that each state exists within a particular social context. The study of politics is vitally concerned with the relationship of state and society. A state-centered perspective on politics does not imply that its study should neglect what happens in the wider sphere of society and how that may, as Weber says, influence the distribution of power. A further fact cannot be ignored. This is the continued growth and centralization of state power. If one sees the state in terms of a specialized apparatus of domination, then the history of modern times has been marked by the extension of its scale and grip. The modern state requires an increasingly complex bureaucracy dealing with a mounting variety of tasks. It needs larger and more sophisticated armed forces, more regulative welfare agencies, and engages in a wider range of activities than was the case before. This extension of the state's sphere of action, its growth and development, applies both to liberal democratic systems in their capitalist socioeconomic context and to socialist systems with 28. What is politics? Study of their collective economic framework. Weber saw such growth manifested above. State and power, all in the emergence of a trained, skilled, and rationally effective bureaucracy. Someone of quite a different political and theoretical background, Marx, agreed with him on this point. Marx wrote in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte about the growth of state power in France, which he saw as typical of the modern state. He described how through socialism, eventually the state would be abolished and society would govern itself without a specialized apparatus of repression. Weber, on the contrary, believed that socialism would need even more officials to administer a collectivized economy and society. 2.6 The legitimate use of power. The point is that, although the state depends on force, it does not rest on force alone. Here, the notion of the legitimate use of power comes in. Power, in general, and so the power of the state, can be exercised in different ways. Coercion is one form of power and perhaps the easiest to understand, but it is not the only one. Not all power relations are to be understood on the basis of the same crude model. If a lecturer through force of argument and breadth of knowledge helps students to form their ideas, such a person exercises a kind of power, though not against the student's will. More to the point, all holders of power try to get those who are subject to their rule to believe in the rightness and justness of the power they wield. This attempt at justification in order to make people consent constitutes the process of legitimation. One can refer to such justified or accepted power as authority, to distinguish it from such power as is obeyed only because of a fear of sanctions. In such a situation of legitimate power or authority, people obey because they think it is right to do so. They believe, for whatever reason, that the power holders are entitled to their dominant role. They have the legitimate authority, a right to command. In the words of one recent analyst of power, legitimate authority is a power relation in which the power holder possesses an acknowledged right to command, and the power subject, an acknowledged obligation to obey. 2.6.1 Max Weber on legitimation. According to Weber, there are three types of legitimation, i.e. three methods by which the wielding of power can be justified. The first type pertains to traditional domination. Their power is justified because the holders of power can appeal to tradition and habit. Authority has always been vested in them personally or in their families. The second type is charismatic legitimation. People obey the power holder because of the exceptional personal qualities displayed by the leader. Finally, the third type is of the legal rational kind. People obey certain persons who are authorized by specific rules to command in strictly defined spheres of action. One might also say that the first two types are of a personal nature while the legal rational type shows a procedural character. As such, it corresponds to the modern conception of political authority. It is, as Weber says, domination as exercised by the modern servant of the state and by all those bearers of power who in this respect resemble him. It is obvious that the power holders in any system will wish to have their power accepted as legitimate. Seen from their point of view, such an acceptance will permit a considerable economy in the use of force. People will obey freely and voluntarily. The means of coercion then will not need to be constantly displayed, they can rather be concentrated. 29. Introducing political theory on those who do not accept the legitimacy of the power structure. In any political system, there will be those who comply with the rules only because non-compliance will be punished. Clearly, however, the stability of any political system is enhanced to the degree that people voluntarily obey the rules or laws because they accept the legitimacy of the established order. Hence, they recognize the authority of those empowered by the rules to issue commands. In reality, all political systems are maintained through a combination of consent and coercion. 2.6.2 Legitimation, central concern of political science. These are the reasons because of which, as C. Wright Mills puts it, the idea of legitimation is one of the central conceptions of political science. The study of politics is centrally concerned with the methods by which holders of power try to get their power justified and with the extent to which they succeed. It is crucial in studying any political system to investigate the degree to which people accept the existing power structures as legitimate and thus how much the structure rests on consent as distinct from coercion. It is also important to ascertain the actual justifications of power which are offered, that is to say, the methods by which a system of power is legitimized. This, as the elitist theorist Mosca points out, is the political formula of any political system. The question of legitimacy, furthermore, is highly important in dealing with the themes of stability and change of political systems. Consent may be granted or withdrawn. It is true that political systems can survive in situations where large sections of the population cease to accord any legitimacy to the system. The case of South Africa may be cited as an example, similarly that of Poland, where it seemed that the Jaruzelski regime had little legitimacy in the eyes of substantial popular elements. The point is that in such a situation a regime has to rely mainly on force. It then finds itself in a more precarious position, vulnerable and open to the impact of fortuitous events. The system may survive for quite a time. However, once it rests on force far more than on consent, one condition for a revolutionary change presents itself. 2.6.3 Process of delegitimation. This explains why a revolution is often preceded by a period when the dominating ideas of the system are subjected to sustained criticism. One may call this a process of delegitimation, whereby the ideas which justify the existing structure of power come under attack. Long before the fall of the ancient regime in France, the ideas of divine right and of autocracy were ridiculed and refuted by the philosophers, the critics of the absolute state. Such a movement of delegitimation contributed to undermine the foundations of the old order. It prepared the way for its revolutionary overthrow. A case in point in modern times would be the fate of the Weimar Republic, when large sections of the German population lost confidence in the democratic regime and, fearing a communist alternative, gave their support to Hitler's National Socialist Party. The result was the fall of the Republic without much of a struggle. Similar causes had similar effects all over the European continent. Many Western systems of liberal democracy were overthrown and replaced by fascist or semi-fascist authoritarian systems, as happened in Italy, Spain, Austria, and Hungary. The conclusion, in a general sense, must be that any system loses its stability once it ceases to enjoy legitimacy in the eyes of its subjects. Finally, it must be noted that even in normal times, processes of legitimation and delegitimation are permanent features of any. 30. What is politics? Study of political system. The process of legitimation is carried on in more or less subtle state and power ways through many channels available for the legitimation of the existing order. Legitimizing ideas are absorbed from the earliest stages of education, diffused through a variety of forms of social interaction, and spread especially through the influence of the press, television, and other mass media. Views, which are accepted or considered to be within the boundaries of the system, are almost forced on readers, listeners, and viewers. Action, which goes beyond those limits, is presented as illegitimate, being made to look very unattractive, blocks off a range of political alternatives. 2.6.4 Manipulated consent. There are still more effective methods available to prevent subversive ideas from even arising. They may be intercepted at source, the source being the conscious and even the subconscious mind. An important dimension of power is the capacity to affect and mold people's consciousness so that they will accept the existing state of affairs without ever becoming aware of alternative possibilities. Consent then becomes manipulated consent. To a certain extent, we are all affected by the prevailing climate of opinion. From there, an ascending scale leads to a position where the molding of minds, manipulation, is made the deliberate purpose of the state in order to create a monolithic popular mentality. Such was the purpose of Goebbels' propaganda machine in Nazi Germany, and this is still the purpose of any totalitarian regime. Manipulation is power wielded unknown to the powerless, as C. Wright Mills defines it. Peter Worsley points out that the mechanisms by which consciousness is manipulated are of growing importance in modern society. In Marxist language, such manipulated consent would eventually produce a false consciousness. Against that, it could be argued that where people are free to choose and to express their choice, as in liberal democratic systems, the manipulation of consciousness is not possible. Manipulation can only occur where free choice does not exist, as in one-party systems. It is also argued that wherever people are free to choose, but do not in fact choose an alternative to the existing order, for example, by supporting parties committed to radical changes, it is safe to assume that the existing structure of society is broadly what people want. This would lead to the conclusion that the importance of political choice and the ability to freely express that choice cannot be overrated. However, what people want is to some extent conditioned by various factors. Choice does not take place in a vacuum. In short, the choice itself cannot be considered as completely free from the impact of a process of legitimation. 2.6.5 Personnel of the state machine, the elite. From the short survey we have so far made of political problems, a few points of importance emerge which will recur in the following discussion. They chiefly stem from the fact that state power is structured or broken up, so to speak, into distinct sectors. It has already been mentioned that the specific relationship of the various sectors is determined by the political system within which they operate, like the internal structure, say, of a communist state. A further question involves the personnel of these sectors. The state, after all, is not a machine, though the phrase machinery of the state may be used. The state is a set of institutions staffed by people whose ideas and basic attitudes are largely influenced by their origin and social environment. The composition of the state elite is an important. 31. Introducing political theory problem in the study of politics. J.C. Griffith in The Politics of the Judiciary exemplifies what is meant by the term state elite with reference to a study done earlier. It shows that in Britain, in broad terms, 4 out of 5 full-time professional judges are products of the elite. It is not surprising that while discussing judicial opinion about political cases, Griffith finds a remarkable consistency of approach in these cases concentrated in a fairly narrow part of the spectrum of political opinion. It must be noted here that from different theoretical points of view, different answers will be given to the question as to how decisive the nature and composition of the state elite are. Elitist theories accord the highest importance to this factor. In their perspective, the nature of a political system is best explained by an analysis of its elite, that ruling minority which controls the state apparatus. In this perspective, almost everything depends on the talents and abilities of the leaders. A low quality of leadership will have disastrous consequences. For that reason, Max Weber was much concerned with the nature of Germany's political leadership. He was in favor of a strong parliament which he believed would provide an adequate training ground to produce leaders willing and capable of responsible action. Alternatively, leadership would fall into the hands of the bureaucracy whose training and lifestyle made them unsuitable material for creative leadership. Marxist theories would view the matter differently. They would accord less importance to the nature of the state elite. The argument would rather be that the purpose and the aims of state activity are determined less by the elite but far more by the social context and the economic framework within which the state system is located. This structure is of greater significance in this view than the character of the personnel that staff the state machine. Generally, structural theories would emphasize the constraints on the government stemming from the social structures within which the government has to operate. Nevertheless, the two types of interpretation need not be mutually exclusive. This brings us to a final question which deals with the relation of state and society. The phrase, which Marx applied to the Bonapartist state, that its power was not suspended mid-air, can be generalized to apply to all types of state systems. Then several problems present themselves. How does the power structure of society affect and constrain the political leaders? To what extent does the state interfere to maintain and legitimize or, alternatively, mitigate the inequalities of the social system? To what extent indeed is civil society independent of the state? For some theorists, the concept of totalitarianism is meant to suggest a situation where society is totally controlled by state power and, therefore, has no independence at all. Check your progress 3 note. I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What is understood by politics as a vocation? 32. What is politics? Study of. 2. What is legitimation? What are Max Weber's views on it? State and power. 3. What is delegitimation? 4. How is consent manipulated? 2.7 Let us sum up. It may be conceded that understanding the political means understanding the needs, objectives, and goals of human life. It is related with the political activities of human beings. Politics is the game of power. Various players play this game at the same time and compete with each other. The state forms the central point of this whole activity, since in the national affairs it is within the state and in the international affairs, it is among the states. The state is authorized for the legitimate use of power. Authority is the right to rule. Authority is a broader notion than power. The dictates of the situation mean the understanding of the political. It is the product of a situational event. The rise of the modern nation-state has given stability to the international system, but there are a number of challenges that are before today's nations. Some communities are scattered over many parts, but feel united based on common culture, language, or religion. For Kurds are scattered over Iraq, Syria, and Turkey but demand a separate state. There have been opposite examples as well, where various ethnic groups formed a state but were not able to assimilate as a nation, for the former Soviet Union. Then there are issues of people who have migrated to other countries and have become naturalized citizens but they continue to have links with countries of their origin. There are non-traditional threats like terrorism, climate change, drug trafficking, food security, etc., which cannot be tackled by a country alone, but require cooperative security. This would also require that states cede. 33. Introducing political theory, some of their authority and sovereignty in the larger interest of humanity. Hence, the modern nation-state needs to address these issues to stay relevant in changing times. 2.8 References. Ball, Alan R. 1988. Modern Politics and Government. London, Macmillan. Bhargava, R. and Ashokacharya, ed. 2015. Political Theory, An Introduction. New Delhi, Pearson. Friedrich, Carl J. 1967. An Introduction to Political Theory. New York, Harper and Row. Held, David, ed. 1991. Political Theory Today. Cambridge Polity Press. 2.9 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check your progress 1. 1. Your answer should highlight how politics is an all-pervasive activity permeating every section of society. 2. Your answer should highlight it is a collective activity, assumes diversity of views/goals and means reconciliation of differences through discussion/persuasion, collective and authoritative decision-making, and an inescapable feature of human condition. Check your progress 2. 1. Your answer should highlight popular perception, rivalries of politicians in their struggle for power, Relationship between states on an international level and meaning of power, especially with reference to Max Weber's views. 2. Your answer should mention the name of his book and discuss the elements of state described in it. 3. Your answer should mention the sequence of emergence of different forms of state, Treaty of Westphalia and the liberal and Marxist perspective of state. Check your progress. 3. 1. Your answer should highlight views of Max Weber as given in his lecture Politics as a Vocation, Marx's views on state in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. 2. Your answer should define legitimation and discuss Weber's 3 types of legitimation. 3. Your answer should define it and give examples from history. 4. Your answer should highlight mechanisms for manipulating consent. 34. The Grammar of Democracy Suggested Readings. Ball, Alan R. 1988. Modern Politics and Government. London, Macmillan. Barry, P. Norman. 1995. An Introduction to Modern Political Theory. The Macmillan Press, London. Bellamy, Richard and Mason, Andrew. 2003. Political Concepts. Manchester, Manchester University Press. Bhargava, R. and Ashokacharya. ed. 2015. Political Theory, An Introduction. New Delhi, Pearson. 1601. Burke, Edmund. 1993. Reflections on the Revolution in France. Oxford. OUP. Dahl, Robert. 1989. Democracy and Its Critics. New Haven, Connecticut. Yale University Press. De Beauvoir, Simone. 1949. The Second Sex. London, Vintage House. Delanty, Gerald. 2000. Citizenship in a Global Age. Society, Culture, Politics. Buckingham/Philadelphia. Open University Press. Foucault, M. 1965. Madness and Civilization, A History of Insanity in the Age of Reason. London, Routledge. Friedan, Betty. 1963. The Feminine Mystique. New York, W. W. Norton and Company. Friedrich, Carl J. 1967. An Introduction to Political Theory. New York, Harper and Row. Gauss, G. F. and Kakatha C. 2004. Handbook of Political Theory. London, Sage. Held, David. 1987. Models of Democracy. Stanford University Press. Held, David, ed. 1991. Political Theory Today. Cambridge Polity Press. Haywood, Andrew. 2007. Politics. Hampshire, Palgrave Macmillan. Haywood, Andrew. 2011. Global Politics. Hampshire, Palgrave Macmillan. Haywood, Andrew. 2013. Political Theory, An Introduction. Palgrave Macmillan, New York. Ja, Shefali. 2010. Western Political Thought. Pearson, New Delhi. Kimlicka, Will. 1995. Multicultural Citizenship, A Liberal Theory of Minority Rights. Oxford, OUP. Lyotard, J. F. 1984. The Postmodern Condition, A Report on Knowledge. Manchester, Manchester University Press. Malpass, S. 2005. The Postmodern. New York, Routledge. Marshall, T. H. 1950. Citizenship and Social Class and Other Essays. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. 160. Democracy and Citizenship. Millett, Kate. 1969. Sexual Politics. New York, Columbia University Press. Suggested Reading. Ritzer, G. 1997. Postmodern Social Theory. New York, McGraw-Hill. San, Amartya. 1999. Development as Freedom. Oxford, Oxford University Press. Verba, Sydney and N. H. Nye. 1987. Participation in America, Political Democracy and Social Equality. Chicago, University of Chicago Press. Vinod, M. J. and M. Deshpande. 2013. Contemporary Political Theory. New Delhi, PHI Learning Private Ltd. 16. 1. BPSC 101. Understanding Political Theory. School of Social Sciences, Indira Gandhi National Open University. Why? April 2019. Indira Gandhi National Open University 2019 ISBN, all rights reserved. No part of this work may be reproduced in any form by mimeography or any other means without permission in writing from the Indira Gandhi National Open University. Further information on the Indira Gandhi National Open University courses may be obtained from the university's office at Maidan Gar High, New Delhi 110068 or visit our website. Printed and published on behalf of the Indira Gandhi National Open University, New Delhi by Director, School of Social Sciences. Laser typeset by Tessa Media and Computers C206, AFE2, Okla, New Delhi. Printed at Print Production. Mr. Manjit Singh, Section Officer, Pub, SAS, IGNOU, New Delhi. Expert Commit. E. Professor D. Gopal, Chairman, Faculty of Political Science, School of Social Sciences, IGNOU, Maidan Gar High, New Delhi. I. Professor Gurpreet Mahajan, Center for Political Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. I. Professor Krishna Menon, Center for Gender Studies, Ambedkar University, Delhi. I. Professor S. V. Reddy, Faculty of Political Science, School of Social Sciences, IGNOU, Maidan Gar High, New Delhi. Hi. Prof. RTD Valerian Rodriguez, Center for Political Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Hi. Professor Meena Deshpande, Department of Political Science, University of Bangalore, Bengaluru. Are you? Professor Shefali Jha, Center for Political Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Lie. Professor Anurag Joshi, Faculty of Political Science, School of Social Sciences, IGNOU, Maidan Gar High, New Delhi. Lie. Professor Jagpal Singh, Faculty of Political Science, School of Social Sciences, IGNOU, Maidan Gar High, New Delhi. Lie. Block Unit Writer. Block 1 Introducing Political Theory. Unit 1 What is Political Theory? 2 Approaches, Dr. Rajendra Dayal and Dr. Satish Kumar Jha, Normative and Empirical, University of Delhi. Unit 2 What is Politics? Study of State and Power, Dr. Manoj Sinha, University of Delhi. Lie. Block 2 Approaches to Political Theory. Unit 3 Liberal, Dr. Divya Rani, Academic Associate, Faculty of Political Science, IGNOU, New Delhi. Unit 4 Marxist, Professor Tejpratap Singh, Gorakhpur University. Unit 5 Conservative Drive, N.D. Arora, University of Delhi. Unit 6 Feminist, Gitanjali Attri, Research Scholar, School of Social Sciences, JNU, New Delhi. Unit 7 Postmodern, Shalendra K. Puddock, Research Scholar, Faculty of Political Science, IGNOU, New Delhi. Lie. Block 3 The Grammar of Democracy. Unit 8 The Idea of Democracy, Dr. Raj Kumar Sharma, Academic Associate, Faculty of Political Science, IGNOU, New Delhi. Unit 9 Democracy, Representation and Accountability, Dr. Rachna Sachin, Mugav University, Putna. Unit 10 Representative Democracy and Its Limits, Dr. Surinder Kaur Shukla, Punjab University, Chandigarh. Unit 11 Participation and Dissent, Dr. Raj Kumar Sharma, IGNOU. Unit 12 Democracy and Citizenship, Dr. Raj Kumar Sharma, IGNOU, and Divya Tiwari, Lawyer, New Delhi. Lie. Course Preparation. Team. Course Coordinator, Professor Anurag Joshi. Editor, Unit Formatting, Vetting and Content Updating, Dr. Raj Kumar Sharma, ACA. Demic. Associate, Faculty of Political Science, IGNOU, New Delhi. General Editor, Professor Anurag Joshi, Faculty of Political Science, School of Social Sciences, IGNOU, New Delhi. Course Contents. Block 1 Introducing Political Theory 7. Unit 1 What is Political Theory? 2 Approaches, 9 Normative and Empirical. Unit 2 What is Politics? Study of State and Power, 22. Block 2 Approaches to Political Theory, 35. Unit 3 Liberal, 37. Unit 4 Marxist, 47. Unit 5 Conservative, 62. Unit 6 Feminist, 73. Unit 7 Postmodern, 84. Block 3 The Grammar of Democracy, 97. Unit 8 The Idea of Democracy, 99. Unit 9 Democracy, Representation and Accountability, 111. Unit 10 Representative Democracy and Its Limits, 123. Unit 11 Participation and Dissent, 138. Unit 12 Democracy and Citizenship, 148. Suggested readings, 160. Course Introduction, Understanding Political Theory. August Khan had opined that theories are the conceptual lenses through which we can sort out the plethora of facts that we confront daily. In fact, without theories we might not be able to identify something as a fact at all. There are some features of a good theory. The first virtue is parsimony, which implies frugality. A theory should be parsimonious to forego unnecessary speculation and confusing details. Second feature of a sound theory is accuracy. Theories must be sufficiently detailed to allow for accurate assessments and explanations of the world. An elegant theory simply yet precisely interprets, describes, explains, or predicts some aspect of the world. However, these virtues are mostly identified as features of scientific theories. The explanatory and predictive behavior of natural sciences is not found in social sciences, as too many uncontrolled and unforeseen forces affect political and social life, and that is why social and political practices are seldom replicable. In the light of these problems, some experts have argued that social scientists should not try to mimic the natural sciences. Instead, they should develop their own standards and procedures. For theorists of social and political life, therefore, the ability to feel and think in ways similar to the object of study is a crucial component of their task. In the West, political theory emerged out of political philosophy on one hand and political thought on the other. But it should be remembered that political theory is different from both. It differs from political philosophy in the sense that it is less formal and atomistic and less concerned to establish logical relationships between individual political concepts. Political theory is different from political thought by being less historical in focus. Thus, political theory is an essentially mixed mode of thought. It not only embraces deductive argument and empirical theory but combines them with normative concern, so acquiring a practical, action-guiding character. It is an attempt to arrive at a comprehensive, coherent, and general account of the sorts of things that we talk about when we discuss about politics. A good political theorist is able to move between social conditions and political concepts. Political theory must involve a good deal of knowledge of political practice. Another aspect of political theory is that it is always defined by the specific situations and problems political thinkers have witnessed. To understand political theory, we need to understand both the history of ideas on which the thinkers draw and the problems they considered themselves to be facing and to which their work was addressed. Studying the context in which political theory originally arose allows us to critically assess whose particular interests it reflected. In the light of above discussion, this course on understanding political theory is divided in 3 blocks. Block 1 is Introducing Political Theory and has 2 units, namely What is Political Theory, 2 approaches, Normative and Empirical, and What is Politics, Study of State and Power. This section introduces the students to the idea of political theory, its historical evolution, and main approaches to study it. This section also provides an insight into concepts of politics, state, and power. Block 2 is Approaches to Political Theory and has 5 units, namely Liberal, Marxist, Conservative, Feminist, and Postmodern. Apart from discussing these theories in detail, this section also critically analyses them so as to develop critical thinking. Block 3 is the Grammar of Democracy, having 5 units, namely the idea of democracy, representation and accountability, representative democracy and its limits, participation and dissent, and democracy and citizenship. This section deals with the concept of democracy in detail, including various types of democracies, main theories, and relationship between democracy and issues like dissent and citizenship. Each unit has inbuilt check your progress exercises which would help students in examining their conceptual understanding of the subject. At the end of the course, suggested readings cover a list of useful books for further analysis. 35. What is Politics? Study of State and Power. Block 2 Approaches to Political Theory. Why? Introducing Political Theory. Block 2 Approaches to Political Theory. Block 2 has 5 units and covers main approaches to study political theory. Unit 3 highlights the liberal approach. Liberalism is a political ideology based on a commitment to individualism, freedom, toleration, and consent. Unit 4 deals with main principles of Marxism, dialectical materialism, historical materialism, theory of surplus value, class struggle, revolution, dictatorship of the proletariat, and communism. Unit 5 highlights conservative political theory, its various meanings and features, and also the ideas of Edmund Burke and Michael Oakeshott. Unit 6 discusses feminist political theory, its 3 waves and feminist view about international politics. Unit 7 is the last unit which highlights postmodern approach to political theory. 36. 37. What is Politics? Study of State and Power. Unit 3 Liberal asterisk. Structure 3.0 Objectives 3.1 Introduction 3.2 Liberal Theory, Definition and Characteristics 3.3 Different Phases of Liberalism 3.3.1 Classical Liberalism 3.3.2 Modern Liberalism / Welfarism 3.3.3 Neoliberalism 3.4 Limitations 3.5 Let us sum up 3.6 Reference 3.4 Limitations 3.5 Let us sum up 3.6 References 3.7 Answers to check your progress exercises 3.0 Objectives. After going through this unit, you will be able to define liberal theory, describe its characteristics, discuss its different phases, and finally, and critically evaluate it. 3.1 Introduction. What is a political ideology? In the realm of political theory, the term ideology is applied in 2 contexts. First, as a set of ideas which are accepted by a particular group, party, or nation without examination. And second, it is considered the science of ideas which examines as to how different ideas are formed, how truth is distorted, and how we can overcome distortions to discover true knowledge. Moreover, it explains our social reality, interprets it in a certain way, evolves a set of interrelated principles, contests the nature of the political, and prescribes appropriate action. Liberalism is a political ideology like socialism, fascism, or nationalism based on a commitment to individualism, freedom, toleration, and consent. It was the creation of the climate of opinion that emerged at the time of Renaissance and Reformation in Europe. As an ideology and also a way of life, it reflected the economic, social, and political aspirations of the rising middle class, which later on became the capitalist class. In the 16th and the 17th centuries, when the feudal system was emerging, a new political system was evolving. The establishment of the absolute nation-states in England and Europe gave birth to a kind of political system in which the authority of the king was absolute. The beginning of liberalism was a protest against the hierarchical and privileged authority and monarchy, a protest which involved every aspect of life, and the main slogan of the protest was freedom. To achieve. Dr. Divya Rani, Academic Associate, Faculty of Political Science, IGNOU, New Delhi. Approaches to political. The liberty of the individual and to challenge the authority of the state, liberalism. Theory. demanded liberty in every field of life, intellectual, social, religious, cultural, political, and economic, etc. However, liberty has two different perspectives, negative and positive. The central problem with which these liberties were concerned is the relationship between the individual and the state. The negative or the classical aspect of liberty, liberalism remained dominant for a very long time, especially during the classical liberalism era when the state interference was minimal. Negative and positive liberalism differ from each other in that while the former advocates liberty as the absence of interference or constraints or freedom from outside authority, the latter supports the idea of liberty as freedom to moral and self-development, self-realization, and self-mastery. In terms of historical background, liberal theory has a longer history than most political ideologies. In many ways, liberalism captures the ideological map of various political struggles that human beings have witnessed roughly in the last 3,000 years. However, some claim that its roots go back further in history. Ancient Greece kindled the first spark of self-rule and had inspired generations of liberals. However, philosophical and political roots of liberalism can be traced in the social contract theory of Thomas Hobbes and John Locke. Subsequently, it was developed, revised, and amplified by Jeremy Bentham and John Stuart Mill in their utilitarian perspective, as well as by Herbert Spencer through his doctrine of survival of the fittest and Thomas Paine viewing the state as a necessary evil. On the economic front, the physiocrats Adam Smith, David Ricardo, Thomas Robert, Malthus, and others provided ground and arguments for economic liberty. Adam Smith and his masterpiece Wealth of Nations introduced a new perspective of political economy. 3.2 Liberal theory, definition, and thinkers. There are many versions of liberal theory, but the central point of all versions is freedom. However, the context of freedom has been defined differently by liberal thinkers. What is liberal theory or liberalism? As a writer has said, liberalism is a principle of politics which insists on liberty of individuals as the first and foremost goal of public policy. Liberty, in this sense, implies liberation from restraints, particularly from the restraints imposed by an authoritarian state. In fact, it is not a fixed mode of thought, but an intellectual movement which seeks to accommodate new ideas in order to face new situations and new challenges. According to Barry, 1995, liberalism embraces both explanation and evaluation. Its explanatory concern is with accounting for that order of events which we call a social order, and this includes economic, legal, and political phenomena. In the liberal view, the state is a necessary evil. Liberalism treats the state as the means and the individual as the end. It rules out the absolute authority of the state. According to John Locke, liberalism is mainly based on these beliefs/tenets. Man/woman is a rational creature. 2. There is no basic contradiction between an individual's self-interest and the common interest. 3. Man/woman is endowed with certain natural rights which cannot be transgressed by any authority. 38. Liberal. 4. Civil society and the state are artificial institutions created by individuals to serve the common interest. Liberalism believes in the primacy of procedure over the end product. The liberal view of freedom, equality, justice, and democracy is a search for the right procedure in different spheres of social life. 6. Liberalism promotes civil liberties of individual, including freedom of thought and expression, freedom of association and movement, personal freedom, and strict compliance with legal and judicial procedure. The liberal theory developed in two main directions: A. Individualism, and B. Utilitarianism. Individualism focused on the individual as a rational creature. It required that individuals' dignity, independent existence, and judgment should be given full recognition while making public policy and decisions. John Locke and Adam Smith are the early exponents of individualism. On the other hand, utilitarianism stands for the greatest happiness of the greatest number, where the interest of the few may be sacrificed in the interest of majority. Bentham and Mill are the supporters of utilitarianism. Thinkers of liberal theory. Early exponents of liberalism include John Locke, 1632 to 1704, Adam Smith, 1723 to 90, and Jeremy Bentham, 1748 to 1832. Locke is known as the father of liberalism, Smith is known as the father of economics and political economy, and Bentham as the founder of utilitarianism. All of them defended the principle of laissez-faire, which implies the least interference of the state in the economic activities of individuals. They are the founders of classical liberalism, which is also called negative liberalism because it envisions a negative role of the state in the sphere of mutual interaction of individuals. Locke emphasized toleration and freedom of individual conscience. Bentham emphasized the expansion of the market economy and restriction of the sphere of state activity. Mill sought to revise this view of utilitarians to plead for the expansion of state activity for the promotion of general welfare. He recommended positive role of the state for the promotion of individual liberty. John Stuart Mill, 1806 to 73, sought to modify utilitarianism and the principle of laissez-faire on philosophical grounds, which paved the way for the theory of welfare state. Then T. H. Green, 1836 to 82, sought to add a moral dimension to liberalism and thus advanced a full-fledged theory of welfare state. On the political side, liberalism promotes democracy. On the economic side, it promotes capitalism. Liberalism generally believes in the ability of individuals to make meaningful choices and to be responsible for them. The importance that liberalism attributes to individuals received the most robust intellectual defense from Immanuel Kant, who, influenced by Rousseau, formulated the clearest case for individual autonomy. Kantian autonomy may be understood as the condition in which individuals are free from external determinations such as coercion, threat, or manipulation in taking actions to implement one's choices. His/her choice should be free from internal influences, passions, and prejudices and must be guided by reason. Locke, Kant, and Mill have been the three most important thinkers who shaped the liberal tradition. Contemporary liberalism owes much to them. In the 20th century, the most profound liberal thinker was John Rawls, whose influence has 39 approaches to political been the most profound in liberal thinking. Two monumental treatises written by Theory. Rawls, A Theory of Justice, 1971, and Political Liberalism, 1993, have set the contemporary terms of debate and discussion on liberalism and its values. A central trait of Rawls' liberalism is its political view that citizens are entitled to live in accordance with their own freely chosen values or ends. Check your progress. 1. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What are the main tenets of liberalism? 3.3 Different phases of liberalism. Liberalism can be divided into three types/phases: the classical, the modern, and neoliberalism. However, neoliberalism is contemporary and influenced by classical liberalism. 3.3.1 Classical liberalism. The early exponents of liberal theory strived for liberty in all spheres and insisted that law must enforce all contracts, excluding slavery, since each individual was the best judge of his own interest. The state was not allowed to impose its own conception of good on individuals in their mutual dealings. This idea of negative liberty led to the doctrine of laissez-faire, that is, freedom from government interference in economic affairs. Hence, most of the advocates of negative liberty, such as Adam Smith (1723–90), Jeremy Bentham (1748–1832), James Mill (1773–1836), Herbert Spencer (1820–1903), and Henry Sidgwick favored a minimal state. Such a combination of political and economic arguments for liberty is known as classical liberalism or laissez-faire individualism. Liberal ideas resulted from the breakdown of feudalism in Europe and growth in its place of a market capitalist society. It became the centerpiece of classical or 19th century liberalism. It is usually associated with the work of John Locke, besides Adam Smith and Thomas Paine, and other 20th century thinkers such as Friedrich von Hayek, Robert Nozick, and Milton Friedman. Its chief distinguishing ideas are those of limited government, the rule of law, the inviolability of private property, the freedom to enter into and maintain contracts, and finally, the acceptance by the individual of their own fates. In the 1770s, most people believed that rights came from the government. People thought they had only such rights as government decided to give them. But following the British philosopher John Locke, Jefferson argued that it is the other way around. People have rights apart from those given by a government. 40. Liberal. As part of their nature. Further, people can both form governments and dissolve them. The only legitimate purpose of government is to protect these rights. It was John Locke who provided classical liberalism one of its most influential ideas that the aim and justification of government are to protect the life, liberty, and property of its citizens. These are natural rights constituted in and protected by natural law, which is antecedent to political society. Locke believed that the appropriate means by which the government can provide this protection is a system of justice defined and made possible by law. All citizens are equally subject to the authority of the government, and citizens find it reasonable to accept the authority because each is guaranteed the rights to life, liberty, and property. According to Haywood, 2004, classical liberals emphasize that human beings are essentially self-interested and largely self-sufficient. As far as possible, people should be responsible for their own lives and circumstances. One of the clearest statements of this philosophy is found in the Declaration of Independence. By the end of the 19th century, some serious consequences of the Industrial Revolution and laissez-faire market occurred in the form of rising of capitalism. The main problem was that the profit had concentrated in the hand of a small number of industrialists. Consequently, masses of people failed to benefit from the wealth flowing from factories that resulted in the poverty of the populace. On the other side, because of the Industrial Revolution, the production of goods and services were at a massive level, but masses could not afford to buy. Markets became glutted, and the system periodically came to a near halt in periods of stagnation that finally resulted in the Great Depression. Moreover, the industrialist class used its power not only in economic decision-making but also influenced and controlled government to limit competition and obstruct social reforms. It became the main drawbacks of classical liberalism vis-a-vis the laissez-faire market economy. 3.3.2 Modern liberalism/welfarism. The aforementioned problem brought a new change in society, the uprising of the working class. In the 20th century, the rising working class questioned classical liberalism and its core argument to support negative liberty, i.e. laissez-faire market. Laissez-faire individualism encouraged capitalist economy, and consequently, the working class was deprived of its due share. A new form of liberalism came up, modern liberalism, also known as welfarism. Thinkers of this strand of liberalism believed that government has to remove obstacles that stand in the way of individual freedom. The main exponent of this statement was T.H. Green. According to him, excessive power of government might have constituted the greatest obstacle to freedom in an earlier era, but by the middle of the 19th century these powers had been greatly reduced or mitigated. Now, There were different kinds of hindrances such as poverty, disease, discrimination, and ignorance that could be overcome only with positive liberty, assistance of government. It was John Stuart Mill, 1806-73, who introduced the concept of positive liberty and consequently the transition from negative to positive liberalism. However, Mill started with a defense of laissez-faire individualism, but realizing its weaknesses in the light of the new socio-economic realities, he proceeded to modify it. He, therefore, sought to discover an area where state intervention. 41. Approaches to political could be justified. At the outset, he drew a distinction between two types of theory. Actions of men, self-regarding actions whose effect was confined to the individual himself, and other regarding actions which affected others. The real significance of making such a distinction lay in Mill's efforts to define a sphere where an individual's behavior could be regulated in the interests of the community. Thus, he was contemplating a positive role for the state in securing social welfare, even if it implied curbing liberty of the individual to some extent. It was Mill who gave a sound theory of taxation, pleaded for the limitation of the right of inheritance, and insisted on state provision of education. After J. S. Mill, T.H. Green, 1836-82, L.T. Hobhouse, 1864-1929, and H.J. Lasky, 1893-1950, further developed the positive concept of liberty. Green postulated a theory of rights and insisted on the positive role of the state in creating conditions under which men could effectively exercise their moral freedom. Hobhouse and Lasky advocated that private property was not an absolute right and that the state must secure the welfare of the people no matter if it is constrained to curtail the economic liberty of the privileged few. It is important to note that the political thought of the early exponents of positive liberty was associated with the theory of the welfare state, which first appeared in England and then spread to other parts of the world. Positive liberty was considered an essential complement to negative liberty in all modern states. However, some contemporary liberal thinkers, known as libertarians, have sought to lay renewed emphasis on negative liberty. Of these, Isaiah Berlin, 1909-97, F. A. Hayek, 1899-1992, Milton Friedman, 1912-2006, and Robert Nozick, 1938-2002, are the most prominent. From the late 19th century onwards, however, a form of social liberalism emerged which looked more favorably on welfare reform and economic management. It became the characteristic theme of modern or 20th century liberalism. It is best illustrated in the views of John Stuart Mill, besides those of Kant, Green, and Hobhouse. In very distinct ways, modern liberalism establishes an affirmative relationship between liberty, especially the positive variant, and human progress. The modern liberal believes the man to be a progressive being with unlimited potential for self-development, one which does not jeopardize a similar potential in others. This approach lays down and justifies the value of distributive justice and experiments such as the welfare state. Modern liberalism exhibits a more sympathetic attitude towards the state. It is also known as welfarism. The process of modern liberalism or welfarism was interrupted by First World War. The devastation of World War I was massive, but the positive outcome was the overturning of four of Europe's great imperial dynasties: Germany, Austria, Hungary, Russia, and Ottoman Turkey into liberal democracies. Europe was reshaped by the Treaty of Versailles on the basis of the principle of self-determination, which in practice meant the breakup of imperialists in nationally homogeneous states. Subsequently, the League of Nations was created in the hope of preventing wars and settling international disputes in a peaceful manner. However, these steps could not prevent future wars. Many events such as harsh peace terms imposed by victorious allies, Great Depression, Nazi uprising, and Soviet communism threatened liberalism. This was because during the post-war period, the old rhetoric sharing the wealth gave way to a concentration on growth rates as liberals inspired by the British economist J.M. Keynes' policy wanted. 42. Liberal. The government to borrow, tax, and spend not only merely to counter contractions of the business cycle, but to encourage the expansion of economy. Thus, a further expansion of social welfare program occurred in liberal democracies during the post-war decades. Modern welfare state practices were introduced in Britain and America, which provided not only usual forms of social insurance but also pensions, unemployment benefits, subsidized medical care, family allowances, and government-funded higher education. The liberal democratic model was also adopted by Asia and Africa by most of the new nations that emerged from the dissolution of the British and French colonial empires in the 1950s and early 60s. The new nations adopted the Western model, believing that these model and institutions would lead to the same freedom and prosperity that had been achieved in Europe. However, the results were mixed. 3.3.3 Neoliberalism. The 3 decades of unprecedented growth that the Western countries experienced after the Second World War proved the success of modern liberalism. However, in the mid-1970s, slowing of economic growth in the Western countries presented a serious challenge to modern liberalism. By the end of that decade, economic stagnation, maintenance of social benefits of the welfare state pushed governments towards excessive taxation and massive debt that showed up the failure of Keynesian economics. As modern liberals struggled to meet the challenge of stagnating living standards in industrial economies, others saw an opportunity for a revival of classical liberalism with some modification, and that came as neoliberalism. It is a contemporary version It is a contemporary version of classical liberalism, also known as libertarianism, which seeks to restore laissez-faire individualism. It criticizes the welfare state, therefore opposes state intervention and control of economic activities. The chief exponents of this perspective include Milton Friedman, 1912 to 2006, and Robert Nozick, 1938 to 2002. In the second half of the 20th century, these thinkers realized that the idea of welfare state was inimical to individual liberty, as it involved the forced transfer of resources from the more competent to the less competent. In order to restore individual liberty, they sought to revive the principle of laissez-faire not only in the economic sphere but also in the social and political sphere. Neoliberalism advocates full autonomy and freedom of the individual. In the political sphere, neoliberalism particularly insists that man's economic activity must be actively liberated from all restrictions to enable him to achieve true progress and prosperity. The ideology emphasizes the value of free market competition. Hence, it also promotes laissez-faire economy. Furthermore, it promotes minimal state intervention in economic and social affairs, and its commitment to the freedom of trade and capital. Although the terms sound similar, neoliberalism is distinct from modern liberalism. Both have their ideological roots in classical liberalism of the 19th century, which advocated economic laissez-faire and the freedom or liberty of individuals against the excessive power of government. This variant of liberalism is often associated with the economist Adam Smith, who argued in The Wealth of Nations, 1776, that markets are governed by an invisible hand and thus should be subject to minimal government interference. However, liberalism evolved over time into a number of different and often competing traditions. Modern liberalism developed from the social liberal. 43. Approaches to political tradition, which focused on impediments to individual freedom, including theory, poverty, inequality, disease, discrimination, and ignorance that had been created or exacerbated by unfettered capitalism and could be ameliorated only through direct state intervention. Such measures began in the late 19th century with workers' compensation schemes, the public funding of schools and hospitals, and regulations on working hours and conditions, and eventually, by the mid-20th century, encompass broad range of social services and benefits characteristic of the so-called welfare state. By the 1970s, however, economic stagnation and increasing public debt prompted some economists to advocate a return to classical liberalism, which in its revived form came to be known as neoliberalism. The intellectual foundations of that revival were primarily the work of the Austrian-born British economist Friedrich von Hayek, who argued that interventionist measures aimed at the redistribution of wealth lead inevitably to totalitarianism, and of the American economist Milton Friedman, who rejected government fiscal policy as a means of influencing the business cycle. Their views were enthusiastically embraced by the major conservative political parties in Britain and the United States, which achieved power with the lengthy administrations of British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, 1979-90, and the US President Ronald Reagan, 1981-89. Thatcherism and Reaganism dominated the socio-political economic discourse for a long time. Neoliberal ideology and policies became increasingly influential, as illustrated by the British Labour Party's official abandonment of its commitment to the common ownership of the means of production in 1995 and by the cautiously pragmatic policies of the Labour Party and the US Democratic Party from the 1990s. As national economies became more interdependent in the new era of economic globalization, neoliberals also promoted free trade policies and the free movement of international capital. The clearest sign of the new importance of neoliberalism, however, was the emergence of libertarianism as a political force, as evidenced by the increasing prominence of the Libertarian Party in the United States and by the creation of assorted think tanks in various countries, which sought to promote the libertarian ideal of markets and sharply limited governments. During the 1990s, India also adopted the liberalization policy. The 1990s was the era of liberalization. Different regional organizations and interconnected trade relations promoted the new liberal economic policy. However, the Lehman Bank crisis in 2007 and later the Euro crisis in 2009 led some economists and political leaders to reject the neoliberal dominance of the market, maximally free market, and to resume the greater government regulation of financial and banking industries. Check your progress. 2. Note I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What are the main differences between classical and modern liberalism? 44. Liberal. 3.4 Limitations. It is worth noting that Locke's philosophical and political beliefs represent the basic tenets of early liberalism which paved the way for the rise of capitalism. Locke particularly promoted a line of thinking which was designed to protect the economic interests of the then newly emerging merchant industrialist class and pleaded for vesting political power in this class. And it also encouraged capitalism. Liberalism has been a dynamic philosophy which has responded to the changing needs of time but also has failed. There are a few problems with this theory which can be pointed out as its failure. It retains its bourgeois character. Liberalism arose for the protection of the interests of the bourgeoisie when political power was wielded by feudal interests. Actual imbalance of group interests. Contemporary liberalism upholds representative democracy on the assumption that the state represents the interests of all groups within society and that it ensures reconciliation of conflicting interests. However, bringing change in its core arguments such as laissez-faire individualism to welfare and promotion of democracy and free trade, liberalism is criticized for its complexity. Marxists have criticized the liberal commitment to civic rights and potential equality because it ignores the reality of unequal class power. Feminists argue that individualism is invariably construed on the basis of male norms which legitimize gender inequality. The early period of liberalism encouraged capitalism. In the 20th century, welfare policy and intervention of the state were to some extent incorporated in modern liberal theory. It also promoted the democratization of the state. However, the 20th century was the century of dictatorship, depression, and war. Neoliberalism promoted trade and economic interdependencies. The 21st century is facing an economic crisis that is testing liberalism, especially after the Euro crisis of 2009 preceded by the global financial crisis of 2007. Many scholars stated that in this neoliberal market economy, the world is not facing a war of tanks, but a war of banks. Check your progress. 3. Note: I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What are the shortcomings of liberalism? 3.5 Let us sum up. Liberal theory is considered as the oldest ideology, and it was considered as a lifestyle as it promotes the freedom of the individual. The theory has evolved and changed its basic concept from laissez-faire to the welfare state to laissez-faire with minimal state interference and focusing on the individual's rights and freedom. However, the failure of the welfare state policy and the contemporary global economic crisis has raised questions about the shortcomings of liberal. 45. 46. Approaches to political theory. Theory. The future of liberal theory and its practice will depend largely on how precisely it meets challenges before it. 3.6 References. Barry, P. Norman. 1995. An Introduction to Modern Political Theory. The Macmillan Press, London. Bayliss, John and et al., 2011. The Globalization of World Politics. Oxford University Press, New York. Bhargava, Rajiv and Ashok Acharya. 2008. Political Theory and Introduction. Pearson, New Delhi. Haywood, Andrew. 2013. Political Theory and Introduction. Palgrave Macmillan, New York. Jha, Shefali, 2010. Western Political Thought. Pearson, New Delhi. 3.7 Answers to check your progress exercises. Check your progress. 1. Your answer should highlight that liberalism sees individual as an end and the state as the means, also include views of John Locke, Immanuel Kant, and J.S. Mill. Check your progress. 2. 1. In classical liberalism, due to least role of state, capitalism creates inequalities that hinder an individual's development. Modern liberalism argues for direct state intervention to tackle issues like poverty, inequality, etc. Check your progress. 3. 1. Highlight that liberalism retains its bourgeois character and leads to class divisions, legitimizes gender. 1. Highlight that liberalism retains its bourgeois character and leads to class divisions, legitimizes gender inequality. 47. Liberal. Unit 4 Marxist asterisk. Structure 4.0 Objectives 4.1 Introduction 4.2 What is Marxism? 4.2.1 Utopian and Scientific Socialism 4.2.2 Evolutionary and Revolutionary Socialism 4.3 Basic Principles of Marxism 4.3.1 Dialectical Materialism 4.3.2 Historical Materialism 4.3.3 Theory of Surplus Value 4.3.4 Class Struggle 4.3.5 Revolution 4.3.6 Dictatorship of the Proletariat 4.3.7 Communism 4.4 Theory of Alienation 4.5 Theory of Freedom 4.6 Critical Appraisal 4.7 Let us sum up 4.8 References 4.9 Answers to check your progress exercises. 4.0 Objectives. In this unit, you will read about the theory and practice of Marxism, propounded by Karl Marx and others. The basic tenets of the philosophy comprising of dialectical and historical materialism, the theory of surplus value, class struggle, revolution, dictatorship of the proletariat and communism are discussed at length. After going through the unit, you should be able to discuss the pre-Marxian strands of socialism such as utopian socialism, enumerate, describe, and discuss the basic postulates of Marxism, comment on other important components of the Marxist theory such as the theories of alienation and freedom, and finally, and critique Marxism as well as comment on its contemporary relevance. 4.1 Introduction. The present unit aims at examining and explaining the principles of Marxism, which is the most revolutionary ideology of our age. Along with liberalism, Marxism ranks as the most important philosophy of our time. Liberalism, idealism, and Marxism are the three important theories of political science. C.L. Waper has divided various views regarding the state into three parts, viz. State as a * Professor Tejpratap Singh, Gorakhpur University, Gorakhpur, adapted from Unit 26, EPS 11. Approaches to political machine, organic view, as an organism, mechanistic view, and as a class theory. View. The organic view is idealism, the mechanistic view is liberalism, and the class view is Marxism. The present unit is subdivided into the definition of Marxism, utopian and scientific socialism, revolutionary and evolutionary socialism, the main principles of Marxism, a critique and a conclusion. For point 2, what is Marxism? Marxism generally refers to the ideas of the German philosopher, Karl Marx. But Marxism does not mean exclusively the ideas of Marx. It includes the ideas of Marx, Friedrich Engels, and their supporters, who call themselves Marxists. Thus, Marxism refers to the body of ideas, which predominantly contains the ideas of Karl Marx. Marxism is a living philosophy. Marxist thinkers are continuously contributing to the philosophy of Marxism. Thus, it is said that Marx is dead, but Marxism is still alive. The Marxist philosophy existed even before the birth of Karl Marx. This is the reason David McClellan has written 3 volumes on Marxism, viz. Marxism before Marx, Thought of Karl Marx, and Marxism after Marx. Similarly, the Polish thinker Leszek Kolakowski has authored 3 volumes on Marxism. The point once again is that Marxism does not mean only the ideas of Karl Marx. 4.2.1 Utopian and Scientific Socialism. As said earlier, Marxism existed before Marx. These are known as the early socialist thinkers. Karl Marx calls them utopian socialists. They were utopian because their diagnosis of the social ills was correct, but their remedy was wrong. It was impracticable, and therefore they were called utopian. The word utopia was derived from a novel of Thomas More titled Utopia. It refers to an imaginary island called Utopia, where a perfect socio-economic political system existed. There was no exploitation and people were happy. Some important utopian socialist thinkers are Robert Owen, Charles Fourier, Louis Blanc, Saint-Simon, Sismondi, and Proudhon. Marx calls his socialism as scientific socialism. It is scientific because it offers the economic interpretation of history by using the scientific methodology of dialectical materialism. It explains not only the true causes of exploitation, but also offers the scientific remedy of revolution and dictatorship of the proletariat to cure the social ills of exploitation. It not only offers scientific reasons for class division and also struggle in society, but also provides for a scientific mechanism to establish a classless and exploitation-less society. 4.2.2 Evolutionary and Revolutionary Socialism. Socialism is further divided into evolutionary and revolutionary socialism. Evolutionary socialism does not believe in revolution and wants to attain socialism through peaceful means. Evolutionary socialists have faith in parliamentary democracy and want to bring social change through the ballot. They eschew violence and so are opposed to a violent revolution. They also do not subscribe to the dictatorship of the proletariat and advocate a peaceful democratic transition from a class divided to a classless society. Fabian socialism, guild socialism, democratic socialism are all various types of evolutionary socialism. Revolutionary socialism, on the other hand, believes in class struggle, revolution, and the dictatorship of the proletariat. According to them, social change. 48. Marxist. Cannot be peaceful. It has to be violent. A peaceful revolution is a contradiction in terms. Revolution is the midwife of social change, and this revolution must be violent. Revolutionary Marxism is generally identified with the scientific socialism of Karl Marx. Syndicalism is also a type of revolutionary socialism. Evolutionary socialism also traces its roots from the ideas of Karl Marx and Engels. They have talked about the withering away of the state. Exponents of evolutionary socialism have picked up the theory of withering away of the state and argued that gradually through peaceful means, social change can be effected and an exploitation-free and classless society can be established. However, the critics of evolutionary socialism do not accept this thesis and argue that the idea of withering away of the state applies only to the socialist state or the dictatorship of the proletariat and not to the capitalist state. It will never wither away. It has to be smashed through a violent revolution. Therefore, the logic of evolutionary socialism is flawed. Check your progress. 1. Note. I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Distinguish between utopian and scientific socialism, or between evolutionary and revolutionary socialism. 4.3 Basic Principles of Marxism. The basic tenets of Marxism are the following: dialectical materialism, historical materialism, the theory of surplus value, class struggle, revolution, dictatorship of the proletariat, and communism. Now, these principles will be discussed in detail. 4.3.1 Dialectical materialism. Dialectical materialism is the scientific methodology developed by Marx and Engels for the interpretation of history. Here, Marx has borrowed heavily from his predecessors, particularly the German philosopher Hegel. Dialectics is a very old methodology, employed to discover truth by exposing contradictions through a clash of opposite ideas. Hegel refined it by developing the trilogy of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. It is popularly known as the dialectical triad. Progress or growth takes place through the dialectical process. At every stage of 49 approaches to political growth, it is characterized by contradictions. These contradictions induce further theory, changes, progress, and development. The thesis is challenged by its antithesis. Both contain elements of truth and falsehood. Truth is permanent, but falsehood is transitory. In the ensuing conflict of the thesis and the antithesis, the truth remains, but the false elements are destroyed. These false elements constitute contradictions. The true elements of both the thesis and the antithesis are fused together in a synthesis. This evolved synthesis during the course of time becomes a thesis, and so it is again challenged by its opposite antithesis, which again results in a synthesis. This process of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis continues until the stage of perfection is reached. In this evolutionary process, a stage will come when there will be no false elements. These will be destroyed at different stages of evolution. Ultimately, only the truth remains because it is never destroyed. It will constitute the perfect stage, and there will be no contradictions, and so there will be no further growth. The dialectical process will come to an end after arriving at the perfect truth. It is the contradictions which move the dialectical process, and a complete elimination of contradictions marks the end of the dialectical process itself. For materialism, Marx is highly indebted to the French school of materialism, mainly the French materialist thinker Ludwig Feuerbach. It is the matter which is the ultimate reality and not the idea. The latter is a reflection of the former. How we earn our bread determines our ideas. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their existence, but, on the contrary, it is their social existence that determines their consciousness. Marx has observed that Hegel's dialectics was standing on its head, and I have put it on its feet. Hegel has developed dialectical idealism. For him, it is the idea which ultimately matters. Idea lies in the base or the substructure, which determines everything in the superstructure. Society, polity, economy are in the superstructure which is shaped by the prevalent dominant ideas of the age. Ultimately, it is the idea which matters, and the other things are only its reflection. Marx replaced idea with matter. According to Marx, the material or the economic forces are in the substructure, and the idea is a part of the superstructure. Idea is the reflection of material forces. The economic forces determine the idea and not vice versa. Thus, Marx has reversed the position of idea and matter. This is the reason that he claims that, in Hegel, it was upside down, and I have corrected it. The base or the substructure consists of the forces of production and the relations of production. These two together constitute the mode of production. When there is a change in the forces of production because of development in technology, it brings changes in the relations of production. Thus, a change in the mode of production brings a corresponding change in the superstructure. Society, polity, religion, morals, values, norms, etc. are a part of the superstructure and shaped by the mode of production. 4.3.2 Historical Materialism. Historical materialism is the application of dialectical materialism to the interpretation of history. It is the economic interpretation of world history by applying the Marxian methodology of dialectical materialism. The world history has been divided into 4 stages: primitive communism, the slavery system, feudalism, and capitalism. Primitive communism refers to the earliest part of human history. It was a propertyless, exploitationless, classless, and stateless. 50. Marxist society. Means of production were backward because technology was undeveloped. The community owned the means of production. They were not under private ownership, and so there was no exploitation. Stone made hunting weapons, the fishing net and hooks were the means of production. The entire community owned these. Production was limited and meant for self-consumption. There was no surplus production, and so there was no private property. Since there was no private property, there was no exploitation. Since there was no exploitation, there was no class division. Since there was no class division, there was no class struggle. Since there was no class struggle, there was no state. It was, thus, a communist society but of a primitive type. Though life was difficult, it was characterized by the absence of exploitation, conflict, and struggle. Technology is not static. It evolves continuously. Technological development results in the improvement of production. This leads to surplus production, which results in the emergence of private property. Means of production are now not under the community, but private ownership. Society is, thus, divided into property-owning and propertyless classes. By virtue of the ownership of the means of production, the property-owning class exploits the propertyless class. Class division in society and exploitation cause class struggle. Since there is class struggle, the dominant class, the property-owning class, creates an institution called the state to suppress the dissent of the dependent class, which is the propertyless class. Thus, the state is a class instrument and a coercive institution. It protects the interests of its creator, the property-owning class. In the beginning, this society is divided into masters and slaves. Masters are the haves and the slaves are the have-nots. The slaves carry out all the production work. The masters live on the labor of slaves. They exploit the slaves, and whenever the slaves resent, the state comes to the rescue of the masters. Thus, the state serves the interests of the master class. It uses its coercive powers to suppress the voice of the slaves. The slave system is succeeded by feudalism. Technological development leads to changes in the means of production, and this brings about corresponding changes in the relations of production and the superstructure. The slave system is replaced by the feudal mode of production, and it is reflected in the society, polity, morality, and the value system. The division of society into feudal lords and peasants characterizes feudalism. The feudal lords own the means of production, that is land, but the peasants carry out the production work. By virtue of ownership of the land, the feudal lords get a huge share of the produce without doing anything. Thus, the feudal lords are like parasites, who thrive on the labor of peasants. Feudal lords exploit the peasants, and if the peasants ever resist their exploitation, their resistance is ruthlessly crushed by the state, which protects and serves the interests of the feudal lords. The peasants are a dependent and exploited class, whereas the lords are a dominant and exploiting class. Capitalism succeeds feudalism. Technological development continues, and so there is change in the forces of production, which leads to a mismatch between the forces of production and the relations of production, which is resolved through a revolution. Thus, the contradiction between the forces of production and the relations of production is resolved. The feudal mode of production is replaced by the capitalist mode of production. Division of society into the bourgeois and the proletariat class characterizes capitalism. The bourgeois class owns the means of production, but the proletariat class carries out the production. Proletariats. 51. Approaches to political are the industrial workers. They sell their labor in lieu of meager wages. It is theory. Usually a subsistence wage which is sufficient only to support them and their families, so that an uninterrupted supply of labor force can be maintained. Production is not for consumption by the self, but for profit. The desire to maximize profit leads to a reduction in wages and a rise in working hours. This further deteriorates the lot of the working class, which is eventually pushed into a situation where it has nothing to lose except its chains. This paves the way for the proletariat revolution. Check your progress. 2. Note I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Explain in your own words the meaning of dialectical materialism. 2. Enumerate and describe the salient features of either primitive communism or feudalism. 4.3.3 Theory of surplus value. Marx has developed the theory of surplus value to explain the exploitation in the capitalist society. Here, Marx was influenced by the theories of classical economists. He subscribed to the labor theory of value. The value of a commodity is determined by the amount of labor consumed in its production. Labor is also a commodity, can be bought and sold like other commodities. Out of the 4 factors of production, labor is the most vital. In its absence, the other factors of production are useless. Land, capital, and organization are the other factors of production. It is the application of labor to these factors of production which makes them productive. In the absence of labor, they are sterile. If a wage is paid in proportion to the amount of value created by a laborer, then there is no exploitation, but this is not the case in capitalism. Labor is unique in the sense that it creates more value than is required for its maintenance. The difference between the value created by the worker and the value paid to the worker, as wages, constitute the surplus value and the profit of the capitalist. For instance, if a worker has created a value of say 25,000 rupees in a month and has been paid 15,000 rupees as wages, then the remaining 10,000 rupees will constitute 52. Marxist. The profit of the capitalist. Thus, the worker always creates more value than he is actually paid. This surplus value created by the worker is the profit of the bourgeois, which has been defended by the classical economists, because it leads to capital accumulation, which is invested further in new industries and enterprises and leads to growth and prosperity. For the Marxists, it is the exploitation of the workers which has to be abolished. With the growth of capitalism and the rise in competition, the wages of the workers continue to fall and reach the stage of subsistence level. Subsistence wage is the minimum possible wage. Beyond this, the wage cannot be reduced. It is the minimum possible wage for the survival and perpetuation of the labor force. Thus, cutthroat competition in capitalism leads to deterioration of the lot of the proletariat. This intensifies class struggle and eventually leads to revolution. 4.3.4 Class struggle. According to Marx, the history of all hitherto existing society has been the history of class struggle. Except the primitive communist stage, all historical ages have been characterized by the antagonism between the dominant and dependent classes or the haves and the have-nots. This antagonism is caused by class contradictions. It is the result of exploitation by the property-owning class of the property-less class. Throughout history, there have been 2 contending classes in every epoch. In the slavery system, they were the masters and the slaves; in feudalism, the feudal lords and the peasants; and in capitalism, the bourgeois and the proletariat. The masters, the feudal lords, and the bourgeois are the owners of the means of production. However, it is the slaves, the peasants, and the proletariat who carry out production, but their produce is taken away by their exploiters, and in return, they are given just enough for their survival. By virtue of the ownership of the means of production, the property-owning class exploits the propertyless class. This is the main source and cause of class struggle. The interests of the contending classes are irreconcilable. No compromise or rapprochement is possible between the contending classes. The inherent contradictions of contending classes of every epoch can be resolved only through the annihilation of the exploiting classes. 4.3.5 Revolution. Class struggle paves the way for revolution. Class struggle is imperceptible, but revolution is perceptible. Intensification of class struggle prepares the ground for revolution. Class struggle is a long-drawn affair, but revolution is short, swift, and violent. In the words of Marx, revolution is the indispensable midwife of social change. Transition from one historical stage to another occurs through revolution. Feudal revolution brought an end to the slavery system. The bourgeois revolution ended feudalism, and the proletariat revolution will bring an end to capitalism. Thus, any epoch making social change is always brought about by a revolution. Revolution occurs when there is incompatibility between the means or forces of production and the relations of production. To resolve this incompatibility, revolution occurs, which brings corresponding changes in the relations of production and the superstructure to make it compatible with the forces or means of production. Technological development brings changes in the means of production. The handmill gives you a society with the feudal lord, and the steam mill a society with the industrial capitalist. 53. Approaches to political. Proletarian revolution will be the last revolution in the annals of history. Theory. Revolution occurs to resolve contradictions. So revolution will not take place if there is no contradiction in society. After the proletarian revolution, there will not be any further revolution, because there will be no contradiction. However, revolution will take place only when the forces of production have fully matured. Revolution cannot be advanced or postponed. It will occur when the forces of production have matured and do not match the relations of production. Revolution brings an end to this mismatch. The sequence and direction of social evolution cannot be changed. No stage can overleap another stage. No stage can be short-circuited. Primitive communism will lead to the slavery system to feudalism, and feudalism to capitalism. Dictatorship of the proletariat or socialism will succeed capitalism, which is the penultimate stage of social evolution. Dictatorship of the proletariat will eventually lead to the establishment of communism. With the proletarian revolution, revolution itself will come to an end. 4.3.6 Dictatorship of the proletariat. The proletariat revolution will lead to the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat. It is also known as the socialist state. The state apparatus created by the bourgeois to oppress the proletariat will be taken over by the proletariat themselves. Now, the table will be turned and the proletariat will use the state apparatus against the bourgeois. The bourgeois will try to stage a counter-revolution to restore the old system, and so, the coercive institutions of the state are needed to restrain the bourgeois. The state has always been the instrument of oppression. The dominant class to oppress the dependent class has created the state. It is a class instrument. The state protects and serves the interests of its creator, which is the property-owning class. This class has always been in a minority, whether it is the masters or the feudal lords or the capitalists. Thus, a minority has been oppressing a majority, viz. the slaves or the peasants or the proletariat through the coercive organs of the state. Under the dictatorship of the proletariat, for the first time the state comes under the control of the majority. Now, for the first time, the state's coercive apparatus is used by the majority against the minority. According to Marx, all states have been dictatorships, and so the socialist state is no exception. It is also a dictatorship. The state has always been used by one class to suppress the other class. In the socialist state, the proletariat class will use the coercive organs of the state, such as the army, the police, prison, judicial system, etc., against the bourgeois class. Marx argues that if democracy means the rule of the majority, then the proletariat state is the most democratic state, because for the first time in the annals of history, power comes into the hands of the majority. Before the proletariat state, power has always been in the hands of the minority. So if majority rule is the criterion, then only the proletariat state can be called a democratic state. 4.3.7 Communism. Under the living care of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the socialist state will blossom forth into communism. Socialism is a transitory stage. It will pave the way for the eventual emergence of communism, which is stable and permanent. This will be the phase of social evolution. After the establishment of communism. 54. Marxist. There will be no further social change. The dialectical process will come to an end. A perfect, rational social system will be established, free from antagonisms and contradictions. There will be no class contradictions and so, no class struggle. In fact, communism will be a classless, stateless, private propertyless and exploitationless society. In a communist society, there will be no private property in the form of private ownership of the means of production. The means of production will be under the ownership of the community. Cooperation and not cutthroat competition will be the basis of communist society. Production will be for consumption and not to earn profit. Profit motive will be replaced by social needs. Since there will be no private property, there will be no exploitation. Since there will be no exploitation, there will be no class division, no property-owning and propertyless class, no haves and have-nots or no dominant and dependent class. Since there is no class division, there is no class struggle and so no need of the state. This is the reason why a communist society will be a classless and stateless society. State is the instrument of exploitation. It is a class instrument and a result of class division in society. Since there is only one class of workers in communism and no other class to suppress or oppress, there will not be any need of the state. It will become redundant in a communist society. It will be relegated to the museum. The state, however, will not be smashed. It will gradually wither away. Communist society will be governed by the Louis Blanc principle of, from each according to his capacity to each according to his need. There will be no place for parasites. He who will not work will not eat also. There will be only one class of workers. There will be only one class of workers. The entire society will be converted into the working class. There will be no place for exploitation. It will be an egalitarian society. There will be harmonious relationship among the people. Check your progress 3 note. I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What is the theory of surplus value? 2. Explain the concept of class struggle. 55. Approaches to political. 3. Enumerate and describe the salient features of a communist society. Theory. 4.4 Theory of alienation. There have been 2 distinct phases in the Marxist philosophy. Economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844 present the human face of Marxism. In the manuscripts, capitalism has been analyzed without reference to class antagonism, class struggle, and violent revolution. Here, the evil influences of capitalism have been explained through alienation and loss of identity and freedom. These views of Marx have been identified with a younger Marx. There occurs an epistemological break in Marx's philosophy with the writing of Communist Manifesto in 1848. The later Marx is known as Mature Marx, who developed the theory of scientific socialism. Marx's earlier ideas were discovered only in 1932 with the publication of the manuscripts. The theory of alienation is an important Marxian concept. The Hungarian Marxist George Lukács had developed the theory of alienation entirely on his own even before the publication of manuscripts in 1932. However, the concept of alienation became popular only after the publication of the manuscripts. Marx has identified 4 levels of alienation. Firstly, man is alienated from his own product and from his work process because the worker plays no part in deciding what to produce and how to produce it. Secondly, man is alienated from nature. His work does not give him a sense of satisfaction as a creative worker. Under mechanization, work tends to become increasingly routinized and monotonous. Thirdly, man is alienated from other men. The competitive character of the capitalist system forces everyone to live at someone else's expense and divides society into antagonistic classes. Lastly, man is alienated from himself. The realm of necessity dominates his life and reduces him to the level of an animal existence, leaving no time for a taste of literature, art, and cultural heritage. The capitalist system subordinates all human faculties and qualities to the conditions created by the private ownership of capital and property. The capitalist himself, no less than the worker, becomes a slave of the tyrannical rule of money. 4.5 Theory of freedom. As a humanist philosophy, Marxism is primarily a philosophy of human freedom. Freedom consists not only in securing material satisfaction of human needs, but also in removing the conditions of dehumanization, estrangement, and alienation. The capitalist system is characterized by necessity as opposed to freedom. Necessity refers to the conditions under which the inevitable laws of nature govern the life of man. These laws of nature exist independent of man's will. Man can acquire scientific knowledge of these laws, but cannot change them at his will. Freedom does not consist in an escape from necessity. Freedom lies in the knowledge of these laws of nature and the capacity to make these laws work. 56. Marxist. Towards the definite end of the emancipation of human society. Thus, a sound knowledge of the productive forces operating behind the capitalist system and a program to make these forces work toward human ends were essential instruments of human freedom. Only a program of socialist revolution would accomplish humanity's leap from the kingdom of necessity to the kingdom of freedom. The emancipation of human society and the realization of true freedom is possible only with the abolition of capitalism and the establishment of communism. Check your progress 4 note. I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Discuss either the theory of alienation or the theory of freedom. 4.6 Critical appraisal. Marxism has been subjected to severe criticism. It has simplified the class division of society into 2 classes, the haves and the have-nots. This is far from the reality. Society is very complex and is divided into numerous groups. There is no clear-cut division of classes as envisaged by Marxism. Moreover, there exists a huge middle class. Marxian thinkers predicted that with the advancement of capitalism, the middle class would disappear and merge with the proletariat class. But this has not happened so far, and there is no possibility of it ever happening. In fact, the reverse has happened. The middle class has strengthened its position and increased its size. Marxists also predicted the narrowing of the capitalist class. Here again, just the opposite has happened. Instead of shrinking, the base of the capitalist class has been enlarged. Marx predicted the accumulation of capital, but there has been the dispersal of capital. The condition of the proletariat class has not deteriorated as predicted by Marx. Thus, the actual working of the capitalist system has proved the Marxist theory of classes to be wrong. Marxists have predicted that the inherent contradictions of capitalism would lead to its collapse. But this has not happened so far. No advanced capitalist system has collapsed. Capitalism has proved its resilience. It is the socialist system which has collapsed in various parts of the world. Capitalism has the tremendous capacity of adaptation. This is the main reason for its survival. Marx failed to assess capitalism correctly. According to Marx, the proletarian revolution will occur only when capitalism has matured. There is no chance of the proletarian revolution occurring and succeeding in a backward feudal society. But this is exactly what has happened in reality. Revolution has taken place only in feudal. 57. Approaches to political societies such as Russia, China, Vietnam, Cuba, etc. This was the main issue of theory. Debate between two factions of Russian Marxists, the Mensheviks led by Plekhanov and the Bolsheviks led by Lenin. Ultimately, the Bolsheviks prevailed over the Mensheviks, but the latter were closer to classical Marxist teachings. According to Marx, his teachings can lessen the birth pangs but cannot short-circuit the various stages of social evolution. However, Lenin and Trotsky in Russia and Mao in China established communism in a feudal society without going through the process of first establishing capitalism. To resolve this obvious contradiction, Trotsky developed the theory of permanent revolution. He fused the bourgeois revolution with the proletarian revolution in his theory. These two revolutions can occur simultaneously in the view of Trotsky. Though this seems to be a more practical view, it does not conform to the basic Marxian principles. The Marxian theory of economic determinism has been severely criticized. It is not only the economic factor, but other factors also that are equally important in bringing about social change. If economy determines polity, society, morality, value system, etc., then economy itself is shaped by these. It is a two-way process. Economic forces are not immune to the influences of polity, society, culture, religion, values, norms, etc. If the base or the substructure shapes the superstructure, then the superstructure also shapes the substructure. Thus, the theory of economic determinism cannot be accepted. Later Marxist thinkers like Gramsci accepted the important role of the superstructure. The Marxian concepts of the dictatorship of the proletariat and communism suffer from several flaws. After the proletarian revolution, the proletariat will seize the state apparatus from the bourgeois. With the establishment of communism, the state will become redundant and will gradually wither away. This has not happened. In socialist society, the state in fact became all-powerful. This is evident from examples of Stalin and Mao in Soviet Union and China respectively. Instead of weakening, the state has consolidated its position and there is no possibility of its fading away. The Marxian dream of a stateless society will never be realized. The state will continue to play a leading role in a socialist and communist society and there is no possibility of it ever being relegated to the museum. The socialist state, wherever it has been established, has either been overthrown or discredited. Wherever it is still surviving, it has been compelled to introduce wide-ranging changes which do not conform to the teachings of classical Marxism. Collapse of communism in Eastern Europe, disintegration of Soviet Union, and economic reforms in China have prompted thinkers like Francis Fukuyama to write obituary of Marxism. Fukuyama in his famous book End of History proclaims the triumph of capitalism over communism in the post-Cold War world. According to him, with the victory of capitalism over communism, history has come to an end. Here, Fukuyama talks of history in the Hegelian sense. After capitalism, there will be no further economic and political evolution. Capitalism is the most rational and perfect system. It is the most perfect ideology and philosophy. So, ideological and philosophical evolution comes to an end with the emergence of capitalism. Its main challenger, communism, has been defeated, and this further proves its claim that it is the best possible social, economic, and political system ever evolved by humanity. It is very difficult to accept the thesis propounded by Fukuyama. The importance of Marxism lies in two fields. Firstly, it has been used as a tool for social analysis. Secondly, it gives a voice to the voiceless. It is the philosophy of the poor, the 58. Marxist, oppressed, and the suppressed people. If the contribution of Marxism is analyzed in these two fields, we will reach the conclusion that it is still relevant and has not become redundant as claimed by the liberal critics. Marxism as an approach of social analysis is still relevant as it was in the past. Its importance as a method of social analysis will never diminish irrespective of whether the socialist state survives or not. Marxism as an ideology has definitely lost its edge, but it has not become totally redundant. As long as exploitation will continue, people will be oppressed and suppressed, Marxism will remain relevant. Marxism as a philosophy of the exploited and the oppressed will continue to inspire the masses to strive for their emancipation. So there is no question of its defeat and irrelevance. In fact, the systems which have collapsed were not organized on classical Marxian principles. They were a variant of Marxism, Leninism, and Stalinism. So it is the Leninist-Stalinist systems which have collapsed in Europe and elsewhere and not classical Marxism. Marxism as an approach will continue to be used by scholars for social analysis, and the exploited oppressed people will continue to espouse Marxist philosophy for their emancipation. Here, Marxism will never become irrelevant. It will always provide an alternative philosophy to liberalism. Marxism will also act as an effective check on the excesses of liberalism. It will mitigate the rigors of the capitalist system. Check your progress. 5. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Discuss the major grounds of attack on the Marxist theory. 2. Examine the contemporary relevance of Marxism. 4.7 Let us sum up. In this unit, we have discussed various kinds of socialism such as utopian and scientific socialism, evolutionary and revolutionary socialism. The basic principles of Marxism such as dialectical materialism, historical materialism, surplus value, class struggle, revolution, dictatorship of the proletariat. 59. Approaches to political communism have been discussed in detail. These principles constitute the theory, foundation of scientific and revolutionary socialism. Marxism is not only the philosophy of class antagonism, class conflict, class struggle, and violent revolution. It is basically a philosophy of humanism and freedom. Capitalist society has led to the estrangement, alienation, and loss of identity and freedom. We find the human face of Marx in his early writings, particularly in his economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844. In the theory of alienation and freedom, we find a humanist Marx. In the Communist Manifesto and Das Kapital, which are his later writings, we find a mature and revolutionary Marx. Thus, there are two Marxes, a younger and humanist Marx and a mature and revolutionary Marx. However, there is no dichotomy between the two. There is a continuity of thought between the two, and so any distinction is superficial. Marxism is a living philosophy. After Marx, it has been enriched by Lenin, Trotsky, Stalin, Rosa Luxemburg, Gramsci, Lukács, Althusser, Mao, etc. Exponents of the end of ideology and the end of history have written off Marxism. But Marxism as an approach for social analysis and the philosophy of the oppressed class will continue to be relevant. It will inspire the masses to strive for their emancipation. Marxism is a revolutionary philosophy. It is a philosophy of social change. In the words of Marx, philosophers have sought to interpret the world. What matters, however, is to change it. It aims to establish an egalitarian society, free from exploitation of one class by another. Only through Marxism, arguably, humanity will take a leap from the realm of necessity to the realm of freedom. 4.8 References. Avinari Shlomo. 1971. The Social and Political Thought of Karl Marx. Cambridge University Press. Berlin Isaiah. 1996. Karl Marx, His Life and Environment. New York, Oxford University Press. Fukuyama Francis. 1992. The End of History and the Last Man. New York, Free Press. Tucker, Robert. 1961. Philosophy and Myth of Karl Marx. Cambridge University Press. McClelland, J.S. 1996. A History of Western Political Thought. London, Routledge. 4.9 Answers to check your progress exercises. Check your progress. 1. Your answer should mention the word utopia and the names of utopian socialists. How Marx's socialism is scientific and not that of utopian socialists, and also mention use of violence for social change in evolutionary versus revolutionary socialism. Check your progress. 2. Your answer should explain the meaning of dialectics and highlight how matter is privileged over idea. 61. Marxist. 2. Your answer should highlight that under primitive communism, ownership of the means of production was vested in the community and that production was for self-consumption and not for profit. Regarding feudalism, mention the division of society into feudal lords and peasants and how the former exploited the latter. Check your progress. 3. Your answer should highlight how a capitalist generates profit by always underpricing the labor put into the production of a commodity. 2. Your answer should highlight how in every stage of history there has been a conflict between the property-owning and propertyless classes. 3. Your answer should highlight how it is a classless, exploitation-less, and stateless society. Check your progress. 4. Your answer should mention Marx's economic and political manuscripts of 1844 and younger Marx. Highlight 4 forms of alienation mentioned by Marx. Check your progress. 5. Your answer should highlight how Marx's class division is simplistic. How capitalism survived and socialism collapsed. How state has not withered away. Critique of economic determinism. 2. Your answer should highlight its utility in social analysis. Elaborate its contribution as a philosophy of the oppressed. 62. Approaches to political theory. Unit 5 Conservative ***. Structure 5.0 Objectives 5.1 Meaning and concept of conservatism 5.2 Numerous uses of the term conservatism. 5.2.1 Temperamental conservatism 5.2.2 Situational conservatism 5.2.3 Political conservatism. 5.3 Conservatism, its characteristic features. 5.3.1 History and tradition 5.3.2 Human imperfection, prejudice and reason 5.3.3 Organic society. Liberty and equality 5.3.4 Authority and power 5.3.5 Property and life 5.3.6 Religion and morality. 5.4 Some representative conservatives, Edmund Burke and Michael Oakeshott. 5.5 Let us sum up 5.6 References 5.7 Answers to check your progress exercises. 5.0 Objectives. This unit aims to provide a basic understanding of conservative political theory, its features, and some important proponents of this strand of political thinking. After reading this unit, you should be able to comprehend the meaning of conservatism, describe the features of conservatism, and critique conservatism. 5.1 Meaning and concept of conservatism. The doctrine of conservatism is based on traditional institutions and practices. French thinker Chateaubriand is believed to have coined this word in 1818 as he named his journal Le Conservateur. The conservative ideas and doctrines, however, started to appear in the late 18th and early 19th century in reaction against increasing pace of economic and political change, mainly unleashed by the French Revolution. As a concept, conservatism gives more importance to what is historically inherited instead of what is abstract and ideal. Conservatives believe in an organic view of society, meaning that society is not a loose collection of individuals but a living organism comprising of closely connected. *Drive N.D. Aurora, University of Delhi, adapted from Unit 21, MPS 001. Conservative. Interdependent members. Conservatives also argue that the government is a servant in the sense that it should serve the existing ways of life and the political class should not attempt to change them. There is a vital difference between conservatism and a reactionary outlook, as a reactionary favors restoration of a previous political and social order which has become outmoded. Conservatism seeks to preserve tradition and in a way wants to preserve what one has rather than to seek something which one does not have. Edmund Burke said that we should see ourselves in a partnership not only between those who are living but between those who are living, those are dead, and those who are to be born. Another prominent conservative thinker, Michael Oakeshott, said that to be a conservative means to prefer familiar to unknown, actual to possible, limited to unbounded, near to distant, convenient to perfect. Conservatives believe that human beings are imperfect and combined with unforeseen consequences of an action, it becomes difficult to assess whether any change will be for the better or otherwise. That is why they try to resist change in the existing order. Change is resisted until it becomes inevitable. Burke believed that one should change in order to conserve, but the pace of this change has to be gradual, not revolutionary. In his seminal work, Reflections on the Revolution in France, 1790, Burke gave the counter-revolutionary narrative, saying the violent, untraditional uprooting methods of the revolution outweighed its liberating ideals. That is why he defended the traditional aristocracy of the pre-revolution days for stability and prosperity instead of uncertainty after the revolution. For him, there is complexity in working of the modern nation-states, and efforts to reform them on the basis of metaphysical doctrines could lead to despotism. Conservatism is opposed to liberalism and socialism, as these ideologies try to liberate an individual from traditions, but a conservative does not want any such liberation. In its attempts to resist pressures created by the rise of liberalism, socialism, and nationalism, conservatism stands to guard the beleaguered traditional social order. Proponents of conservatism also believe that inequalities of wealth and position are inevitable and there is no point in discussing their elimination. Some of the features attributed to conservatism are necessity of power, authority, and social hierarchy, respect for tradition, emphasis on religion and natural law, insistence on organic nature of society, free market, and limit. Necessity of power, authority, and social hierarchy, respect for tradition, emphasis on religion and natural law, insistence on organic nature of society, free market, and limited government. According to Russell Kirk, there are 6 canons of conservatism. A divine intent rules society as well as conscience. Political problems at bottom are religious and moral problems. Traditional life is filled with variety and mystery, while most radical systems are characterized by a narrow uniformity. Civilized society requires orders and classes. The only true equality is moral equality. Property and freedom are inseparably connected. 6. 3. Approaches to political. Man must control his will and his appetite, knowing that he is governed. Theory. More by emotion than reason. Change and reform are not identical. Society must alter slowly. Check your progress. 1. Note. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Explain the meaning and features of conservatism. 5.2 Numerous usages of the term conservatism. It is much easier to locate the historical context, i.e., the period between 1750 and 1850, as a response to the rapid series of changes in which conservatism evolved, than to specify what is or what the conservatives believe. Sometimes, conservatism means outright opposition to all and every change. At others, it means an attempt to reconstruct a form of society which existed in an earlier period. Still, at other times, it appears to be primarily a political reaction and secondarily, a body of ideas. Conservatism, as Clinton Rossiter says, is a word whose usefulness is matched only by its capacity to confuse, distort, and irritate. He adds, since the patterns of thought and action it denotes are real and enduring, and since no substitute seems likely to be generally accepted, conservatism will doubtless have a long life. Since World War II, the word conservatism is being used in numerous ways. 5.2.1 Temperamental conservatism. Conservatism, by one definition, denotes a natural and culture-determined disposition to resist dislocating changes in a customary pattern of living and working. According to Rossiter, it effectively is a temperament or psychological stance, a cluster of traits that are on daily display by most men in all societies. He lists the important elements of conservative temperament as a habit, the enormous flywheel of society, and its most precious conservative agent. B. Inertia, a force that often seems to be as powerful in the social world as in the physical. C. Fear, especially fear of the unexpected, the irregular and the uncomfortable, and d. Emulation, a product of both fear of alienation from the group and a craving for its approval. 5.2.2 Situational conservatism. Conservatism, by a second definition related to the first, is an attitude of opposition to disruptive changes in the social, economic, legal, religious, political. 64. Conservative, or cultural order. It describes, Rossiter clarifies, somewhat less crudely and somewhat more effectively, a pattern of social behavior, a cluster of principles and prejudices that are on daily display by many men in all developed societies. The distinguishing feature of this conservatism is the fear of change, which becomes transformed in the political arena, as Rossiter tells, into the fear of radicalism. In this instance, the radicalism of men who propose to make the world order, at the expense of old values, institutions, and patterns of living. Situational conservatism is not confined only to the well-to-do. It extends to all levels of people who lament the change in the status quo. 5.2.3 Political conservatism. Conservatism, by yet another definition, refers to aspirations and activities, most of them defensive rather than creative, of parties and movements that celebrate inherited patterns of morality and tested institutions that oppose the reforming plans of the moderate left and the schemes of the extreme left. Political conservatism is a phenomenon which is universal of organized society, and essentially the defense of a going society. The reaction is not conservatism. It is the position of men who sigh for past more intensively than they celebrate the present and who feel that a retreat back into it is worth trying. A conservative is a man essentially at rest, generally, well-adjusted psychologically as well as programmatically to a world he never made. A reactionary is a man always in motion, refuses to, as Rossiter points out, acknowledge that whatever has been settled must henceforth be considered good or at least tolerable, and he seems willing to erase same pause, scrap some institutions, even amend his nation's constitution, so that he can roll back the social process to the time which his countrymen first went foolishly astray. Rossiter writes, he, conservative, like the liberal, must reason and discriminate. He, like the radical, may have to plan and gamble. The conservative, as our former, the right-wrong politician who tries to outpromise liberals in the area of welfare legislation, is an uncomfortable man. The conservative as revolutionary, the traditionalist who acts radically to preserve the crumbling values and institutions of his community, is no conservative at all. Check your progress too. Note, I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Explain the numerous usages of conservatism. 65. Approaches to political. 5.3 Conservatism. Its characteristic. Theory. Features. As Burke proclaimed, the desire to conserve is the underlying theme of conservative ideology, although it is not the sole objective which conservatives of all shades seek to attain. Authoritarian conservatism has often been reactionary. It either refuses to yield to change or attempts to turn the clock back. Revolutionary conservatism may use the term radical conservatism and tends to regain or reestablish or argue for a conservative fabric of revolutionary character. The characteristic features of conservatism are listed below. 5.3.1 History and tradition. The role of history and tradition is basic to any type of conservatism. History, reduced to its essentials, is nothing but experience. It is deductive thought in matters of human relationships. Legitimacy is the work of history. To see things authentically as a conservative, Mannheim writes, is to experience events in the past. True, history is expressed not in linear and chronological fashion, but in the persistence of structures, communities, habits, and prejudices generation after generation. The correctness of history or experience, for that matter, is a persisting conservative emphasis. This has been shown by Burke, Rourke, Oakeshott, and Vogelin, to mention a few. Social reality can be understood through a historical approach. We cannot know where we are, much less where we are going, until we know where we have been. That is the bedrock position of the conservative philosophy of history. Conservatism, dream and reality. History is represented in traditions, and traditions constitute an important component of history. As such, a central theme of conservatism is about history, its defense of traditions, its desire to maintain established customs and institutions. Burke was talking about tradition when he conceived of society as a partnership between those who are living, those who are dead, and those who are to be born. Tradition is, Chesterton says, a democracy of the dead. In this sense, tradition reflects the accumulated wisdom of the past. The institutions and practices of the past have been tested by time, and should the conservatives demand, be preserved for the benefit of the living and for generations to come. 5.3.2 Human imperfection, prejudice, and reason. Conservatism is a philosophy of human imperfection. The roots of man's basis lay more in prejudice than in reason. As against the liberals, who think of human beings as moral, rational, and social, the conservatives regard men, both imperfect and perfectible. Human beings, the conservatives believe, are dependent creatures, always fearing isolation and instability, and therefore always seek safety, security, and what is familiar, always ready to sacrifice liberty for social order. By their very nature, the people, the conservatives would say, are suspicious of abstract ideas and prefer to ground their ideas in experience and reality. They usually have an already framed view evolved from the past. Prejudice, Nisbet argues for the conservative, has its own intrinsic wisdom, one that is anterior to the intellect. Prejudice is of ready application in the emergency. It previously engages the mind in a steady course of wisdom and virtue, and does not leave the man hesitating in the moment of decision, skeptical, puzzled, and unresolved. 66. The reason stems from the knowledge that is learnt then imparted. The conservative. Conservatives are of the opinion that imparted knowledge leads to abstractions, abstract knowledge, and for human beings, it is too complicated to be fully grasped. Learnt knowledge is rooted in experience and is limited to the doing of something, to the learning of something through committing mistakes. Such knowledge is not the knowledge of rules and generalizations, but is one that comes from one man's experience. Such knowledge is not the knowledge of rules and generalizations, but is one that comes from one man's experience and goes down in the blood of the other. 5.3.3 Organic Society, Liberty and Equality. The conservative view of society is an organic view of society. The individuals do not and cannot exist outside society, but they are rooted in society and belong to it. They are parts of social groups, and these groups provide the individual's lives with security and meaning. The conservative's view of liberty is not leaving the individual alone, but is one where there is willing acceptance of social obligations and ties. For the conservatives, liberty is primarily doing one's duty. When the parents, for example, advise their children to behave in a particular way, they do not constrain their liberty, but they are providing a basis for the liberty the children would enjoy when they grow up. The conservative view of liberty is neither atomistic nor rootless. It is the enjoyment of rights together with the performance of duties, either before or after or both. The conservative view of society is one that is a living thing, an organism whose parts are neither equal nor the same, work together and make the human body function properly. Each part of the organic society, i.e., family, government, a factory, plays a particular role in sustaining and maintaining the health of society. Haywood explains, if society is organic, its structure and institutions have been shaped by natural forces, and its fabric should, therefore, be preserved and respected by the individuals who live within it. The conservative view of organic society is a unity composed of diversities. Such a society is always in a hierarchical form where liberty works effectively and with meaning. In such a socially differentiated society, organic as it is, equality has no place. Most forms of equality seem to the conservative to threaten the liberties of both individual and group. Burke's dictum in this context is, those who attempt to level never equalize. 5.3.4 Authority and Power. Authority and power have much in common with the conservative. Power is used by one who is authorized to exercise it, and it is the legitimate act to get what one will. In an organic society, the order has to be maintained, so power is an essential component of an organic society. In a hierarchical system, there are different levels, so authority becomes necessary. Power and authority are the important concepts in conservative philosophy. These, in no sense, constitute an obstacle to what the conservatives think about liberty. The only liberty, Burke said, is a liberty connected with order, that exists not only along with order and virtue but which cannot exist at all without them. The conservatives believe that authority, like society, develops naturally. Power emerges from functions. Authority and power, the conservatives strongly feel, develop from natural society. These are natural because they are rooted in the nature of society and all social institutions. In a school, authority or power should be exercised by the teacher, in the workplace by the employer, and in the society by the 67. Approaches to political government. The conservatives say that authority is necessary because it is theory beneficial, as everyone needs the guidance, support, and security of knowing where the people stand and what is expected of them. That is why all the conservatives emphasize leadership and discipline. Leadership, Haywood says, is a vital ingredient in any society because it has the capacity to give direction and provide inspiration for others. Discipline is a willing and healthy respect for authority. No conservative believes in equality, in social equality at that. They think that people are born unequally in the sense that talents and skills are distributed unequally. Unequal should not be treated equally. The conservatives believe that inequality is more deep-rooted. Genuine social equality, for the conservatives, is, therefore, a myth. Conservatism adores power insofar as it helps establish order in society. It admires authority because it is authority through which order is established in society. Conservatives favor an authoritarian and all-powerful state. Public order and the moral fabric of society can be maintained through the power and authority of the state. Haywood writes, furthermore, within conservatism there is a strong paternalistic tradition which portrays government as a father figure within society. 5.3.5 Property and Life. The property, for conservatives, possesses a deep and mystical significance. The conservatives hold the view that property has a range of psychological and social advantages. It provides security, gives people a sense of confidence, and promotes social values. As such, the conservatives want that property must be safeguarded from disorder and lawlessness. They say that the property owners have a stance in society. They have an interest in maintaining law and order. Property ownership promotes the conservative values of respecting the law, authority, and social order. A deeper and more personal reason, Haywood writes, why conservatives may support property is that it can be thought of almost an extension of an individual's personality. People realize themselves, even see themselves, in what they own. Conservatism advocates the sanctity of property. At the heart of every true conservative, there is, as Russell Kirk writes, persuasion that property and freedom are inseparably connected and that economic leveling is not economic progress. Separate property from private possession and liberty is erased. Irving Babbitt added, every form of social justice tends toward confiscation, and confiscation, when practiced on a large scale, undermines moral standards and insofar substitutes for real justice the law of cunning and the law of force. 5.3.6 Religion and Morality. Conservatism is, indeed, unique among major ideologies in its emphasis on religion and morality. Irrespective of denomination, all the conservatives, including Hegel, Haller, and Coleridge, made religion, and therefore morality, a keynote of state and society. The conservative support for religion and morality rests on the well-founded belief that human beings, once they get adrift from major orthodoxy, are likely to suffer some measure of derangement, of loss of equilibrium. Religion, Burke wrote to his son, is man's fastness in an otherwise incomprehensible and thereby hostile world. Tocqueville, before his deathbed confession, described the value of religion and morality to government and society and to freedom when there is no longer any principle of authority in 68. Conservative. Religion any more than in politics, men are speedily frightened at the prospect of unbounded independence. For my part, I doubt whether a man can ever support at the same time complete religious independence and entire political freedom. And I am inclined to think that if faith is wanting in him, he must be subject, and if he is free, he must believe. Religion is a spiritual phenomenon. But at the same time, it is essential social cement as well. For the conservatives, there exists a close relationship between religion and conservatism, for religion provides society with a moral fabric. Check your progress 3 note. I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What are the characteristic features of conservatism? 5.4 Some representative conservatives, Edmund Burke and Michael Oakeshott. It is only by way of completing an argument for conservatism that an attempt is being made to mention a few, and among them, 2 major representative conservatives, Edmund Burke and Michael Oakeshott. Burke's Reflections on the Revolution in France has been taken as definitive and fortunate of modern conservatism, with its opposition to radical reform based on abstract principles and its plea for the virtues of established and evolved institutions. Burke's faith in the past, his admiration of the present, his opposition to innovations, his small view of human nature, lies, belief in the traditional outlook of society, and his sympathies with men of property, all these go on to make him a conservative thinker. Cobbin remarks, disciple of Locke and Whig politicians, though Burke was, the real man stands quite apart from the 18th century and the philosopher. A believer in antiquity in an age when the modern had conquered in their struggle with the ancients, an adherent of the past in an age that was beginning to look to the future, he was also a philosopher of unreason in the great age of reason. Burke's conservatism is the basis of all his writings. Conservatism, as a theory, usually has 3 varieties. A. Status quo. It is one in which things are kept as they are in every society. One finds people who are interested to keep things as they stand and who would not like to bring changes, for, in a status quo, they have nothing to lose. B. Organizational conservatism. Such interests of men as favor status quo would find ways and means to protect them, promote them, and defend. 69. Approaches to political them. Thus, the organization serves those who want to keep the status quo. Theory. What is organizational is conservative in nature. Yesterday's idea becomes today's movement, and today's movement becomes tomorrow's organization. C. Philosophical conservatism. Once there is interest in the status quo and an organization to protect it, there is built an ideology, a philosophy around the interest to be protected. Conservatism as a philosophy is the building of a case for the protection and promotion of such interests. Burke, in his writings, has passed through the above varieties of conservatism. Having stood for the admiration of the status quo, he builds the organization, parliamentary system, the political parties with national interests, etc., to support the status quo. But within the framework of conservatism, Burke demonstrates reformism. Oakeshott's plea for traditionalism as an aspect of his conservatism in politics, morals, and life, in general, proceeds logically from his critique of rationalism. According to Oakeshott, the ideological style of politics, i.e., the rationalist style, is a confused style, for ideology in the rationalist scheme, as he thinks, is merely an abridgment and index. So, Oakeshott's answer is that the only style one should adopt and pursue is the traditional one. Political activity, Oakeshott affirms, cannot spring but from the existing traditions of behavior, and the form that it takes is the amendment of existing arrangements by exploring and pursuing what is implied in them. All activity, for him, therefore, is traditional in nature. Every idea, every ideal, every ideology, even the most revolutionary, as described by Oakeshott, is traditional, always an index, an abridgment of the traditional manner of attending to the arrangements of society. Oakeshott regards the traditional style of politics as the only legitimate style. In this essay on being conservative, he emphasizes that being conservative is to prefer the familiar to the unknown, the tried to the untried, fact to mystery, the actual to the possible, near to the distant, the convenient to the perfect, present laughter to the utopian bliss. To be conservative is to be equal to one's own fortune, to live at the level of one's means. Stability, Oakeshott says, is any day more profitable than improvement. Oakeshott is suspicious of both change and innovation and, therefore, would like people to think twice at the claims promised by the change. If the change is unavoidable, Oakeshott would then favor only small and slow changes. Only that reform, he insists, be accepted that remedies a defect or that helps disequilibrium to be redressed. Tradition, according to Oakeshott, is described as anything under the sun. It is, he says, continuity, it is steady, though it moves, it never is wholly in motion, though it is never wholly at rest. To know, Oakeshott says, only the gist of traditionalism is to know nothing, knowledge of it is unavoidably knowledge of its detail. Oakeshott's definition is too broad to mean anything or mean nothing. Check your progress for note. I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Discuss Burke's and Oakeshott's views on conservatism. 70. Conservative. 5.5 Let us sum up. Conservatism is an ideology of conservation. It developed essentially as a reaction against the growing pace of political and economic changes, especially in the West. This is the one reason that any use of the word conservatism resists change. As a philosophy, it defends the values of hierarchy, tradition, and order against pressures generated by industrialization and represented by the political challenges of liberalism and socialism. That is why there is a basic distinction between the leftists and socialists, libertarians and conservatives. The leftists and the socialists are the parties of bureaucracy, i.e., hardcore communists, libertarians of markets, and conservatives of tradition. Conservative ideology has its peculiar features, tradition and history, human imperfections with a love for prejudice and against reason, organic society with liberty and inequality, admiration of authority and power, a strong plea for property and life rights, and belief in ethical, moral, and religious values. The future of conservatism is marred by its own limitations. Its opposition to equality and more than this, its defense of inequality make it unpopular in societies which have a strong democratic tendency. In making a plea to resist change, conservatism is often seen as legitimizing the status quo and defending the interests of the elites. Concepts like gender justice would never find a favor with conservatives. Conservatism has not succeeded in developing into an ideology of worldwide importance. In itself, conservatism is too broad and has become, to that extent, too vague an ideology. What is radical today may not be so tomorrow. 5.6 References. Alexander, James. 2014. The Major Ideologies of Liberalism, Socialism, and Conservatism. Political Studies. Volume 63, Issue 5, pp 980-994. Burke, Edmund. 1993. Reflections on the Revolution in France. Oxford. OUP. Haywood, Andrew. 2007, Politics. Hampshire, Palgrave Macmillan. Oakeshott, Michael. 1962. Rationalism in Politics and Other Essays. London, Methuen. 5.7 Answers to check your progress exercises. Check your progress 1. 1. Your answer should highlight how conservatism arose as a reaction against changes ushered in by the French Revolution. 71. 72. Approaches to political theory. Regarding features, mention necessity of power, authority, and social hierarchy, respect for tradition, emphasis on religion and natural law, organic nature of society, free market, and limited government. Check your progress 2. 1. Your answer should highlight temperamental, situational, and political conservatism. Check your progress exercise 3.1. Your answer should highlight history and tradition, human imperfection, prejudice and reason, organic society, liberty and equality, authority and power, property and life, religion and morality. Check your progress 4. 1. Regarding Burke, your answer should highlight his views in his work, Reflections on the Revolution in France. Regarding Oakeshott, highlight his views from his essay, Being Conservative. 73. Conservative. Unit 6, Feminist ***. Structure 6.0 Objectives 6.1 Introduction, Meaning of Feminist Political Theory 6.2 First Wave of Feminist Political Theory 6.3 Second Wave of Feminist Political Theory 6.3.1 Liberal Feminism 6.3.2 Marxist Feminism 6.3.3 Socialist Feminism 6.3.4 Radical Feminism 6.3.5 Ecological Feminism 6.4 Third Wave of Feminist Political Theory 6.4.1 Cultural Feminism 6.4.2 Black Feminism 6.4.3 Postmodern Feminism 6.5 Feminist Political Theory in International Politics 6.6 Let us sum up 6.7 References 6.8 Answers to check your progress exercises 6.0 Objectives. In this unit you will learn about the meaning of feminist political theory and important developments in the evolution of feminist political theory, i.e. first, second, and third waves of feminism and political thought. After going through the unit you should be able to trace the evolution of feminist political theory, discuss the differences between the political ideas of 3 different waves of feminism, critique certain ideological standpoints within feminist thought that led to innovation in feminist political theory, and elucidate different political debates within feminist political theory. 6.1 Introduction, Meaning of Feminist Political Theory. The present unit aims to explore the meaning, origin, and trajectory leading to the development of feminist political theory. The first wave of feminism focused on achieving political and legal rights for women as a tool for their liberation from the clutches of patriarchy. The second wave of feminism extended the domain of feminine politics against sexist ways of men to the private lives of women, giving rise to political ideologies like liberal feminism, Marxist. Gitanjali Attri, research scholar, School of Social Sciences, JNU, New Delhi. Approaches to political feminism, socialist feminism, radical feminism, and ecological feminism. The theory Third wave of feminism presented a dynamic critique to the previous feminist political trends, which acquired a global recognition with inclusive ideologies like cultural feminism, black feminism, and postmodern feminism. Feminist political theory is a subset of the larger discourse of political theory. It adds the feminist dimension to political theory, which is often seen as its neglected part. It also tries to expand the boundaries of what is political by including concerns of women. The term feminist political theory emerged in the late 20th century during the women's liberation movement of the West, largely in the United States and United Kingdom. It was envisaged that Western political theory for most of its history had ignored women. Feminist political theory, in contrast, saw women and their experiences as cardinal to political analysis of a given time and society. It raised a crucial question: why only men are powerful and privileged over women in any given society? It is also a constant engagement with feminist political thought on how to achieve an equal status for women. As a political movement, feminism stands against political, cultural, economic, and social subjugation of women. Feminist political theory tries to end domination of women by criticizing and transforming theories and institutions which stand for women's inferior status. However, the development of feminist political thought has been an uneven exercise, with additions and disagreements emerging in the form of different waves of feminist ideology. 6.2 First wave of feminist political theory. The first wave of feminism referred to feminist activities, which largely took place in the United States and United Kingdom from 1820s to 1940s. The formal initiation of the wave is attributed to the Seneca Falls Declaration, drafted by Elizabeth Cady Stanton in 1848 in New York. The declaration highlighted new political strategies and ideologies for the feminist movement. It began with the idea of equal property rights and a dignified position within the household for women. Thus, it focused on women's economic, sexual, and reproductive rights. However, by the beginning of the 20th century, the feminist activists shifted their attention towards political rights of women, especially to women's right to vote or women's suffrage. Some activists within the movement believed that women are morally superior to men, and therefore their presence in the political sphere would prove beneficial for the political process. Consequently, in Britain, Representation of the People's Act was passed in 1918, which granted women the right to vote. But it was limited in its scope, as the right was restricted to women above 30 years of age, and that also to the ones who owned houses. Thus, the efforts of the feminists continued, and the eligible age for women to vote was further reduced to 21 years without any bar on the ownership of property. However, in the United States, the wave followed a different political trajectory. Here, the feminist leaders like Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Susan B. Anthony, Lucy Stone, and Lucretia Mott believed that before achieving the right to vote for women, it was more important to champion the abolition of slavery. Gradually, the first wave in the U.S. is believed to have ended with the passage of the 19th Amendment to the Constitution, which granted the right to vote to women in all the U.S. states. In the non-Western context, the first phase of the women's movement is understood almost analogous with its Western time frame. 74. Feminist. However, here it is interpreted in terms of women's participation and contribution in the anti-colonial nationalist movements from the late 19th century to the early 20th century. Women in these countries looked up to their Western counterparts as an ideal and structured their demands on the economic, educational, and electoral rights demanded by them. For instance, in India, women's movement is traced back to the formation of Indian Women's Association in Madras in 1917. According to Dhanvanthi Rama Rao, the arenas for women liberation identified by this body were the same as could be identified with the first wave of feminism in the Western world, like equitable inheritance laws, right to divorce, and widening of women franchise, etc. Check your progress. 1 Note: I used the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Explain the first wave of feminist political theory. 6.3 Second wave of feminist political theory. The first wave of feminism proved both a boon and a bane for the women's movement. On the positive side, it united activists for a common goal and provided the movement its methodical structure. However, certain activists became complacent after achieving suffrage rights for women, seeing it as a complete liberation for women. It was only with the emergence of the second wave of feminism in the 1960s that the movement got rejuvenated, especially with the publication of Betty Friedan's The Feminist Mystique in 1963. In this book, Friedan has pointed out that women still felt frustrated owing to their confinement to the domestic chores in roles of a mother and a housewife. Consequently, the second wave feminism posited that the women question had remained unresolved despite accomplishment of legal and political rights. With the works of Germaine Greer and Kate Millett, what was earlier concerned with political rights of women was now radicalized to include sexual, psychological, and personal aspects of women's oppression. It was during the second wave that the slogan, "The personal is political," was coined by Carol Hanisch. Based on this, feminist activists saw political and cultural inequalities as closely interlinked. It was a period when personal lives of women were seen as a reflection of deeply political power structures of patriarchal society. Thus, unlike the conventional feminists, radical feminists of this period kept politics of the personal at the center of their movement. Consequently, this wave saw protests against the Miss America beauty pageant in New Jersey in the late 1960s, as it was seen akin to a cattle parade by the feminists, who saw such events as objectification of women's beauty. 75. Approaches to political. While the first wave of feminism was identified with heterosexual white women theory, Mostly belonging to the Western middle class, the second wave toiled to bring together women of developing nations and of color based on the ideology of solidarity and sisterhood. Simone de Beauvoir in her 1949 work The Second Sex argued that the problem with feminist politics was that women do not say we, unlike laborers or blacks, foregrounding this argument in the observation that the women's movement lacked solidarity. To tackle this problem, it was prophesied that women's struggle is a class struggle in which women form a social class in whose case race, gender, and class come together to lead to their oppression at the hands of the patriarchal class. The emergent feminist political theory was a manifestation of intersection of three sets of ideologies: liberal feminism, Marxist feminism, and its extension known as socialist feminism and radical feminism. Besides this, during this wave, the feminists saw women having a better approach towards achieving solutions to social problems owing either to their long history of oppression or to their biological construction as more sensitive than men. In this context, the term ecological feminism was coined to indicate that women are natural environmentalists by virtue of being born as women. 6.3.1 Liberal feminism. The feminist scholarship developed their political theory with Mary Wollstonecraft's path-breaking work A Vindication of the Rights of Women, first published in 1792. This classic book marked the beginning of the liberal feminist movement. Wollstonecraft argues for equal access to education for women and men so that the former become as independent and morally strong as the latter in the face of oppressive patriarchal traditions and institutions. Thus, it will ensure gender equality in the public sphere. By the 19th century, the discourse of liberal feminism was shifted through the works of John Stuart Mill, who argued for equal economic opportunities, political rights, and civil liberties for men and women. By emphasizing that the state should be an ally to the women's liberation movement, the liberal feminists secured the right to vote for women in 1920 in the United States with the 19th Amendment to the Constitution. However, liberal feminists like Drusilla Cornell, Elizabeth Fox Genovese, Catriona Mackenzie, Jane Mansbridge, Martha C. Nussbaum, Susan Oken, and Gregory Bassam, etc. are often critiqued for overemphasizing the need for women to become like men, subsuming the traditional roles of women. 6.3.2 Marxist feminism. Marxist feminists do not comply with the reformist tendencies of their liberal counterparts. Instead, they associate oppression of women with economic, social, and political structures related to capitalism. For Marx, capitalism is the defining feature of the West. Marxist feminists launched themselves in the late 1960s and drew their inspiration largely from the philosophies of Marx and Engels. While these philosophers did not particularly examine women's oppression, their works provided powerful insights to decode the deeper structures implying women's oppression. Thus, for Marxist feminists like Iris Marion Young and Alison Jaggar, gendered oppression is grounded on class exploitation and how labor is socially reproduced at domestic and work sites. For instance, Frederick Engels elaborates in his work The Origin of Family, Property, and the State, 1884, on how sexual and physical labor of women is assumed for child. 76. Feminist. Reproducing and rearing within the institution of the family. By this principle, according to Marxist feminists, the oppression of women is made to appear natural at the behest of patriarchal forces. Engels refers to this as the final defeat of the female sex, and to liberate women, he calls for a revolution against the capitalistic order of society. However, this stand within feminism can be critiqued on two grounds. Firstly, for its lack of recognition of other factors of oppression which work against women like ethnicity, race, etc. Secondly, it makes invisible the category of women who work as wage laborer, and subsumes it within the larger category of wage labor which presumably involved both men and women. Thus, it does not discuss about the ways of oppression as faced by this very category. 6.3.3 Socialist feminism. Adding to the contentions of the Marxist feminists that capitalism acts as the primary reason of oppression against women, socialist feminists acknowledge patriarchal arrangement of power distribution as the secondary reason for the same. At the heart of the socialist feminist movement lies an understanding that women's oppression is not a product of any one system of oppression, rather it is a common outcome of multiple forces of discrimination like sexuality, class, race, ethnicity, and of course gender. Thus, in order to achieve liberation of women, the movement aimed at dealing with these issues collectively. However, since for socialist feminists, economic oppression and patriarchy constitute the basis of all other forms of subjugation, they argue that even though women are oppressed in almost all societies, the degree and character of oppression depends upon the economic realities of a given society. Socialist feminists like Barbara Ehrenreich, Sylvia Walby, Charlotte Perkins Gilman, Donna Haraway, Emma Goldman, and Selma James, etc. stress the significance of women's role as birth giver, child rearer, and socializer, caretaker of the sick, and one who transforms the household in a place worth living for men who invest their labor outside. They argue that this emotional labor of women is often ignored owing to the patriarchal character of society. And even when women engage in what Marxists would call as productive labor in the job market, they are subjected to biases like lower wages compared to their male counterparts and sexual harassment. Thus, socialist feminists organized themselves into women's unions like the Chicago Women's Liberation Union to demand justified rights for a dignified living. 6.3.4 Radical feminism. The objective of the early radical feminists like Betty Friedan was to reclaim their disparaged identity which was methodically oppressed by the cultural construction of society. The radicals of the late 60s and early 70s were seen as raging materialists, stressing the material basis of patriarchy. For instance, New York City-based radical feminist group the Red Stockings preached that a woman's decision to marry should be a rational strategy rather than surrendering to a false sentiment. In the wake of achieving this, they sought to do away with gender itself as a meaningful social category. They viewed gender as a socially contrived absolute category where masculinity was construed in a complete opposition to the other, i.e. the feminine. But the modern radical feminists also acknowledge that gender differences are reflections of interactions between these two variables. For instance, many like Mary Daly, Susan Griffin, Julia 77. Approaches to political. Penelope and Adrian Rich have argued that women are closer to ecology theory, while men are to their sexuality. Although they are critiqued for being erroneously general in their observations, lacking any attempt to trace the origin of such a differentiation, whether biological or cultural, these feminists see this virtue as not a representation of oppression, rather of advantage over their male counterparts. Radical feminists made a departure from earlier socialist feminism by holding that oppression does occur at an individual level and it may not necessarily always be an institutional outcome. However, at this individual level, they believe that it is not by the virtue of being a male that a man can be called an oppressor, but only when he rationalizes his supremacy over women by virtue of being born a male that he is seen as an oppressor by radicals. Thus, they posit liberation of women as their primary political agenda along with other objectives like inclusion of sexual politics into public discourse, legalizing abortion, demanding equal sharing of child care and household work, among others. 6.3.5 Ecological feminism. Oppression of women and domination of nature are connected and mutually reinforcing, thus they should be addressed collectively. This philosophical stand unites ecofeminists across the spectrum. Most of the ecofeminist scholarship like Alice Walker, Vandana Shiva, Yvonne Gabbara, Rosemary Ruther, Sally McFaig, Paula Gunn Allen, Andy Smith and Karen Warren amongst others deals with the moral basis of humans' connection to nature. In the late 20th century, ecological feminism emerged with the intersection of environmental and feminist theories. The term was introduced in the book Le Feminisme ou la mort, meaning feminism or death, written by Françoise Dioban in 1974. Ecofeminists argue that patriarchy manifests itself in society through the dualistic structures of hierarchy, culture versus nature, male versus female, matter versus spirit, white versus non-white, etc. The established system of patriarchal oppression not just reinforces itself through the imposition of these binaries, according to ecofeminists, it even makes them sacred, using science as well as religion as its tools. Thus, as long as these dualities continue to exist as an indispensable constituent of any societal structure, they would help patriarchy to flourish. On these grounds, ecofeminists defy the division of culture into any hierarchical binaries. Their historical methodology is therefore suggestive of replacing hierarchical dualities with observing a relationship within the diversity. This methodology, by the virtue of its emphasis upon the strength of such diversities, is a feminist approach, linking ideas of environment with that of feminism. The torchbearers of this ideology were Ruther in her 1975 work New Woman/New Earth and Mary Daly in her Gynecology, 1978. Check your progress to note. I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Describe the salient features of the second wave of feminism. 78. Feminist. 6.4 Third wave of feminist political theory. According to Nancy Fraser's Justice Interruptus 1997, in the 1980s, owing to a greater emphasis on identity politics around gender differences, other frontiers of discrimination like class, sexuality, ethnicity and race did not fetch much attention from feminist activists. This led feminists towards self-introspection, paving way for their reorientation. This led them to articulate feminist political theory in sync with other political struggles. The emergence of such an awareness amongst feminist intelligentsia led to the rise of the wave of feminism in the mid-90s, influenced by the conditions of postmodernism and postcolonialism. In this wave, many ideas of gender, sexuality, and heteronormativity as practiced by the activists of the previous two phases of feminism were inverted. For instance, the contemporary activists resumed the fashionable display of lipsticks, deep cleavage dresses, and high-heel footwear, which were earlier shunned away as the markers of patriarchal oppression. It was so because the young activists believed that it was possible for women to have push-up bra and brain at the same time. They saw ideals of feminine beauty as empowering with their chosen subjectivities instead of seeing them as repressive objectification by sexist men. This was observed as a result of professional status and achievements of women made possible by the efforts of the second wave feminists. The third phase redefined femininity, which was strong, in control of their sexuality and assertive. Besides this, what contributed in the articulation of the micropolitics of the third wave was the internet revolution of the late 20th century. The internet also provided for women-only spaces in the form of e-magazines, which became an important platform for the dissemination of feminist ideas. Internet helped women overcome the geographical boundaries in expressing solidarity with women in the developing world and the women of color. Thus, the political approach of the third wave was more inclusive, multicultural, and global compared to its predecessors. Its transversal political feminist theory was based on the premise that differences like race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, class, etc. should be celebrated as dynamism of one's subjective location. This echoed in the form of multiple political ideologies that developed during this phase: cultural feminism, black feminism, and postmodern feminism. 6.4.1 Cultural feminism. By 1975, radical feminism had given way to cultural feminism. Cultural feminists both derive and depart from their radical peers. They do agree with the latter that the freedom of women begins in their rejection of masochism, but they relegate material reality to the periphery of their experience. While radicals viewed the female body as an encumbrance, the cultural feminists like Jane Alpert, Adrienne Rich, etc. in fact saw women's biology as a potent resource. Cultural feminists like Robin Morgan, Andrea Dworkin, and Florence Rush make a distinction between femininity as identified by patriarchal order with virtues like submissiveness and passiveness vis-a-vis the natural characteristics of female nature, which they see as loving, caring, and egalitarian. On the other hand, with the construing of masculinity as indelible, cultural feminists put the entire blame of female oppression on the assumed maleness of men and not so much on the power dynamics within the patriarchal system. Thus, for Susan Brownmiller, 79. Approaches to political rape is a function of male biology. Finally, the cultural feminists argue for the theory preservation of gender distinctions, for according to them radical shift in society would be achieved only with restoration of culture into its female values of affection, nurturance, and equality. By explaining feminism through the lens of female values, cultural feminists therefore substituted political theory with their vision of united sisterhood. 6.4.2 Black feminism. In the US, while on one hand the women liberation and black liberation movements were growing at a rapid pace, black women did not feel politically represented by either of these. The former movement focused primarily on middle-class, white women, while in the second, black only meant black men. Thus, black women were becoming an invisible category, and even within the black liberation movements they were being constantly subjected to sexism. Thus, black feminist movement developed as a separate movement in response to this. The objective of the movement was to address how class, race, and gender intersected to lead these women to their experience of oppression and also suggest an action plan against the same. Alice Walker coined the term womanist to describe the black feminist movement. She argues that womanist is to feminist as lavender is to purple. The tenets which were promoted through the movement included acknowledgement and praise for all aspects of womanhood, emphasizing self-determination and raising commitment for the flourishing of both women and men. Thus, the movement called for stretching the individual capacity of women as well as cared for the flourishing of humanity. The movement also encouraged its women participants to stay connected with the community at large. Thus, black feminism was a political struggle to combat oppression faced by any women of color. 6.4.3 Postmodern feminism. Postmodern feminists make the largest departure from earlier debates within feminism with their argument that language is what constructs gender. Influenced with the arguments of Judith Butler's 1990 work Gender Trouble, in which she critiques the existing distinction between the biological sex and gender, which the earlier feminists argued is socially constructed. She argues that woman is not a standalone category, it comes into existence with a bearing of multiple factors like class, race, ethnicity, and sexuality. Such factors come together to construe the identity that we call a woman. On the basis of this argument, she posits that neither any one of these factors is singularly responsible for women's oppression, nor would handling any one of these lead to a solution to the problem of subjugation of women. For her, gender is performative and cannot be construed in any binary. That is to say, she points out towards inseparability of the body from social norms and language. For instance, medical professionals have the potential to surgically transform an infant with ambiguous genitalia into a girl who is culturally accepted as a proper girl. Also, modern technological interventions in the field of medicine have also made sexual reassignment surgery a reality, which has made the whole category of gender malleable by blurring the boundaries between man and woman. Postmodern feminists like Donna Haraway, Mary Jo Frugg, etc. argue that all women do not share common experiences of oppression. Thus, they attach extreme importance to the categories of queer, homosexual, and transgender, etc. in order to understand the identity politics concerning modern-day women. 80. Feminist. Check your progress. 3. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Describe the third wave of feminism. 6.5 Feminist political theory in international politics. Academics have pointed out that international politics has been gender-blind, and feminist writing started to make an impact in international politics in the 1980s. Some of the classic works include Women and War, 1987, by Jean Bethke Elston, Bananas, Beaches and Bases, 1989, by Cynthia Enloe, and Gender in International Relations. Feminist Perspectives on Achieving Global Security, 1992, by Jay and Tickner. Feminist scholars have argued that international politics is not only about security, power, war, and states, and there is a way in which gender shapes global politics. They have argued that the role of masculinity and power is overemphasized in global politics. Barbara Ehrenreich has pointed out men make wars because war makes them men. Unlike the realist conception of security centering on state, feminists give importance to human security centered on freedom from want and fear. War itself is seen as a gendered phenomenon, as most of the senior positions in the military and political positions are dominated by men. It is also the impact of some myths like the need for masculine male warriors to protect helpless women and children. Jean Elston has dealt in detail with the myths of man as a just warrior and woman as a beautiful soul. She has argued that this division serves to recreate and secure women's social position as non-combatants and men's identity as warriors. Cynthia Enloe has argued that work of women as plantation workers, wives of diplomats, and sex workers on military bases should form a part of global politics. J. and Tickner criticized Hans Morgenthau's 6 principles of realism and argued that national interest is a broad topic which cannot be defined in terms of power only. Instead of competition, cooperation is required to deal with issues like the nuclear war and environmental degradation. Check your progress for note. I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Discuss J. and Tickner's criticism of realism. 81. Approaches to political. 6.6 Let us sum up. Theory. In this unit we have discussed basically 3 important things: the genesis of feminist political theory, the major waves or phases in its development, and the important ideological In this unit we have discussed basically 3 important things: the genesis of feminist political theory, the major waves or phases in its development, and the important ideological currents that developed within these phases and influenced the trajectory of the consolidation of feminist political theory. The first wave of feminist thought emerged in New York in 1848 with a major impetus on achieving right to women's suffrage in order to free women from the oppressive ways of patriarchal society. However, the advocates of the second wave critiqued the existing political thoughts as limiting and expanded the politics of rights of women to the private sphere of their domestic lives. It was argued that women need liberation from their constraining roles as child-bearer, child-rearer, and a homemaker. The solution was seen in fetching economic opportunities for women in the job market. While the first wave feminist activists were not so dynamic in their demands, those in the second wave radicalized the front of feminist political theory. They on the one hand projected women as domineering and on the other saw the feminine body as the major instrument of oppression at the hands of sexist patriarchal forces. This confused the advocates who brought about the third wave of feminism. They argued that it was possible for women to have both the brain and the push-up bra. With this, the radical feminism gave way to cultural feminism, which engulfed women of color and of developing world in their movement, thus expanding the political dialogue between various movements of the time. Whereas the second wave of feminism was introduced by the political thoughts of liberal, Marxist, socialist, radical, and ecological feminism, the third wave was marked by cultural, black, and postmodern feminism. Liberal feminism brought the idea of gender equality to the public sphere for the first time in the 19th century. They sought the role of state as an ally in the women's movement in order to seek their liberation. The radical feminists took the politics of women's liberation to the individual level, and the dynamics of feminist political theory was narrowed from macro to micro discourse. Cultural feminists called for universal sisterhood and endeavored to unite women of different color, ethnicity, sexual orientation, and classes for a common goal of liberation. In this, black feminism was a political struggle to combat oppression faced by any woman of color. Postmodern feminists look at the categories of queer, homosexual, and transgender, etc. as extremely important in order to understand the identity politics concerning modern-day women. 6.7 References. For Dan Betty. 1963. The Feminine Mystique. New York, W. W. Norton and Côte de Beauvoir, Simone. 1949. The Second Sex. London, Vintage House. Millett, Kate. 1969. Sexual Politics. New York, Columbia University Press. Barry, Kathleen. 1979. Female Sexual Slavery. Englewood Cliffs, Prentice Hall. Haywood, Andrew. 2011. Global Politics. Hampshire, Palgrave Macmillan. 82. 83. Feminist. 6.8 Answers to check your progress exercises. Check your progress 1-1. Your answer should highlight following points. Seneca Falls Declaration, 1848. Focus on women's suffrage, including the struggle for it. Situation in the non-Western world. Check your progress 2. 1. Your answer should highlight the salient features of liberal, Marxist, socialist, radical, and ecological feminism. Check your progress 3. 1. Your answer should highlight the main features of cultural, black, and postmodern feminism. Check your progress 4. 1. Yours answer should highlight that J. and Tickner criticized Morgenthau's 6 principles of realism and argued that national interest cannot be defined in terms of power only. 84. Approaches to political theory. Unit 7 Postmodern *. Structure 7.0 Objectives 7.1 Introduction 7.2 Main postmodern thinkers. 7.2.1 Jean-François Lyotard 7.2.2 Jacques Derrida 7.2.3 Michel Foucault 7.2.4 Ernesto Laclou and Chantal Mouffe. 7.3 Postmodernism and Post-Structuralism 7.4 Postmodernism and Globalization 7.5 Criticism 7.6 Let us sum up 7.7 References 7.8 Answers to check your progress exercises. 7.0 Objectives. In this unit, you will read what is meant by postmodernism and about the main thinkers associated with it. After going through this unit, you should be able to explain the meaning of postmodernism, discuss different views on it, describe the relationship between postmodernism and post-structuralism, and analyze the link between postmodernism and globalization. 7.1 Introduction. Postmodernism is considered as a sharp reaction against the predominance of modernism. Modernism was the product of the industrial era when the traditional method of explanation and expression got replaced by reason and science. The fundamental attributes of reason and science are to formulate grand narratives and theories. Postmodernism emerged as a radical alternative to modernity. It argues that modernism is too centralized and monolithic in nature, and so it suppresses the minor identities and voices. It rejects the notion of a single meaning of truth. It challenges the various established and settled assumptions pertaining to society, culture, and the nature of knowledge. It corroded the fundamental foundations of epistemology in general and the practices of social sciences in particular. It advocates multiplicity of narratives and refutes the possibility of meta-narratives. Although postmodernism is a major trend in theory of knowledge, there's little consensus on its origin. The term was first used in an article published in 1914 in the Hibbert Journal by J. M. Thompson. The article described the transformation in attitude and beliefs within the Christian. Shalendra K. Puddock, research scholar, Faculty of Political Science, School of Social Science, IGNOU. Postmodern society of that time. Later, the concept of postmodernism gained currency in architecture and literary criticism as a tool to describe and explain the dissatisfaction with modern architecture and deconstruct the literary texts to demystify the hidden power-knowledge relationship. Since the 19th century, it has been embraced by all disciplines such as architecture, literature, art, philosophy, ethics, political science, sociology, anthropology, economics, penology, etc., with different emphases within each of these disciplines. Postmodernism is arguably considered a bucket of ambiguity with its distrust towards everything and lacking of any clear-cut directions. This fundamental nature of postmodernism makes it difficult to provide one all-embracing definition, as it often seeks to grasp what escapes the processes of simple definitions and celebrates what resists or disrupts them. Even there is disagreement among postmodernists on whether postmodernity is continuous with modernity or represents a radical break with it. Or are they engaged in a long-running relationship with one another, with postmodernity continually pointing out the limitation of modernity? Although the reactions of postmodernist thinkers like Lyotard, Derrida, and Foucault are against the project of enlightenment within which they constructed their theories, this has brought some uniformity in their works. The glimpse of such uniformities has resulted into categorization and characterization of the concept by critical thinkers such as Terry Eagleton. Postmodernism is a style of thought which is suspicious of classical notions of truth, reason, identity, and objectivity, of the ideas of universal progress or emancipation, of single frameworks, grand narratives, or ultimate grounds of explanation. Against these Enlightenment norms, it sees the world as contingent, ungrounded, diverse, unstable, indeterminate, a set of disunited cultures or interpretations which breed a degree of skepticism about the objectivity of truth, history and norms, the givenness of natures, and the coherence of identities. In order to understand the essence of postmodernism, it is necessary to have a look at the original writings of some key postmodern thinkers like Lyotard, Derrida, and Foucault, Laclou, and Mouffe. Check your progress 1 note. I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What do you understand by postmodernism? 7.2 Main postmodern thinkers. 7.2.1 Jean-François Lyotard. Jean-François Lyotard, the French political philosopher and cultural critic, is one of the most influential figures of postmodern philosophy. His book The Postmodern Condition, A Report on Knowledge, is considered a Bible of 85 approaches to political postmodernism and supplies a coherent conceptualization of it. It surveys the theory, status of science and technology, examines the condition and the changing nature of knowledge, and emphasizes replacement of grand narratives by little narratives in the postmodern era. He subscribes to Daniel Bell and Alan Turen's analysis of the fundamental change of industrial society in a post-industrial society in which knowledge is the principal force of production, and applies the same to explain postmodernity. He writes, "Our working hypothesis is that the status of knowledge is altered as societies enter what is known as the post-industrial age and cultures enter what is known as the postmodern age." Lyotard argues that in the postmodern era, knowledge has become a commodity, knowledge-driven economy that is a key mean of surviving, flourishing, and making profits, power. Consequently, knowledge for knowledge's sake and for achieving universal and emancipatory objectives upheld by Western modernity are becoming less important to social survival because of science's rapid technological innovation within the aspects of language, linguistic theories, communications, cybernetics, computers and computed languages, informatics, information storage, and data banks. He writes, "Knowledge is and will be produced in order to be sold. It is and will be consumed in order to be valorized in a new production. In both cases, the goal is exchange. For him, whoever controls such knowledge now exerts political control. He presumes that knowledge will become a source of conflict between nations. In future, and therefore, future wars will be fought over access to information, not over territory or ideology. He holds that the dominance of such power-oriented knowledge in postmodern era signifies the collapse of universal emancipatory project of modernity, enlightenment. He further insists that knowledge is neither scientific nor totally value-free, and that it is dependent on narratives, the ways in which the world is understood through the stories we tell about it. For gaining legitimacy, he rejects the totalizing tendencies of history and society, what he calls grand narratives like Marxism. Grand/met-narratives are those theories and structures that claim to be able to explain everything, and Lyotard emphasizes resisting their position. Like Nietzsche's declaration of the death of God, Lyotard declared the death of three meta-narratives: Christianity, liberal humanism, and Marxism. Whether meta-narratives are invoked to support the sciences' revelation of truth, political movements' emancipation of humanity, or artistic movements achieving deeper visions, they no longer provide the legitimacy they did in the modern era. He highlights that there are countless little narratives that jockey for position and begging for our attention and allegiance with no single truth, meta-narrative. And meta-narratives as totalizing structures that underpinned modernity no longer provide a base for critique or action in the contemporary postmodern world. Instead, interventions must be local and provisional and can no longer justify themselves on the basis of universal theories. This led Lyotard to call postmodern as incredulity towards meta-narratives. In a nutshell, Lyotard emphasized the refutation of scientific rationality paradigm and advocated multiple wisdoms, cultures, and relativism of knowledge. As he says, let us wage a war on totality, let us celebrate differences. 86. 7.2.2 Jacques Derrida. Postmodern. Jacques Derrida is a French philosopher best known for developing a form of semiotic analysis known as deconstruction, which he discussed in numerous texts and developed in the context of phenomenology. He is one of the major figures associated with post-structuralism and postmodern philosophy. The term deconstruction was first used by him in his book of Grammatology, and it unprecedentedly questioned assumptions of the Western philosophical tradition and also more broadly Western culture. Derrida called his challenge to the assumptions of Western culture as deconstruction. He refused to provide a clear and concrete definition of what deconstruction actually means and described his own writings as a series of ongoing attempts to figure that out. As he writes, all my essays are an attempt to have it out with this formidable question. The term deconstruction has been used by his followers and others beyond the specific context in which Derrida employs it and has consistently been misconstrued as an assault against all forms of reasoning. A deep examination of Derrida's texts reveals that deconstruction, as Derrida uses it, is an active movement rather than a method, which, by chasing meaning to its aporias, seeks to demonstrate its dependence on that irreducible alterity which refuses to further passage. However, essentially, it is a particular mode of philosophical and literary analysis of reading texts to reveal conflicts, silences, contradictions, and fissures. By doing close readings of the texts of Plato, Heidegger, Husserl, Nietzsche, Austin, Marx, Rousseau, Saussure, and Freud, Derrida often picks out an apparently marginal comment or motif and makes it central to his account, showing a text's internal tensions and contradictions, the moments when it undermines its own central messages and meanings. It is not that he, reader, deconstructs texts, rather they deconstruct themselves, hence his claim that deconstruction defies definition and is not, strictly speaking, a method at all. For example, in a reading of Plato's Phaedrus in Dissemination, Derrida explores the double and contradictory meanings of pharmakon as both a remedy and a poison. Derrida's theory of deconstruction is a reaction against the old assumption of the presence of a stable center, objectivity, and absolute truth held commonly by what he calls logocentrism, Western philosophy's search for a foundation to all knowledge. In a logic or reason or truth which is self-evident, self-confirming phonocentrism, privileging of speech over writing, and linguistic structuralism in favor of a hermeneutics type of suspicion about these categories. For Derrida, deconstructive strategy starts from the idea that the metaphysical, epistemological, ethical, and logical systems of the past, logocentrism, were constructed on the basis of conceptual oppositions, binary oppositions, such as transcendental/empirical, internal/external, original/derivative, good/evil, universal/particular, and God/devil. One of the terms in each binary set of hierarchy is privileged, the other suppressed or excluded. By analyzing the marginalized terms and the nature of their exclusion, deconstruction seeks to demonstrate that the preference for one term over its opposite is ultimately unjustifiable. The privileged term has meaning only so far as it is contrasted with its ostensibly excluded opposite. In other words, the privileged term is constituted by what it suppresses, which will inevitably return to haunt it. Thus, the privileged term never achieves perfect identity or conceptual purity, it is. 87. Approaches to political. Always parasitic on or contaminated by the marginalized term. In this way, Derrida theory, by virtue of deconstruction, demonstrates that there is no such thing as pure presence or an absolute origin or foundation or stable nature of meaning claimed by the Western philosophy, logocentrism, or metaphysics of presence. Further, against the tradition of phonocentrism, Derrida prioritizes writing. In the very first chapter, entitled The End of the Book and the Beginning of Writing in his work of Grammatology, Derrida argues, the death of the book undoubtedly announced nothing but a death of speech and a new mutation in the history of writing. What is the issue for him is the so-called fixity of meaning privileged by speech and the polysemy associated with writing. The core of his argument here is that phonocentrism is a duplicitous way of making the self-presence of consciousness a primary reality that can be signified. However, for Derrida, speech is not aware of the gap between the word as sound and the infinity of possible meaning. Speech, in effect, is a poor form of writing. Writing, however, makes us aware that meaning incorporates and generates endless difference. Further, for Derrida, the written text, because of difference, neologism created by him particularly to express the indeterminacy of meaning, necessarily becomes disengaged from the intentions of the writer. Intentionality and authorship in general are dismissed. Derrida rather celebrates readers who construct their own meaning. As he puts it, the idea of the book, which always refers to a natural totality, is profoundly alien to the sense of writing. Against the linguistic structuralism of Saussure and Levi-Strauss, Derrida emphasizes what he calls the intertextuality method and argues that we can never master language. Representation can never indicate a presence, since it must always involve the recognition of permanent difference implicit in the signs we use, which implies in turn endless deferral or infinite signification. In a nutshell, for Derrida, all foundations are dead. The central aim of deconstruction is to expose logocentrism, metaphysics, and phonocentrism prevalent in the history of Western thought from Plato onwards. It shows us the unfamiliar at the heart of the familiar by destabilizing the myth of fixed meaning, by exposing the unrationalized paradoxes, and by highlighting the endless deferred play of meaning in language. Rather than attempting to find a true meaning, a consistent point of view, or unified message in a given work, a deconstructive reading carefully teases out, to use Barbara Johnson's words, the warring forces of signification, at play and waiting to be read in what might be called the textual unconscious. 7.2.3 Michel Foucault. Michel Foucault, French philosopher and historian, is one of the preeminent postmodern theorists. His works cut across the disciplinary boundaries of political science, sociology, philosophy, history, and deal with almost all major thematic fields like psychiatry, medicine, linguistics, penal practice, prisons, and sexual conduct to articulate systems of thought about human beings. He employed two complementary methods in his works: A. Archaeology of knowledge in early works, and B. Genealogy of power in later ones. Archaeology focuses on a given historical moment, while genealogy is concerned with a historical process. 88. Postmodern. The constant and driving force in both these Foucaultian methods is what Foucault calls discourse, to bring to light the surface-level principles that mark out ways of subjects thinking and acting. As an ensemble of speech practices that carry values, classifications, and meanings, discourse simultaneously constructs a truth about subjects and constitutes subjects in terms of this truth regime. While employing the archaeological method in his early works, such as Madness and Civilization and The Order of Things, Foucault brought two postmodernist themes to light. A. Foucault rejected the Enlightenment project of humanism, human self as an independent entity, as his focus was on discourse as practice rather than on human subject as abstract being, as the structuralists do, and B. Against structuralism and liberal humanism. He rejected the themes of the history of ideas, such as the genesis of ideas, their continuity, and the process of totalizations, by arguing that discourses were not fixed and closed within one place, but rather dispersed across a range of sites, times, and activities. For example, in examining the changing conceptualization of madness in his Madness and Civilization, 1965, Foucault noted the shift from a discourse that constructed madness as a form of moral corruption, resolved at one point by the expulsion of the mad from society, to a scientific practice in which madness was the obverse of reason, an internal dysfunction of the mind whose sufferers were best confined and, later, treated as victims of mental illness by experts, those possessing reason, within medical institutions. In these shifts from one discourse to another, new forms of authority, power, social subjectivity, and institutional organization were fashioned. As for Foucault, discourses are not simply isolated patterns of speech, but organizing principles embedded in wider patterns of social organization and practice. Therefore, there's no single universal truth, and domination is never complete and never total. In his later works, Foucault modified his idea of discourse through genealogical analyses of, for example, punishment and sexuality, wherein he examined the complex and contingent emergence of contemporary systems of social discipline and knowledge. Here, discourse was not conceived as autonomous formation of statements within a specific setting, but as a dynamic meeting point between power and knowledge. Having been heavily influenced by Friedrich Nietzsche's On the Genealogy of Morality, Foucault remarks that genealogical analyses reveal the hidden Having been heavily influenced by Friedrich Nietzsche's On the Genealogy of Morality, Foucault remarks that genealogical analyses reveal the hidden structures that support not just the knowledge base of societies, but also its ideology and power relations, and also reveal that discourse, ideas, and universal truths are riddled with human intervention and implicated within the maintenance of society's conformity. Consequently, there is no objective knowledge as claimed by modernity. Within critical theory, the work of Foucault provides a comprehensive analysis of power. Against traditional models, that is Marxist and liberal approaches of power, Foucault argues that power is neither located in a class nor in an individual, but is rather diffused throughout the social structure and is exercised within and through it. As he puts it, power is never localized here or there, but rather employed and exercised through a net-like organization. His theorization of power is only ever exercised through relationships. Foucault analyzed power relations and not power itself, that is, power relations in their distinct modalities, strategies, tactics, practices, and techniques. 89. Approaches to political. All social relations are relations of power, enabling to uncover the different theory modes by which in our culture human beings are made subjects. Power is fundamentally a bottom-up feature of social interaction, micropower. Power is positive, productive, and constitutive rather than negative, prohibitive, and repressive, even though it may occasionally take the form of domination, that is, it brings into being meanings, subjects, and social orders. These are its effects rather than its material or its a priori. There are no relations of power without resistance, as resistance always means empowering oneself. One is simply reconstituting a relationship of power. Knowledge and power are mutually constitutive and therefore cannot be separated. Foucault, in fact, preferred the terminology power/knowledge. Power is impersonal and flows through or insinuates language, knowledge, and institutional practices, and power and freedom are not opposites insofar as there is no subject and hence no freedom outside of power. Thus, he regards the notion of sovereign power as inadequate for understanding the diverse modalities of power at work in modern societies. As he puts it, political theory in general has never ceased to be obsessed with the person of sovereign. What we need, however, is a political philosophy that isn't erected around the problem of sovereignty. We need to cut off the king's head in political theory that has still to be done. Foucault holds that liberal democracies function not through the threat of death and orders, but rather by what he calls governmentality or disciplinary power or biopower, meaning regulation and disciplining of mass population and their behaviors by virtue of creating in them a sense of freedom which acts as a mechanism for disciplining disparate populace into governing themselves. A popular example he gave in his Discipline and Punish of this process in action was that of the increasing use of surveillance within society, which is being justified in the name of enhancing freedom of movement and security. In reality, though, it makes us all censor our own behavior in case we are caught on camera. For Foucault, government of our society is not confined to the sphere of state only, but rather norms performing the role of surveillance pertaining to our social institutions, family, educational institutions, prisons, hospitals, religious places. Govern over our bodies, docile bodies, by disciplining and normalizing our activities, contributing to the rise of what he calls a carceral society, silence of human liberation, and above all enhancement of economic and political needs of the state. Governmentality, therefore, draws upon without unifying, centralizing, or rendering systematic or even consistent a range of powers and knowledge dispersed across modern societies. However, Foucault is not arguing that governmentality chronologically supersedes sovereignty and rule. He remarks, we need to see things not in terms of the replacement of a society of sovereignty. 90. By a disciplinary society and the subsequent replacement of a disciplinary society. Postmodern. By a society of government. In reality, one has a triangle: sovereignty, discipline, government, which has as its primary target the population and its essential mechanism the apparatuses of security. He also identified three instruments of disciplinary power derived in large part from the military model: A. Hierarchical observation, or the ability of officials, metaphorically norms of society, to oversee all they control with a single gaze; B. The ability to make normalizing judgments and to punish those who violate the norms; and C. Use of examination to observe subjects and to make normalizing judgments about them. An examination is a beautiful example of the power-knowledge relationship. Those who have the power to give examinations gain additional knowledge and thereby more power through the imposition of examinations on subjects. Thus, against the Enlightenment project of human liberation, progress, objective knowledge, and universal truth, Foucault argues that new disciplinary regimes of the 19th century which, for example, sought to reform prisoners rather than punish acts were as repressive as earlier systems, and knowledge is a significant field of power, with truth inherently being political. As he says, truth is a thing of this world, it is produced only by virtue of multiple forms of constraint, and it induces regular effects of power. 7.2.4 Laclou and Mouffe. The works of Ernesto Laclou and Chantal Mouffe constitute the most important part of post-Marxist thought in particular, and postmodernism in general. They argue that there is no such thing as material interests, but only discursively constructed ideas about them. They analyzed and deconstructed the classical Marxian term class in an analytical and discursive way. They argued that a unified discourse is almost impossible. Therefore, Marxists should shift their focus from single proletariat discourse to multiple discourses such as women, blacks, immigrants, consumers, ecologists, etc. Laclou affirms that the field of cultural struggle has a fundamental role in construction of political identities. They propose a system called radical democracy, in which a new hegemony called the hegemony of democratic values will be required. Furthermore, it will require multiplication of democratic practices and their institutionalization through bringing in a variety of democratic struggles like anti-racists, anti-capitalists, environmentalists, human rights and civil rights movements under a single roof. Radical democracy retains the objective of abolition of capitalism, but simultaneously asserts that merely abolition of capitalism will not necessarily end the other form of inequalities and exploitations. Therefore, a broader framework and perspective will be required. Like the postmodernists, the post-Marxism of Laclou and Mouffe asserts that the orthodox/classical Marxism is no longer viable in the modern world. In the light of writings and ideas of Lyotard, Derrida, and Foucault, Laclou and Mouffe's postmodernism exhibits the following characteristics. It challenges the Enlightenment philosophy advocating essentialism and foundationalism as the basis for human progress and liberation by A. regarding an individual not as an absolute, but rather a historically and socially situated being, because of which it criticizes the essentialist. 91. Approaches to political conceptions of, for example, femininity and masculinity, insaneness and theory, saneness, etc., and B. celebrating the anti-foundationalist position, signifying the absence of neutral criteria to establish neutral knowledge and universal truth as the emphasis of Enlightenment on reason, science, and technology as foundations for human progress and liberation. Being the product of social engineering power orientation are not bringing about human liberation, but rather snatching our freedoms in the name of abnormal, irrational, etc. Moreover, by recognizing the major changes that have occurred in the West, particularly pertaining to the status and role of knowledge, postmodernism questions the applicability of Enlightenment principles in the West. It regards truth, knowledge, and sciences, in fact, everything whatever in society is, as the products of social construction and therefore associated with power. The critical theorists like Jürgen Habermas and Terry Eagleton question such postmodernist position on the ground that it makes us skeptic about the emancipatory role of social science to be played. Postmodernists like Foucault rebut such charges with the counter-critique that the so-called emancipatory projects generally tend to be less about liberation than the rise of various power-knowledge regimes. Moreover, they insist that postmodernism is not incompatible with the idea of a critical social science so long as it does not entail providing unequivocal epistemological or normative guidelines. It rejects what Leiderad calls metanarratives, that is totalizing theories and structures in favor of what he calls little narratives. It rejects given and single meanings and rather gives a space to multiple meanings and interpretations by celebrating differences, relativism, indeterminism and multiple realities, identities, truths and discourses. It is not anti-theorization but does theorization beyond the given and fixed scheme of theorization in a reflexive way. It is not anti-reason but questions the reason by reason in order to deconstruct the binary categorization of rational/irrational for recognizing and celebrating the identity of latter. It is not anti-knowledge but explains the power and market orientation of contemporary knowledge. It emphasizes conditionality and historicity of phenomenon and theories. Check your progress. 2. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Why did Lyotard argue that knowledge has become a commodity? 92. Postmodern. 2. What is meant by deconstruction? 7.3 Postmodernism and poststructuralism. Postmodernism and poststructuralism have a number of similarities. Postmodernism, Foucault and Lyotard, is a theory of society, culture, and history, whereas poststructuralism, Derrida, is theory of knowledge and language. Postmodernism prefers decentiered knowledge, whereas poststructuralism includes anti-foundationalism, i.e. refutation of the modern search for rational grounds for knowledge and morality, emphasis on construction of meaning and rhetoric in texts, and relation between knowledge and power. Postmodernism and poststructuralism both are mistrustful about monolithic traditions in social sciences. Both reject the project of universal social science. Therefore, it can be stated that poststructuralism is a movement in social and political theory within the realm of postmodernism with a wider coverage of cultural and social aspects. 7.4 Postmodernism and globalization. The classical, social, and political theory lays a greater emphasis on nation-states. Under the umbrella of globalization, the states and societies have undergone fundamental changes. Postmodernism argues that nation-states are losing importance under globalization as world is becoming interdependent. The technological and electronic revolution has created heterogeneity, pluralization, individualization, differentiation, and fragmentation over homogenization of earlier times. The postmodern world is one where technology within the confines of consumerist capitalism is creating diversity and pluralization. Immanuel Wallerstein argues that the history of the world capitalist system has been trending towards cultural heterogeneity rather than cultural homogenization. Therefore, the processes of fragmentation of the state in the world system along with cultural differentiation are taking place simultaneously. 93. Approaches to political. 7.5 Criticism. 7.5 Criticism. Theory. Critics have pointed out that postmodernism has become a grand narrative in itself and it intensifies problems of personal and social disintegration and despair. Noam Chomsky has even argued that postmodernism is meaningless as it has nothing to add to empirical and analytical knowledge. Pauline Rosenau has highlighted the fact that while postmodernism stresses the irrational, instruments of reason are freely employed to advance its perspective. He further argues that postmodernism criticizes the inconsistency of modernism, but refuses to be held to norms of consistency itself. Some other critiques have pointed out that postmodernism still leaves deeper questions about the roots of oppression and marginalization unanswered. Check your progress. 3. Note, I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What do postmodernists say about globalization? 2. Discuss some points of criticism of postmodernism. 7.6 Let us sum up. In a nutshell, the main features of postmodernism can be summarized as follows. It privileges impermanency over finality. It recognizes that reality is fragmented and disconnected, opposes canonical authority, emphasizes the free mixture of styles, genres and traditions, stresses on conditionality and historicity of theories, highlights the process of creation and interpretation instead of staticism. It's anti-foundational, anti-essentialist, and anti-metanarratives, argues that the search of ultimate truth is lost and universal knowledge is 94. Only a myth. Postmodern. 7.7 References. Edger, Ben. 1991. Critical Theory, Poststructuralism, Postmodernism. Their Sociological Relevance. Annual Review of Sociology, 17 pages 105-131. Baert, P. D. Weinberg and V. Madier, 2011. Social Constructionism, Postmodernism and Deconstructionism, in I. Jarvie and J. Bonilla, eds. Sage Handbook of the Philosophy of Social Sciences. London. Sage Publications, pp. 475-86. Benjamin, A. 2006. Deconstruction in S. Malpass and P. Wake eds. The Routledge Companion to Critical Theory. London Routledge pp. 81-90. Brown, Doug. 1992. Institutionalism and Postmodern Politics of Social Change. Journal of Economy Issues, 26:2, June. pp. 545-552. Brown, W. 2006. Power After Foucault in J. Dryzek, B. Honig and A. Phillips eds. The Oxford Handbook of Political Theory. London, Oxford University Press, pp. 65-84. Barsky, R. 2001. Postmodernity in V. Taylor and C. Winquist eds. Encyclopedia of Postmodernism. London Routledge pp. 304-08. Carter, D. 2012. Literary Theory. UK Oldcastle Books. Derrida, J. 1976. Of Grammatology Trans. Gayatri Spivak. Baltimore, Johns Hopkins University Press. Derrida, J. 1988. Letter to a Japanese Friend, in D. Wood and R. Bernasconi eds. Derrida and Difference. Evanston, Northwestern University Press, pp. 4-10. Eagleton, T. 1996. The Illusions of Postmodernism. New York, Blackwell Publishing. Foucault, M. 1965. Madness and Civilization, A History of Insanity in the Age of Reason. London Routledge. Foucault, M. 1969. Archaeology of Knowledge and the Discourse of Language. New York, HarperCollison. Foucault, M. 1977. Discipline and Punish, The Birth of the Prison. London, Vintage. Foucault, M. 1978. The History of Sexuality, Volume 1, An Introduction. New York, Vintage. Foucault, M. 1980. Power/Knowledge. Selected Interviews and Other Writings, 1972-1977. London, Harvester Wheatsheaf. Foucault, M. 1983. The Subject and Power in H. Dreyfus and P. Rabineau, Michel Foucault, Beyond Structuralism and Hermeneutics. Chicago, University of Chicago Press. 95. 96. Approaches to Political Theory. Foucault, M. 1991. Governmentality, in G. Burchell, C. Gordon and P. Miller eds. The Foucault Effect, Studies in Governmental Rationality. London, Harvester Wheatsheaf. Lyotard, J. F. 1984. The Postmodern Condition, A Report on Knowledge. Manchester, Manchester University Press. Margeroni, M. 2001. Jacques Derrida in V. Taylor and C. Winquist eds. Encyclopedia of Postmodernism. London Routledge pp. 92-94. Malpass, S. 2005. The Postmodern. New York, Routledge. Ritzer, G. 1997. Postmodern Social Theory. New York, McGraw-Hill. Sim, S. 2001. The Routledge Companion to Postmodernism. London Routledge. Vincent, A. 2004. The Nature of Political Theory. New York, Oxford. 7.8 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check Your Progress 1-1. Your answer should highlight following points. Reaction to modernity. First use of the term and used where. Rejection of totalizing theories. Names of some postmodernists. Check Your Progress 2. 1. Your answer should include quote cited in the text. Highlight how knowledge has become a commodity and is different from knowledge's sake. 2. Your answer should mention Derrida's book of Grammatology, his quote on destruction cited in the text, and highlight how it is a method of reading and reading texts. Check Your Progress 3. 1. Your answer should include decline of the idea of nation-state in an increasingly interdependent world, cultural heterogeneity versus homogeneity, and views of Emanuel Wallerstein. 2. Your answer should highlight that postmodernism itself is a grand narrative and include views of Noam Chomsky and Pauline Rosenow. The Grammar of Democracy Suggested Readings. Ball, Alan R., 1988. Modern Politics and Government. London, Macmillan. Barry P. Norman. 1995. An Introduction to Modern Political Theory. The Macmillan Press, London. Bellamy, Richard and Mason, Andrew. 2003. Political Concepts. Manchester, Manchester University Press. Bhargava, R. and Ashokacharya. Ed. 2015. Political Theory, An Introduction. New Delhi, Pearson Point 1601. Burke, Edmund. 1993. Reflections on the Revolution in France. Oxford. OUP. Dahl, Robert, 1989. Democracy and Its Critics. New Haven, Connecticut, Yale University Press. De Beauvoir, Simone. 1949. The Second Sex. London, Vintage House. Delanty, Gerald. 2000. Citizenship in a Global Age. Society, Culture, Politics. Buckingham/Philadelphia Open University Press. Foucault, M. 1965. Madness and Civilization, A History of Insanity in the Age of Reason. London, Routledge. Ferdinand Betty. 1963. The Feminine Mystique. New York, W. W. Norton and Company. Friedrich Carl J. 1967. An Introduction to Political Theory. New York, Harper and Row. Gauss, G. F. and Kakathas C. 2004. Handbook of Political Theory. London, Sage. Held, David. 1987. Models of Democracy. Stanford University Press. Held, David ed. 1991. Political Theory Today. Cambridge, Polity Press. Haywood, Andrew, 2007, Politics. Hampshire, Palgrave Macmillan. Haywood, Andrew. 2011. Global Politics. Hampshire, Palgrave Macmillan. Haywood, Andrew. 2013. Political Theory, An Introduction. Palgrave Macmillan, New York. Josh F. Ali. 2010. Western Political Thought. Pearson, New Delhi. Kimlicka, Will. 1995. Multicultural Citizenship, A Liberal Theory of Minority Rights. Oxford, OUP. Lyotard, J. F. 1984. The Postmodern Condition, A Report on Knowledge. Manchester, Manchester University Press. Malpass, S. 2005. The Postmodern. New York, Routledge. Marshall, T. H. 1950. Citizenship and Social Class and Other Essays. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. 160. Democracy and Citizenship. Millett, Kate. 1969. Sexual Politics. New York, Columbia University Press. Suggested Reading. S. Ritzer, G. 1997. Postmodern Social Theory. New York, McGraw-Hill. Sun Amartya, 1999. Development as Freedom. Oxford, Oxford University Press. Verba, Sydney and N.H. Nya. 1987. Participation in America, Political Democracy and Social Equality. Chicago, University of Chicago Press. Vinod M.J. and M. Deshpande. 2013. Contemporary Political Theory. New Delhi, PHI Learning Private Ltd. 16. 1. BPSC 101. Understanding Political Theory. School of Social Sciences, Indira Gandhi National Open University. Y. April 2019. Indira Gandhi National Open University 2019 ISBN, all rights reserved. No part of this work may be reproduced in any form by mimeography or any other means without permission in writing from the Indira Gandhi National Open University. Further information on the Indira Gandhi National Open University courses may be obtained from the university's office at Maidan Garh High, New Delhi 110068 or visit our website. Printed and published on behalf of the Indira Gandhi National Open University, New Delhi by Director, School of Social Sciences. Laser typeset by Tessa Media and Computers C206 AFE2, Okla, New Delhi. Printed at Print Production. Mr. Manjit Singh, Section Officer, Pub, SAS, IGNOU, New Delhi. Expert Commit. E. Professor D. Gopal, Chairman, Faculty of Political Science, School of Social Sciences, IGNOU, Maidan Garh High, New Delhi. I. Professor Gurpreet Mahajan, Center for Political Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. I. Professor Krishna Menon, Center for Gender Studies, Ambedkar University, Delhi. I. Professor S. V. Reddy, Faculty of Political Science, School of Social Sciences, IGNOU, Maidan Garh High, New Delhi. Hi. Prof. RTD Valerian Rodriguez, Center for Political Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Hi. Professor Meena Deshpande, Department of Political Science, University of Bangalore, Bengaluru. Are you? Professor Shefali Jha, Center for Political Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Lie. Professor Anurag Joshi, Faculty of Political Science, School of Social Sciences, IGNOU, Maidan Garh High, New Delhi. Lie. Professor Jagpal Singh, Faculty of Political Science, School of Social Sciences, IGNOU, Maidan Garh High, New Delhi. Lie. Block Unit Writer Block 1 Introducing Political Theory. Unit 1 What is Political Theory? 2 Approaches, Dr. Rajendra Dayal and Dr. Satish Kumar Jha, Normative and Empirical, University of Delhi. Unit 2 What is Politics? Study of State and Power, Dr. Manoj Sinha, University of Delhi. Lie. Block 2 Approaches to Political Theory. Unit 3 Liberal, Dr. Divya Rani, Academic Associate, Faculty of Political Science, IGNOU, New Delhi. Unit 4 Marxist, Professor Tejpratap Singh, Gorakhpur University. Unit 5 Conservative Drive, N.D. Arora, University of Delhi Unit 6 Feminist Geetanjali Attri, Research Scholar, School of Social Sciences, JNU, New Delhi Unit 7 Postmodern Shailendra K. Puddock, Research Scholar, Faculty of Political Science, IGNOU, New Delhi. Block 3 The Grammar of Democracy. AC. Unit 8 The Idea of Democracy Dr. Raj Kumar Sharma, Academic Associate, Faculty of Political Science, IGNOU, New Delhi Unit 9 Democracy, Representation and Accountability Dr. Rachna Sachin Mugav University, Putna Unit 10 Representative Democracy and Its Limits Dr. Surinder Kaur Shukla, Punjab University, Chandigarh Unit 11 Participation and Dissent Dr. Raj Kumar Sharma. IGNOU Unit 12 Democracy and Citizenship Dr. Raj Kumar Sharma, IGNOU and Divya Tiwari, Lawyer, New Delhi. Course Preparation. Team. Course Coordinator, Professor Anurag Joshi. Editor, Unit Formatting, Vetting and Content Updating Dr. Raj Kumar Sharma, ACA. Demic. Associate, Faculty of Political Science, IGNOU, New Delhi. General Editor, Professor Anurag Joshi, Faculty of Political Science, School of Social Sciences, IGNOU, New Delhi. Course Contents. Block 1 Introducing Political Theory 7. Unit 1 What is Political Theory? 2 Approaches, 9 Normative and Empirical. Unit 2 What is Politics? Study of State and Power 22. Block 2 Approaches to Political Theory 35, Unit 3 Liberal 37, Unit 4 Marxist 47, Unit 5 Conservative 62, Unit 6 Feminist 73, Unit 7 Postmodern 84. Block 3 The Grammar of Democracy 97, Unit 8 The Idea of Democracy 99, Unit 9 Democracy, Representation and Accountability 111, Unit 10 Representative Democracy and Its Limits 123, Unit 11 Participation and Dissent 138, Unit 12 Democracy and Citizenship 148, Suggested Readings 160. Course Introduction, Understanding Political Theory. Auguste Comte had opined that theories are the conceptual lenses through which we can sort out the plethora of facts that we confront daily. In fact, without theories we might not be able to identify something as a fact at all. There are some features of a good theory. The first virtue is parsimony, which implies frugality. A theory should be parsimonious to forego unnecessary speculation and confusing details. Second feature of a sound theory is accuracy. Theories must be sufficiently detailed to allow for accurate assessments and explanations of the world. An elegant theory simply yet precisely interprets, describes, explains, or predicts some aspect of the world. However, these virtues are mostly identified as features of scientific theories. The explanatory and predictive behavior of natural sciences is not found in social sciences, as too many uncontrolled and unforeseen forces affect political and social life, and that is why social and political practices are seldom replicable. In the light of these problems, some experts have argued that social scientists should not try to mimic the natural sciences. Instead, they should develop their own standards and procedures. For theorists of social and political life, therefore, the ability to feel and think in ways similar to the object of study is a crucial component of their task. In the West, political theory emerged out of political philosophy on one hand and political thought on the other. But it should be remembered that political theory is different from both. It differs from political philosophy in the sense that it is less formal and atomistic and less concerned to establish logical relationships between individual political concepts. Political theory is different from political thought by being less historical in focus. Thus, political theory is an essentially mixed mode of thought. It not only embraces deductive argument and empirical theory but combines them with normative concern, so acquiring a practical, action-guiding character. It is an attempt to arrive at a comprehensive, coherent, and general account of the sorts of things that we talk about when we discuss about politics. A good political theorist is able to move between social conditions and political concepts. Political theory must involve a good deal of knowledge of political practice. Another aspect of political theory is that it is always defined by the specific situations and problems political thinkers have witnessed. To understand political theory, we need to understand both the history of ideas on which the thinkers draw and the problems they considered themselves to be facing and to which their work was addressed. Studying the context in which political theory originally arose allows us to critically assess whose particular interests it reflected. In the light of above discussion, this course on understanding political theory is divided in 3 blocks. Block 1 is Introducing Political Theory and has 2 units, namely What is Political Theory, 2 Approaches, Normative and Empirical, and What is Politics, Study of State and Power. This section introduces the students to the idea of political theory, its historical evolution, and main approaches to study it. This section also provides an insight into concepts of politics, state, and power. Block 2 is Approaches to Political Theory and has 5 units, namely Liberal, Marxist, Conservative, Feminist, and Postmodern. Apart from discussing these theories in detail, this section also critically analyses them so as to develop critical thinking. Block 3 is the Grammar of Democracy, having 5 units, namely the idea of democracy, representation and accountability, representative democracy and its limits, participation and dissent, and democracy and citizenship. This section deals with the concept of democracy in detail, including various types of democracies, main theories, and relationship between democracy and issues like dissent and citizenship. Each unit has inbuilt check your progress exercises which would help students in examining their conceptual understanding of the subject. At the end of the course, suggested readings cover a list of useful books for further analysis. 97. Postmodern. Block 3 The Grammar of Democrat. Why? Approaches to political. Block 3 The Grammar of Theory. Democracy. Block 3 is the last block having 5 units that deal with various themes from the concept of democracy. Unit 8 gives the general understanding of the idea of democracy and its various types like classical, elitist, popular, and e-democracy. Unit 9 highlights concepts of democracy, representation, and accountability with specific focus on the later 2 themes. Unit 10 deals with the concept of representative democracy, various views on it, and principles of representative democracy. Unit 11 discusses 2 critical components of democracy, participation and dissent, their types, and the relationship between them. Unit 12 is the last unit of this course which highlights the 2 interrelated concepts, democracy and citizenship through themes like rights and responsibilities, active and passive participation, and the issues of identity. 98. 99. Postmodern. Unit 8 The Idea of Democracy *. Structure 8.0 Objectives 8.1 Introduction, Meaning of Democracy 8.2 Procedural/minimalist and substantive/maximalist Dimension 8.3 Types of Democracy 8.4 Theories of Democracy 8.4.1 Classical Democracy 8.4.2 Elitist Theory 8.4.3 Pluralist Theory 8.4.4 Participatory Democracy 8.4.5 Deliberative Democracy 8.4.6 People's Democracy 8.4.7 Social Democracy 8.4.8 Cosmopolitan Democracy 8.4.9 E-Democracy 8.5 Foreign Policy Dimension Democracy Promotion 8.6 Let us sum up 8.7 References 8.8 Answers to check your progress exercises 8.0 Objectives. In this unit, you will explore the idea of democracy at national and international levels. After studying this unit, you should be able to explain the meaning of democracy, distinguish between its minimalist and maximalist forms, understand its various types, and explain democracy promotion at the international level. 8.1 Introduction, Meaning of Democracy. The concept of democracy is more than 2,500 years old, having first appeared in Athens in the 5th century BC. Likewise, the word democracy is of Greek origin, derived from the word demokratia. It is a combination of 2 Greek words, demos, meaning people, and kratos, meaning power. Hence, democracy stands for rule by the people, which gives true legitimacy to the government. It is one of the most debated issues in the field of political science, as it is a contested concept. This means although there is a general agreement on the meaning of democracy, yet there are differences on how to implement it. That is why there are different types of democracy: direct, representative, deliberative, etc. there. * Dr. Rajkumar Sharma, Academic Associate, Faculty of Political Science, IGNOU, New Delhi. The grammar of democracy is a consensus on the idea that democracy means popular rule and sovereignty, but how that will be achieved varies. There are, however, some inherent contradictions in the way democracy is practiced. How to achieve people's participation, balance between liberty and equality, protection of minority rights, and to avoid tyranny of majority, etc. are some of the questions which democracies have to grapple with. One of the central problems faced by democracies all over the world is how to balance between liberty and equality. The English liberal tradition gives more importance to liberty, while the French tradition treats equality as superior to liberty. Negative liberty places more emphasis on the individual and his rights, while positive liberty talks of limiting these rights to attain equality. This means that negative liberty favors a limited role for the state, while positive liberty wants state intervention to create conditions where equality could exist. The state is asked by positive liberals to rectify social and economic imbalances through legislation. That notwithstanding, there are a number of advantages that a democracy has over other forms of governments. It prevents rule of the oppressors, fosters human development, facilitates protection of individual rights and freedoms, and could even prevent wars at the international level, as democracies normally do not fight against each other. In his 1861 book, Considerations on Representative Government, J.S. Mill has given 3 advantages of democratic decision-making over non-democratic ones. First, strategically, democracy compels decision-makers to take into account interests, opinions, and rights of most of the people, which would not be the case in an authoritarian or aristocratic form of government. Second, epistemologically, democracy brings in a number of varied views in the process, which allows decision-makers to pick up the best ideas. Third, democracy also helps in character building of citizens, as it inculcates qualities like rationality, autonomy, and independent thinking. This creates pressure of public opinion on political leaders who cannot ignore people's views in order to remain in power. In this context, Nobel laureate Amartya Sen has touched upon the relationship between democracy and famines, arguing that there have been no famines in a functioning democracy, as the leaders are accountable to the people and cannot ignore their basic welfare. Former Prime Minister of United Kingdom Winston Churchill had reservations about democracy, but he still said that it was the worst form of government except all those other forms that have been tried from time to time. Understood in a broader sense, democracy is not only a form of government and state, but it is also a condition of society or a way of life. A democratic society is one in which there is socio-economic equality, while a democratic state is one where citizens get a chance to participate in open and fair political process. Radical Democrats in the 1960s and the 1970s believed that socio-economic equality was a precondition for success of political democracy. Some frequent meanings attributed to the term democracy are as follows. Rule by the poor and disadvantaged. Society based on equal opportunity and individual merit instead of hierarchy and privilege. Welfare and redistribution to reduce social inequality. Decision-making based on majority rule. 100. The idea of democracy. Protection of minority rights by placing checks on majority rule. Fulfilling public offices through competition for popular vote. In a broader sense, a number of features can be attributed to a democracy. A written constitution, rule of law, human rights, independent media and judiciary, separation of powers between the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature could be described as some of the basic features of democracy. The idea of democracy has come a long way from its initial form in Greece, which was not inclusive in nature. The Greek model of democracy excluded women, slaves, and immigrants, making it undemocratic in spirit. This spirit continued even in modern democracies like France, Britain, and the US, where some sections were not allowed to vote while the voting rights were given to wealthy men. The French Revolution of 1789 talked about liberty, equality, and fraternity apart from popular sovereignty for mankind. However, women did not get the right to vote, and it was only in 1944 that France started universal adult suffrage. In Britain, women got the right to vote in 1928, while in the US, they got this right in 1920. However, discrimination on the basis of color remained in the US, and it was only in 1965 that the African American women and males were given the right to vote. India has been progressive in this regard compared to Western democracies, as it adopted universal adult franchise from 1950 when its constitution came into force and became the world's first democratic state to have universal adult franchise since inception. Saudi Arabia has recently allowed women to vote, and in 2015, women for the first time exercised their right to vote in municipal elections. The geographical expanse of democracies world over has been well demonstrated by Samuel P. Huntington in his 1991 book The Third Wave, Democratization in the Late 20th Century. The geographical expanse of democracies world over has been well demonstrated by Samuel P. Huntington in his 1991 book The Third Wave, Democratization in the Late 20th Century. Expressing his views on three waves of democratization, he stated that democratization can be described as the process leading to establishment of democracy. The first wave lasted between 1828 and 1926, with 33 countries having democratic governments due to the impact of French and American revolutions. This wave was accompanied by a reverse wave between 1922 and 1942, when there were only 11 democracies in the world due to the Great Depression and rise of communism, fascism, and Nazism. The second wave lasted between 1943 and 1962, which saw a maximum of 52 democracies all over the world following decolonization. The second reverse wave lasted between 1958 and 1975 due to disillusionment with modernization, problems in development, and military coups in Latin America. The number of democracies came down to 30 countries in this period. The third wave of democratization started in 1974 with 65 democratic countries as of 1989 due to decolonization and the end of the Cold War. Huntington also mentioned that the third reverse wave had started in 1980s as Haiti, Nigeria, Suriname, and Sudan fell to undemocratic forces. Political scientists have termed the fall of authoritarian governments during the Arab Spring in 2011 in West Asia as the fourth wave of democratization. Check your progress. 1 Note. I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What do you understand by democracy? What are the advantages of democracy over other forms of government? 101. The grammar of democracy. 8.2 Procedural/minimalist and substantive/maximalist dimension. Democracy could be well understood by two different views: procedural, minimalist, and substantive, maximalist. The procedural dimension merely focuses on procedures or means in place to attain democracy. It argues that regular competitive elections on the basis of universal adult franchise and plural political participation would produce a democratically elected government. In his 1942 book, Capitalism, Socialism, and Democracy, Joseph Schumpeter has said that democracy is institutional arrangement for arriving at political decisions in which individuals acquire the power to decide by means of a competitive struggle for the people's vote. Huntington has also echoed similar views, saying the central procedure of democracy is the selection of leaders through competitive elections by the people they govern. However, people are perceived as passive beyond electoral participation in minimalist view and thus are governed by their representatives. This view does not focus on liberty and freedom, as it emphasizes how to elect a democratic government. In the absence of checks and balances in the system, the elected leaders could manipulate procedures and power for their own benefit, leading to concealed authoritarianism. The government could work for the elites who hold power instead of the people who should hold ultimate authority in a democratic setup. Such instances have existed in Argentina and Brazil between 1980s and 1990s. The governments in Central Asian countries too could be described as procedural democracies, as the power has been concentrated in hands of a single individual, although periodic elections are held from time to time. Terry Carl has pointed that minimalist view could also lead to a fallacy of electoralism, a situation where electoral process is given priority over other dimensions of democracy. Fareed Zakaria calls it illiberal democracy, a case where governments are democratically elected but ignore constitutional limits on their power and deprive their citizens of basic rights and freedoms. Substantive democracy tries to overcome the shortcomings of procedural view, arguing that social and economic differences could hamper people's participation in the democratic process. It focuses on outcomes like social equality instead of ends in order to truly work for the governed. In a sense, it talks about common good rather than benefit of limited individuals. The rights of marginalized sections like women and the poor are protected through redistributive justice so that conditions can be created through state intervention for their participation in political process. Various political scientists like John Locke, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Immanuel Kant, and John Stuart Mill have contributed to the emergence of this view. Unlike Schumpeter, who believed the conception of democracy. 102. The idea of democracy, which aim for ambitious forms of equality, are dangerous. Rousseau argued that a formal variety of democracy is equivalent to slavery and it's only egalitarian democracies which have political legitimacy. Check your progress. 2. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Distinguish between procedural and substantive democracy. 8.3 Types of democracy. Broadly speaking, democracy can be classified as direct and representative depending on how the people rule. Direct democracy is based on direct and unmediated citizen participation in government rule. All adult citizens take part in decision-making to ensure that all the viewpoints are discussed and best possible decisions are taken. Direct democracy wipes out the distinction between the government and the governed and the state and civil society. The ancient Greek city-state model was an example of direct democracy. In contemporary times, direct democracy can be found in Swiss cantons. In the Greek model, there was physical presence of citizens in the assembly to ensure their participation. However, the Swiss model is slightly different as it depends on methods like initiative, recall, and plebiscite to ensure popular participation in policy making. Initiative gives people power to propose a legislation which should be discussed by the legislature. Recall is the power in hands of people through which they can remove their policy makers if their performance is not up to the mark. In a plebiscite, an important question is put in front of citizens for their approval or disapproval. Direct democracy ensures greater legitimacy as people are more likely to follow decisions which are taken by them only. It also creates a highly informed citizenry which participates in decision-making. However, there is vast difference in size, geography, population between a city-state and a nation-state. That is why practicing direct democracy is difficult in big modern nation-states. This issue was solved with the development of representative democracy, which first appeared in Northern Europe in the 18th century. Representative democracy is limited and an indirect form of democracy. It is limited because popular participation in policy making is very less, pertaining to voting in a few years, while it is indirect as people do not exercise power directly but through their elected representatives. Presidential and parliamentary democracies are two main types of representative democracies around the world. There are more parliamentary democracies around the world than presidential democracies. Parliamentary democracies are more representative than presidential, but at the same time they are relatively less stable. 103. The grammar of democracy. Check your progress. 3. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What do you understand by representative democracy? 8.4 Theories of democracy. 8.4.1 Classical democracy. Classical democracy is based on the polis or the city-state of ancient Greece, with a particular system of rule that developed in the largest and the most powerful Greek city-state based on mass meetings. The remarkable feature of this model was that citizens were politically very active. Apart from participating in assembly meetings, citizens also contributed to decision-making and public offices. However, it excluded women, slaves, and foreigners from citizenship. It is pertinent to mention that it was only because of slaves and women that male Athenian citizens could get free time to devote to political affairs. Hence, their exclusion from citizenship was unfortunate and undemocratic. Plato in his book, The Republic, criticized Athenian democracy, saying that people were incapable to rule themselves wisely and they required rule by philosopher kings and guardians who were suited to rule. 8.4.2 Elitist theory. This theory was propounded by Vilfredo Pareto, G. Mosca, Robert Michaels, and Joseph Schumpeter. The theory was developed in the discipline of sociology but has major implications for political science as well. Michaels gave his iron law of oligarchy, arguing that despite its original aim, every organization is ultimately reduced to oligarchy, amounting to the rule of few. Mosca said that people can be categorized as rulers and the ruled. Most of the power, prestige, and wealth are in the hands of the ruling class, irrespective of the form of government. The ruled follow the elite as they do not have leadership qualities. This theory poses serious questions to democracy and suggests that in practice, democracy is not achievable as the elites would control the power, wealth, and hence decision-making. 8.4.3 Pluralist theory. Contrary to the elitist theory, pluralists believe that policy-making is a decentralized process where different groups bargain for their views to be accepted. It is a result of interaction between different groups, unlike few elites. 104. The idea of democracy. Public policy is formulated by more organized and vocal groups. The main proponents of this theory include Karl Mannheim, Raymond Aron, Robert Dahl, and Charles Lindblom. Dahl and Lindblom gave the concept of polyarchy, meaning rule by many instead of rule by all citizens. They concluded that although the politically privileged and economically powerful exert more influence than ordinary citizens, no elite is permanently able to dominate the political process. 8.4.4 Participatory democracy. All democracies are participatory in the sense that they are based on popular consent, which ensures their participatory nature. However, there are chances that the role of citizens could be limited to just voting in a democracy. The gap between elected representatives and the people widens in complex democracies which have variety of people divided by caste, class, religion, region, etc. In contrast to elitist and pluralist theories, participatory democracy advocates active citizen participation in policy making to ensure common good is promoted while it also makes the government more accountable towards the citizens. Jean J. Rousseau, J.S. Mill, and C.B. Macpherson supported the idea of participatory democracy. Rousseau argued for popular sovereignty as the supreme power is vested in hands of the people, which is their inalienable right, and the citizens should involve themselves in state affairs. Mill said that a government which promotes moral, intellectual, and active qualities in its citizens is the best government. 8.4.5 Deliberative democracy. Deliberative democracy argues that political decisions should be based on fair and reasonable deliberations among citizens. This is required to produce best decisions to achieve public good. It emphasizes on the quality of process for best outcomes. John Rawls and Jürgen Habermas have argued for a deliberative democracy. Rawls believed that reason can overcome self-interest to attain a just political society. Habermas believed that fair procedures and clear communication would lead to legitimate and mutually agreed upon decisions. 8.4.6 People's democracy. People's democracy refers to democratic models generated by the Marxist tradition. Marxists have been interested in social equality and hence have their own idea of democracy against the Western model, which they say only generates political equality. People's democracy is established after the proletarian revolution when the proletariat starts making political decisions. This will eventually give way to communism marked by self-regulation. While Karl Marx talked about the rule of the proletariat, Lenin changed the concept and introduced the role of the party as the vanguard of the proletariat. However, Lenin did not establish mechanisms to check the power of the party and its powerful leaders to ensure that they remained accountable to the proletariat. 8.4.7 Social democracy. Social democracy stands for a basic change in Marxist thought, although it shares same goals with communism. It aims to establish a socialist society, but not through revolution but through state regulation of means of production. Social. 105. The grammar of democracy. Democrats do not believe in the Marxist critique of democracy, which seen as a bourgeois facade for class rule. Instead, social democrats see democracy as essential for achieving socialist ideals. That is why they stand for state regulation of business and industry in order to ensure welfare of citizens. This movement started with the efforts of August Bebel and Wilhelm Liebknecht, who co-founded the Social Democratic Workers' Party in 1869 in Germany. 8.4.8 Cosmopolitan democracy. Cosmopolitan democracy is a response to economic and cultural globalization, arguing that democracy should respond to challenges beyond borders since states are interdependent on each other. Immanuel Kant and David held one of the main proponents of cosmopolitan democracy. They argue that democracy should extend to global sphere and there should be democratization of international organizations like the UN, which are dominated by the West. Voices of marginalized countries should be heard as well, and less developed and rising powers should have representations in global governance. The idea of cosmopolitan citizenship goes beyond traditional citizenship of a state, arguing for global citizenship, and that is why there is a rise of movements which are global in nature due to similarity of interests among states. Women's movement and environmental movements are the prime examples, as their repercussions are being felt all over the world. 8.4.9 E-democracy. This is a relatively new concept but is based on the works done by earlier theorists. E-democracy or electronic democracy is the use of information and technology to enhance or even replace representative democracy. Common problems in all democracies, issues of scale, lack of time, decline of community values, and lack of opportunities for policy deliberation could be dealt with digital communication. Supporters of e-democracy have built on the ideas of participatory democracy to enhance active citizen participation in policymaking. Check your progress for note. I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What are the drawbacks of people's democracy? 106. The idea of democracy. 2. What do you understand by cosmopolitan citizenship? 8.5 Foreign policy dimension. Democracy promotion. Various countries and international organizations assist other countries in promotion of democracy and human rights, since it is believed that democracies are less likely to fight wars among themselves and economic and social indicators are better in a democracy compared to other forms of government. This is in sync with the democratic peace theory propounded by Immanuel Kant and Thomas Paine, who believed constitutional republics are less likely to wage wars against each other. Democracy has been vigorously promoted as a foreign policy tool by the US and many European countries, apart from the European Union. Former US President Woodrow Wilson had once said that the world must be made safe for democracy and made efforts to promote democracy through bilateral relations and multilateral forums like Pan-American Liberty Pact. The ideological fight between communism and democracy was witnessed during the Cold War, when the US and its allies tried to check the spread of communism and promote democratic values. The Ronald Reagan administration inserted the democracy agenda in American foreign policy, saying democracy was necessary for promoting human rights. The National Endowment for Democracy was established in the 1980s, while the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, was used as a tool for democracy promotion by the US post-Soviet countries and Latin America. The trend continued in the 1990s, and democracy promotion was one of the three pillars of President Bill Clinton's foreign policy. President George W. Bush continued this trend. However, he used military means to achieve his objective of democracy promotion, for instance in Iraq and Afghanistan. European countries also started to assist democracy promotion in the 1970s. The European Union started European Initiative for Democracy and Human Rights in the 1990s. Some other countries like Japan, India, Argentina, and Brazil also promote democracy, but the degree of promotion varies vastly. International and regional organizations like the UN and African Union also promote democracy and human rights. The UN Charter talks about protection of human rights, while in 2006, the UN established the UN Democracy Fund to assist civil society organizations to strengthen democracy. After the end of the Cold War, Francis Fukuyama in his 1992 book, The End of History and the Last Man, argued that democracy has proved a better system than the other forms of government, and liberal democracy is the final form of government for all nations. However, this is easier said than done, and a number of problems can be witnessed in the democracy promotion process. A number of external interventions have been justified on the grounds of democracy and 107. The grammar of democracy human rights promotion. The failure of democracy promotion in Iraq and Afghanistan has raised doubts whether such external interventions is justified or not. External intervention may ensure procedural democracy, but achieving substantive democracy remains difficult due to lack of real reform. That is why external interventions mainly lead to what has been called imposed democracy, as the internal reform and modernization remains elusive in the target country. It also goes against the very spirit of democracy, i.e. the right to self-determination, as it is not the citizens of the country but outsiders who decide the type of government in the target country. In the post-9/11 world, there is too much emphasis on counterterrorism efforts, which acts as an impediment to human rights of minorities and the concept of multiculturalism. There are other models of development like China which appeal to different countries wanting to contain democracy. China, despite being largest authoritarian state in the world, is set to become world's largest economy in coming years. These shortcomings raise questions over the practice of democracy promotion in international affairs. The international community itself needs democratization, as the international bodies are dominated by P5 countries, the US, Russia, Britain, France, and China, while the emerging powers like India, Japan, Germany, Brazil, and South Africa do not have adequate representation in international governance. Check your progress. 5. Note I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What are the challenges before democracy promotion in international affairs? 8.6 Let us sum up. Democracy has evolved as a concept over the years and has become more inclusive. It is one of the most debated themes in political science, as people agree on its meaning but do not agree on how to achieve democracy. That is why there are several types of democracies, from direct to representative ones. With changing times, there are new dimensions of democracy like e-democracy which are coming up. The idea of democracy is challenged by the issues of immigration, terrorism, and anarchic nature of international system. However, as Robert Dahl in his 1989 book Democracy and Its Critics has argued, democracy is superior to other systems in at least 3 ways. It promotes freedom, human development, and it is the surest way for people to safeguard and promote goods and interests they share with others. 108. 109. The idea of democracy. 8.7 References. Abbas, Hovieta, and Ranji Kumar. 2012 Political Theory. New Delhi, Pearson. Abayan, Nelly, and Huber, Daniela Huber. 2012. Motioned, debated, agreed? Human Rights and Democracy Promotion in International Affairs. URL http://2012. Bellamy, Richard, and Mason, Andrew. 2003. Political Concepts. Manchester, Manchester University Press. Dahl, Robert, 1989. Democracy and Its Critics. New Haven, Connecticut, Yale University Press. Dahl, R. 2018. Encyclopedia Britannica, URL topic/democracy. Diamond, Larry. 1997. Is the third wave of democratization over? An empirical assessment, URL documents/236.pdf. Gauss, G.F. and Kakathas C. 2004. Handbook of Political Theory. London, Sage. Haywood, Andrew. 2007. Politics. Hampshire, Palgrave Macmillan. Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, URL democracy/Zakaria Farid. 1997. The Rise of a Liberal Democracy, Foreign Affairs, NOV/Dec. 76:6. 8.8 Answers to check your progress exercises. Check your progress 1.1. Your answer should include the following. Greek origins of the word. Difference between direct and indirect democracy. Rule by the people. J.S. Mill's views on advantages of democracy. Check your progress 2. 1. Your answer should highlight the difference between the mechanism and actual practice of democracy. Check your progress 3.1. Your answer should highlight the rule by elected representatives. 110. The grammar of democracy. Check your progress 4. 1. Your answer should elaborate the influence of the Marxist tradition on democracy. 2. Your answer should highlight the influence of globalization on democracy. Check your progress 5.1. Your answer should include the following. Democratic peace theory. Promotion of democracy as a foreign policy tool. Mention of Francis Fukuyama's book. 111. The idea of democracy. Unit 9 Democracy, Representation and Accountability *. Structure 9.0 Objectives 9.1 Introduction 9.2 Representation in Democracy 9.3 Types of Representation 9.3.1 Territorial Representation 9.3.2 Functional Representation 9.4 Theories of Representation 9.4.1 Reactionary Theory 9.4.2 Conservative Theory 9.4.3 Liberal Theory 9.4.4 Radical Theory 9.5 Election System in Representative Democracy 9.5.1 Plurality System 9.5.2 Majoritarian System 9.5.3 Proportional System 9.6 Accountability, Fundamental to Democracy 9.7 Let us sum up 9.8 References 9.9 Answers to check your progress exercises 9.0 Objectives. In this unit you will be reading about democracy, representation and accountability and also the relationship between these three concepts. After going through this unit you should be able to explain the meaning of democracy, discuss the concepts on representation and accountability, and examine the relationship between these three concepts. 9.1 Introduction. The term democracy has been in use in the tradition of Western political thought since ancient times. Democracy is a Greek word which means a state in which leaders are chosen from among the general population. It could thus be distinguished from aristocracy, which means the rule of the wise, from oligarchy, which means rule by strong groups like certain family, and from monarchy, which means rule by an individual. Democracy signifies the rule of the people. Several exponents of democracy have treated democracy chiefly as Dr. Rachna Sachin Mugov University, Putna. The Grammar of Democracy, a form of government like Austin, James Bryce, A.V. Dicey, A.L. Lowell, and John Seeley. Democracy is not primarily a form of government, but a democratic government implies a democratic state. All that a democratic state means is that the community as a whole possesses sovereign authority and maintains ultimate control over affairs. In addition to being a form of government and a type of state, democracy is also an order of society. A democratic society is one in which the spirit of equality and fraternity prevails. Democracy has become increasingly appealing in the modern world, especially in the second half of the 20th century because of the nature and functioning of the contemporary state. Ideally, government is representative and accountable, representative in the sense that its policies align with citizens' interests, and accountable in the sense that it is answerable to citizens for its conduct and responsive to their demands. The electoral system plays an important role in determining how representative and accountable a government is in practice. In a representative democracy, decisions are made by elected representatives and implemented by appointed officials to whom the representatives delegate some of the tasks of governing. The representatives decide what citizens must and cannot do, and they coerce citizens to comply with their decisions. The question of representation is why rulers would, equipped with powers, act in the best interest of others, of citizens, or at least some majority thereof. This is what is meant by representation, acting in the best interest of the public. Accountability is a popular aspect of democratic theory. Too often, accountability is identified with elections or with catching out those who are charged with public responsibilities without any sense of its exact contribution to our understanding of democracy. Governments are accountable if voters can discern whether governments are acting in their interests and sanction them appropriately so that those incumbents who act in the best interest of citizens win re-election and those who do not lose them. A direct democracy or pure democracy is a type of democracy where the people govern directly. It requires wide participation of citizens in politics. Athenian democracy or classical democracy refers to a direct democracy developed in ancient times in the Greek city-state of Athens. In direct democracy, citizens without the intermediary of elected or appointed officials can participate in making public decisions. Direct democracy thus reduces the distinction between government and the governed and between the state and civil society. It is a system of popular self-government. The second major type of democracy is referred to as representative democracy. This political arrangement establishes an intermediary political actor between the individual and the policy outputs of the state. Through the electoral process, one person or a group of people are elected and assigned with the task of making decisions on behalf of the group of citizens that they represent. 9.2 Representation in democracy. The claim connecting democracy and representation is that under democracy governments are representative because they are elected, if elections are freely contested, if participation is widespread, and if citizens enjoy political liberties, then governments will act in the best interest of the people. Owing to the main challenge presented by direct democracy, i.e. the difficulty of each one of us representing ourselves at various forums, indirect or representative democracy was introduced. Representation is defined as the process by which political power, 112, democracy, representation, and influence which the entire citizenry or a part of it might have upon, and accountability. Governmental action, with their express or implied approval, is exercised on its behalf by a small number among them with a binding effect upon the whole community thus represented. Similarly, a representative government is understood to stand for the whole people or some numerous portion of it. It exercises the ultimate controlling power through deputies periodically elected by the people themselves. J.S. Mill argued that the people must possess this ultimate power in all its completeness. They must be masters whenever they please of all the operations of government. From this conceptualization, 5 essential principles of representation in a liberal democracy stand out, namely, the ultimate power lies with the people, the popular sovereignty principle. This popular power is exercised by a select few on behalf of the many, the deputation principle. The deputies or representatives are mandated by the people through periodical elections, the popular consent principle. Decisions made and actions carried out by these deputies have a binding effect on the community, the governance principle, and, as ultimate masters, the people remain the final judge of performance of the government and their deputies, the accountability principle. Edmund Burke, an English philosopher and politician, argued that a representative should be guided by 4 things, namely constituency opinions, rational judgment, consideration of the national interest, and personal convictions or conscience. In the modern world, most people tend to view a representative in Burke's explanation, a person with discretion and inclined or expected to act in response to local, national, and personal exigencies. Since the establishment of representative institutions, their basic structure has been the same everywhere. Rulers, those who govern, are selected through elections. While citizens are free to discuss, criticize, and demand at all times, they are not able to give legally binding instructions to the government. Rulers are subject to periodic elections. Constitutions and subsidiary legislations in various countries, both at local and national levels, spell out the functions of representatives. There are common known functions such as the making of laws/ordinances/bylaws, revenue raising, and authorization of budgets. However, representatives, for example members of parliament and councillors, do a lot of other things sanctioned by convention, the expectations of voters, personal convictions, and the fact that they are leaders. Since representation is about the best interest of the people or citizens, yet interests are in conflict. In this situation, government represents varying interests. A government is representative if it acts on the best available knowledge, and if individuals are sufficiently well informed so that each of them or the average one is more likely than not to reach the correct decision, this knowledge is revealed by the verdict of the majority of voters. In such situations, the government can represent individual interests, since the common interest is nothing but their sum. 113. The grammar of democracy. The government can represent an interest that is collective in the sense that everyone is better off under the centralized decision than they would have been had they all pursued individual interests. People have to be coerced for their own good. The government is representative in such situations when it pursues the collective interest. When the structure of interests is such that any course of action puts individuals in conflict situation, a government that pursues the best interest of a majority, at a cost to the minority, is representative. This is, after all, what majority rule is about. Check your progress. 1. Note. I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What are the essential principles of representation in a liberal democracy? 9.3 Types of representation. In a representative democracy, elections are usually held on the basis of universal adult franchise without any discrimination on the grounds of gender, caste, or religion. All voters of a community are collectively described as the electorate who choose their representatives on 2 alternative systems of representation. 9.3.1 Territorial representation. Under territorial representation, the country is divided into geographical areas called constituencies. Voters of each constituency elect their representatives. This system is based on the assumption that each constituency has a uniform interest. But since the population are divided into varying groups and interests, it becomes imperative for introducing functional representation. 9.3.2 Functional representation. It implies that the people belonging to different occupations or functions should be allowed to elect their representatives on a similar basis. For instance, those in industrial sector vote on industrial policy, in the agriculture sector should vote on the agriculture policy and therefore need not be consulted on other policies. The champions of functional representation argue that the representatives of a 114 democracy representation particular territory cannot take care of all the sections of people in the territory. And accountability. So people should choose representatives to decision-making bodies on the basis of professional and specific economic interests. This type has largely been tried under totalitarian systems. 9.4 Theories of representation. The different theories of representation give a conceptual clarity on the role of representatives of the people in the process of policymaking, the limits of their authority and functions. 9.4.1 Reactionary theory. The reactionary theory is based on superior knowledge and wisdom of the politicians who are regarded as the best custodians of public interest. However, the representatives here have a limited role to convey the popular feelings for considerations and decisions. It is, in fact, an elitist theory with no provision of public control. Its chief exponent, Thomas Hobbes and Hamilton, regarded order and authority as best maintained by the executive and the parliament. This theory is democratic only so long as it accepts the primacy of public interest in policymaking. 9.4.2 Conservative theory. The chief exponents of conservative theory, Edmund Burke and James Madison, grant a measure of public control without encouraging popular participation in the process of government. It also allows people to choose representatives from an elite group and also depend on their good sense for instructions. However, the representatives can be replaced in case of failure of performance. 9.4.3 Liberal theory. John Locke and Thomas Jefferson exemplified the true spirit of democracy. It upholds equality of all people who are endowed with equal capability to rule. The theory relies on the wisdom of the masses and treats their representatives only as their agents to translate their judgments into concrete policy. 9.4.4 Radical theory. Its chief exponents are Rousseau and the New Left, who hold the wisdom of the people in highest esteem and go to the extent of deprecating representative government itself. It holds that wisdom of the people is bound to be diluted through the process of representation. It regards direct democracy as the only true democratic form of government. In a nutshell, the radical theory of representation relegates representation to marginal importance. The conservative theory erodes the spirit of democracy by overemphasizing the gap between elites and the masses. The radical theory claims to be the most progressive as it pays highest importance to the people, but it tends to rule out representation itself. Hence, the liberal theory of representation may be treated as the most suited to the requirements of representative democracy. 115. The grammar of democracy. Check your progress. 2. Note: I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Briefly explain various theories of representation. 9.5 Election system in representative democracy. The ideal electoral system in a representative democracy is one allowing all eligible citizens to cast an equally weighted vote, and for united groups of voters, except very small ones, to elect one or more of their candidates to a governing body. Approximate proportional representation on governing bodies would be a happenstance and not deliberate. Elections are instruments of democracy. They are instrumental in linking the preferences of citizens to the behavior of policymakers. What exactly linking the preferences of citizens to the behavior of policymakers is supposed to mean is the subject of normative theories of political representation and representative democracy. Political representation, as much as democracy, is an essentially contested concept, and its meaning and implications differ from one normative view on political representation to the other. Representative democracies are based upon several interrelated principles. The existence of regular, free, fair elections based upon universal suffrage and secret ballots. The existence of competing political parties offering electoral choice. The existence of electoral laws supervised by an independent judiciary. Freedom of speech and association. Freedom to stand as an election candidate. Reasonable relationships between votes cast and representatives elected. Availability of accurate, unbiased political information. The provision of election in a democracy is intended to ensure that the government will exercise its power with the consent of the governed. This means elections lend legitimacy to the authority of the government. The real test of a genuine election is whether the voters have real alternatives before them for exercising their choice. Secret ballot is particularly important in democratic elections. An electoral system denotes the method by which a voter is required to indicate his or her choice of a candidate or political party out of those contesting in the election. 116. Democracy, representation. The votes obtained by a candidate or political party are translated into an accountability, allocation of seats or offices. Broadly speaking, three types of electoral systems may be identified. Under democratic systems. 9.5.1 Plurality system. Under plurality system, the principle of first past the post is applied, which means that any candidate obtaining the largest number of votes will be declared elected. It is not necessary to secure absolute majority, i.e. more than 50% of the total valid votes. This system is practiced in British House of Commons, American House of Representatives, Indian House of People, and legislative assemblies. However, this system of simple majority does not seem fair to the minorities, as their candidates may lose by very small margins, and also the votes secured by different political parties might not correspond to the number of seats won by them. The supporters of this system contend that it promotes a two-party system which results in a balance between the ruling and opposition parties. It makes the majority sensitive towards the minority, prevents separatist tendencies, and motivates the minorities to join the national mainstream. 9.5.2 Majoritarian system. Under this system, which requires an absolute majority, two methods are adopted to decide the winner. Alternative vote. Under this system, a voter is required to indicate his order of preference for candidates. If no one gets an absolute majority of first preference votes, The candidate who gets the least number of first preference is eliminated and the next preferences of votes are added to the first preference of those candidates. This process is repeated till some candidate gets absolute majority. This system is prevalent in India, America, and Australia. Second ballot system. Under this system, a voter is required to vote for one candidate only. If no candidate is able to obtain absolute majority, second ballot is held to decide the winner. 9.5.3 Proportional representation. This system is particularly adopted in multi-member constituencies in order to secure a fair representation for the minorities as well as the majority. It is a complex system which is implemented by several methods such as list system. Under the system, the ballot contains separate lists of candidates of different political parties, and the voter marks one list of his or her choice. Various methods of calculation of seats per list are used. The list system is employed in voting for national elections in Germany, the Italian Chamber of Deputies, the Knesset of Israel, the Swiss National Council, and Legislature of Finland. Single transferable vote. For each constituency, a quota is set which is usually equal to the total number of valid votes, divided by one more than the number of seats available, plus one vote. A candidate who obtains first. 117. The grammar of democracy preferences equal to the electoral quota, or more, is declared elected. The surplus votes are redistributed among those candidates whom these voters had given their next preference, in proportion to the number of second preferences obtained by each of such candidates. The candidate obtaining the least number of first preferences is eliminated and the next preferences of his or her voters are added to the first preferences of those candidates. This process of redistribution from both sides is repeated till the number of candidates securing the electoral quota equals the number of seats available, who are then declared elected. The Irish Republic and Malta adhere to this system of representation. Under this system, all types of ethnic groups, women, differing interests and ideologies are represented, but at the same time, due to diversities, the system falls short of obtaining a clear majority, thereby leading to unstable and ineffective coalitions. The system is not regarded as conducive to national integration. Check your progress. 3. Note. I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What do you understand by first past the post system of election? 9.6 Accountability. Fundamental to democracy. One of the elements that distinguish liberal representative democracies from other type of regimes is their combination of an institutional framework of authorization of political power with one oriented to ensure the responsiveness and accountability of those authorized agents. The representative is someone who has been authorized to act with relative independence of the electorate. Insofar as representative democracy implies the existence of a fundamental gap between political representatives and citizens, it requires the existence of institutional mechanisms to ensure that such separation does not result in unresponsive or illegal governments. The central question addressed by the concept of accountability is precisely how to regulate and reduce the gap between representatives and the represented, while simultaneously preserving the distance between political authorities and citizenry that characterizes the relations of representation. In any democratic state, there are two key accountability relationships: those that regulate the exchange between citizens and politicians, and those that regulate the interactions among public holders. The concept of accountability refers to the ability to ensure that public officials are answerable for their behavior, in the sense of being forced to inform and justify about their decisions, and of being eventually sanctioned for those decisions. 118. Democracy, representation. Democratic accountability refers to the many ways in which citizens, political, and accountability, parties, parliaments, and other democratic actors can provide feedback to, reward, or sanction officials in charge of setting and enacting public policy. Democracy has many definitions, implications, and consequences, but accountability is one of its most important components. Citizen participation, political equality, civic consciousness, self-realization, decent treatment by authorities, sense of individual political efficacy, respect for constitutional norms, protection of human rights, responsiveness to public opinion, social and economic leveling, and, of course, freedom have all been associated with this form of political domination, either as a defining feature or a likely product of it, but they are all contingent and vulnerable if citizens cannot reliably hold their rulers accountable for the actions that they take in the public realm. Traditional sovereigns, benevolent despots, or elected autocrats might momentarily tolerate any or all of the above, but if they cannot be held accountable, they can dismiss these political concessions as irrelevant or retract from them at will. In searching for a definition of accountability, these explanations serve meaning to the concept. Accountability involves a mutual exchange of responsibilities and potential sanctions between citizens and rulers, made all the more complicated by the fact that in between the two are usually a varied and competitive set of representatives. Second, the subject matter of accountability can be quite varied: ethical behavior, financial probity, social esteem, sexual relations, functional interdependence, familial obligation, patriotic duty, etc. But the distinctive type that interests us is political accountability, i.e. that which may accompany the exercise of asymmetric power. Third, all stable political regimes probably have some predictable form of accountability to some type of constituency. Sultanistic autocracies have their coteries and cadres. Military dictatorships have their juntas and complex arrangements for resolving the conflicts between the different armed services. Even absolute monarchies were supposed to be accountable to God, not to mention more earthly dynastic and marital concerns. In terms of political accountability, each citizen has the same rights and obligations, i.e. to be informed about prospective actions, to hear the justification for them, and to make a judgment about how they were performed. What makes their role increasingly complex is that they have had to rely more and more upon specialized representatives, i.e. on agents who in turn act as principals when it comes to ensuring accountability of elected or appointed rulers. Political accountability has to be institutionalized if it is to work effectively, i.e. it has to be embedded in a stable, mutually understood and pre-established set of rules. Some of these may be formalized in a constitution, in basic legal codes, or in sworn oaths, but political accountability is not the same as legal, financial, or ethical accountability. Political accountability is not only negative. Rulers have a considerable array of mechanisms to defend themselves against such an eventuality. The rulers have so internalized the expectations of those they are ruling that they have nothing to fear from accountability. Indeed, it gives them greater legitimacy when they have to act against immediate popular opinion. 119. The grammar of democracy government accountability requires that public officials, elected or unelected, have an obligation to explain their decisions and actions to the citizens. Government accountability can be achieved through a number of mechanisms. These can be political, legal, or administrative mechanisms designed to fight corruption and to ensure that public officials remain answerable and accessible. These can be political, legal, or administrative mechanisms designed to fight corruption and to ensure that public officials remain answerable and accessible to the people they serve. Government accountability can be achieved through the following ways. Conducting free and fair elections. Political accountability of public officials is determined by whether the officials occupy an elected versus appointed position, how often they are subjected to re-election, and the number of terms they can serve in a political office. The legal accountability mechanisms include instruments like the Constitution, legal acts, decrees, rules, and regulations that prescribe actions that such public officials can and cannot take, and how citizens may take action against those officials whose conduct is considered unsatisfactory. An independent judiciary is a necessity for the success of the legal accountability mechanisms, serving as the only avenue through which aggrieved citizens can bring their claims against the government. Administrative accountability mechanisms include offices within agencies or ministries and practices within administrative processes designed to ensure that the decisions and actions of public officials conform to the interests of the citizens. Electoral accountability exists when I. There is clarity of responsibility for political outcomes, and 2. Voters can effectively sanction those responsible for those outcomes. Check your progress for note. I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What do you understand by accountability in a democracy? 9.7 Let us sum up. One of the elements that distinguish liberal representative democracies from other types of regimes is their combination of an institutional framework of authorization of political power with one oriented to ensure the responsiveness and accountability of those authorized agents. The representative is someone. 120. Democracy, representation. Who has been authorized to act with relative independence of the electorate. And accountability. So far as representative democracy implies the existence of a fundamental gap between political representatives and citizens, it requires the existence of institutional mechanisms to ensure that such separation does not result in unresponsive or illegal governments. The central question addressed by the concept of accountability is precisely how to regulate and reduce the gap between representatives and represented, while simultaneously preserving the distance between political authorities and citizenry that characterizes the relations of representation. Political accountability is intimately intertwined with the concept of democratic representation. It refers to a particular type of relationship that results in the act of delegating authority to a representative body, where the represented holds a claim to superior authority over those to whom it has temporarily delegated its power. A government is politically accountable if citizens have the means for punishing unresponsive or irresponsible administrations. It is usually assumed that political parties represent the essential institution of political representation, and that elections are the main mechanism of political accountability that the citizenry has at its disposal to reward or punish politicians. Elections provide a regular mechanism for citizens to hold governments responsible for their actions, forcing out of office those incumbents who did not act in the best interest of voters or re-electing those who did. 9.8 References. Abbas, Hovieta and Ranji Kumar. 2012 Political Theory. New Delhi, Pearson. Ben, Robert D. 2001. Rethinking Democratic Accountability. Washington, D.C., Brookings Institution Press. Bellamy, Richard and Mason, Andrew. 2003. Political Concepts. Manchester, Manchester University Press. Ovens, M. 2005. Public Accountability, in the Oxford Handbook of Public Management, Oxford, Oxford University Press. Dahl, Robert, 1989. Democracy and Its Critics. New Haven, Connecticut, Yale University Press. Dowdle, Michael W. 2006. Public Accountability, Designs, Dilemmas and Experiences. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. Goldsworthy, Jeffrey Dennis. 2010. Parliamentary Sovereignty, Contemporary Debates. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. Haywood, Andrew. 2007. Politics. Hampshire, Palgrave Macmillan. Reynolds, Andrew. Edition. 2001. The Architecture of Democracy. Oxford, Oxford University Press. 121. 122. The Grammar of Democracy 9.9 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check Your Progress 1. 1. Your answer should include 5 principles: popular sovereignty, deputation, popular consent, governance, and accountability. Check Your Progress 2. 1. Highlight reactionary, conservative, liberal, and radical theories of representation. Check Your Progress 3. 1. Highlight that any candidate securing largest number of votes will be elected. Check Your Progress 4. 1. Your answer should highlight following points: mutual exchange of responsibilities and potential sanctions between citizens and rulers. All stable political regimes have some accountability to some form of constituency. Political accountability has to be institutionalized for effective work. 123. Democracy, Representation and Accountability. Unit 10 Representative Democracy and its Limits *. Structure 10.0 Objectives 10.1 Introduction 10.2 What is representative democracy? 10.2.1 Limited and indirect 10.2.2 Synonymous with electoral democracy. 10.3 Different views on representative democracy. 10.3.1 Pluralist 10.3.2 Elitist 10.3.3 Rival views. 10.4 Fundamental principles of representative democracy. 10.4.1 Popular sovereignty 10.4.2 Political equality 10.4.3 Political liberty. 10.5 Representative democracy in practice 10.6 Democracy and elections. 10.6.1 The election process. 10.7 Democracy and alienation 10.8 Democracy and public opinion 10.9 Gender and democracy. Participation and representation 10.10 Democracy and the Internet 10.11 Let us sum up 10.12 References 10.13 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. 10.0 Objectives. In this unit, you will be reading about representative democracy, which is the form of democracy most familiar to all of us. After going through this unit, you should be able to explain the meaning of representative democracy, discuss different views on it, enumerate the fundamental principles of representative democracy, examine democracy election interface, and critically comment on some vital issues linked with representative democracy. Dr. Surinder Kaur Shukla, Punjab University, Chandigarh, adapted from Unit 22, EPS 11. The Grammar of Democracy 10.1 Introduction. This unit deals with representative democracy, the form of democracy that is prevalent worldwide. As the very name indicates, in a democracy of this type, the citizens choose their representatives through elections that are held periodically. It is these citizens' representatives who articulate their aspirations in public forums such as legislatures. As you can make out, representative democracy is synonymous with electoral democracy. 10.2 What is representative democracy? 10.2.1 Limited and indirect. Representative democracy is a limited and indirect form of democracy. It is limited in the sense that participation in government is infrequent and brief, being restricted to the act of voting every few years. It is indirect in the sense that the public does not exercise power by itself, but selects those who will rule on its behalf. This form of rule is democratic only as far as representation establishes a reliable and effective link between the government and the governed. The strengths of representative democracy include the following. It offers a practicable form of democracy as large populations cannot actually participate in the governmental process. It relieves the ordinary citizen of the burden of decision-making, thus making it possible to have division of labor in politics. It maintains stability by distancing the ordinary citizen from politics, thereby encouraging them to accept compromise. 10.2.2 Synonymous with electoral democracy. However, although these features may be a necessary precondition for representative democracy, they should not be mistaken for democracy itself. The democratic content in representative democracy is the idea of popular consent expressed through the act of voting. Representative democracy is, thus, a form of electoral democracy in that popular election is seen as the only legitimate source of political authority. Such elections must respect the principle of political equality based on universal adult franchise irrespective of caste, color, creed, sex, religion, or economic status. Elections must be regular, open, and above all competitive. The core of the democratic process is the capacity of the people to call politicians to account. In short, the essence of representative democracy lies in political pluralism, open competition between political philosophies, movements, parties, and so on. 124. Representative democracy. 10.3 Various views on representative and its limits. Democracy. There are different views on representative democracy. The first implies that in representative democracy, political power is ultimately wielded by voters at election time. Thus, the virtue of representative democracy lies in its capacity of blind elite rule with a significant measure of political participation. Government is entrusted to politicians, but these politicians are forced to respond to popular pressures by the simple fact that the public put them there in the first place and can later remove them. The voter exercises the same power in the political market as the consumer does in economic markets. Joseph Schumpeter summed it up in Capitalism, Socialism and Democracy, 1976. By describing representative democracy as that institutional arrangement for arriving at political decisions in which individuals acquire the power to decide by means of a competitive struggle for people's vote. 10.3.1 Pluralist. According to another viewpoint, democracy is pluralist in nature. In its broader sense, pluralism is a commitment to diversity or multiplicity. In its narrower sense, pluralism is a theory of distribution of political power. It holds that power is widely and evenly dispersed in society instead of being concentrated in a few hands as the elitists claim. In this form, pluralism is usually seen as a theory of group politics in which individuals are largely represented through their membership of organized groups, ethnic groups, and these groups have access to the policy process. 10.3.2 Elitist. It refers to a minority in whose hands power, wealth, or privilege is concentrated justifiably or otherwise. Elitism believes in rule by an elite or minority. Classical elitism, developed by Mosca, Pareto, and Michel, saw elite rule as being inevitable and unchangeable fact of social existence. What is majority rule? Some view democracy as a majority rule. Majority rule is a practice in which priority is accounted to the will of the majority. What is majoritarianism? Majoritarianism implies insensitivity towards marginalized and individuals. 10.3.3 Rival views. There is a considerable amount of disagreement about the meaning and significance of representative democracy. Some questions raised by scholars are as follows. Does it ensure a genuine and healthy dispersal of political power? Do democratic processes genuinely promote long-term benefits, or are they self-defeating? Can political equality coexist with economic equality? 125. The grammar of democracy. In short, representative democracy is interpreted in different ways by different theorists. Most important among these interpretations are advanced by pluralism, elitism, the New Right, and Marxism. For many political thinkers, representative democracy is simply superior to every other form of political organization. Some argue that representative democracy is the form of government that best protects human rights because it is based on the recognition of the intrinsic worth and equality of human beings. Others believe that democracy is the form of government which is most likely to take rational decisions because it can count on the pooled knowledge and expertise of a society's entire population. Others claim that democracies are stable and long-lasting because their elected leaders enjoy a strong sense of legitimacy. Still others believe that representative democracy is most conducive to economic growth and well-being. Some believe that in representative democracy, human beings, because they are free, are best able to develop their natural capacities and talents. Yet, democracy remains a work in progress, an evolving aspiration rather than a finished product. Check your progress. 1 Note. I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What do you understand by representative democracy? 2. Discuss the different views on representative democracy. 126. Representative democracy. 10.4 Fundamental principles of and its limits. Representative democracy. 10.4.1 Popular sovereignty. It means that the ultimate source of all public authority is the people and that the government does what the people want to be done. For observable conditions can be recognized in popular sovereignty. Government policies reflect what the people want. People participate in the political process. Information is available and debate takes place. Majority rules, i.e., policies are decided on the basis of what a majority of people want. 10.4.2 Political equality. According to this principle, each person carries equal weight in the conduct of public affairs, irrespective of caste, color, creed, sex, or religion. But political thinkers believe that great inequalities in economic circumstances can eventually turn into political inequality. Robert Dahl describes the problem in following words: if citizens are unequal in economic resources, they are likely to be unequal in political resources, and political equality will be impossible to achieve. Particularly important in modern times is the unequal influence in the control of information and financial contributions to electoral campaigns. This unequal influence represents a serious barrier in achieving a complete democracy. The ideal society for the practice of democracy, according to Aristotle, was the one with a large middle class without an arrogant and overbearing wealthy class and without a discontented poverty-stricken class. 10.4.3 Political liberty. According to this principle, citizens in democracy are protected from government interference in the exercise of basic freedom such as freedom of speech, association, movement, and conscience. It is said that liberty and democracy are inseparable. The concept of self-government implies not only the right to vote, right to run for public office, but also the right to expression, to petition the government, to join any political party, interest group, or social movement. In the practice of democracy, however, it has emerged that liberty can be threatened by democracy rather than being an essential ingredient. Following are the main criticisms that are leveled against democracy. Majority tyranny threatens liberty. Majority tyranny implies the suppression of rights and liberties of a minority by the majority. It is believed that unbridled majority rule leaves no room for the claims of minorities. Nevertheless, the threat of majority tyranny can be exaggerated. Robert Dahl points out that there is no evidence to support the belief that the rights of ethnic and religious minorities are better protected under alternative forms of political decision-making. Democracy leads to bad decisions. It is argued by some that representative democracy, which is majoritarian by nature, is not perfect. They say that. 127. 128. The grammar of democracy. There is no guarantee that representative democracy will always lead to a good decision. A majority, like the minority, can be unwise, cruel, and uncaring and can be misled by unscrupulous or incompetent leaders. 10.5 Representative democracy in practice. Having said this, let us now pay attention to the actual working of representative democracy. The chief characteristics of a functioning democracy are free and fair elections, open and accountable government, civil and political rights. The figure given below gives a good idea of these features. Political parties. Political parties play a crucial part in the political process. In a large measure, political parties determine the operational character of the democratic system. They provide a major political dynamic for the working of formal institutions of the system. According to R.G. Gettel, a political party consists of a group of citizens more or less organized who act as a political unit. By the use of their voting power, they aim to control the government and carry out their general policies. Some of the essential features of a political party are: A. People constituting a political party have a certain degree of agreement on fundamental principles. B. They seek to achieve their objectives through constitutional means. C. A political party aims to further national interest rather than sectional interest. D. It seeks to capture political power to enable it to further public interest. Political parties constitute the backbone of democracy and perform the following functions. Parties mold public opinion. Political parties stimulate the interest of public on different issues and problems such as housing, living standards, education, foreign relations, budget, etc. Open and accountable government. NT. A democratic soci. TI. Free and fair electi. ONS. Civil and political rig. HTS. A democratic pyramid from David Beetham and Kevin Boyle, Democracy, 1995, p. 28. Representative democracy. 2. Parties play a role in the conduct of elections. Elections to the legislature and its limits are held on party lines. Political parties select suitable candidates for party tickets. On the day of voting, parties ensure the maximum turnout of voters. 3. Political parties form the government. The party which secures the majority forms the government. If no single party secures the majority, then a combination of parties, called coalition, form the government. 4. The opposition acts as a check on government. The opposition parties keep a vigilant eye on the actions and policies of government and highlights its lapses and failures. Political parties form a link between government and people. Parties explain the policies of government to the people and convey reactions of the people to parliament and public officials. 6. Political parties impart education to people. Political parties make the people aware of their political rights and stakes in government. 7. Political parties act as a unifying force. Political parties are compelled to seek support of all sections of people living in different parts of the country. Thus, they act as a unifying force. Check your progress. 2. Note: use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What is popular sovereignty? Explain in your own words. 2. Write an essay on representative democracy in practice. 10.6 Democracy and elections. Modern democratic states have representative governments. Large size and population of modern democratic states make it difficult to practice direct democracy as a form of government. Hence, all modern democracies have indirect or representative governments which are elected by people. These representatives. 129. The grammar of democracy are chosen by the people through elections. Thus, elections have assumed a very important role in the formation of modern representative democracy. An election is a contest between different political parties for getting people's support. At times, an individual can also contest an election as an independent candidate. The advantages of contesting elections as a party candidate are as follows. Political parties follow specific policies. Therefore, when a candidate represents a party, it is easier for voters to know what he stands for. 2. Party candidates get funds from political parties to organize election campaigns. 3. Party volunteers may be provided by the party to the candidate during the process of electioneering. 4. Well-known leaders of the party canvass for party candidates and address their rallies. 10.6.1 The election process. Elections in a democratic system are based on the principle of equality, i.e. one person, one vote. All persons irrespective of caste, color, creed, sex, or religion enjoy certain political rights. Among these rights, the most important right is the right to vote. In politics, everyone is equal. Every person has an equal say in the formation of government. Secret ballot. The voter casts his vote secretly in an enclosure so that no one comes to know of the choice he has made. In representative democracy, secret voting is preferred, otherwise, the voter may not exercise his true choice openly due to fear of intimidation and undue influence. Constituencies are marked in order to carry out the election process with efficiency. Constituency is the territorial area from where a candidate contests elections. If only one person is to be elected from a constituency, it is called a single-member constituency. If several representatives are elected from the same constituency, then it is called a multi-member constituency. The entire election process, e.g. in India, is conducted, controlled, and supervised by an independent body called the Election Commission, Article 324. It ensures free and fair elections. The Election Commission fixes and announces the dates of elections in our country. The Election Commission has another very important responsibility. It makes sure that the party in power does not get undue advantage over other parties. The process of election runs through several formal stages. This process comprises of A. Announcement of dates. B. Filing of nomination papers. C. Scrutiny of applications. D. Withdrawal of applications. E. Publication of the final list. F. Campaigning. G. Casting of votes. 130. Representative democracy. H. Announcement of results. And its limits. In fact, the moment the Election Commission announces the dates of elections, political parties start their activities. The first task of political parties becomes the selection of candidates who are going to contest in elections as their party candidates. Modern electioneering is a cumbersome process. It needs a huge organization to manage it, which is provided by political parties. Moreover, elections require a reasonable amount of fund, which is also provided by political parties. Selection of candidates. In the functioning of representative democracy, the role of political parties has become both indispensable and very important. In fact, political parties have given an organized shape to democratic politics. Political parties field and support their candidates and organize their campaigns. Every political party announces specific programs and promises to implement these programs in case it comes to power. Voters, while casting votes for a candidate of a particular party, do so knowing well the programs and policies of that party. 2. Nomination. Once election dates are announced, political parties have to choose their candidates through a process of selection. Then candidates have to file their nominations to election offices which are appointed by the Election Commission. There is a last date for filing nomination papers. After all nominations have been filed, there is a process of scrutiny. It is done to check whether all information given in nomination papers is correct. If there is a doubt or a candidate is not found eligible, her nomination paper is rejected. Once the scrutiny is over, candidates are given a date for withdrawal. The withdrawal process makes sure that A. there is as little wastage of votes as possible, and B. that all names printed on ballot paper are those of serious candidates. 3. Symbols. Political parties have symbols which are allotted by the Election Commission, EC. The EC allots symbols to each political party and makes sure that they are not similar because they can confuse voters. In India and other developing societies, the symbols are significant for the following reasons. They are a help for illiterate voters who cannot read names of candidates. They help in differentiating between two candidates having the same name. They reflect ideology of the concerned political party. 4. Campaigning. Campaigning is the process by which a candidate tries to persuade voters to vote for him, her rather than for others. Campaigning normally stops 48 hours before polling. Each political party and every candidate tries to reach as many voters as possible. A number of campaign techniques are involved in the election process. Some of these are 131. The grammar of democracy, holding of public meetings which are addressed by candidates and a number of local and national leaders of a party. Pasting of posters on walls and putting up large and small hoardings on roadside. Distinction of handbills which highlight main issues of their manifesto. Taking out procession in support of different candidates. Door-to-door appeal by influential people in party and locality. Broadcasting and telecasting speeches of various party leaders. Counting of votes and declaration of results. After voting is over, ballot boxes are sealed and taken to counting centers. During counting, the candidate or his representative is present. After counting, a candidate getting a simple majority is declared elected. At times, simple majority leads to problems. The elected candidate represents majority when there are only two candidates, but not so if there are 3 or more candidates, e.g. if A gets 40 and B, C, and D get 20 votes, then A is declared elected. Now, though A has got 40 votes, he does not reflect the majority because 60 votes are actually against him. Elections are a very important part of democracy because the entire fortification of a democratic system depends on how elections are held. Check your progress. 3. Note. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Why are elections important in a democracy? 2. Should a person be excluded from the right to vote? 132. Representative democracy. 10.7 Democracy and alienation. And its limits. Alienation amounts to separation or detachment from one's genuine or essential nature. In actual practice, most democratic systems fare poorly by the standards of personal autonomy and popular rule. What passes for democracy in the modern world tends to be a limited and indirect form of democracy, thereby alienating the individual citizen. This democracy is little more than what Joseph Schumpeter referred to as an institutional arrangement for arriving at political decisions in which individuals acquire the power to decide by means of a competitive struggle for people's vote. This institutional arrangement has been criticized by radical Democrats for reducing popular participation to a near meaningless ritual, i.e. casting a vote every few years for politicians who can only be removed by replacing them with another set of politicians. In short, people never rule, and the growing gulf between government and people is reflected in the spread of inertia, apathy, and alienation. 10.8 Democracy and Public Opinion. To a great extent, democracy depends on public opinion. In a representative democracy, every government has to think of what will be the public reaction to its policies. All parties want to capture and retain power. Coming back to power in the next successive election depends on what people think about its work when a party was in power. Strong public opinion plays a very significant role in capture of power and forming government by a single party or a combination of parties called coalition. If the public is alert and intelligent and keeps itself informed, government cannot take the risk of disregarding people's aspirations. If it disregards their aspirations, it instantly becomes unpopular. On the other hand, if public is not alert and intelligent, government can become irresponsible. At times, this might threaten the very foundations of democracy. Formulation of public opinion. Public opinion is formed in many ways, and several agencies contribute in shaping public opinion. For a healthy public opinion, citizens should know what is happening around them, in their own country and in the world at large. A country's government makes policies not only about internal problems, but has a foreign policy also. A citizen must hear different opinions in order to make up his/her mind. Thus, for democracy to work well, citizens need to apprise themselves of various views. Among the agencies which help in formulating sound public opinion are the press, the electronic media, and cinema. In today's digital age, internet, social networking sites, and TV also play an important role in shaping perceptions and opinions. Political parties have their media cells and spokespersons who defend their policies at various platforms. New mediums like Facebook and WhatsApp are being used to strike a direct bond with the voters. At the individual level, democracy allows a person to contribute his/her share of opinion in decision-making. For all this, there is a necessity of free discussion and argument. Democratic government gives a lot of freedom to the ordinary citizen. However, citizens have to use freedom with responsibility, restraint, and discipline. If people have some grievances, they must show them through channels provided by the democratic system. Acts of indiscipline on the part of citizens might wreck the democratic setup of a system. 133. The grammar of democracy. Check your progress for. Note: I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Can anyone be excluded from citizenship in a democracy? 2. What is the role of public opinion in a democracy? 10.9 Gender and Democracy. Participation and Representation. The third wave of democratization, which began in the mid-1970s, brought about competitive electoral politics to many countries in Latin America, East and Central Europe, and parts of Africa and Asia. It was seen as a triumph for democracy as the number of electoral democracies increased from 39 in 1974 to 117 in 1998. However, as in the earlier long-standing democracies, the levels of women's representation in new democracies are still low in both legislatures and executives. The struggle for political citizenship was for a long time an important goal of women's movements. The suffrage campaigns that took place in many parts of the world in the late 19th and early 20th century were based on the assumption that the right to vote and participate in electoral processes was an important part of being a citizen. If democracies now guarantee all citizens the right to participate in the political arena, why are women so poorly represented? Does the low participation of women mean that democracies are undemocratic? Theorists of democratization, as mentioned earlier, have a variety of definitions of what counts as a democracy. At one end of the continuum, there is a minimal definition which implies that all that is needed is competitive elections. Mid-range definitions also emphasize the need for freedom and pluralism, such as civil rights and freedom of speech, so that state may be considered a liberal democracy. 134. Representative democracy. Neither of these definitions makes the distinction between right to participate and its limits, and the ability to participate. Only the more utopian definitions that consider the quality of democracy emphasize that democracy also implies the enjoyment of full citizenship in its broadest sense. Citizenship is defined not just in terms of civil and political rights, but also in terms of economic and social rights that can facilitate the full participation of all in the political sphere. Democracy can be vibrant and effective only when citizens take part in an active civil society. The public and the private. Feminists have argued for a long time that there are a number of problems with the ways in which democracy is defined, theorized, and practiced. Liberal political theory is based on a division between public and private sphere. Within this model, men appear as the head of households and as abstract individuals active in public sphere, while women are relegated analytically to private sphere, mainly household and family works. The political is, therefore, defined as masculine in a very profound sense. In practical terms, the manner in which political activity is conducted in most democracies means women participate to a far lesser extent than men, particularly at higher levels of conventional political activity. For example, many women find style and substance of politics forbidding. Even if they do decide to pursue a political career, women often experience difficulties in getting selected on winnable seats on the party's list. Further, as in other areas of public sphere, Women find that constraints placed on them by their responsibilities in private sphere also reduce their ability to participate in conventional political activity on same terms as men. It would be incorrect to give an impression that there is an agreement on nature of democracy. Lenin, for example, has argued that liberal democracy is a screen which hides exploitation and domination of the masses. More recently, Carol Pateman has argued that democracy must also extend to the workplace, where most people spend a great part of their day, before we can be said to live under democratic conditions. A different type of criticism of democracy argues, by pointing out that even democracy can go dangerously wrong. Aristotle reminded us that for its proper functioning, even a democracy needs a stable system of law. Democracy can otherwise become the arbitrary dictatorship of the many, i.e. the mob rule. In a similar vein, de Tocqueville argued that democracy creates the possibility of a new form of tyranny, the tyranny of the majority. Madison warned of the danger of factions, which means a group large or small, whose interest does not reflect the general interest of the people, and who attempt to subvert the democratic system for their own purposes. Modern democracies tend to create bureaucratic organizations around themselves. According to Max Weber, the interest of the bureaucratic organizations creates a tension in democratic practice, as the bureaucracy created by democracy will have a tendency to choke off the democratic process. Pareto argued that howsoever democratic a society may claim to be, it will be inevitably ruled by a powerful elite. But it can be argued that the idea of separation of powers and the concept of checks and balances can go a long way in avoiding despotism. Moreover, we need to ensure that those people who make laws do not enforce. 135. Them also. The Grammar of Democracy 10.10 Democracy and Internet. No other invention of this new technological era has proliferated as rapidly as the Internet. The Internet has rapidly accelerated the development of transnational relations, fostering a kind of mutual influence and interdependence. The Internet affects democracy in a number of ways. Its role in combating totalitarian regimes is, indeed, positive, for it creates access to information and thus undermines the monopoly of the government in question. But on the other hand, the Internet creates problems also for democracy insofar as it weakens the state's regulative capacity. The transnational interpretation of societies by the Internet undermines the capacity of governments to govern effectively. Further, as far as national security is concerned, the Internet has opened up new possibilities for asymmetrical conflicts. States can sustain massive damage from net-based attacks, not from other states but from individuals. Nevertheless, the new information technology will probably, on balance, reinforce the existing power structures rather than weaken them. Check your progress 5 note. I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Examine the reasons for the poor political participation and representation of women. 2. How has the Internet impacted upon democracy? 10.11 Let us sum up. In this unit, you have read about representative democracy, which is the modern form of democracy. You should be now in a position to explain its meaning as well as discuss different views on it. The unit, it is hoped, has also made clear to you the fundamental principles of representative democracy. How democracy actually works, the electoral process has been elaborated in the unit. Finally, and equally importantly, vital contemporary concerns such as the issues of gender, alienation, and public opinion have been discussed in the unit. 136. 137. Representative democracy and its limits. 10.12 References. Beetham, David, and Boyle, Kevin. 1995, Democracy, 80 Questions and Answers. National Book Trust, India in association with UNESCO Publishing. Dahl, Robert. 1956. A Preference to Democratic Theory. Chicago, University of Chicago Press. Dahl, Robert. 1989. Democracy and Its Critics. Yale University Press. Held, David. 1987. Models of Democracy. Stanford University Press. Putnam, Robert D. 1993. Making Democracy Work, Civil Traditions in Modern Italy. Princeton University Press. 10.13 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check Your Progress 1.1. Your answer should mention how it is an indirect form of democracy and enumerate its main features. 2. Your answer should highlight the views of elitists, pluralists, and others. Check Your Progress 2.1. Your answer should highlight rule by the people. 2. Your answer should highlight facts of free and fair elections, open and accountable government, and civil and political rights. Check Your Progress 3.1. Your answer should highlight how direct democracy is not possible and how elections are the only route to power to the people in the form of their chosen representatives. 2. Your answer should be no, as in politics everyone is equal. Check Your Progress 4.1. Your answer should highlight that it can happen if a threat to civil society, law and order, and national security is there. 2. Your answer should highlight how public opinion cannot be ignored if a political party has to hold onto power or capture it. Check Your Progress 5.1. Your answer should highlight how women find politics uncomfortable. Difficulties in being selected for winnable seats. Responsibilities of private sphere impacting public/political sphere. 2. Your answer should highlight that Internet breaks government monopoly and weakens states' governing capacity. The Grammar of Democracy, Unit 11, Participation and Dissent *. Structure 11.0 Objectives 11.1 Introduction 11.2 Meaning of participation 1.1.2.1 Types of participation 1.1.2.2 Levels of participation 1.2.3 Factors impacting political participation 1.2.4 Globalization and online participation 11.3 Dissent 1.3.1 Democracy and dissent 11.4 Let us sum up 11.5 References 11.6 Answers to check your progress exercises 11.0 Objectives. This unit aims to provide a basic understanding of political participation and political dissent, their features, and some important proponents who have emphasized their importance. After reading this unit, you should be able to comprehend the meaning of political participation, understand what dissent is, and analyze the relationship between participation and dissent. 11.1 Introduction. Political participation and political equality are the two main ideals of a democracy. In principle, they are both compatible, but in practice, due to unequal participation, there is no political equality. This is a major problem in a representative government where accountability can be ensured by popular participation, and it also allows the citizens to express their will. Political participation creates democracy from below and increases information of the people about politics of their country. Politically active and aware citizens act as a restraint on the government. A feeling of exclusion can arise even in a well-established democracy, as participation is not only about the form of political system but also about how it is facilitated throughout the political cycle. It means that mere voting once in 5 years during elections is not enough. Popular participation should be ensured in the intervening period between two elections as well. In the absence of political participation, a government loses its legitimacy and would require force to extend its rule. For X. A dictator would not tolerate any opposition to his rule and creates an environment of fear in which there is no popular participation. Political thinkers like J.S. Mill and Aristotle believed. Dr. Raj Kumar Sharma, Academic Associate, Faculty of Political Sciences, IGNOU. 138. New Delhi. Participation and dissent. That an individual can attain full human potential only by being an active participant in the political community. Jean-Jacques Rousseau argued that individuals are more likely to accept a law which has been formulated by their participation, and it also encourages community feeling among them. Amartya Sen sees freedom to participate as the main key to development. He says participation can be seen to have intrinsic value for the quality of life. Indeed, being able to do something through political action for oneself or for others is one of the elementary freedoms that people have reason to value. Political thinkers from Aristotle to John Dewey have argued that political participation is vital for a government and guards against tyranny by ensuring governance through collective wisdom. It also promotes order and stability and can secure greatest good for the greatest number by allowing all citizens to express their views. However, given the diversity of any nation in terms of ethnicity, religion, language, region, etc., ensuring maximum people's participation is one of the major challenges in front of contemporary democracies. 11.2 Meaning of participation. Sidney Verba and Norman H. Nia, in their book Participation in America, Political Democracy and Social Equality, have defined political participation as behavior designed to affect the choice of governmental personnel and/or policies. Huntington and Nelson, in their book No Easy Choice, Political Participation in Developing Countries, define political participation as activity by private citizens designed to influence governmental decision-making. In another definition of political participation, H. McCloskey says it is the principal means by which consent is granted or withdrawn in a democracy and the rulers are made accountable to the ruled. In general terms, it can be defined as those activities of citizens which affect politics. Political participation is relevant to all forms of governments, but it is central to a democracy. Verba and Nia have aptly put it, where few take part in decisions there is little democracy. The more participation there is in decisions, the more democracy there is. According to Robert H. Salisbury, there are three intellectual usages behind political participation. 1. It is regarded as a legitimizing act. As long as the citizens participate in government affairs through voting or other means, they give consent to the decisions and legitimize them. This is the central idea of a democracy. Second, there is the instrumental view of participation, which sees it as a necessary means for securing political power which is required to recover losses, increase gains, or enhance benefits of life for oneself or the social sector. This view has been an underlining force for struggles to expand suffrage and mobilize voters. Third, the general interpretation of participation is associated mainly with Rousseau and J.S. Mill, who saw it as a solvent of social conflicts. Rousseau argued that citizens would share a common understanding of general good by political participation and would be able to agree how resources should be allocated. Mill saw participation as a learning process, and those who stay outside it will not be able to learn the rules required to reach consensus judgments. C.B. Macpherson has given two requirements for the existence of a participatory democracy. First, there should be reduction in social and economic inequality. Second, people should see themselves and act as exerters and enjoyers of development instead of merely being consumers of government policies. Samuel. 139. The Grammar of Democracy. Huntington has argued that excessive demands are being placed on the political system, which is eroding government authority. Too much democracy leads to decline in government authority, and hence, there should be a fine balance between government authority and limits on it. Giovanni Sartori has said that the anti-elitists have neglected the vertical dimension, leadership of democracy extension as they are focused on horizontal dimension, i.e. participation. He supported an informed, active and interested citizenry pitching for participation in real decision-making process. The United Nations Human Development Report gives importance to formal political participation through electoral systems and political parties. It also makes a case for better governance of political parties, increasing participation of women and minorities and curbing the role of money in politics. 1.2.1 Types of participation. Political participation can be classified in two categories, conventional and unconventional. The conventional participation is routine behavior that uses channels of the government. It can be supportive as it could be a ceremonial act of expressing support for the government or the country. Conversely, it could also try to seek a modification in the government policy. It could involve contacting the party members, politicians and government representatives or activities pertaining to the election process like campaigning and voting. Unconventional participation is relatively uncommon behavior working against government channels or the dominant culture, and hence it is stressful for both participants and their opponents. Such type of participation may not structurally be embedded in the political system, and that is why it can be illegal. A number of activities like unlawful demonstrations, boycotts, signing the petitions, political violence, etc. come under its ambit. It has been successful in a number of occasions in influencing government decisions, like the civil rights movement in the U.S. There are three features shared by people who participate in unconventional ways. Group consciousness, sense of political efficacy, mistrust of the political system. Initial studies on political participation focused mainly on activities like campaign and voting. However, in the 1960s, the scope was widened to include unconventional activities like protesting and petitioning. Such activities were also called elite challenging as they posed a new challenge before the ruling elites. With the advent of the internet, online participation is becoming a new form of political participation through which people express their political views. Michael Rush and Philip Althoff Nelson in their 1971 book An Introduction to Political Sociology listed the following activities as political participation: holding or seeking political/administrative office. Active/passive membership in a political organization. Active/passive membership in a quasi-political organization like pressure groups. Participation in public meetings, demonstrations, etc. Participation in informal political discussion. 140. Participation and dissent. General interest in politics. Voting for elections. Indifference or lack of interest in political activities leading to political apathy. 1.2.2 Levels of participation. Verba and Nya have given various levels of political participation. Inactives, these are the people who rarely vote and keep a distance from political organizations as well. Voting specialists, such people vote but apart from that, they do not participate in political activities. Parochial participants, they neither vote nor do they participate in election campaigns or civic associations. But they are not averse to contacting local officials for personal issues. Communalists, such people mainly stay engaged in local community politics and their education and income is similar to that of the campaigners. Campaigners, they not only vote but also like to campaign. Their education level is higher than that of average voters and they are able to take clear-cut political positions due to clear party affiliation. Complete activists, such individuals regularly promote a political party and its political ideals. 1.2.3 Factors impacting political participation. There are a number of factors that have an impact on political participation. They are listed below. Psychological factors. An individual's psychology plays an important role in his level of political participation. Lonely people like politics as it involves meeting people at various levels. Some people want to be powerful and participate in politics to achieve the same. Another important aspect is of system trust, which refers to an individual's trust in the political system, including the political leaders and parties. If the political system is trusted by people, there is likely to be high political participation. A system that is not trusted may not see high level of political participation from its citizens. Social factors. Education level of an individual is critical in deciding his/her inclination for political participation. Better educated people have a good civic sense and confidence to air their political views. Similarly, people with higher incomes participate more than others. Occupation is also a factor here. Teachers, traders, and government servants have higher levels of political participation as their occupations are directly impacted by government policies. Sex and age also play a part in participation. Women tend to participate less than men in political activities due to their domestic duties, lack of resources, caste factor, and lack of education. India's economic survey of 2017-18 highlights low level of women's participation in politics. It adds that factors like lack of confidence, financial resources, and support. 141. The grammar of democracy from family are some of the factors that do not allow women to participate in political activities. It further adds that in the parliament, women MPs constitute only 12% of the total membership. Age is also a factor as middle-aged people participate more than youths and older ones. Other factors include residence, rural or city, and religion. Political factors. In case the voting rules are simple, there is high political participation. Too much or too low confidence in the government can lower political participation. Political parties also impact participation through their various activities during and after elections like rallies, mobilizing voters, campaigns, etc. Grassroots democracy at village and city level also plays a part in sensitizing citizens towards political issues. There are a number of mobilizing agencies like the media, associations, and civic groups which play an important part in increasing political participation in a country. Social capital, the network of relationships among people in a society, is called social capital. These relationships can be at individual level or through membership of civil society organizations, religious organizations, or interest groups. Generally, high social capital leads to high level of political participation in a society. It helps in maintenance of democracy by impacting quality and quantity of political participation. Civil society organizations and other voluntary organizations have political interests which are fulfilled by mobilizing their members, leading to increase in political participation. The main dimensions of social capital, like political expertise, frequency of political interaction, and network size, all of them impact an individual's political participation. In contrast to political participation, one can also see political apathy in a country which is characterized by a feeling of indifference towards politics. It can be witnessed in the decline in voter turnout in a country. Political apathy could breed corruption and moral decline among leaders as they do not face public scrutiny. Youths and minorities are generally seen as sections that do not have interest in politics. Some people may be content with the political system and hence do not feel any need to participate. Others may feel that there is no scope for change since every political party behaves in a similar fashion, which leads to political apathy. Some may not be sure of their own political leanings, while others may not have time and energy for politics. 11.2.4 Globalization and online participation. The internet has become an important medium for political participation. People sign petitions online while they also express political support or protest through social media these days. This has prompted the political parties to maintain active social media cells which try to influence public opinion and generate favorable political participation. Online participation can give voice to the marginalized sections like women and help in their empowerment as well. Some critics believe that online participation does not reflect the reality of offline world, and these opinions can be artificially manufactured using technology as a tool. Globalization is blurring the political boundaries at the global level, leading to what some experts call global citizenship. This is evident from increasing concerns over human rights violations and efforts to address climate change. These issues generate political participation beyond borders as global survival. 142. Participation and dissent is at stake. In this context, globalization seems to have transformed the meaning of citizenship and political participation. Global outcry can put pressure on a government to address concerns of its citizens. However, internet can also play its part in downfall of a government, as was the case during the Arab Spring in West Asia. This can prompt the state to crack down on online participation to ensure its own stability. Check your progress. 1. Note: I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What is the concept of political participation? Elaborate. 2. What are the determining factors of political participation? 11.3 Dissent. Democracies are based on consent by the people that they are ready to be governed by their elected representatives. However, there may be people who hold other views and have difference of opinion with government policies. Dissent is defined as an unwillingness to cooperate with an established source of authority, which can be social, cultural, or governmental. As already explained, dissent is unconventional type of political participation and it may not be embedded in the political system. That is why it can be seen as illegal by the state. Activities like protests, marches, boycotts, self-immolations, and civil disobedience are seen as acts of dissent. In its extreme form, dissent can turn violent and see a revolution, overthrow of the present government as its aim, and would invite retaliation from the government of the day. Dissent can be collective or individual and organized or spontaneous. A certain type of political dissent is found in all democracies in form of moral criticism of the system and emphasizing systemic problems. This is basically public scrutiny of government policies. It does not aim to achieve political power, unlike revolutionaries, and resorts to critical evaluation of political system and culture. By using violence, political dissidents would lose higher moral ground of defending people's interests and would be treated as extremists who want to achieve political power. 143. The grammar of democracy: dissent is both feared and appreciated. If it happened in the glorious, unthreatening past or takes place in distant lands, then dissent is appreciated. Some famous dissenters include Martin Luther, Socrates, M.K. Gandhi, and Galileo. If they are successful, dissenters are appreciated and can be targeted if unsuccessful. However, dissent would look unattractive to those whose power is threatened by it. In his book, A Theory of Justice, John Rawls has argued that civil disobedience helps in maintaining just institutions. Along with free and regular elections and an independent judiciary, civil disobedience used with restraint and judgment can strengthen just institutions. Marxists believe that communist societies are free of political disobedience, as everyone will do as per his capacity and get as per his need. Also, people identify themselves with community well-being instead of individual interests in a communist society. Social contract theorist Thomas Hobbes, in his book Leviathan, has argued that individuals consent to obey the state in return for being protected against violence and threats of violence. If the state cannot provide protection, citizens have the right to disobey its rules. Another social contract theorist, John Locke, in his book, Second Treatise, has argued that a state is legitimate because it enjoys consent of its citizens. The purpose of the state is to enforce the law of nature, and in case it is unable to do so, the citizens no longer are obliged to obey the government. J.S. Mill has further said, if all mankind minus one were of one opinion, mankind would be no more justified in silencing that one person than he, if he had the power, would be justified in silencing mankind. Dissent is associated with critical thinking which seeks to question accepted notions of authority, truth, and meaning. Immanuel Kant called it leading an examined life. Michel Foucault, one of the main critics of liberalism and the Frankfurt School, regarded dissent as positive, and its near absence in the 19th and 20th century democracies created problems in these states. Contemporary democracies are believed to encourage self-censorship, ideals of normality, or intellectually restricted forms of culture. Such a democracy would hinder critical thinking, minimize dissent, and public deliberation. Check your progress. 2. Note, I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Discuss John Rawls and Thomas Hobbes's views on dissent. 1.3.1 Democracy and Dissent. The relationship between the state and dissent has been a complex one, where the state usually sees dissent as a threat and tries to regulate it. Historically, authoritarian governments have never given space to opposition in their political 144. Participation and dissent sphere. From Hitler, Stalin to Mao, all dictators have systematically eliminated any political dissent which could have otherwise threatened their authority. Hitler used means like civil service purges, concentration camps, and unfair trials to settle score with his opponents, while Mao attacked intellectuals, removed party officials, and also limited organized opposition. Similar repressive policies were also adopted by Joseph Stalin to keep his authority supreme in the former Soviet Union. In such political systems, which are also described as state terror by some experts, deference and conformity run high due to the fear of persecution. However, in democracies, there is always room for expressing one's views which may be opposed to the government of the day. Some of the rights that deal with expressing dissent in a democracy include the freedom of speech and expression. French philosopher Voltaire had famously said, I may not agree with what you have to say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. In a democratic country, right to freely express views forms the backbone of freedom. There should be no external interference in an individual's practice of this right. However, one also has to take into account the fact that this right needs to be cautiously used, as feelings of others also should be kept in mind. Freedom of association and assembly. Positively, it would mean that an individual has a right to be associated with the groups or organizations of his choice. Negatively, it means that a person can avoid association with organizations where his interests do not match. Both these aspects of this right should be protected by law of the land. A person has the freedom of assembly, but it is not the freedom to assemble at any given place, since properties of others cannot be violated. Political participation. In a democracy, political participation can be seen as protecting one's right to dissent. By exercising this right, an individual can vote against a government whose policies are contrary to his/her interests. Due process of law. This right protects one's other rights concerning dissent. Due process makes sure that an impartial procedure exists by which any act of dissent can be examined. However, it could be erroneous to assume that the right to dissent is fully protected in democracies. If a government feels insecure and threatened during internal unrest, it is likely to use force against dissent, depending on the medium of protest as well. The level of threat perceived by the government from an act of dissent would also determine its response. Academics believe that a democracy is less likely to see dissent as a threat, as democracies are generally more legitimate forms of government as well as more tolerant of dissident behavior. Democratic systems also provide institutionalized and legitimate channels through which citizens and political opponents can express their dissent. This benefits the government as well as the dissenters, as the opposition groups are less inclined to use violence to voice their discontent. Hence, their actions are not perceived as threats by the government, which in turn remains less inclined to use repression against dissenters. It means that there is no place for violence as a tool to be used in a democracy for expressing dissent. In a democracy, right to dissent protects one's most basic civil liberties against the government's emphasis on 145. The grammar of democracy. Security. It allows a public debate between liberty and security through public institutions that safeguard free speech and debate, the media, judiciary, and ultimately through general elections. If a society has to be truly democratic, free and critical thinking will form an essential part of it. It was only due to critical thinking that Galileo and Copernicus were able to prove that the sun is at the center of the solar system. There are many other instances to show that dissent has been successful. It was dissent that ended apartheid in South Africa. It can help in the achievement of a less unjust society. Check your progress. 3. Note, I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Which rights protect a person's right to dissent in a democracy? 11.4 Let us sum up. Political participation and dissent are two important virtues of any democracy. Participation ensures that the government remains accountable to the people. Conventional participation adds legitimacy to government policies, while unconventional participation, dissent, like protests and boycotts, challenge the government. It is a challenge for modern-day democracies as to how to increase political participation and decrease dissent at the same time. In democracies, nonviolent dissent can be expressed through rights like freedom of speech and expression, freedom of association and assembly, and due process of law. Even political participation also allows an individual to express dissent, as one can vote against a government whose policies a person does not like. But use of violence for dissent would invite repression from the state, as it is perceived as a threat to democracy. For a society to be democratic in spirit, critical thinking has to be a vital part of it. 11.5 References. Florida International University webpage on political participation, URL, http:// Rush, Michael, and Philip Althoff. 1971. An Introduction to Political Sociology. London, Nelson. Redhead, Mark. Dissent. Encyclopedia Britannica. URL, https:// Sharma Urmila and S.K. Sharma. 2007. Principles and Theory of Political Science. New Delhi, Atlantic Publishers and Distributors Private Ltd. 146. Participation and Dissent. Verba, Sydney and NH. 1987. Participation in America, Political Democracy and Social Equality. Chicago, University of Chicago Press. Vinod M.J. and M. Deshpande. 2013. Contemporary Political Theory. New Delhi, PHI Learning Private Ltd. 11.6 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check your progress. 1. Your answer should include views of Sidney Verba and Norman H. Nia, Huntington, Nelson, and H. McCloskey. 2. Highlight psychological, social, and political factors apart from social capital. Check your progress. 2. 1. John Rawls argued that dissent helps in maintaining just institutions. Thomas Hobbes highlighted the social contract between the individual and the state. Check your progress. 3. 1. Your answer should include rights like freedom of speech and expression, freedom of association and assembly, political participation, and due process of law. 147. 148. The Grammar of Democracy, Unit 12, Democracy and Citizenship ***. Structure 12.0, Objectives 12.1, Introduction 12.2, Democracy, the Concept 12.3, Procedural/Minimalist and Substantive/Maximalist Dimension 12.4, Types of Democracy. 1.2.4.1 Direct Democracy. 1.2.4.2 Representative Democracy. 12.5 Citizenship. 1.2.5.1 Development of the concept of citizenship. 12.6 Relationship between democracy and citizenship. 1.2.6.1 Rights and Responsibilities. 1.2.6.2 Active and Passive Participation. 1.2.6.3 Issues of Identity. 12.7 Let us sum up. 12.8 References. 12.9 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. 12.0 Objectives. In this unit, you will explore the idea of democracy and citizenship. After studying this unit, you would be able to explain the meaning of democracy, understand the concept of citizenship and its development over the centuries, and analyze the relationship between democracy and citizenship. 12.1 Introduction. Democracy is generally understood as government of the people, by the people, and for the people, and that is why it cannot survive without citizenship. With the advent of representative democracies, there is a shift towards passive citizenship from active, which could be seen as the challenge of legitimacy in front of the state. Citizens' support for democracy is a key requirement for its sustainability, while lack of popular support could be exploited by authoritarian forces for their own benefits. Hence, in the contemporary context, it becomes important to analyze the relationship between democracy and citizenship. Dr. Rajkumar Sharma, Academic Associate, Faculty of Political Sciences, IGNOU, New Delhi, and Divya Tiwari, Lawyer, New Delhi. Democracy and Citizenship. 12.2 Democracy, the Concept. The concept of democracy is more than 2,500 years old, having first appeared in The concept of democracy is more than 2,500 years old, having first appeared in Athens in the 5th century BC. Likewise, the word democracy has a Greek origin derived from the word demokratia. It is a combination of two Greek words, demos, meaning people, and kratos, meaning power. Hence, democracy stands for rule by the people. It is one of the most debated issues in the field of political science, as it is a contested concept. This means, although there is a general agreement on the meaning of democracy, there are differences on how to implement it. Consequently, there are different types of democracy: direct, representative, deliberative, etc. The agreement is on the idea that democracy means popular rule and sovereignty, but how that will be achieved varies. There are, however, some inherent contradictions in the way democracy is practiced. How to achieve people's participation, the balance between liberty and equality, protection of minority rights, and to avoid the tyranny of majority, etc. are some of the questions which democracies have to grapple with. One of the central problems faced by democracies all over the world is how to balance between liberty and equality. The English liberal tradition gives more importance to liberty, while the French tradition treats equality as superior to liberty. Negative liberty places more emphasis on the individual and his rights, while positive liberty talks of limiting these rights to attain equality. This means that negative liberty favors a limited role for the state, while positive liberty wants state intervention to create conditions where equality could exist. That notwithstanding, there are a number of advantages that a democracy has over other forms of governments. It prevents rule of the oppressors, fosters human development, facilitates protection of individual rights and freedoms, and could even prevent wars at the international level, as democracies normally do not fight against each other. In his 1861 book Considerations on Representative Government, J.S. Mill has given 3 advantages of democratic decision-making over non-democratic ones. First, strategically, democracy compels decision-makers to take into account interests, opinions, and rights of most of the people, which would not be the case in an authoritarian or aristocratic form of government. Second, epistemologically, democracy brings in a number of varied views in the process, which allows decision-makers to pick up the best ideas. Third, democracy also helps in character building of citizens as it inculcates qualities like rationality, autonomy, and independent thinking. This creates pressure of public opinion on political leaders who cannot ignore people's views in order to remain in power. In this context, Nobel laureate Amartya Sen has touched upon the relationship between democracy and famines, arguing that there have been no famines in a functioning democracy as the leaders are accountable to the people and cannot ignore their basic welfare. Former Prime Minister of United Kingdom Winston Churchill had reservations about democracy, but he still said that it was the worst form of government except all those other forms that have been tried from time to time. Understood in a broader sense, democracy is not only a form of government and state, but it is also a condition of society or a way of life. A democratic society is one in which there is socio-economic equality, while a democratic state is one where citizens get a chance to participate in open and fair political process. Radical Democrats in the 1960s and the 1970s believed that socio-economic equality. 149. The grammar of democracy was a precondition for the success of political democracy. Some frequent meanings attributed to the term democracy are as follows. Rule by the poor and disadvantaged, their political participation and assertion. Society based on equal opportunity and individual merit instead of hierarchy and privilege. Welfare and redistribution to reduce social inequality. Decision-making based on majority rule. Protection of minority rights by placing checks on majority rule. Fulfilling public offices through competition for popular vote. In a broader sense, a number of features can be attributed to democracy. A written constitution, the rule of law, human rights, independent media and judiciary, separation of powers between the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature could be described as some of the basic features of democracy. The idea of democracy has come a long way from its initial form in Greece when it was not inclusive in nature. The Greek model of democracy excluded women, slaves, and immigrants, making it undemocratic in spirit. This spirit continued even in modern democracies like France, Britain, and the US, where some sections were not allowed to vote while the voting rights were given to wealthy men. The French Revolution of 1789 talked about liberty, equality, and fraternity apart from popular sovereignty for the mankind. However, the women did not get the right to vote, and it was only in 1944 that France started universal adult suffrage. In Britain, women got the right to vote in 1928, while in the US, they got this right in 1920. However, discrimination on the basis of color remained in the US, and it was only in 1965 that the African American women and males were given the right to vote. India has been progressive in this regard compared to Western democracies, as India adopted the universal adult franchise from 1950 when its constitution came into force, and it became world's first democratic state to have universal adult franchise since its inception. Saudi Arabia is the latest country which has allowed women to vote, and in 2015, women for the first time exercised their right to vote in the municipal elections. 12.3 Procedural/minimalist and substantive/maximalist dimension. Democracy could be well understood by 2 different views: procedural, minimalist, and substantive, maximalist. The procedural dimension merely focuses on procedures or means in place to attain democracy. It argues that regular competitive elections on the basis of universal adult franchise and plural political participation would produce a democratically elected government. In his 1942 book, Capitalism, Socialism, and Democracy, Joseph Schumpeter has said that democracy is institutional arrangement for arriving at political decisions in which individuals acquire the power to decide by means of a competitive struggle for the people's vote. Huntington has also echoed similar views, saying the central procedure of democracy is the selection of leaders through competitive elections by the people they govern. However, people are perceived as passive beyond electoral participation in minimalist view and thus are governed by their representatives. This view does not focus on liberty and freedom as it. 150. Democracy and citizenship. Emphasizes how to elect a democratic government. In the absence of checks and balances in the system, the elected leaders could manipulate procedures and power for their own benefit, leading to concealed authoritarianism. The government could work for the elites who hold power instead of the people who should hold ultimate authority in a democratic setup. Such instances have existed in Argentina and Brazil between 1980s and 1990s. The governments in Central Asian countries too could be described as procedural democracies, as the power has been concentrated in hands of a single individual, although periodic elections are held from time to time. Terry Carl has pointed that minimalist view could also lead to a fallacy of electoralism, a situation where electoral process is given priority over other dimensions of democracy. Fareed Zakaria calls it a liberal democracy, a case where governments are democratically elected but ignore constitutional limits on their power and deprive their citizens of basic rights and freedoms. Substantive democracy tries to overcome the shortcomings of procedural view, arguing that social and economic differences could hamper people's participation in the democratic process. It focuses on outcomes like social equality instead of ends in order to truly work for the governed. In a sense, it talks about common good rather than benefit of limited individuals. The rights of marginalized sections like women and the poor are protected through redistributive justice so that conditions can be created through state intervention for their participation in political process. Various political scientists like John Locke, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Immanuel Kant, and John Stuart Mill have contributed to the emergence of this view. Unlike Schumpeter, who believed the conception of democracy which aim for ambitious forms of equality are dangerous, Rousseau argued that a formal variety of democracy is equivalent to slavery and it's only egalitarian democracies which have political legitimacy. Check your progress. 1. Note: I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. According to J.S. Mill, what are the advantages of democratic decision-making? 2. What are the differences between procedural and substantive dimensions of democracy? 151. The Grammar of Democracy. 12.4 Types of democracy. Democracy can be classified as direct and representative depending on how the people rule. Direct democracy is based on direct and unmediated citizen participation in government rule. All adult citizens take part in decision, making sure that all the viewpoints are discussed and best possible decisions are taken. 12.4.1 Direct democracy. It wipes out the distinction between the government and the governed and the state and civil society. The ancient Greek city-state model was an example of direct democracy. In contemporary times, direct democracy can be found in Swiss cantons. In the Greek model, there was physical presence of the citizens in the assembly to ensure their participation. However, the Swiss model is slightly different as it depends on methods like initiative, recall, and plebiscite to ensure popular participation in policy making. The initiative gives people the power to propose legislation which should be discussed by the legislature. Recall is the power in hands of the people through which they can remove their policy makers if their performance is not up to the mark. In a plebiscite, an important question is put in front of the citizens for their approval or disapproval. Direct democracy ensures greater legitimacy as people are more likely to follow decisions which are taken by them only. It also creates a highly informed citizenry which participates in decision-making. However, there is a vast difference in size, geography, population between a city-state and a nation-state. That is why practicing direct democracy is difficult in big modern nation-states. This issue was solved with the development of representative democracy which first appeared in Northern Europe in the 18th century. 12.4.2 Representative democracy. It is a limited and indirect form of democracy. It is limited because popular participation in policymaking is very less pertaining to voting in a few years, while it is indirect as people do not exercise power directly but through their elected representatives. Presidential and parliamentary democracies are two main types of representative democracies around the world. There are more parliamentary democracies around the world than the presidential democracies. Parliamentary democracies are more representative than the presidential, but at the same time they are relatively less stable. Check your progress. 2. Note: I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What is the difference between direct and representative democracy? 152. Democracy and citizenship. 12.5 Citizenship. In its earliest form, citizenship focused on the city instead of the state, as is evident from the experience of ancient Greek city-states or polis. In general terms, citizenship is a relationship between an individual and state. It is seen in the context of complementary rights and responsibilities. According to T.H. Marshall, citizenship is full and equal membership in a political community. There are certain rights, duties, and responsibilities that citizens have, but they can either be denied or partially extended to aliens and other non-citizens residing in a country. Generally, full political rights like the right to vote and to hold public office are extended to citizens only. The usual responsibilities that the citizens have towards the state include allegiance, taxation, and military service. According to Kamlicka and Norman, there are three basic dimensions of citizenship. The first dimension is that citizenship is a legal status which depends on civil, political, and social rights. In this sense, the citizen can act within the limits of law as a free citizen and retains the right to have protection of law. However, it does not mean that the citizen takes part in formulation of law. Also, it does not indicate that the rights will be uniform between citizens. The second aspect is that the citizens are seen as political agents, as they are expected to actively participate in political activities of a society through its political institutions. The last dimension considers citizenship to be membership in a political community, which creates a unique identity. Such understanding of citizenship rules out the fact that it also has an identity dimension like shared history, culture, religion, or language, and focuses only on a nation-state perspective. There are mainly three discourses on citizenship, namely civic republicanism, liberal, and critical. Civic republicanism stands for love and service to one's political community, local, state, and national. It argues for strong civic values or civic literacy, which is an important component of citizenship. It requires identification with and commitment to the goals of political community gained through the process of education and active engagement in democratic process. On the other hand, the liberal discourse gives importance to individual rights and autonomy. It also highlights deliberative values of discussion, disagreement, and consensus building. Political liberalism envisions citizenship that takes a critical attitude towards all authority, keeping focus on liberty. There are two sides to liberal political citizenship. 1. The citizen is entitled to rights and equal treatment, and 2. Citizens are participants in self-rule. The third discourse on citizenship is critical, which challenges the civic Republicans and political liberals. It includes feminist, reconstructionist, cultural, and transnational perspectives. It raises critical questions about identity, who are citizens, membership, who belongs, and the location of boundaries and agency, how we might best enact citizenship. Critical discourse focuses on exclusion based on gender, culture, ethnicity, nationality, race, sexuality, or socioeconomic class and tries to broaden and deepen liberal agendas of human freedom. 1.2.5.1 Development of the concept of citizenship. The concept of citizenship goes back to the ancient Greek city-states where the population was divided into two classes, the citizens and the slaves. The citizens enjoyed both civil and political rights. They directly or indirectly participated in 153. The grammar of democracy, all the functions of the civil and political life of the state. Whereas the slaves enjoyed none of such rights and suffered from all kinds of political and economic disabilities. Even women were not given citizenship rights, which were reserved only for free native-born men. In this way, in ancient Greece, the term citizen was used in its narrow sense. Only those who enjoyed civil and political rights and who participated in functions of the civil and political life of people were regarded as citizens. A similar process was followed in ancient Rome, where people belonging to only the rich class, known as patricians, were privileged to enjoy civil and political rights. Only the patricians participated in the functions of civil and political life of the state. The rest of the population was not privileged to enjoy any of such rights. The citizens were required to develop qualities of civic virtue, a term derived from the Latin word virtus, which meant manliness in the sense of performing military duty, patriotism, and devotion to duty and the law. The concept of national citizenship virtually disappeared in Europe during the Middle Ages, replaced as it was by a system of feudal rights and obligations. In the medieval times, citizenship was associated with protection by the state, as the absolute states wanted to impose their authority over their diverse population. It was in tradition with the social contract theorists like Hobbes and Locke, who believed that it is the main aim of the sovereign to protect individual life and property. It was a passive understanding of citizenship, as the individual depended on state for security. This notion was challenged by the French Revolution in 1789, and in the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen, the citizen was described as a free and autonomous individual. The modern notion of citizenship seeks to strike a balance between freedom and equality. Inequalities like caste, class, gender, etc. are being eliminated by providing conditions of equality through affirmative action. Check your progress. 3. Note: I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What are the 3 dimensions of citizenship? 12.6 Relationship between democracy and citizenship. The relationship between democracy and citizenship includes the debate over rights and responsibilities, active and passive citizenship, and issues of identity. They are discussed in succeeding paragraphs. 1.2.6.1 Rights and responsibility. Citizens not only have rights, but they also have certain responsibilities so that the harmonious balance between the two is not disturbed. Others must recognize and respect an individual's rights while we too have the same responsibility. 154. Democracy and citizenship. One may claim the right to free speech and expression, but this right carries the responsibility that the claimant recognizes and respects this right for others as well. In contemporary liberal democracies, there is more emphasis on rights than responsibility. It means that the citizens are passive holders of rights while they did not develop public virtues of responsibility towards the nation. Robert Dahl said that the citizens should respect the rights and obligations of others as well as themselves. He also argued that citizens should possess the ability to engage in free and open discussions with others about the problems they face together. In a democracy, an individual has rights against the state which the state should respect. In case there is a violation, there is an independent judiciary which will help the individual. However, in authoritarian states, instead of rights, more emphasis is given on duties and responsibilities. Individual rights can be violated as the state is considered supreme. 1.2.6.2 Active and passive participation. Participation by citizens in a democracy adds legitimacy to government policies. Political participation and political equality are 2 main ideals of a democracy. In principle, they are both compatible, but in practice, due to unequal participation, there is no political equality. This is a major problem in a representative government where accountability can be ensured by popular participation, and it also allows the citizens to express their will. Political participation creates democracy from below and increases information of the people about politics of their country. Politically active and aware citizens act as a restraint on the government. A feeling of exclusion can arise even in a well-established democracy, as participation is not only about the form of political system but also about how it is facilitated throughout the political cycle. It means that mere voting once in 5 years during elections is not enough. Popular participation should be ensured in the intervening period between 2 elections as well. In the absence of political participation, a government loses its legitimacy and would require force to extend its rule. For X. A dictator would not tolerate any opposition to his rule and creates an environment of fear in which there is no popular participation. Political scientists like J.S. Mill and Aristotle believe that an individual can attain full human potential only by being an active participant in the political community. Jean-Jacques Rousseau argued that individuals are more likely to accept a law which has been formulated by their participation, and it also encourages community feeling among them. Political scientists from Aristotle to John Dewey have argued that political participation is vital for a government and guards against tyranny by ensuring governance through collective wisdom. It also promotes order and stability and can secure greatest good for the greatest number by allowing all citizens to express their views. However, given the diversity of any nation in terms of ethnicity, religion, language, region, etc., ensuring maximum people's participation is one of the major challenges in front of contemporary representative democracies. C.B. Macpherson has given 2 requirements for existence of a participatory democracy. First, there should be reduction in social and economic inequality. Second, people should see themselves and act as exerters and enjoyers of development instead of merely being consumers of government policies. Samuel Huntington has argued that excessive demands are being placed on the political system, which is eroding government authority. Too much democracy leads to decline in government authority, and hence, there should be a fine balance between 155. The grammar of democracy, government authority, and limits on it. Giovanni Sartori has said that the anti-elitists have neglected the vertical dimension, leadership of democracy extension as they are focused on horizontal dimension. Giovanni Sartori has said that the anti-elitists have neglected the vertical dimension, leadership of democracy extension as they are focused on horizontal dimension, i.e. participation. He supported an informed, active, and interested citizenry pitching for participation in real decision-making process. In ancient Greece, where direct democracy was practiced, there was active participation of citizens in political community. Citizens were responsible for the formation of policies and laws by attending assemblies and holding offices. However, this form of active participation can only be realized in small political communities. With rise of representative democracies, active participation has given way to a passive one. The liberal emphasis on rights over responsibilities has tended to dismiss the obligation to participate in public life and has caused the rise of passive citizenship. However, this may tempt the state to ignore citizens' interests from policymaking. Citizenship is a dynamic concept which keeps changing from time to time, and active citizenship ensures that the state takes care of the rights of its citizens while passive citizens can be manipulated by the state. Gerald Delanty has argued that unless citizenship is linked to democracy, citizenship will be reduced to being a pre-political privatism and, on the other side, democracy will be separated from civil society. Citizenship is learned through education, socialization, exposure to politics, public life, and day-to-day experiences. Active citizenship is more than voting or fulfilling public obligations. It is not only choosing officials and using the system, but also involves making and shaping the system's structures and rules. 2.6.3 Issues of Identity. As an expression of one's membership in a political community, citizenship involves a link between people of different identities in an active commitment to membership of a common political community, where a shared citizenship identity is fundamental to the achievement of a genuinely democratic society. In fact, one of the problems for contemporary democracy is of recognizing the differences without falling into a situation in which the citizens see themselves as the bearers of exclusively particular identities. Hence, the debate is over whether there should be focus on differences rather than common and shared elements while formulating citizenship in a country. This brings out the debate about citizenship and multiculturalism. Since modern societies are increasingly being recognized as multicultural due to internal diversity and globalization, the liberal understanding of the idea of citizenship focusing on the individual is being challenged now. Critiques opine that specific contexts like cultural, religious, ethnic, linguistic, etc. should be the determining factors of citizenship. Equal rights of citizens are seen in contradiction with group rights and the culture of minority groups. Will Kymlicka, in his 1995 book, Multicultural Citizenship, A Liberal Theory of Minority Rights, has argued that certain sorts of collective rights for minority cultures are consistent with liberal democratic principles, and that standard liberal objections to recognizing such rights on grounds of individual freedom, social justice, and national unity can be answered. Some liberals worry that granting concessions to national or ethnic groups hurts democracy. Democracy, for them, requires a common citizenship based on treating people identically as individuals. When a particular group seeks some accommodation, this requires us to treat people differently based on their group affiliation, which strikes many as illiberal. Kymlicka argues that request for 156. Democracy and citizenship. Accommodation actually reflects minorities' desire to integrate. For example, Orthodox Jews in the US seek an exemption from military dress codes so they can wear their yarmulkes. They want the exemption not that they can be different, but so that they can join the army and be like everybody else. Check your progress for note. I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What are Kymlicka's views on minority rights? 2. What is the importance of political participation in a democracy? 12.7 Let us sum up. Democracy is generally understood as government of the people, by the people, and for the people, and that is why it cannot survive without citizenship. With the advent of representative democracies, there is a shift towards passive citizenship from active, which could be seen as the challenge of legitimacy in front of the state. Citizen support for democracy is a key requirement for its sustainability, while lack of popular support could be exploited by authoritarian forces for their own benefits. The relationship between democracy and citizenship can be analyzed along 3 dimensions. First is the rights and responsibility dimension. In contemporary liberal democracies, there is more emphasis on rights than responsibility. It means that citizens are passive holders of rights while they do not develop public virtues of responsibility towards the nation. Second, there was active citizenship in ancient Greek democracies, but with the advent of representative democracies, passive citizenship has become more visible. Individuals need to keep in mind that active citizenship is more than voting or fulfilling public obligations. It is not only choosing officials and using the system, but also involves making and shaping the system's structures and rules. Lastly, there is a debate over whether there should be focus on differences rather than common and shared elements while formulating citizenship in a country. This brings out the debate about citizenship and multiculturalism. Will Kymlicka has argued that certain sorts of collective rights for minority cultures. 157. 158. The grammar of democracy are consistent with liberal democratic principles, and that standard liberal objections to recognizing such rights on grounds of individual freedom, social justice, and national unity can be answered. He further argues that request for accommodation of cultural rights actually reflects minorities' desire to integrate and not to remain autonomous in citizenship. 12.8 References. Bellamy, Richard. 2008. Citizenship. A Very Short Introduction. Oxford. Oxford University Press. Dahl, Robert. 1989. Democracy and Its Critics. New Haven, Connecticut. Yale University Press. Delante, Gerald. 2000. Citizenship in a Global Age. Society, Culture, Politics. Buckingham/Philadelphia. Open University Press. Haywood, Andrew. 2007. Politics. Hampshire. Palgrave Macmillan. Kymlicka, Will. 1995. Multicultural Citizenship. A Liberal Theory of Minority Rights. Oxford, OUP. Kymlicka, Will and Norman, Wayne. 1995. Return of the Citizen. A survey of the recent work on citizenship theory, in Ronald Biner edition, Theorizing Citizenship. Albany, State University of New York Press. Vinod, M.J. and M. Deshpande. 2013. Contemporary Political Theory. New Delhi, PHI Learning Private Ltd. 12.9 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check Your Progress 1.1. Your answer should highlight following points. Accommodation of opinions of different groups. Possibility of best ideas being picked. Facilitates character building. 2. Your answer should highlight that procedural democracy gives more importance to procedures while substantive democracy focuses on outcomes. Check Your Progress 2. 1. Your answer should highlight participation by all citizens against rule by elected representatives. Check Your Progress 3.1. Your answer should highlight the following 3 dimensions. Citizenship is a legal status. 159. Democracy and citizenship. Citizens seen as political agents. Membership of a political community. Check Your Progress 4. 1. Your answer should highlight the following 3 points. Minority rights are not against the principle of liberal democracy. Special rights for minorities actually facilitate their integration in the mainstream. 2. Your answer should highlight that political participation adds legitimacy to the government policies and ensures accountability. The Grammar of Democracy Suggested Readings. Ball, Alan R. 1988. Modern Politics and Government. London, Macmillan. Barry, P. Norman. 1995. An Introduction to Modern Political Theory. The Macmillan Press, London. Bellamy, Richard and Mason, Andrew. 2003. Political Concepts. Manchester, Manchester University Press. Bhargava, R. and Ashokacharya. ed. 2015. Political Theory, An Introduction. New Delhi, Pearson. 1601. Burke, Edmund. 1993. Reflections on the Revolution in France. Oxford. OUP. Dahl, Robert. 1989. Democracy and Its Critics. New Haven, Connecticut. Yale University Press. De Beauvoir, Simone. 1949. The Second Sex. London, Vintage House. Delante, Gerald. 2000. Citizenship in a Global Age. Society, Culture, Politics. Buckingham/Philadelphia. Open University Press. Foucault, M. 1965. Madness and Civilization, A History of Insanity in the Age of Reason. London, Routledge. Friedan, Betty. 1963. The Feminine Mystique. New York, W. W. Norton and Company. Friedrich, Carl J. 1967. An Introduction to Political Theory. New York, Harper and Row. Gauss, G. F. and Kakatha C. 2004. Handbook of Political Theory. London, Sage. Held, David. 1987. Models of Democracy. Stanford University Press. Held, David, ed. 1991. Political Theory Today. Cambridge Polity Press. Haywood, Andrew. 2007. Politics. Hampshire, Palgrave Macmillan. Haywood, Andrew. 2011. Global Politics. Hampshire, Palgrave Macmillan. Haywood, Andrew. 2013. Political Theory, An Introduction. Palgrave Macmillan, New York. Ja, Shefali. 2010. Western Political Thought. Pearson, New Delhi. Kimlicka, Will. 1995. Multicultural Citizenship, A Liberal Theory of Minority Rights. Oxford, OUP. Lyotard, J. F. 1984. The Postmodern Condition, A Report on Knowledge. Manchester, Manchester University Press. Malpass, S. 2005. The Postmodern. New York, Routledge. Marshall, T. H. 1950. Citizenship and Social Class and Other Essays. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. 160. Democracy and Citizenship. Millett, Kate. 1969. Sexual Politics. New York, Columbia University Press. Suggested Reading. Ritzer, G. 1997. Postmodern Social Theory. New York, McGraw-Hill. San, Amartya, 1999. Development as Freedom. Oxford, Oxford University Press. Verba, Sydney and N. H. Nya. 1987. Participation in America, Political Democracy and Social Equality. Chicago, University of Chicago Press. Vinod, M.J. and M. Deshpande. 2013. Contemporary Political Theory. New Delhi, PHI Learning Private Ltd. 16. 1. BPSC 102. Constitutional Government and Democracy in India. School of Social Sciences, Indira Gandhi National Open University. 5. April 2019. Indira Gandhi National Open University, 2019 ISBN. All rights reserved. No part of this work may be reproduced in any form, by mimeography or any other means, without permission in writing from the Indira Gandhi National Open University. Further information on the Indira Gandhi National Open University courses may be obtained from the university's office at Maidan Garhai, New Delhi 110068, or visit our website. Printed and published on behalf of the Indira Gandhi National Open University, New Delhi, by Director, School of Social Sciences. Laser typeset by Tessa Media and Computers, C206, AFE2. Okla, New Delhi. Printed at Print Production. Mr. Manjit Singh, Section Officer, Pub, SAS, IGNOU, New Delhi. Professor D. Gopal, Chairman, Faculty of Political Science, School of Social Sciences, IGNOU, Maidan Garhai, New Delhi. Professor A. K. Singh, Center for Federal Studies, Jamia Hamdard University, New Delhi. Professor Anurag Joshi, Faculty of Political Science, School of Social Sciences, IGNOU, Maidan Garhai, New Delhi. Professor Jagpal Singh, Faculty of Political Science, School of Social Sciences, IGNOU, Maidan Garhai, New Delhi. I. Professor Amit Prakash, Center for the Study of Law and Governance, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. I. Professor Sardik Department of Political Science, Babasaheb Bhimrao Ambedkar University, Ray Bareilly Road, Lucknow. Ow. Professor S. V. Reddy, Faculty of Political Science, School of Social Sciences, IGNOU, Maidan Garhai, New Delhi. I. Expert Kami. TT. Course Preparation. Team. Block/Units. Unit Writer. Block 1, Constituent Assembly and Constitution. Unit 1, The Making of the Constitution. Professor Jagpal Singh, Faculty Political Science, IGNOU, New Delhi. Unit 2, Philosophical Premises. Pradip Chattopadhyay, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, University of Kalyani, Nadia, West B. Engel. Unit 3, Preamble. Professor Jagpal Singh, Faculty Political Science, IGNOU, New Delhi. Unit 4, Fundamental Rights. Dr. Divya Rani, Academic Associate, Faculty of Political Science, IGNOU. Unit 5, Directive Principles of State Policy. Dr. Divya Rani, Academic Associate, Faculty of Political Science, IGNOU. Unit 6, Fundamental Duties. Janta Debnath, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Mrinalini Dutta Mahavidyapith, Co. Kata. Block 2, Organs of the Government. Unit 7, Legislature. Professor Pralaya Kanungo, Center for Political Studies, JNU, New Delhi. Unit 8, Executive. Professor Vijay Sekhar Reddy, Faculty of Political Science, IGNOU, New Delhi. Unit 9, Judiciary. Professor Vijay Sekhar Reddy, Faculty of Political Science, IGNOU, New Delhi. Block 3 Federalism and Decentralization. Unit 10 Division of Powers Pratap Chattopadhyay, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, University of Kalyani, Nadia, West B. Engel. Unit 11 Emergency Provisions Janta Debnath, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Mrinalini Dutta, Mahavidyapith, Co. Kata. Unit 12 5th and 6th Schedules Dr. Nongmatham Kishorchan Singh, Academic Associate, Faculty of Political Science, IGNOU, New Delhi. Unit 13 Local Self-Governments Dr. Vinayak Narayan Srivastava, formerly Fellow Nehru Memorial, Museum and Library, New Delhi, and Dr. Gurupdasaran. Unit 13 Local Self-Governments Dr. Vinayak Narayan Srivastava, formerly Fellow Nehru Memorial, Museum and Library, New Delhi, and Dr. Gurupdasaran, Assistant Professor, SOS, IGNOU, New Delhi. Course Coordinator, Professor Jagpal Singh. General Editor, Professor Jagpal Singh, Faculty of Political Science, SAS, IGNOU. Unit Formatting, Vetting and Content Editing, Dr. Divya Rani ACA. Demic. Associate, Faculty of Political Science, SAS, IGNOU. Course Contents. Block 1 Constituent Assembly and Constitution Page No. Unit 1 The Making of the Indian Constitution 7 Unit 2 Philosophical Premises 20 Unit 3 Preamble 27 Unit 4 Fundamental Rights 34 Unit 5 Directive Principles of State Policy 43 Unit 6 Fundamental Duties 51. Block 2 Organs of the Government 61 Unit 7 Legislature 63 Unit 8 Executive 74 Unit 9 Judiciary 85. Block 3 Federalism and Decentralization 99 Unit 10 Division of Powers 101 Unit 11 Emergency Provisions 110 Unit 12 5th and 6th Schedules 117 Unit 13 Local Self-Governments 129. Suggested readings 143. Course Introduction. This course attempts to acquaint you with certain aspects of the constitutional government and democracy in India. It introduces you to the democratic values enshrined in the Constitution and to the provisions which explain relationships among citizens, between the citizens and the state, and among different units of the state, the union government, the state governments and the local governments, and among the organs of the state, the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. As you will read in different units of this course, the Constitution of India provides for the governance of the people in which their rights, dignity, and sovereignty are protected. The provisions of the Constitution also protect social, cultural, and linguistic pluralism. The Constitution even has provisions for restrictions which can be imposed on the right of people through different kinds of emergencies. The issues in the course have been discussed in 13 units. Based on thematic unity, these units have been divided into 3 blocks. Block 1 is about the Constituent Assembly and Constitution. The Block 2 deals with organs of government. And Block 3 discusses federalism and decentralization. Introductions to the blocks are given in the beginning of each block. Each unit has inbuilt check your progress exercises. After having read the units, you can try to answer the questions given in these exercises. At the end of each unit, there are answers to the questions mentioned in the Check Your Progress exercises. You can match your answers with the answers given in the units. But be careful to write answers in your own words. The course ends with a list of suggested readings. You are advised to go through them. Block 1 Constituent Assembly and Constitution. Constituent Assembly and Block 1 Introduction. Constitution. India is sovereign democratic republic. It means that people of India rule themselves through democratic institutions and participating in political processes. There is no power above them. They govern themselves according to the provisions which are given in the Constitution of India. This Constitution guarantees that citizens and individuals are given basic rights, dignity, and maintain fraternal relations. The Constitution also ensures that unity and integrity of the nation is also ensured. It has provisions which explain certain duties of citizens and instruct the state to protect the rights of people and provide social welfare to all, especially the backward classes and minorities. The Constitution of India was prepared by an elected body of people known as the Constituent Assembly of India. The making of India was a long process in which members of the Constituent Assembly debated as to what the Constitution was expected to include. This block aims to introduce you to the provisions dealing with rights and duties of the people, relationships among them, and about the directives which the Constitution gives to the state government to devise policies for their welfare. This block has 6 units. Unit 1 provides background to the making of the Constitution and discusses the factors that shape the making of the Constitution. Units 2, 3, and 4 are interrelated. They deal respectively with the philosophical premises, preamble to the Constitution, and fundamental rights. Unit 5 discusses directive principles of state policies. These principles provide instructions to the state to introduce policies. Unit 6 is about the duties which the citizens are expected to perform. 6. 7. The making of the Indian Constitution. Unit 1 The making of the Indian Constitution *. Structure. 1.0 Objectives 1.1 Introduction 1.2 Evolution of the Indian Constitution 1858 to 1935. 1.2.1 Government of India Act, 1935 and Other Acts 1.2.2 The Nehru Report, 1928 First Indian Initiative to Draft Constitution. 1.3 Formation of the Constituent Assembly. 1.3.1 The Cripps Mission. 1.3.2 The Cabinet Mission. 1.3.3 Election to the Constituent Assembly. 1.4 The nature of Constituent Assemblies representation. 1.5 The role of the Constituent Assembly 1946 to 1949. 1.6 Salient features of the Constitution. 1.6.1 Universal suffrage and abolition of separate electorate. 1.7 Let us sum up. 1.8 References. 1.9 Answers to check your progress exercises. 1.0 Objectives. After going through this unit, you should be able to explain stages of constitution making prior to the formation of Constituent Assembly, understand the nature of representation of the Constituent Assembly, and debate within the Constituent Assembly on some of the salient features of the Indian Constitution. 1.1 Introduction. The Constitution of India was adopted on November 26, 1949, which means it was finalized by the Constituent Assembly on that day. But it became operative 2 months after its adoption, i.e. on January 26, 1950, which is also known as the date of its commencement. However, some provisions of it, i.e. those relating to citizenship, elections, provisional parliament, temporary and transitional provisions, had become operative on November 26, 1949 itself. The reason for its commencement after 2 months of its adoption was to signify the January 26th as the original date of achievement of independence. It was this day, i.e. January 26th, in 1930, which the Indian National Congress, Inc., had first celebrated as the Independence Day of India. It is important to note that the Constitution of India is product of a long-drawn process and deliberations. This unit deals with some issues relating to the making of the Indian Constitution. Professor Jagpal Singh, Faculty Political Science, IGNOU, New Delhi. This unit is adapted from MHI 09, Unit 34. Constituent Assembly and 1.2 Evolution of the Indian Constitution. Constitution. 1858 to 1935. The Constitution of India embodies provisions providing basic democratic rights of human beings, including the persons who are not Indian citizens. It also embodies provisions for the availability of institutions for legislation, execution, and jurisdiction for the fulfillment of these rights. It presents a vision for social transformation and deepening of democracy in India. The process of evolution of democratic institutions and rights had started much before the Constituent Assembly really made the Constitution of India. It, however, must be underlined that the features of democratic institutions and values which were introduced during the colonial period were meant to serve the colonial interests, in contrast to the purpose of the provisions of the Constitution made by the Constituent Assembly of India. Although the Indian Constitution was result of the deliberations from December 9, 1947 to November 26, 1949 of the Constituent Assembly, some of its features had evolved over 3/4 of a century through various acts, i.e. from 1858 to 1935. You will read about them in subsections 1.2.1 below. 1.2.1 The Government of India Act, 1935 and other acts. With the transfer of power from the East India Company to the British Crown, the British Parliament got involved in managing affairs of India. For achieving this purpose, from 1858 till 1935, the colonial government introduced certain features of constitution or rules of governance through different acts. The Government of India Act, 1935 was the most important among these acts. In this subsection of the unit, you will read about other acts before reading about the Government of India Act, 1935. First of these other acts was Government of India Act, 1858. It provided for a combination of centralized and decentralized power structure to govern India. The centralized structure was introduced in the areas which were under the direct control of the Crown. These areas were known as British India provinces or provinces. The decentralized structure was introduced in the areas which were not under the direct control of the Crown. These areas were ruled by the Indian princes and were known as princely states or states. Under the system, the princes had freedom to govern in all internal matters of their princely states, but they were subject to the British control. In the centralized structure of power which was introduced in the provinces, all powers to govern India vested in the Secretary of State for India and through him in the Crown. He acted on behalf of the Crown. He was assisted by a 15-member council of ministers. There did not exist separation of executive, legislative, and judicial functions of government. These all were concentrated in the hands of the Secretary of State for India. In British India, the Secretary of State of India was assisted by the Viceroy, who was assisted by an executive council. At the district level, the Viceroy was assisted by a small number of British administrators. The provincial government did not have financial autonomy. In 1870, Viceroy Lord Mayo ensured that all parts of provincial administration received due share of revenue to meet their needs. The scope of political institutions in the provinces was expanded a little. The scope of political institutions in the provinces was expanded a little further following the introduction of Council of India Act, 1909. This act introduced for the first time a representative element in British India, which included elected non-official members. This act also introduced separate representation to Muslim community. The Government of India Act, 1919. Devolved some authority to the provincial governments, retaining the control of the making of the Indian Constitution, the central government, unitary government, on them. It relaxed the control of the central government in a limited way. It divided the subjects for jurisdiction of administration and sources of revenue between center and provinces. Under this arrangement, the provincial government was given control on resources of revenue such as land, irrigation, and judicial stamps. The provincial subjects were divided into transferred and reserved categories. The transferred subjects were governed by the governor, and reserved subjects were governed by the legislature. The governor, executive head, was not accountable to the legislature. The Government of India Act, 1935 was different from the earlier Government of India Acts. As you have read above, under those acts the government in the British India provinces was unitary. It means that the same government operated at different vertical levels. Unlike the earlier acts, the Government of India Act, 1935 also provided for provincial government enjoying provincial autonomy. Provided safeguards for minorities. Such safeguards included provisions for separate representations to Muslims, Sikhs, the Europeans, Indian Christians, and Anglo-Indians. This act also provided for 3 lists of divisions of power between the federation, central government, and provinces: federal, central, concurrent, and provincial. The act also provided for establishment of a federal court to adjudicate disputes between federation and provinces. The executive head of the provincial government was governor, who enjoyed special power. Under the special power, the governor could veto the decisions of the provincial legislature. He acted on behalf of the crown, and was not a subordinate of the governor-general, the changed designation of viceroy. He enjoyed discretionary powers to exercise his individual judgments in certain matters. In such matters, he did not need to work under the advice of ministers. He was to act under the control of the governor-general, and indeed the secretary of the state. He was also not accountable to the legislature, but he was required to act on the advice of ministers, who were accountable to the legislature. Government of India Act, 1935 also had provisions for setting up a central government consisting of representatives from the provinces, areas ruled by the British India government, and the states, the areas covered under princely states. Such government was supposed to be known as federal government because of composition with members both from provinces and the states. However, the federal government could not be formed because there was no unanimity among the princes to join the federation. Consent of all princes was essential for the formation of federation. Thus, only the provincial governments could be formed as per this act. An election to the provincial legislature as per the Government of India Act, 1935 was held in 1937. Following the election of 1937, provincial governments headed by the Indian National Congress were formed in 8 provinces. The Indian National Congress government resigned in 1937. Nevertheless, according to M. Govinda Rao and Nirvikar Singh, 2005, the Government of India Act, 1935 provided a basis to the Constituent Assembly to make the Constitution. 1.2.2 The Nehru Report, 1928 First Indian Initiative to Draft Constitution. As you have read above, attempts to introduce elements of Constitution in British. 9. India through different acts since 1858 were made by the British rulers. Indians had no role in it. The first attempt by Indians themselves to prepare a constitution, Constituent Assembly and Constitution of India was made in the Nehru Report, 1928. Earlier, effort by Indians was made in the name of the Swaraj, self-rule, by leaders of Indian national movement during the non-cooperation movement in 1921-22. The Nehru Report was known as such because it was named after the chairman of its drafting committee, Motilal Nehru. The decision to constitute the drafting committee was taken in the conference of the established All India parties. The principal among these parties included Indian National Congress, Swaraj Party, and Muslim League. The Justice Party of Madras and Unionist Party of Punjab did not participate in this meeting. The Nehru Report demanded universal suffrage for adults and responsible government both in the center and in the provinces. It, however, supported the Dominion status, not complete independence for India. It meant that Indians would have freedom to legislate on certain limited matters under the control of the British India government. For this, the Nehru Report prepared lists of central and provincial subjects and fundamental rights. It also raised demands for universal suffrage for men and women adults. Indeed, it was in 1934, a few years after the preparation of the Nehru Report, that the Indian National Congress officially demanded a constitution of Indian people, without the interference of outsiders. Check your progress exercise 1 note. 1. Use the space below for your answers. 2. Check your answers with the model answers given at the end of this unit. 1. What is the difference between adoption and commencement of the Constitution of India? 2. When was the Constitution of India adopted, and when did it commence? 10. 3. How was the Government of India Act, 1935 different from the earlier acts? The making of the Indian Constitution. For what did the Nehru Report recommend? 1.3 Formation of the Constituent Assembly. 1.3.1 The Cripps Mission. Initially, the colonial authorities resisted the demand for creation of a Constitution of India. But with the change in the circumstances, the outbreak of the World War II and formation of the new coalition, Labour-led, government in Britain, the British government was forced to acknowledge the urgency to solve the problem related to Constitution of Indians. In 1942, the British government sent its cabinet member Sir Stafford Cripps with the draft declaration on proposals regarding formation of constitution for Indians to be implemented at the end of the WW2, provided both the Muslim League and the Indian National Congress had agreed to accept them. The draft proposals of the Cripps mission recommended the following: providing dominion status to India. The draft proposals of the Cripps mission recommended the following: providing dominion status to India, i.e., equal partnership of the British Commonwealth of Nations. All provinces ruled by the British India government and Indian states ruled by Indian princes should constitute one Indian Union by the British Constitution. The Constitution of India should be framed by an elected Constituent Assembly of Indian people, but if any province or Indian state which was not prepared to accept the Constitution was to be free to retain its constitutional position which had existed at that time. Such provinces were to be free to enter separate constitutional arrangements. Both the Indian National Congress and the Muslim League did not accept the proposals of the Cripps mission. The Muslim League demanded that India should be divided on the communal lines and some provinces should form an independent state of Pakistan, and there should be two constituent assemblies, one for Pakistan and another for India. 11. 1.3.2 The Cabinet Mission. Constituent Assembly and Constitution. The British Indian government made several attempts to bridge the differences between the Indian National Congress and the Muslim League, but it was unsuccessful. The British government sent another delegation of the cabinet members known as the Cabinet Delegation, which came to be known as the Cabinet Mission Plan. It consisted of 3 cabinet members: Lord Pathak Lawrence, Sir Stafford Cripps, and Mr. A.V. Alexander. The cabinet delegation also failed to bring the Indian National Congress and the Muslim League to an agreement. It, however, made its own proposal, which was announced simultaneously on May 16, 1946 in England as well as in India. The cabinet delegation made the following recommendations: there should a Union of India consisting of British India and the states, which would have jurisdiction over subjects of foreign affairs, defense, and communication. All residuary powers would belong to the provinces and the states. The Union would have executive and legislature consisting of the representatives from the provinces and the states, but for decision relating to a major communal issue in the legislature, a majority of representatives of 2 major communities would be present and voting, along with the majority of all members present and voting would be required. The provinces would be free to form groups with executives and legislatures, and each group would be free to determine the provincial subjects which would be taken up by the group organization. 1.3.3 Election to the Constituent Assembly. Meanwhile, according to the proposals of the Cabinet Mission, the election to the Constituent Assembly was held, in which members of both the Indian National Congress and the Muslim League were returned. The members of the Constituent Assembly were elected by the provincial legislative assemblies. However, differences between the Indian National Congress and the Muslim League arose on interpretation of group clauses of the Cabinet Mission. The British government intervened at this stage and explained to the leaders in London that the contention of the Muslim League was correct. And on December 6, 1946, the British government published a statement which for the first time acknowledged the possibility of 2 constituent assemblies and 2 states. As a result, when the Constituent Assembly first met on December 9, 1946, it was boycotted by the Muslim League and it functioned without the participation of the Muslim League. Check your progress exercise 2. Note: 1. Use the space below for your answers. 2. Check your answers with the model answers given at the end of this unit. 1. What were the recommendations of the Cripps mission? 12. 2. What were the recommendations of the Cabinet Mission? The making of the Indian Constitution. 1.4 Nature of the Constituent Assembly's representation. It is often argued that the Constituent Assembly of India did not represent the masses of India because its representatives were not elected through the universal adult franchise. Rather, they were indirectly elected by the restricted adult franchise confined to the elite sections of society, the educated and taxpayers. According to Granville Austin, the reasons for the restricted franchise and indirect election to the Constituent Assembly members were spelled by the Cabinet Mission Plan. These were to avoid the cumbersome and slow progress in the process of constitution making. The Cabinet Mission provided for the indirect election to the Constituent Assembly by the elected members of the provincial legislature. The Indian National Congress agreed to this proposal of the Cabinet Mission, forsaking the claim of adult franchise to hold election to the Constituent Assembly. Despite having been elected through the restricted adult franchise, the Constituent Assembly represented different shades of opinions and religious communities of India. Austin observed that though there was a majority of the Indian National Congress in the Constituent Assembly, it had an unwritten and unquestioned belief that the Indian National Congress should represent social and ideological diversity. There was also its deliberate policy that the representatives of various minority communities and viewpoints should be represented in the Constituent Assembly. The Constituent Assembly consisted of members with different ideological orientations and 3 religious communities: Sikhs, Muslims and general Hindus, and all other communities like the Anglo-Indians, Parsis, etc. In words of K. Santaram, there was hardly any shade of opinion not represented in the Assembly. See Austin, 2012, page 13, FN 48. Majority of the Constituent Assembly members belonged to the Indian National Congress. It also included more than a dozen non-Indian National Congress members. Some of these were A.K. Iyer, H.N. Kundru, N.G. Iyengar, S.B. Mukherjee, and Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. S.B. Mukherjee represented the Hindu Mahasabha. The Constituent Assembly included representatives from the princely states as well. It needs to be underscored that Dr. Ambedkar was initially elected to the Constituent Assembly from Bengal as member of the Scheduled Caste Federation. But he lost the seat due to the partition of Bengal and was re-elected by the Bombay Indian National Congress as a non-Indian National Congress candidate at the request of the Indian National Congress High Command. The Constituent Assembly sought to address concerns of every person irrespective of their social and cultural orientations. Before incorporating a provision in the Constitution, it held elaborate deliberations. Thus, the members of the Constituent Assembly could overcome the limitations of having been elected by the restricted franchise. As you will. 13. Read in Unit 3 Preamble, the Constituent Assembly sought to accommodate Constituent Assembly and Constitution. Universal values of democracy. The Constituent Assembly adopted several provisions from different constitutions of world and adapted them to the needs of India. In fact, Austin argues that while incorporating different provisions in the Constitution, including those which were borrowed from other countries, the Constituent Assembly adopted two wholly Indian concepts of resolving differences among its members, i.e., consensus and accommodation. Most members of the Constituent Assembly participated in its proceedings. But these were 20 individuals who played the most influential role in the Assembly. Some of them were Rajendra Prasad, Maulana Azad, Vallabhbhai Patel, Jawaharlal Nehru, Govind Ballabh Pant, P. Sitaramaiah, A.K.I.R., N.G. Iyengar, K.M. Munshi, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, and Satyanarayan Sinha. Though the Constituent Assembly was the sole forum where deliberations took place, yet the deliberations took place in coordination of three bodies: the Constituent Assembly, the Indian National Congress Party, and the interim government. Some members of the Constituent Assembly were also members of other bodies at the same time. Austin said that an oligarchy of four, Nehru, Patel, Prasad, and Azad, had enjoyed unquestioned honor and prestige in the Assembly. They dominated the proceedings of the Constituent Assembly. Some of these were simultaneously in the government, Indian National Congress Party, and the Constituent Assembly. Prasad was president of Indian National Congress before becoming the president of the Constituent Assembly. Patel and Nehru were prime minister and deputy prime minister respectively at the same time. They were part of the inner circles of the committees of the Constituent Assembly. The Constitution Drafting Committee meticulously incorporated in the draft constitution the decisions of the Constituent Assembly. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, chairman of the Drafting Committee, played the leading role in drafting of the Constitution. Acknowledging the pivotal role of Dr. Ambedkar, T.T. Krishnamachari, a member of the Drafting Committee, said in one of his speeches, "The House is perhaps aware that out of the 7 members nominated by you, 1 had resigned from the House and was replaced. 1 had died and was not replaced. 1 was away in America and his place was not filled up, and another person was engaged in state affairs and there was a void to that extent. 1 or 2 people were far away from Delhi and perhaps reasons of health did not permit them to attend. So it happened ultimately that the burden of drafting this constitution fell upon Dr. Ambedkar, and I have no doubt that we are grateful to him for having achieved this task in a manner which is undoubtedly commendable." Ambedkar, Writings and Speeches, Volume 13, P.V., 1994. Dr. Ambedkar, on his part, gave much of credit to S.N. Mukherjee, B.N. Rao's and Ambedkar's assistant, the drafting officer of the Assembly, for the careful wording of the Constitution. Austin 2012, page 20, FN 70. 1.5 The role of the Constituent Assembly in the making of Indian Constitution, 1946 to 1949. The inaugural session of the Constituent Assembly was held on December 9, 1946. It was supposed to be attended by all 296 members, but only 207 members could attend it because the Muslim League members absented from it. As stated. 14. Earlier, they had boycotted the Constituent Assembly. In this meeting, Acharya, the making of the Indian Constitution, J.B. Kripalani requested Dr. Satyanarayana Sinha to be the temporary chairman of the House. The members passed a resolution on December 10, 1946 for election of a permanent chairman, and on December 11, 1946, Dr. Rajendra Prasad was elected as the permanent chairman of the Constituent Assembly. On 13 December 1946, Jawaharlal Nehru moved resolution regarding the objectives of the Constituent Assembly as discussed in Unit 3. The Constituent Assembly divided its work among different committees for its smooth functioning. Some of the important committees were: A. Union Power Committee. It was chaired by Jawaharlal Nehru and had 9 members. B. Committee on Fundamental Rights and Minorities. It had 54 members and Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel was its chairman. C. Steering Committee and its 3 members, which included Drive K.M. Munshi, chairman, Gopalaswamy Iyengar, and Bhagwan Das. D. Provincial Constitution Committee. It had 25 members with Sardar Patel as its chairman. E. Committee on Union Constitution. It had 15 members with Jawaharlal Nehru as its chairman. After discussing the reports of these committees, the Constituent Assembly appointed a drafting committee on August 29, 1947 under the chairmanship of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. The draft was prepared by Sir B.N. Rao, advisor to the Constituent Assembly. A 7-member committee was constituted to examine the draft. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, who was law minister as well as chairman of the drafting committee, piloted the draft in the Assembly. Dr. Ambedkar presented Draft Constitution of India. The draft constitution was published in February 1948. It was discussed by the Constituent Assembly clause by in its several sessions and was completed by October 17, 1949. This discussion was known as the second reading. The Constituent Assembly again met on November 14, 1949 to discuss the draft further or to give it a third reading. It was finalized on November 26, 1949 after receiving the signature of the President of the Constituent Assembly. But it was January 26, 1950 which became the date of commencement of the Constitution. 1.6 Salient features of the Constitution. The Indian Constitution has some salient features. These features give Indian Constitution a distinct identity. It is based on the features of different constitutions of the world. In the words of Dr. Ambedkar, the Indian Constitution was prepared after ransacking all the known constitutions of the world. The chapter on Fundamental Rights, Unit 4, is based on the American Constitution. The parliamentary system has been adopted from the British Constitution. The directive principles of state policy, Unit 5, have been adopted from the Constitution of Ireland. The emergency provisions, Unit 11, are based on the Constitution of Weimar, Germany, and Government of India Act, 1935. The features which have been borrowed from other constitutions have been modified in the light of the needs of our country. It is the longest written constitution. At the time of its formation, the Constitution of India had 395 articles and 8 schedules. It ensures both justiciable and non-justiciable rights, fundamental rights, and the directive principles of the state policy. The constituent makers preferred universal adult franchise over the separate electorates. You will read about it below. 15. 1.6.1 Universal adult suffrage and abolition of the separate Constituent Assembly and Constitution. Electorate. After debating its draft list of fundamental rights, the Subcommittee on Fundamental Rights did not recommend inclusion of all of them in the Section 3 of the Constitution as the fundamental rights. Instead, it suggested that these should be incorporated in other places in the Constitution. One such example is that of the universal suffrage and secret and periodic elections. The subcommittee agreed unanimously in favor of the universal suffrage but suggested that it should not be part of the fundamental rights. Accordingly, it was placed in the Article 326 of the Part 15 on election. The word universal, however, is missing from the Article 326. But the fact that every adult citizen of the country is entitled to vote makes it practically a universal adult franchise. In fact, before Indians really got the right to universal adult franchise, the prominent leaders of the Indian national movement strove for the abolition of the separate electorate in favor of the joint electorate. The British had sought to continue separate electorate in India since the Morley-Minto reforms, 1909 till the Communal Award of 1932 in the Constitution. The Communal Award aimed to accord separate electorate for Muslims, Europeans, Sikhs, Indian Christians, and Anglo-Indians. It also provided for seats for the depressed classes which were to be filled in elections from special constituencies. In such constituencies, only the depressed classes could vote. In addition, the depressed classes were also entitled to vote in general constituencies. Gandhi opposed the recommendation of the notion of separate electorate for the depressed classes. In opposition to the proposal for separate electorate, he set on fast unto death in September 1932. Gandhi's fast evoked opposition from Ambedkar. However, both Gandhi and Ambedkar reached compromise in Pune Pact. According to the Pune Pact, seats were reserved for the depressed classes in the general constituencies. This resulted in the abolition of the separate electorate. The abolition of separate electorate got reflected in the reservation of seats in the legislative body's constitution. Check your progress exercise 3 note. 1. Use the space below for your answers. 2. Check your answers with the model answers given at the end of this unit. 1. How was the social diversity reflected in the composition of the Constituent Assembly? 2. Who did Austin call as an oligarchy of 4 within the Constituent Assembly? 16. 3. What were the committees within the Constituent Assembly? Mention some. The making of the Indian Constitution. Of them. 1.7 Let us sum up. The making of Indian Constitution largely consisted of 2 phases, 1858 to 1935 and 1946 to 1949. With the transfer of power from the East India Company to the British Crown, the British government introduced different elements of governance through different acts. These also included the elements of representation of Indians in the institutions of governance. The motive of the British to introduce them was to serve their colonial interests rather than to provide democratic rights to them. The provision for communal representation introduced through the Morley-Minto reforms in 1909 and through the Communal Award in 1932 was opposed by the leaders of the Indian national movement. Gandhi's fast resulted in the Pune Pact abolishing the separate electorate and in giving the reservation to the depressed classes in the provincial legislature. After the Indian National Congress emphasized the need for making of a Constitution of India by their own Constituent Assembly, the changed political situation following the Second World War and change of government in Britain, the British reluctantly realized the urgency for establishment of the Constituent Assembly of India for Indians. The Constituent Assembly, which was set up following the recommendations of the Cabinet Mission Plan, was elected through the restricted adult franchise by the provincial assemblies. Despite having elected by the privileged sections of the society, the Constituent Assembly represented different shades of opinions and ideologies. It also represented different social groups of India. The Constituent Assembly discussed all issues thoroughly before reaching decision on them. The decision and suggestions of different subcommittees of the Constituent Assembly were finally incorporated in the Constitution of India. The Constitution of India is a document which provides a vision for social change. The Constitution is an embodiment of principles of liberal democracy and secularism, with some elements of social democracy. It ensures protection of cultural, linguistic, and religious rights of individuals and communities. 1.8 References. Ambedkar, Dr. Babasaheb, 1994. Writings and Speeches. Volume 13, Education Department, Government of Maharashtra. Basu, D.D., 2011. Introduction to the Constitution of India, 20 edition. New Delhi, India, Wadhwa and Company Law Publishers. Chaub, S.K., 2009. The Making and Working of the Indian Constitution. New Delhi, India, National Book Trust. 17. Granville, Austin, 2012. The Indian Constitution, Cornerstone of a Nation. Constituent Assembly and Constitution. 17 edition. New Delhi, India. Oxford University Press. Mishra, Salil, 2001. A Narrative of Communal Politics. Uttar Pradesh, 1937-39. New Delhi, India. Sage Publications. Rao, Govinda M. and Nirvikar Singh, 2005. Political Economy of Federalism in India. New Delhi, India. Oxford University Press. Sarkar, Sumit, 1983. Modern India 1885-1947. New Delhi, India, Macmillan. Shankar, B.L. and Rodriguez Valerian, 2011. The Indian Parliament, A Democracy at Work. New Delhi, India. Oxford University Press. 1.9 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check Your Progress Exercise 1. 1. Adoption of the Constitution denotes an act of its acceptance by the Constituent Assembly after completion of its formation. Commencement of the Constitution means the incident of its implementation for the first time. 2. It was adopted on November 26, 1949, and it commenced on January 26, 1950. 3. Unlike the earlier acts, the Government of India Act, 1935 provided for provincial autonomy. It also provided for 3 lists of divisions of power between the Federation, central government, and provinces: federal, central, concurrent, and provincial. The Act also provided for establishment of a federal court to adjudicate disputes between Federation and provinces. 4. The Nehru Report was first attempt by Indians to form their own constitution. It demanded universal suffrage for adults and responsible governments both in the center and in the provinces. It prepared list of central and provincial subjects and fundamental rights. It also raised demands for universal suffrage for men and women adults. It, however, supported dominion status, not complete independence for India. Check Your Progress Exercise 2. 1. Its recommendations included draft proposal to form a Constitution of India after the end of World War II if both the Muslim League and the Indian National Congress accepted it. Providing dominion status to India, formation of Indian Union consisting of all provinces and Indian states under the British Constitution, making of Constitution of India by a Constituent Assembly to be elected by Indians with the proviso that provinces or Indian states were free to retain the existing position. 2. Its recommendations included formation of Union of India consisting of British India provinces and the states having jurisdiction over subjects of foreign affairs, defense, and communication. Giving residuary powers to the provinces and the states, and freedom to the provinces to form groups with executives and legislatures. 10. Check Your Progress Exercise 3. The Making of the Indian Constitution. 1. Although the members of the Constituent Assembly were indirectly elected by the provincial legislatures which consisted of the elite sections of the society, because of an unwritten and unquestioned belief and deliberate policy of the Congress, it represented diverse opinions. Constituent Assembly represented 3 religious communities, various ideological viewpoints, and members from different social backgrounds. 2. The 4 members whom Austin called an oligarchy in the Constituent Assembly were Jawaharlal Nehru, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, Maulana Azad, and Dr. Rajendra Prasad. 3. These were the devices formed by Constituent Assembly to help it in its smooth functioning. Some of the important committees were Union Power Committee chaired by Jawaharlal, Committee on Fundamental Rights and Minorities chaired by Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, Provincial Constitution Committee, and Committee on Union Constitution. 19. Constituent Assembly and Unit 2 Philosophical Premises *. Constitution. Structure 2.0 Objectives 2.1 Introduction 2.2 Ideological and Philosophical Background 2.3 The Philosophy of Constituent Assembly of India 2.4 Constituent Assembly of India and Academic Debates 2.5 Let us sum up 2.6 References 2.7 Answers to check your progress. 2.0 Objectives. Constitution of India is vision document for overall welfare of people. It has provisions for achieving this goal. The vision is based on certain philosophical promises. As you will read in Units 3, 4, and 5, The Constitution of India is a resolution of people of India to establish India a democratic republic, where all rights of the people irrespective of differences of class, race, sex, caste or place of birth are protected. These principles provide autonomy and dignity to each individual. Individuals are supreme authority to take decisions about themselves through democratic process. This unit discusses the philosophical premises of Indian Constitution. After going through this unit, you should be able to trace philosophical orientation of Indian Constitution, describe ideological composition of the Constituent Assembly, and explain the factors that shaped the ideological orientation of the Constituent Assembly. 2.1 Introduction. As you have read in Unit 1, the Constitution of India was result of serious debates within the Constituent Assembly. It was adopted on November 26, 1949, and it commenced on January 26, 1950. The basic philosophical premises of the Constitution provide a vision for a social transformation in which basic rights of the citizens are protected and sovereignty and integrity of the nation are assured. As you will read in Units 3 and 4, evolution of these premises can be traced back to the efforts of the leaders of Indian national movement. During the national movement, the Commonwealth Bill of India 1925, the Nehru Report 1928 and Supper Report 1945 pleaded for democratic rights of people. Individual liberty, freedom of conscience, free expression of opinion, free assembly, equality before law, protection of minority rights, making the fundamental rights as justiciable rights. These were further recommended the Committee on Fundamental Rights, Minority Rights and Tribal and Excluded Areas. The Aims and Objectives resolution prepared by Jawaharlal Nehru became the source of Pradip Chattopadhyay, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, University of Kalyani, Nadia, West Bengal. 20. Philosophical Premises. The Preamble of the Constitution. These became philosophical premises of the Constitution identified with the main objectives of the future Constitution of the country. Even the evolution of institutions of executive, judiciary and legislature which ensure that the philosophical premises of the Constitution followed can also be traced back to the colonial period. The basic philosophical premises of the Constitution are reflected not only in relations to the relationships between individuals, communities and the state, but also in relation to different administrative units of governance and branches of government. Separation of powers among executive, legislature and judiciary, and division of power between the union, the states and institutions of local self-governance are examples of this. Special provisions in the Constitution for the protection of interests of some backward regions and backward classes are also shaped by the philosophical premises. Leaders of the Constituent Assembly believed that philosophical premises of the Indian Constitution blended with Indian traditions. Because of these premises, the Indian Constitution has been the guide to the functioning of India's democracy. 2.2 Ideological and philosophical background. The members of the Constituent Assembly were drawn from all walks of life and represented almost every section of the Indian people. The representative character of the Assembly was proved by the fact that it included all the prominent leaders of major political parties. Philosophical premises of Indian Constitution are reflection of ideological and philosophical background of the members of the Constituent Assembly. The Constituent Assembly consisted of members with diverse ideological and social backgrounds. Granville Austin, in the appendices to the book The Indian Constitution, Cornerstone of a Nation, provides biographical sketch, their party affiliations, their caste and community affiliations, and the regions they belong to. Although there were differences among them, the provisions of constitutions are a synthesis of their ideas. These emerged from serious debate with the Constituent Assembly. Madhav Khosla in the book The Indian Constitution, 2012, observes that the Constituent Assembly represented a remarkable intellectual diversity. Despite their disagreements over the premises, the members of the Constituent Assembly reached certain consensus after discussions. Indeed, the Constituent Assembly did not exclude any significant group. In Granville Austin's words, 4 members, Maulana Azad, Jawaharlal Nehru, Vallabhbhai Patel and Rajendra Prasad, in Granville Austin's words, formed an oligarchy within the Assembly. They played key role in the Constituent Assembly. B.N. Rao was not the member of the Constituent Assembly, but he played an important role as an advisor to the Constituent Assembly. He had experience of engaging with Western constitutional traditions. Assembly rejected the Gandhian constitutional vision. Gandhi had sought to remodel the Congress and make panchayats nucleus of Indian political life. Gandhian and Hindu nationalists wanted the constitution to embody Hindu spiritual values, which were rejected. The constitution is responsive to the change, but they accept the basic structure of the constitution. On the whole, the ideological premises of the constitution mirror core democratic values, republicanism, which would give more power to the people, individual and group rights, constitutional enumeration. 21. Constituent Assembly and of rights, universal suffrage, parliamentary democracy, sharing power between. Constitution. Different arms of government, separation of power, sharing of power between union and states, division of power, guaranteeing constitutional rights like equality. As you will read in Unit 3, the Constituent Assembly had a total of more than 15 committees with a membership of greater than 80 individuals. These committees submitted their reports between April-August 1947, which were considered by the Constituent Assembly. On the basis of these decisions, the final shape and form were given to the Constitution by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar and his colleagues in the drafting committee. The draft constitution was presented to the Constituent Assembly and was taken up for discussion on November 4, 1948. The Constituent Assembly completed the second reading of the draft constitution on October 17, 1949. As many as 7,635 amendments were tabled, of which 2,473 were moved and discussed. The Constituent Assembly finally approved the Constitution on November 26, 1949 as the President of the Assembly signed on that day, and it was declared as passed. On January 24, 1950, the Constituent Assembly held its final session and elected Dr. Rajendra Prasad as the first President of India. The Constitution came into force on January 26, 1950. The Indian Constitution, which was finally passed by the Constituent Assembly, had 395 articles and 8 schedules. The makers of Indian Constitution conceived of a Constituent Assembly as a visionary body, not merely a body of the contemporary representatives but of the people who kept the future situations in mind. It was not only to produce a constitution for the country but to throw away the spell of its past political and possibly social structure and fashioning for itself a new government of its own making. Jawaharlal Nehru spoke of the psychological revolution that the idea of Constituent Assembly created in the mind of the Indian people. It was both a slogan and a creed to concretize the fundamental issue in a struggle for freedom and a method and a procedure for the framing of a constitution. Check your progress exercise 1 note. 1. Use the space below for your answers. 2. Check your answers with the model answers given at the end of this unit. 1. What was the background to philosophical premises of Indian Constitution? 22. Philosophical premises. 2.3 The philosophy of Constituent Assembly of India. Philosophy means essentially the outlook that is reflected in the functioning. The making of Indian Constitution was entrusted with the Constituent Assembly of India. The Constituent Assembly was an ensemble of some of the best political and legal minds at that time in India. All these important members had their own individual philosophy and tried to accommodate them in the framing of Constitution of India. Therefore, the principled position of democracy, secularism, socialism, equality, justice, and freedom were woven into the fabric of Indian Constitution as formulated in the Constituent Assembly of India. As you will notice, in Units 3 to 5 the salient principles of Indian constitutions are given in the preamble, fundamental rights, directive principle of state policy. In forming the philosophical base of the Constitution along with other members of the Constituent Assembly, Jawaharlal Nehru, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's Vallabhbhai Patel played important roles. Both Nehru and Patel are credited with sketching the fundamentals of the Constitution. Granville Austin in the book The Indian Constitution, Cornerstone of a Nation, 1976, commented that Patel was more interested in the princely states, the public services, and the working of the home ministry, and Nehru in fundamental rights, protection of minority rights, and social reform aspect of the Constitution. The following are the philosophical underpinnings of the Constituent Assembly of India. A. Sovereignty. When the framers of the Constitution visualized the future polity for India, they attached highest importance and primacy to India being fully sovereign with the supreme power of the state vesting in the people, and all the organs and functionaries of the Union and the states draw their power only from the people of India. B. Democratic value. The philosophy that attracted most to the framers of Indian Constitution in the Constituent Assembly was that of democracy and democratic value, which inter alia meant giving equal importance to the voice of all. C. Decision-making by consensus. According to Granville Austin, the principle of consensus had a general appeal in the Assembly. To the leadership an ethical and effective way of reaching a lasting agreement, and to the rank and file an indigenous institution that suited the framing of an Indian constitution. The primary examples of decision-making by consensus were perhaps the federal and language provisions. D. Principle of accommodation. India's original contribution to constitution-making, according to Austin, was the principle of accommodation, the ability to reconcile apparently incompatible concepts. It has reconciled the federal and unitary system, membership of Commonwealth and Republic status of the government, provisions for Panchayat Raj with the need for a strong central government. E. Art of selection and modification. The Constituent Assembly was not merely imitative, the borrowing from different political systems did not relieve the 23. Constituent Assembly and Assembly of choice, and that the borrowed provisions had to be adapted to Constitution. Suit Indian conditions. One example of selection and modification, according to Austin, is the method of a constitutional amendment which made the Constitution flexible while at the same time protecting the rights of the states. They have worked better than the amending process in any other country where federalism and the British parliamentary system jointly formed the basis of the Constitution. F. Fundamental rights. Particularly because of Vallabhbhai Patel, the fundamental rights were made justiciable in Indian Constitution and became the modicum of the modern democratic system of rights of citizens to express themselves freely. G. Secular state. The principle of secularism seconded the principle of creating conditions for the fullest exercise of rights by the citizens of India. This principle of a secular state was mainly architected by the predominantly Congress section of the Constituent Assembly, which firmly believed that India should be a secular state. H. Socialism. It was principally Vallabhbhai Patel's conservative influence that kept the Constitution from having a greater socialist content than it has. I. Reservation for the minorities. Related to the principle of accommodation, the Constituent Assembly also had a philosophical orientation to have a reservation for the minorities of the society. 2 women members of the Constituent Assembly played a key role in formulating this principle. Amrit Kaur and Begum Aizaz Rasool promoted the view that all minorities are an integral part of India and needed safeguards in the form of reservation. J. Adult franchise. The Constituent Assembly plumbed for the adult franchise as a matter of faith. Rajendra Prasad and Jawaharlal Nehru were the key members guaranteeing adult franchise for every citizen, giving voting rights to elect their representatives. Check your progress exercise 2. Note 1. Use the space below for your answers. 2. Check your answers with the model answers given at the end of this unit. 1. What are the philosophical underpinnings of the Constitution? 24. Philosophical premises. 2.4 Constituent Assembly of India and academic debates. The Constituent Assembly of India consisted of people who were not elected by the universal adult franchise. They were elected by restricted adult franchise on the basis of educational qualification and property. The critics of the Constituent Assembly said that it was an elite body and did not represent the general people. Jaya Prakash Narayan referred to it as a restricted and curbed Constituent Assembly, a creation of the British imperialism and so unable to bring freedom to the country. Churchill said that the Assembly represented only one major community in India, and for Vincent Simon it was a body of Hindus. The working procedure, composition and status of the Constituent Assembly have been criticized on the grounds of it being dominated by the Congress Party, as the Congress had a built-in majority in the Assembly after partition. Professor Shibin Lal Saxena observed that the Congress Party meetings became meetings of the real Constituent Assembly, and this real assembly became the mock assembly where discussions arrived at by the Congress Party meetings were registered. Although the Constituent Assembly enjoyed the confidence of a vast majority of people of India, yet some uncharitable critics pointed out that it was an assembly dominated by only politicians. Although the Constituent Assembly enjoyed the confidence of a vast majority of people of India, yet some uncharitable critics pointed out that it was an assembly dominated by only politicians and lawyers. The net result was that this domination gave the country a very bulky document. Hence, the Constitution of India is often criticized as being a lawyer's paradise. Amid its criticism, S.K. Chaub categorically asserted that the Constituent Assembly of India was a unique assembly which was the first sovereign body of the Dominion of India, doing a balancing act between the claims of stability and adaptability. Austin commented that the value of a well-written constitution for a society establishing fresh norms for itself had been proven by the experience of Constitution of India as framed by the Constituent Assembly. Kashyap argued that Constitution of India is not merely a political or legal document, it is a charter of citizenship values. Highlighting the importance of the historic objectives resolution moved in the Constituent Assembly by Nehru on December 13, 1946, Subhash C. Kashyap remarked that the objectives resolution sought to lay down the fundamentals and delineate the basic values and direction of the Constitution. It was something much more than a resolution. It was a declaration, a firm resolve, an understanding and a dedication. The resolution gave the Constituent Assembly its guiding principles and the philosophy that was to permeate its task of constitution making. 2.5 Let us sum up. The Constitution of India is a vision document about welfare of all irrespective of class, race, caste or place of birth. This vision is present in the preamble and several other parts of the Constitution. This reflects certain premises about democracy, sovereignty, accommodation, consensus, socialism and safeguarding the minorities and backward sections of the society. These premises are a combination of Indian and Western philosophical tradition. The philosophy of the Constituent Assembly was initially enshrined in the Objectives Resolution propagated by Jawaharlal Nehru in 1946, which became basis for discussion in the Constituent Assembly. The philosophical premises guided the moral and political commitment of the Constitution makers. They represented diverse social, 25, and political backgrounds. Despite the divergences in their views and backgrounds, Constituent Assembly and Constitution, they had agreed on common goal for the Constitution, to make India a sovereign, socialist and secular republic in which welfare of everybody and unity and integrity of the nation would be protected. This vision could be possible because it is based on philosophical premises on which the Constitution is based. 2.6 References. Basu, Das Durga, 2011 Introduction to the Constitution of India, 20 ed. New Delhi Nagpur, Agra, India, Verdha and Company Law Publishers. Chaub, K. S. 1976. Constituent Assembly of India, The Springboard of Revolution. New Delhi, India, Manohar Publishers. Granville, Austin, 2002. Working of a Democratic Constitution, The Experience of India. New Delhi, India, Oxford University Press. Kashyap, Subhash C. 1997. Citizens and the Constitution, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, New Delhi. Khosla, Madhav, 2012. The Indian Constitution. New Delhi, India, Oxford University Press. 2.7 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check Your Progress Exercise 1. 1. The philosophical background to Indian Constitution was shaped by the nature of composition of the Constituent Assembly. Though it was dominated by the Congress, it had diverse representation of castes, communities, and political parties. They were advocated of democratic premises, republicanism, separation of power, division of power, universal adult franchise, respect for the disadvantaged groups, minorities. Check Your Progress Exercise 2. 1. The philosophical underpinnings of the Constitution are sovereignty, democratic values, decision-making by consensus, principles of accommodation, fundamental rights, secularism, socialism, and adult franchise. 26. 27. Philosophical premises. Unit 3 Preamble **. Structure 3.0 Objectives 3.1 Introduction 3.2 Background 3.2.1 Objectives Resolution 3.2.2 Significance of Objectives Resolution 3.3 Preamble The text 3.3.1 Socialism, Secularism, and Integrity in Preamble 3.4 Let us sum up 3.5 References 3.6 Answers to check your progress exercises 3.0 Objectives. After reading this unit, you will be able to explain the meaning and significance of preamble, get a glimpse into the goals and philosophy of Constitution of India, analyze the meaning of Objectives Resolution and its evolution into the preamble, discuss relationship between the preamble and the Constitution, and analyze the factors for entry of secularism and socialism into the preamble. 3.1 Introduction. Preamble to a constitution is the window to what is there inside the Constitution. The Constitution of India has also got a preamble. It is mentioned in the beginning of the Constitution before the main part, i.e. the Part 1. If you read the preamble, it gives you a glimpse about the philosophy and goals of Indian Constitution. It is a resolution which people of India have passed themselves for their overall development. It is not given to them by any other source than the people themselves. It was written on behalf of the people of India by the members of the Constituent Assembly. As you have read in Unit 1, the Constitution of India was written by the Constituent Assembly, which consisted of the people's representatives. You will find it interesting to note that Preamble to Indian Constitution was written towards the end of the session of Constituent Assembly debate, i.e. in October 1949. The first meeting of the Constituent Assembly took place on December 6, 1946 and ended on November 26, 1949 with the adoption of the Constitution of India, which commenced on January 26, 1950. * Professor Jagpal Singh, Professor of Political Science, SOS IGNOU, New Delhi. Constituent Assembly and 3.2 Background. Constitution. 3.2.1 Objectives Resolution. The text of aims and objectives which were to be discussed in the Constituent Assembly first were prepared by Jawaharlal Nehru in the form of Objectives Resolution. In the Constituent Assembly, it was presented by Jawaharlal Nehru and seconded by Purushottam Das Tandon. After the discussion in the Constituent Assembly, most of provisions of Objectives Resolution were accepted as preamble. You will find it interesting to know the Objectives Resolution was accepted in the beginning of Constituent Assembly debates, but it was adapted into preamble towards the end of the debates. The purpose of the Objectives Resolution was to give some indications to the Constituent Assembly as to what its members were supposed to do, what they sought to achieve, and where they were going. Objectives Resolution meant to lay certain ground on which structure of the Constitution could be built after the debates and deliberations in the Constituent Assembly. Objective resolutions were in the nature of pledge, which the people of India through Constituent Assembly took for their fulfillment in future. The resolution laid down certain fundamentals for future Constitution of India. And the most important was that Indians would have sovereign Indian Republic. Indeed, it was the first time that as a fundamental for Indian political structure the concept republic was used in the Constituent Assembly in Objectives Resolution. When Objectives Resolution was laid in the Constituent Assembly, the representatives of the states were not present, and those of the Muslim League had boycotted it. But Nehru emphasized that despite their absence, the republic shall include all of India. 3.2.2 Significance of Objectives Resolution. In Jawaharlal Nehru's words, the purpose of the resolution was to send out a message to show what we have resolved to attempt to do. Following the discussion in the Constituent Assembly, a constitution could be formed in whatever words we please. We shall see later. Constituent Assembly Debates, Volume 1, December 13, 1946. And after deliberations for around 3 years, the Constituent Assembly succeeded in forming a constitution, as you have read in Unit 1, which commenced on January 26, 19. And after deliberations for around 3 years, the Constituent Assembly succeeded in forming a constitution, as you have read in Unit 1, which commenced on January 26, 1950. After having designed the Constitution, the Constituent Assembly drafted preamble. This preamble, as you will notice, had similarities with Objectives Resolution. Just on the 5th day of inaugural session, the Constituent Assembly on December 9, 1946, the Objectives Resolution was laid in the Assembly on December 13, 1946. The Objectives Resolution identified fundamentals which were to guide lines for the structure of constitutions which the Constituent Assembly has gathered to meet. These fundamentals laid foundations about nature of political system, its territorial boundaries, division of power between union and its constituent units, supremacy of the people as source of all power and authority, social justice to all, and safeguarding interests of minorities. These foundations, as given in the Objectives Resolution, Volume 1, Constituent Assembly Debates, are given below. 28. 1. This Constituent Assembly declares its firm and solemn resolve to proclaim Preamble. India as an independent sovereign republic and to draw up for her future governance a constitution. 2. Wherein the territories that now comprise British India, the territories that now form the Indian states, and such other parts of India as are outside British India and the states as well as such other territories as are willing to be constituted into the independent sovereign India shall be a union of them all, and 3. Wherein the said territories, whether with their present boundaries or with such others as may be determined by the Constituent Assembly and thereafter according to the law of the Constitution, shall possess and retain the status of autonomous units, together with residuary powers, and exercise all powers and functions of government and administration, save and except such powers and functions as are vested in or assigned to the Union, or as are inherent or implied in the Union or resulting therefrom, and 4. Wherein all power and authority of the sovereign independent India, its constituent parts and organs of government, are derived from the people, and 5. Wherein shall be guaranteed and secured to all the people of India justice, social, economic and political, equality of status, of opportunity, and before the law, freedom of thought, expression, belief, faith worship, vocation, association and action subject to law and public morality, and 6. Wherein adequate safeguards shall be provided for minorities, backward and tribal areas, and depressed and other backward classes, and 7. Whereby shall be maintained the integrity of the territory of the Republic and its sovereign rights on land, sea, and air according to justice and the law of civilized nations, and 8. This ancient land attains its rightful and honored place in the world and make its full and willing contribution to the promotion of world peace and the welfare of mankind. Objectives resolution did not mention the word democratic. About this, Jawaharlal Nehru opined that the word republic mentioned in Objectives resolution implies democracy. He also clarified that the Objectives resolution had not only content of democracy but also content of economic democracy. Nehru also felt that there may be objection that the resolution did not mention attainment of the socialist state among the objectives of the resolution. To this, he responded that India would move towards socialist state and what form of socialism would develop would depend on the nature of deliberations. The Objectives resolution was going to be the part of the Constitution that the Assembly was expected to make. This was not binding on the members of the Constituent Assembly. They had perfect freedom to draw up the Constitution. The resolution only laid down certain fundamentals. 29. Check your progress exercise 1. Constituent Assembly and Constitution. Note: 1. Use the space below for your answers. 2. Check your answers with the model answers given at the end of this unit. 1. What was the Objectives resolution? 3.3 Preamble, the text. The text of the preamble to Indian Constitution is given below. Preamble. We, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign socialist secular democratic republic and to secure to all its citizens justice, social, economic and political, liberty of thought, expression, belief, faith and worship, equality of status and of opportunity, and to promote among them all fraternity, assuring the dignity of the individual and the unity and integrity of the nation. In our Constituent Assembly this 26th day of November, 1949, do hereby adopt, enact and give to ourselves this Constitution. The members who prominently participated in the debate on preamble were Maulana Hazrat Mohani, K.M. Munshi, H.V. Kamath, Purnima Banerjee, Rohini Kumar Chowdhury and Professor Shibin Lal Saxena. The Constituent Assembly discussed various aspects of the preamble. Volume X of the Constituent Assembly debates provides argument of different members of the Assembly. Among the points which were more prominently debated were about substitution of certain words in the draft of the preamble. For instance, Maulana Hazrat Mohani wanted the words "we, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign socialist secular democratic republic" with "we, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign federal republic," or "we, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign independent republic," or "we, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a Union of Indian Socialist Republic USSR. H.V. Kamath wanted "having solemnly resolved" to be replaced with "in the name of God," while Rohini Kumar Chowdhury wanted these words to be replaced with "in the name of Goddess." These amendments/suggestions were rejected in the Constituent Assembly. The preamble was added to the Constitution. 30. After discussion on its various aspects, towards the end of the debate with the preamble question of President Rajendra Prasad that the preamble stand part of the Constitution placed preamble for vote. The question was often raised if the preamble is part of the Constitution or not. Two cases gave contradictory reply to this question. 1. Barabari case, 1966, it ruled that the preamble to Constitution is not part of the Constitution. 2. Kesavananda Bharati case, 1973, reversing the verdict of the Barabari case. The Kesavananda Bharati case ruled that the preamble is part of the Constitution. The Kesavananda Bharati case, 1973, held that preamble is part of the Constitution. It reversed the decision of Barabari case, 1966, according to which preamble was not part of the Constitution. It also suggested that Parliament can amend any part of the Constitution provided it did not violate the basic structure of the Constitution. According to Article 368, the Parliament amended the Constitution, 42 Constitutional Amendment, and inserted secular, socialist, and integrity in the preamble of the Constitution. The Supreme Court in Bombay case, 1994, which was specifically about the President's power to dismiss government and dissolve legislature, according to Article 356, also dealt with secularism. It held that inter alia preamble along with the articles about religious freedom 25 to 30 are part of the basic structure of the Constitution. The verdict mentioned, we do not know how the Constitution can be amended so as to remove secularism from the basic structure of the Constitution. Nor do we know that the Constitution does not provide such a course, that it does not provide for its own demise. All India Reporter 1994, para 243 quoted in Raj, 2015. In the debate on objectives resolution, Constituent Assembly Debates Volume 1, the original source of preamble, Nehru had said that it was not going to be part of Constitution. But, as mentioned earlier, before placing the draft preamble for voting in the Constituent Assembly, President of the Constituent Assembly, Dr. Rajendra Prasad, raised question that the preamble stand part of the Constitution. The Kesavananda Bharati settled this question, and since then the preamble is part of the Constitution. In 1995, in the LIC of India case, also the Supreme Court confirmed that preamble is part of the Constitution. 3.3.1 Socialism, Secularism, and Integrity in Preamble. Initial version of the preamble did not have secularism, socialism, and integrity. The Constitution makers did not feel the need to include secularism and socialism in the Constitution because various provisions of the Constitution imply that Indian Constitution was secular document and can attain socialism. These concepts were inserted in the Constitution in accordance with the 42 Constitutional Amendment in 1976. Check your progress exercise 2. Note, I use the space below for your answers. 2. Check your answers with the model answers given at the end of this unit. 1. What was the relationship between the objectives resolution and the preamble? 31. Constituent Assembly and Constitution. 2. Is the preamble part of the Constitution? 3. When were the concepts of secularism, socialism, and integrity inserted in the preamble? 3.4 Let us sum up. Preamble of Indian Constitution provides a glimpse into the philosophy and goals of the Constitution. It is a resolution of Indian people to establish a sovereign, socialist, secular, and democratic republic. In this republic, people will have justice, social, economic, and political, liberty of thought, expression, belief, faith and worship, and equality of status and opportunity. This will promote fraternity among them and assure the dignity of the individual and the unity and integrity of the nation. The preamble was written after the Constituent Assembly had written the whole Constitution. It emerged from the Objectives Resolution, which was introduced by Jawaharlal Nehru on the 5th day of the inaugural session of the Constituent Assembly debates. It was seconded by Purushottam Das Tandon. The Objectives Resolution was a pledge of the people which they had taken through their representatives in the Constituent Assembly to give themselves a constitution. And they had fulfilled the pledge by having written the Constitution of India. The Objectives Resolution was not part of the Constitution, but the preamble is. It became part of the Constitution after the Kesavananda Bharati judgment of 1973. Before that, Barabari judgment in 1966 stated that preamble was not part of the Constitution. The Kesavananda Bharati judgment reversed the Barabari judgment and established that the preamble is part of the Constitution. The original preamble did not mention secularism, socialism, and integrity. They were inserted in it through the 42 Constitutional Amendment. The Bombay case, 1994, ruled that secularism in the preamble was part of basic structure of the Constitution. 32. Preamble. 3.5 References. Bakshi, PM 2003. The Constitution of India. Delhi, India, Universal Law Publishing Company. Basu, DD 2011. Introduction to the Constitution of India. Nagpur, India, LexisNexis Butterworths Vartha. Constituent Assembly of India Debates Vol. IC for Objectives Resolutions, December 13, 1946. Constituent Assembly of India Debates Volume. X, C for Preamble, October 17, 1949. Granville, Austin, 2012. The Indian Constitution, Cornerstone of a Nation. New Delhi, India, Oxford University Press. Khosla, Madhav, 2012. The Indian Constitution. New Delhi, India, Oxford University Press. Raj, Kaliswaram, 2015, Rethinking the Preamble, Dec. http://www. On December 17, 2018. 3.6 Answers to check your progress exercises. Answers to check your progress exercise 1. 1. Objectives Resolution was presented in the Constituent Assembly on the 5th day of its debates, i.e., December 13, 1946 by Jawaharlal Nehru. It prescribed fundamentals of the Constitution and its preamble which were to be made ready by the Constituent Assembly. It suggested that India would become a sovereign republic where the justice would be delivered to all. Answers to check your progress exercise 2. 1. Objectives Resolution was presented in the beginning of the Constituent Assembly debates and the preamble was written after the Constitution had been drafted. The former provided the grounds for discussion in the Constitution and the latter contains the contents which provide a window to the contents of the Constitution. The preamble is, in fact, the form of Objectives Resolution which re-emerged after the discussion in the Constituent Assembly. 2. According to the Kesavananda Bharati case, 1973, verdict, the preamble is part of the Constitution. 3. The concepts of secularism, socialism, and integrity were incorporated in the preamble after the 42 Constitutional Amendment 1976. 33. 34. Constituent Assembly and Constitution. Unit 4 Fundamental Rights *. Structure 4.0 Objectives 4.1 Introduction 4.2 Historical Background 4.2.1 The Commonwealth of India Bill 1925 4.2.2 The Nehru Report 1928 4.2.3 The Supru Report 1945 4.2.4 The Subcommittee on Fundamental Rights 4.3 Salient Features of the Fundamental Rights 4.4 The Six Fundamental Rights 4.4.1 Right to Equality 4.4.2 Right to Freedom 4.4.3 Right against Exploitation 4.4.4 Right to Freedom of Religion 4.4.5 Cultural and Educational Rights 4.4.6 Right to Constitutional Remedies 4.5 The Basic Structure Doctrine 4.6 Reasonable Restrictions on Fundamental Rights 4.7 Let us sum up 4.8 References 4.9 Answers to check your progress exercise 4.0 Objectives. After reading this unit, you will be able to trace historical background of fundamental rights, explain their salient features, describe 6 important fundamental rights, and discuss reasonable restrictions on fundamental rights. 4.1 Introduction. In Unit 3, you have read that the preamble to Indian Constitution is about the resolution of Indians, we, the people of India, for securing freedom, equality, justice, security, dignity to all citizens. These commitments have been incorporated as fundamental rights and directive principles of the state policy in the Part 3 and Part 4 of the Constitution, respectively. You will read about directive policy of state policy DPSPs in Unit 5. The fundamental rights are justiciable. It means that if fundamental rights of citizen or persons are violated, she/he can approach the court for their protection. But as you will read in Unit 5, directive principles of state policy are non-justiciable. It means that if the state does not follow the provisions of directive principles of state policy, a citizen cannot approach court claiming them. Asterisk Dr. Divya Rani, Academic Associate, Faculty of Political Science, SAS, IGNOU. Fundamental Rights. 4.2 Historical Background. The notion of rights which finally came to be known as fundamental rights in Indian Constitution evolved from the 19th century. Granville Austin opines that the concept of fundamental rights was implicit in the formation of the Indian National Congress in 1885, in which Indians wanted the same rights and privileges that the British enjoyed in India and in England. Some of these rights were included in the documents such as the Constitution of India Bill, 1895. This bill sought to provide rights to Indians such as free speech, imprisonment only by competent authority, and free state education. In the following period, demands were made from several quarters asking the British government to grant rights to Indians. These demands were made in resolutions by the Indian National Congress between 1917 and 1919 in several bills and in committee reports. The Commonwealth of India Bill 1925 drafted by Annie Besant, the Nehru Report 1928, the Supru Report of 1945, and Subcommittee of the Constituent Assembly on Fundamental Rights had provisions about rights of the people. 4.2.1 The Commonwealth of India Bill 1925. The Commonwealth of India Bill demanded 7 fundamental rights for Indians. Among these rights included individual liberty, freedom of conscience, free expression of opinion, free assembly, and equality before law. The bill also had provisions for right to free elementary education, equal right to use roads, court of justice, and all other places of business or resort dedicated to public. 4.2.2 The Nehru Report 1928. The printing of the Commonwealth Bill was followed by the visit of Simon Commission in 1927, which aimed to study the possibility of introducing constitutional reforms in India. In response to the Simon Commission, the Congress passed a resolution to set up committee in its 43rd annual session held at Madras for the purpose of drafting of a Swaraj Constitution for India. A Declaration of Rights was to be the basis of this draft constitution. The task to draft the constitution was assigned to a committee. This committee came to be known as Nehru Committee after its chairman, Motilal Nehru. The Nehru Report underlined the need for securing fundamental rights that had been denied to them by the colonial government. Indeed, the fundamental rights in the Nehru Report were reiteration of the rights mentioned in the Commonwealth of India Bill, about which you have read above. This report underlined prominently the need to protect minority rights. The Congress Party in its session in 1931 held at Karachi passed a resolution which came to be known as the Karachi Resolution. The Karachi Resolution highlighted the need to end exploitation of masses and to make economic freedom intertwined with the political freedom. It suggested that suitable legislations should be made to safeguard the interests of working classes. 4.2.3 The Supru Report, 1945. The Supru Committee was assigned the task of doing spade work for making constitution for future India. The committee consisted of 30 members. It was known as Supru Committee after the name of its chairman, Tej Bahadur Supru, an eminent lawyer. The report was published in 1945. The Supru Committee is 35. Distinguished for making 2 suggestions about rights. 1. It made distinction, Constituent Assembly and Constitution, between justiciable rights and non-justiciable rights. 2. It suggested that rights of the minorities must be protected. 4.2.4 The Subcommittee on Fundamental Rights. You have read in Unit 1, the Constituent Assembly had constituted various committees to give suggestions for inclusion in the Constitution. One such committee was to give suggestions about fundamental rights, minority rights, and tribal and excluded areas. It was headed by Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. This committee was divided into subcommittees. One such subcommittees was also on fundamental rights. The Fundamental Rights Subcommittee, or the Rights Subcommittee as it was known, was headed by J.B. Kripalani. This committee had representation of diverse sections of society, including women, Amrit Kaur and Hansa Mehta. An important decision which the Rights Subcommittee took was to include the fundamental rights as justiciable right. The suggestions of the Rights Subcommittee were incorporated as fundamental rights in Part 3 of the Constitution after they were discussed in the Constituent Assembly. 4.3 Salient features of fundamental rights. The important features of fundamental rights are: all are equal before the law. It means that all citizens are equal under law. They have equal right to freedom of religion, assembly, association, and movement. No person is to be deprived of his life, liberty, or property except in accordance with the law. 2. Minorities are allowed to protect and conserve their language, script, and culture. Fundamental rights primarily protect individuals and minority groups from arbitrary, prejudicial, state action. 3 of the articles have been designed to protect an individual against the action of other private citizens. Article 17 abolishes untouchability. Article 15(2) lays down that no citizen shall suffer any disability in the use of shop. Article 17 abolishes untouchability. Article 15(2) lays down that no citizen shall suffer any disability in the use of shops, restaurants, wells, roads, and other public places on account of his religion, race, caste, sex, or place of birth. Article 23 prohibits forced labor. 3. Various means are provided whereby the citizens can move the Supreme Court and other courts for the enforcement of the fundamental rights. There are 2 different mechanisms for the enforcement of fundamental rights: first, judicial review, and second, writs against a public authority violating a person's rights. Both the remedies operate through Article 32. 4. The fundamental rights are both natural as well as legal. Check your progress exercise 1 note. Use the space below for your answers. 2. Check your answers with the model answers given at the end of this unit. 1. What was Commonwealth Bill of 1925? 36. Fundamental rights. 2. What were the important features of Nehru Report and Supru Report? 4.4 The 6 fundamental rights. The original Constitution, 1950, had 7 fundamental rights. But after the passage of the 44th Amendment in 1978, there are now 6 fundamental rights. This amendment deleted the 7th fundamental right, viz., right to property, art. 31, from the list of fundamental rights. In subsections below, you will read about the 6 fundamental rights. 4.4.1 Right to equality. Articles 14 to 18 deal with different aspects of right to equality. Article 14 states that the state shall not deny to any person equality before the law and equal protection of law within the territory of India. It thus provides equality before the law to every person without discriminating on grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, or place of birth. Articles 15, 16, 17, and 18 relate to socioeconomic equality. Article 15 prohibits state from discriminating against any person on grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, or any of them. However, the state can make special policies of protective discrimination for welfare of women, children, socially and educationally backward classes, and SCs and STs. It also prohibits discrimination in terms of restriction to any person from access to shops, public restaurant, hotels and places of public entertainment, or use of wells, tanks, bathing ghats, roads and places of public restaurant which are maintained wholly or partly out of state funds or which are dedicated to the use of general public. Article 16 guarantees equality of opportunity for all citizens in public employment and prohibits ineligibility of or discrimination against a citizen in respect of employment or office under the state on grounds of religion, race, caste, descent, place of birth, residence, or any of them. Article 17 abolishes untouchability and prohibits its practice in any form. The enforcement of any disability arising out of untouchability is punishable by law. According to Article 18, no title other than military and academic distinction shall be conferred by the state. No citizen 37 of India shall accept any title from a foreign state. No person holding an office of Constituent Assembly and Constitution, profit or trust under the state shall accept a gift or present or emolument or office of any kind from or under a foreign state. 4.4.2 Right to freedom. Right to freedom are given in Articles 19 to 22. The right to freedom is not an absolute right. It is subject to reasonable restrictions that may be imposed by the law. The Article 19 that guarantees the following rights. Freedom of speech and expression. Its main concern is the interests of sovereignty and integrity of India, security of the state, friendly relations with foreign states, public order, decency or morality or in the relation of contempt of court, defamation or incitement to an offense. 2. To assemble peacefully and without arms. It is qualified by the interests of security and integrity of India or public order. 3. To form associations and unions. It is qualified by the interests of sovereignty and integrity of India or public or morality. It also includes cooperative societies that was added by 97 Amendment in 2012. 4. To move freely throughout the territory of India, general interests of the public or the protection of interests of the scheduled tribes. To reside and settle in any part of the territory of India and 6. To practice any profession or to carry on any occupation, trade or business. It is qualified by professionals' qualification needed for practicing them and the power of the state or a corporation owned or controlled by the state to the total or partial exclusion of citizen. The Articles 20, 21, and 22 assure personal freedom of persons. Central to them, indeed central to all the fundamental rights, is the right to life and personal liberty. In 2002, judiciary interpreted this right in a creative way. Right to life is now seen as a right to life of dignity and fulfillment. Moreover, the 86th Amendment in 2002 further added Article 21A to the Constitution that guarantees the state to provide free and compulsory education to children between the ages of 6 and 14 in such manner that the state may determine. Earlier it was present in the Article 45 of Directive Principles of State Policy. Article 20 provides a fair trial and freedom from arbitrary conviction by the state. No person can be convicted except for the violation of an offense under the law prevalent at the time of the commission of the act charged as an offense. Article 22 and its different clauses provide protection against arrest and detention in certain cases. 4.4.3 Right against exploitation. The Indian Constitution guaranteed right against exploitation. Article 23 prohibits traffic in human beings and beggar, unpaid labor, and other similar forms of forced labor. According to Article 24, no child below the age of 14 shall be employed in the factory, mine, or hazardous occupations. 4.4.4 Right to freedom of religion. Article 25 entitles all persons equally to freedom of conscience and right to freely profess, practice, and propagate religion. But the freedoms are subject to public. 38. Order, morality, and health, and to other provisions of Part 3 of the Constitution. Fundamental rights. Nothing in this article shall affect the operation of any existing law or prevent the state from making a law. A. Regulating or restricting any economic, financial, political, or other secular activity which may be associated with religious practice. B. Providing for social welfare and reform or throwing of Hindu religious institutions of a public character to all classes and sections of the Hindus. Freedom of conscience is strengthened by 2 articles, i.e. Articles 27 and 28. Article 27 provides that no person shall be compelled to pay any taxes, the proceeds of which are specifically appropriated in payment of expenses for the promotion or maintenance of any particular religion or religious domination. Article 28 prohibits religious instructions in any educational institution wholly maintained by state funds unless such an institution, even though administrated by state, has been set up under an endowment or trust which requires that religious instructions be imparted in them. 4.4.5 Cultural and educational rights. Articles 29 and 30 are about cultural and educational rights. Article 29 grants any section of the citizens residing in the territory of India or any part of it possessing a distinct language, script, or culture of its own, right to conserve it. No citizen shall be denied admission into an educational institution maintained by the state or receiving aid out of state funds on the basis of religion, race, caste, language, or any of them. According to Article 30, all minorities, whether based on religion or language, have the right to establish and administer educational institutions of their choice. 4.4.6 Right to constitutional remedies. According to Article 32, the Indian Constitution has certain provisions which give powers to the courts to enforce fundamental rights. The devices through which the courts protect fundamental rights are known as writs or judicial processes. These writs or judicial process are habeas corpus, mandamus, prohibition, quo warranto, and certiorari. The Supreme Court may issue directions, orders, or writs to enforce fundamental rights. The meanings of the writs are mentioned below. Habeas corpus, it means to have the body. This writ protects the right to life and personal liberty, Article 21. It can be issued by the courts to any authority which has detained a person without trial to produce him to the court for trial. It challenges the executive if it has detained anyone against the authority of law. It can also challenge a law under which the detention has been made if that law is unconstitutional. The court can free a person if he is detained illegally. Disobedience to this writ is met with punishment for contempt of court. Mandamus. Mandamus means a command. It is an order issued to an authority or a person to do the duty mandated to it by law which it has refused to perform. Mandamus is not granted against the president, governor of the state, the high court, or Supreme Court judges. It is not issued against a private individual or body. 39. Prohibition. It is a writ issued by a higher court, the Supreme Court, or a high constituent assembly and constitution court to an inferior court. It prohibits the latter from continuing proceedings to hear a case which is beyond the jurisdiction. Certiorari. By this writ the Supreme Court and the high courts may call for the record of a case from a lower court or semi-judicial body on an allegation of an excess of jurisdiction. Quo warranto. By this writ the court asks a person or body of persons under which authority it is in a public office created by the Constitution or a statute. 4.5 The Basic Structure Doctrine. According to the Basic Structure Doctrine, the Parliament cannot change through amendments the basic features of the Constitution, which include fundamental rights along with judicial review, secularism, and parliamentary democracy. This doctrine emerged from the Supreme Court judgment in March 1973 about Kesavanand Bharati versus State of Kerala case. In this case, His Holiness Kesavanand Bharati Sripadagalvanu, leader of a math in Kerala, challenged in the Supreme Court the decision of Kerala government about taking over the private land as part of land reforms program. In its judgment about this case, the Supreme Court pronounced that basic structure of the Constitution, i.e., fundamental rights, cannot be changed. However, the court also held that right to property did not constitute basic structure of the Constitution. The 44th Amendment, 1978, removed the right to property as fundamental rights. As fundamental rights are enforceable, the courts have a special responsibility to protect them. The courts protect fundamental rights by issuing writs. Prior to Kesavanad Burdi case, the Supreme Court protected fundamental rights in Goloknath versus State of Punjab case, 1967. In this case, the court restricted Parliament from curtailing any fundamental right. In Indira Gandhi versus Raj Narayan case in 1975, the Supreme Court used basic structure doctrine to strike down the 39 constitutional amendment which sought to place elections of President, Vice President, Prime Minister and Speaker of Lok Sabha beyond the purview of judicial review. Check your progress exercise 2. Note 1. Use the space below for your answers. 2. Check your answers with the model answers given at the end of this unit. 1. What are the 6 fundamental rights? 40. 2. What is basic structure doctrine? Fundamental rights. 4.6 Reasonable restrictions on fundamental rights. Indian Constitution has provided a safety net to all sections and groups through various articles, especially regarding fundamental rights of the citizens and the persons. However, the fundamental rights are not absolute. They are subject to reasonable restrictions. The state can put restrictions on right to freedom for protection of sovereignty and security of the country, for maintenance of public order by imposing curfew and morality, and for maintaining friendly relations with other countries. The state can also put reasonable restrictions on right to equality by devising welfare policies for the marginalized sections of society such as women, children, socially and educationally backward classes, scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. Article 33 empowers Parliament to restrict or abrogate the application of fundamental rights in relation to armed forces or the forces, police, etc. This article is meant to instill discipline among the forces whose duties are related to maintenance of public order and sensitive subjects. According to Article 32, a person has fundamental right to approach the Supreme Court but not the High Court to seek constitutional remedies for enforcement of the fundamental rights. The High Court may decline to hear a petition seeking constitutional remedies. 4.7 Let us sum up. Fundamental rights are given in Part 3 of the Constitution. They are essential conditions for development of human beings. They provide freedom, equality, security, and dignity to all persons and citizens without discriminating on grounds of religion, race, caste, gender, place of origin, descent. They are justiciable. Their violation can be challenged in the court of law. In India, realization to have fundamental rights which finally were included in the constitution grew from the 19th century. As per the basic structure doctrine, the fundamental rights represent basic structure of the constitution. They cannot be amended. The courts can enforce the fundamental rights with the devices known as writs. This right is very important because it provides freedom and security to the citizen. 4.8 References. Basu, D. 2004. Introduction to the Constitution of India. Nagpur, India, LexisNexis Butterworth's Vartha. 41. Chaub, S.K. 2009. The Making and Working of the Indian Constitution. New. Constituent Assembly and Constitution. Delhi, India, National Book Trust. Granville, Austin, 2012. The Indian Constitution, Cornerstone of a Nation, New Delhi, India, Oxford University Press. Khosla, Madhav, 2012. Oxford, India Short Introductions, The Indian Constitution, New Delhi, India, Oxford University Press. Sarkar, Sumit, 1983. Modern India 1885 to 1947, New Delhi, India, Macmillan. 4.9 Answers to check your progress exercises. Check your progress exercise 1. 1. The Commonwealth Bill 1925 laid down that individual liberty, freedom of conscience, free expression of opinion, free assembly, and equality before the law were to be ensured. The bill also sought to ensure right to free elementary education, equal right to use roads, court of justice, and all other places of business or resort dedicated to public. 2. The Nehru Report was a report prepared by a committee headed by Motilal Nehru in 1928. It was assigned the task of preparing draft of a Constitution of India. The committee emphasized the need for securing fundamental rights to Indians, including the minority rights. The Supru report made 2 important suggestions: to make distinction between justiciable rights and non-justiciable rights, and to perfect the rights of minorities. Check your progress exercise 2. 1. The 6 fundamental rights are: right to equality, right to freedom, right against exploitation, right to freedom of religion, cultural and educational rights, and rights to constitutional remedies. 2. The basic structure doctrine. The basic structure doctrine denotes that the basic structure of the Constitution, which includes among some other provisions the fundamental rights. It was propounded in Kesavanand Burdi case in 1973. 42. 43. Fundamental rights. Unit 5 Directive Principles of State Policy *. Structure 5.0 Objectives 5.1 Introduction 5.2 Genesis of Directive Principles of State Policy 5.3 Amendments to Directive Principles of State Policy 5.4 Execution of Directive Principles of State Policy 5.5 Limitations of Directive Principles of State Policy 5.6 Directive Principles of State Policy and Fundamental Rights. A comparison 5.7 Let us sum up 5.8 References 5.9 Answers to check your progress exercises. 5.0 Objectives. This unit deals with directive principles of state policy. It explains the genesis, characteristics, and limitations of the directive principles of state policy outlined in the Constitution. After reading this unit, you should be able to describe evolution of directive principles of state policy, to categorize directive principles of state policy, discuss amendments to directive principles of state policy, compare directive principles of state policy and fundamental rights, and describe limitation of directive principles of state policy. 5.1 Introduction. In Unit 4, you have read about justiciable rights, i.e. fundamental rights. In this unit, you will read about non-justiciable rights, i.e. directive principles of state policies. As you will read in this unit, there is a difference between justiciable and non-justiciable rights. The former can be restored by the court in case of their violation. The latter cannot be claimed in the court if the state does not implement the provisions of directive principles of state policy. Fundamental rights envisage a liberal democratic state, and the directive principles of state policy embody principles of a welfare state. The directive principles of state policy are mentioned in Articles 36 to 51, Part 4 of the Constitution. Their main purpose is to achieve social and economic development of all sections of the society, aiming to set up an egalitarian society. In Granville Austin's views, directive principles of state policy have been helpful in achieving the constitutional goals of social, economic, and political justice to all. Dr. Divya Rani, Academic Associate, Faculty of Political Science, SAS, IGNOU. Constituent Assembly and 5.2 Genesis of Directive Principles. Constitution. Of State Policy. As you have read in Unit 4, the fundamental rights were incorporated in the Constitution according to the Suggestions of Rights Subcommittee of the Constituent Assembly. Apart from giving suggestions on the fundamental rights, this subcommittee gave suggestions on directive principles of state policy. Indeed, there has been a debate in the Constituent Assembly whether the rights should be divided into two parts, justiciable and non-justiciable, or fundamental rights and directive principles of state policy. They provide directives or instructions to the state to introduce the policies about the welfare of different sections of the society. Granville states that 4 members of the constituent agency played decisive role in framing directive principles of state policy: B.N. Rao, A.K. Iyer, B.R. Ambedkar, and K.T. Shah. Among them, B.N. Rao was the most influential. The origin of directive principles of state policy can be traced to Karachi Resolution and socialist and nationalist ideas which were prevalent from the 1920s in India. As you have read in Unit 4, the Supru Committee suggested that rights should be divided between two parts, justiciable and non-justiciable. Even the Rights Subcommittee made these suggestions. At the time of discussion on directive principles of state policy in India, the inclusion of provisions about states' role in social and economic development of society was not exception to India. For instance, provisions of directive principles of state policy were borrowed from the Irish Constituent. In opinion of Granville Austin, they attracted the attention of a wide range of assembly members. Hindu outlook and Gandhian ideas also influenced the decision to include provisions of social, economic, and political development of people. After serious deliberations, the Constituent Assembly included in Part 4 of the Constitution. A list of directive principles of state policy is given below. Directive Principles of State Policy, Part 4, Articles No. Subject Matter. 36. Definition of the state. 37. Application of the principles contained in this part. 38. State to secure a social order for the promotion of welfare of the people. 39. Certain principles of policy to be followed by the state. 39a. Equal justice and free legal aid. 40. Organization of village panchayats. 41. Right to work, to education, and to public assistance in certain cases. 42. Provisions for just and humane conditions of work and maternity relief. 43. Living wages, etc. 4 Workers. 43a. Participation of workers in the management of industries. 43b. Promotion of cooperative societies. 44. Directive Principles of State. 44. Uniform Civil Code for the Citizens. Policy. 45. Promotion for early childhood care and education to children below the age of 6 years. 46. Promotion of educational and economic interests of scheduled castes, schedules, tribes, and other weaker sections. 47. Duty of the state to raise the level of nutrition and the standard of living and to improve public health. 48. Organization of agricultural and animal husbandry. 48a. Protection and improvement of environment and safeguarding of forests and wildlife. 49. Protection of monuments and places and objects of national importance. 50. Separation of judiciary from executive. 51. Promotion of international peace and security. Durga Das Basa classifies the directive principles of state policy into 3 groups. First, certain ideals which the members of the Constituent Assembly expected the state to achieve. These ideals especially were economic. Second, certain directions to the legislatures and the executive which they were expected to follow for exercising their legislative and executive powers. Third, certain rights of the citizens were not be enforceable by the courts like the fundamental rights, but which could be implemented by the state through its legislative and administrative policies. Apart from the articles mentioned in Part 4 of the Constitution, there are some other articles in the Constitution which enjoin on the state the task to make certain policies for people and non-justiciable in nature. Such articles are Articles 335, 350a, and 351. According to Article 335, the claims of the members of the scheduled castes and the scheduled tribes shall be taken into consideration consistently with the maintenance of efficiency of administration, in the making of appointments to services and posts in connection with affairs of the union of a state. Article 350A suggests that every state and every local authority within state will provide adequate facilities for instruction in the mother tongue at the primary stage of education to children belonging to linguistic minority groups. Article 351 enjoins the Union to promote the spread of Hindi language and to develop it so that it may serve as a medium of expression of all elements of the composite culture of India. 5.3 Amendments to Directive Principles of State Policy. Some new clauses were added through constitutional amendments to the articles about the directive policy. These amendments made the list of articles about directive principles of state policy more inclusive of social welfare. The 42 Amendment Act of 1976 added 4 new subjects that required the state to secure healthy development of children, Article 39, to promote equal justice and to provide free legal aid to the poor, Article 39A, to secure participation of workers in the management of industries, Article 43A, to protect the environment, forests, 45, and wildlife, Article 48A. The 44 Amendment Act of 1978 added the Article Constituent Assembly and Constitution 38 that required the state to minimize inequalities in income, status, facilities, and opportunities. The 86 Amendment Act of 2002 modified the content of Article 45, which required the state to provide early childhood care and education for all children until they complete the age of 6 years and was directed in making education a fundamental right under Article 21A. The 97 Amendment Act of 2011 added Article 43B, which required the state to promote voluntary formation, autonomous functioning, democratic control, and professional management of cooperative societies. Check your progress exercises. 1 Note. 1. Use the space below for your answers. 2. Check your answers with the model answers given at the end of this unit. 1. What was the right subcommittee? 2. Trace the origin of directive principles of state policy. 5.4 Execution of directive principles of state policy. Since independence, various central state and governments in India have enacted several acts, launched schemes and programs, and set up commissions according to directive principles of state policy. The Planning Commission, which has been abolished and replaced by Niti Aayog through its 5-year plans, aim to bring about social and economic equity and justice. Introduction of land reforms in several states, which included as zamindari abolition, tenancy reforms, ceilings on land holdings, cooperative farming, reduced inequalities in rural society. The governments introduced several measures to help the underprivileged sections. Such measures included acts to protect the interests of the poor, ensuring minimum wages to workers, protecting contract workers, providing free legal aid to the poor, abolition of child labor, abolition of bonded labor, resolution of industrial disputes, etc. For helping women, these measures included acts about maternity benefits, and Equal Remuneration Act was passed to protect the interests of women. The government passed acts for protection of wildlife and 46. Conservation of forest and set up central and state pollution boards to protect directive principles of state policy. Environment. The government set up Khadi and Village Industries Board, Handlooms and Handicrafts Boards to develop cottage industries. It enacted laws for protection of ancient and historical monument and archaeological sites and remains and places of national importance. To protect the interests of the SCs, STs and OBCs, reservations have been given to them in government jobs and political institutions. And laws have been enacted for protection of civil rights and prevention social exploitation. Establishment of village panchayats and reservations for weaker sections in them has empowered them. Programs such as Community Development Program, Hill Area Development Program, Minimum Needs Program, IRDP, Integrated Rural Development Programs, MNREGA, Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, and NRHM, National Rural Health Mission, etc. have resulted in social and economic inclusion of people. 5.5 Limitations of Directive Principles of State Policy. The main limitation of directive principles of state policy is that the state is not legally bound to implement them. This is despite the fact that the state has moral duty to implement them and they are accommodated in the Constitution. Exemption of directive principles from being justiciable may make the state vulnerable to the pressure of politically and economically influential groups in the society. Some members of the Constituent Assembly underlined their limitations, especially regarding their being non-justiciable. K.T. Shah commented that the limitation would make directive principles of state policy pious wishes. T.T. Krishnamachari described them as a veritable dustbin of sentiment. K. Santhanam asserted that the directives could lead to conflicts between center and states, prime minister and president, governor and chief minister in terms of direction, guidance, legislation, assent, enforcement with regard to the problem of non-compliance and discretion. 5.6 Directive Principles of State Policy and Fundamental Rights, a comparison. After having read about fundamental rights in Unit 4 and about directive principles of state policy in this unit, it will be interesting to compare them. Both have some similarities and differences. They share some goals: protection of rights and welfare of people, or social revolution. Granville Austin terms both fundamental rights and directive principles of state policy as the conscience of the Constitution. Both emerged in the similar situations. Both are rooted in freedom struggle. Timings and circumstances of origin of the both were same, from the 1920s when ideas of socialism became popular, and the Congress frequently raised demands for granting of rights to Indians, leading to formation of the Rights Subcommittee in the Constituent Assembly. As you have read, suggestions to include fundamental rights and directive principles of state policy in the Constitution were made by the same Rights Subcommittee. Indeed, in the Constituent Assembly, there was little disagreement on principles of fundamental rights and directive principles. The differences were more on techniques. However, despite the similarities between them, there is a basic difference between fundamental rights and directive principles of state policy. The fundamental 47 rights are negative and directive principles of state policy are positive. It means Constituent Assembly and Constitution. That fundamental rights deny something negative, the state the authority to encroach upon these rights. It also means that directive principles of state policy are not about denial but about providing something positive, benefits from the state to the people. As you have read, fundamental rights are justiciable and directive principles of state policy are non-justiciable. But Austin argues that despite being non-justiciable, the directive principles of state policy are fundamental in governance of the country. The fundamental rights promote welfare of the individuals and groups and provide personal and political rights. Directive principles of state policy is concerned about the welfare of the community. The fundamental rights do not need any legislative act to enforce them legally, while the directive principles of state policy come into effect only when it is legally implemented. The justiciability and enforceability of the fundamental rights have given it an upper hand, and thus in cases involving an apparent conflict between fundamental rights and directive principles, it is the former that will prevail. However, the provision on directive principles of state policy terms them as fundamental and imposes a moral obligation on the state for its application, and this at times has created a legal and political dilemma. This conflict on whether the fundamental rights were superior to directive principles of state policy manifested in the Champacum-Durarejan case in 1951. In this case, the Supreme Court ruled that in cases involving a conflict between fundamental rights and directive principles of state policy, it is the former that will prevail. The Goloknath case of 1967 and Kesavanand-Bharati case of 1973 further established the superior positions of the fundamental rights in comparison to directive principles of state policy. According to Kesavanand-Bharati case, the former cannot be amended. The question as to fundamental rights were superior to directive principles of state policy was settled in the Minerva Mills case of 1980. In this case, the Supreme Court made an important observation regarding the relationship between the fundamental rights and directive principles of state policy. The court observed the Indian Constitution is founded on the bedrock of the balance between the fundamental rights and directive principles. They together constitute the core of commitment to social revolution. They are like two wheels of a chariot, one no less than the other. To give absolute primacy to one over the other is to disturb the harmony of the Constitution. This harmony and balance between the two is an essential feature of the basic structure of the Constitution. The goals set out by the directive principles have to be achieved without the abrogation of the means provided by the fundamental rights. Check your progress exercises to note 1. Use the space below for your answers. 2. Check your answers with the model answers given at the end of this unit. 1. Compare fundamental rights and directive principles of the state policy. 48. Directive principles of state policy. 2. What are the limitations of directive principle of the state policy? 5.7 Let us sum up. Directive principles of state policy are provisions which give direction or instructions to the state to enact policies for social, economic, and political empowerment of people. They seek to establish an egalitarian society. They are different from fundamental rights in the sense they are non-justiciable while the fundamental rights are justiciable. The idea about directive principles of state policy can be traced to Karachi Resolution to the ideals of socialism and nationalism from the 1920s. Irish Constitution, Hindu ideals, and Gandhian philosophy influenced directive principles to a considerable extent. The Supru Committee made suggestions to distinguish rights as justiciable and non-justiciable rights. The Rights Subcommittee of the Constituent Assembly also suggested making a distinction between fundamental rights as justiciable rights, directive principles of state policy as non-justiciable right. The Constituent Assembly included the suggestions of Rights Subcommittee as directive principles of state policy in the Constitution after debating them. They are included in the Part 4, the Articles 36 to 51. The 42, 43, 86, and 97 constitutional amendments expanded their scope. Exclusion of the directive principles of state policy from being justiciable limits the scope of social welfare. 5.8 References. Basu, D.D., 2011. Introduction to the Constitution of India, 20 edition. Nagpur, India. LexisNexis Butterworth's Vertha. Chaub, S. K. 2009. The Making and Working of the Indian Constitution. New Delhi, India. National Book Trust. Granville, Austin, 2012. The Indian Constitution Cornerstone of a Nation, 17 edition. New Delhi, Oxford University Press. Laxmikanth, M. 2013. Indian Polity. New Delhi, India. McGraw-Hill Education. 49. Constituent Assembly and 5.9 Answers to check your progress. Constitution. Exercises. Check your exercise 1. 1. The Rights Subcommittee was a subcommittee of the Constituent Assembly which advised the latter to give suggestions on fundamental rights and directive principles of state policy. It was on its suggestions that the fundamental rights and the directive principles of state policy were made justiciable and non-justiciable rights. 2. The trace of directive principles of state policy first appeared in Karachi Resolution of the Congress in 1931 and can be linked to general atmosphere prevailing since the 1920s where ideas of socialism became popular, and to Hindu outlook and Gandhian principles. The Supru report also made suggestions to distinguish justiciable and non-justiciable rights. These suggestions were also made by the Rights Subcommittee of the Constituent Assembly. They were finally accepted by the Constituent Assembly and incorporated in the Part 4 of the Constitution. Check your exercise 2. 1. There are similarities and differences between fundamental rights and directive principles of state policy. The similarities include their goals, which are protection of rights and welfare of people or social revolution, timings and circumstances of origin from the 1920s when ideas of socialism became popular, being recommended by the same Rights Subcommittee of the Constituent Assembly. The differences are, the directive principles of state policy are non-justiciable, the fundamental right are justiciable. 2. Directive principles of state policy are not legally binding on the state. Though it is moral duty of the state to implement them. The state can be vulnerable to public pressure to implement or to not implement them. According K.T. Shah were directive principles of state policy pious wishes, and in T.T. Krishnamachari's opinion, they were a veritable dustbin of sentiment. 50. Directive principles of state. Unit 6 Fundamental Duties *. Policy. Structure 6.0 Objectives 6.1 Introduction 6.2 Entry of Fundamental Duties in the Constitution 6.3 Non-justifiability of the fundamental duties 6.4 Significance of fundamental duties 6.5 Let us sum up 6.6 References 6.7 Answers to check your progress exercises. 6.0 Objectives. After reading this unit, you should be able to describe the nature and meaning of fundamental duties, discuss the inclusion of fundamental duties in the Constitution, and explain the significance of fundamental duties. 6.1 Introduction. Fundamental duty is a notion which conveys a sense of moral obligation and commitment to someone or to something. People must perform different kind of duties in daily life, namely duties towards their family, workplace, and ultimately modern state. Ancient Roman philosopher Cicero also discusses duty in his work, De Officiis, on duties, where he opines that duties may come from 4 different sources, viz. Wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance. In Unit 4, you have read about the fundamental rights. They can be properly realized if the citizens perform their fundamental duties. Thus, the fundamental rights and the fundamental duties are interrelated. If someone performs his or her duties properly, it signifies that the basic rights of others are safeguarded and vice versa. Indeed, no one can enjoy rights without performing his or her due duties. In other words, if a person fulfills of his or her duties, then he or she must be in a moral position to get his or her basic rights. Several countries included fundamental duties in their constitutions. Examples of such countries are erstwhile Soviet Union, People's Republic of China, India, Poland, Albania, Czechoslovakia, the Netherlands, Yugoslavia, the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, Japan, and Italian Republic. In fact, the USSR was the first country of the world to adopt fundamental duties in its constitution. 6.2 Entry of the fundamental duties in the Constitution. Initially, the Indian Constitution did not have provisions of fundamental duties. But as an exception, Article 33 provided for some fundamental duties. According to this article, the armed forces and police were supposed to maintain discipline. Janta Debnath, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Mrinalini Dutta Mahavidyapith, Kolkata. 51. And perform duties even when fundamental duties were not part of Indian Constituent Assembly and Constitution. Constitution. However, the 42 and the 86 constitutional amendments provided for inclusion of fundamental duties in the Constitution. The 42 constitutional amendment in 1976 added a new section to article on fundamental duties. The 42 amendment was passed during the period of emergency, 1975 to 1977. According to this amendment, the people, including those not belonging to armed forces and police, were expected to perform certain fundamental duties. The 86 constitutional amendment in 2002 made it fundamental duty of parents of children from 6 to 14 years of age to provide them education. This amendment also made the education of the children as fundamental right. Following these amendments, fundamental duties are mentioned in Article 51A, Part IVA of the Constitution mentions certain fundamental duties of the people. The fundamental duties enshrined in Article 51A have similarity with Article 29(1) of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which states, "Everyone has duties to the community in which alone the free and full development of his personality is possible." After the passage of the 42 and 86 constitutional amendments, there are 11 fundamental duties of the citizens of India. These are as follows. 1. To abide by the Constitution and respect its ideals and institutions, the national flag and the national anthem. 2. To cherish and follow the noble ideals which inspired our national struggle for freedom. 3. To uphold and protect the sovereignty, unity, and integrity of India. 4. To defend the country and render national service when called upon to do so. 5. To promote harmony and the spirit of common brotherhood amongst all the people of India, transcending religious, linguistic, and regional or sectional diversities, to renounce practices derogatory to the dignity of women. 6. To value and preserve the rich heritage of our composite culture. 7. To protect and improve the natural environment, including forests, lakes, rivers, and wildlife, and to have compassion for living creatures. 8. To develop the scientific temper, humanism, and the spirit of inquiry and reform. 9. To safeguard public property and to abjure violence. 10. To strive towards excellence in all spheres of individual and collective activity, so that the nation constantly rises to higher levels of endeavor and achievement. 11. Who is a parent or guardian, to provide opportunities for education to his child, or as the case may be, ward between the age of 6 and 14 years. The fundamental duties have some salient features as given below. Fundamental duties are both civic and moral in nature. B. It emphasized on the Indian way of life, especially respecting and preserving Indian culture. C. This provision is not applicable upon the foreigners. Only citizens of India will obey these constitutional duties. 52. D. There are clear differences between fundamental rights and fundamental duties. Fundamental duties. E. It is non-justiciable and non-enforceable. The 42 constitutional amendment was made in the light of the recommendations of the Swaran Singh Committee report. The Swaran Singh Committee was set up in 1976 by Indira Gandhi government. Swaran Singh was the chairman of the committee. The committee had recommended to include a new part in the Constitution of India on the fundamental duties of the Indian citizen. Based on the recommendations of the committee, government brought some changes to the Constitution through 42 Amendment of the Constitution, and that came into effect on January 3, 1977. The Swaran Singh Committee suggested 8 items to be incorporated in the Constitution as duties of the citizen. These are mentioned below. I. To respect and abide by the Constitution and the laws. 2. To uphold the sovereignty of the nation and to function in such a way as to sustain and strengthen its unity and integrity. 3. To respect the democratic institutions enshrined in the Constitution, and not to do anything which may impair their dignity or authority. 4. To defend the country and to render national service, including military service, when called upon to do so. V. To abjure communalism in any form. 6. To render assistance and cooperation to the state in the implementation of directive principles of state policy, and to promote the common good of the people so as to subserve the interests of social and economic justice. 7. To abjure violence, to protect and safeguard public property, and not to do anything which may cause damage or destruction to such property. 8. To pay taxes according to the law. However, then Congress government led by Prime Minister Indira Gandhi did not accept all suggestions or recommendations made by the Swaran Singh Committee. Check your progress exercise 1 note. 1. Use the space below for your answers. 2. Check your answers with the model answers given at the end of this unit. 1. Which constitutional amendment introduced fundamental duties in the Constitution? 53. 2. Write a few lines about the fundamental duties for protection of Constituent Assembly and Constitution. Environment. 6.3 Non-justifiability of the fundamental duties. The fundamental duties are non-enforceable and non-justiciable. There is no provision in the Constitution for direct enforcement of these duties. It means that no citizen can be punished by a court for violation of a fundamental duty. In this regards, fundamental duties are like directive principles of state policy of Part 4. Fundamental duties were not placed at the end of Part 3 of Indian Constitution, which is justiciable, but included in Part IVA, that is non-justiciable and non-enforceable. India's case is different from some other examples regarding the enforceability of the fundamental duties. These examples included erstwhile USSR, Yugoslavia, and Albania. Unlike India, constitutions of these countries made duties legally enforceable. You have read in the preceding section of this unit that most of fundamental duties have been included in Indian Constitution according to the recommendations of Swaran Singh Committee report. VKRV Rao and Singh 1976, criticized the recommendations of Swaran Singh Committee report on the ground that fundamental duties cannot be followed if there is no legal action for their violation. He argued that people lack courage and willingness to obey duties. Therefore, duties cannot be properly obeyed if they are not legally binding. Right do not have ethical basis, they can be properly enjoyed with enforceable duties. On the need to obey fundamental duties, the Supreme Court of India issued a notice in 1998 to the Government of India inquiring about its plan to teach fundamental duties to the citizens of the country. In response to this notice, Government of India established a committee under the chairmanship of Justice J.S. Varma Committee, known as Varma Commit on Fundamental Duties of the Citizens 1999, to examine operational aspects of fundamental duties and recommend steps which can teach and educate people about the need to obey fundamental duties. The Varma Committee made the following recommendations. Fundamental duties will raise standards of the citizen in public life. Therefore, every individual should obey and promote these duties. B. Public office holders should avoid selfishness or nepotism. Their foremost priority must be to serve public interests rather than individual interests. C. Integrity should be the main principle in the functioning of public office. 54. D. Holders of public office must be accountable for their decisions and actions. Fundamental duties. To the public. E. They should be as open as possible about all the decisions and actions which were taken by them. F. Public officials should maintain honesty while in office. G. Leadership is very important in the sense that holders of public office should promote these principles by leadership skill and set an example. Fundamental duties can strengthen the foundation of society and nation. But mere legislation is not enough to fulfill them. An effective implementation of the rules is essential for an effective fulfillment of duties. That is possible if favorable attitudes and commitment to obey duties are created among the citizens of India. To increase the awareness among the people of India concerning fundamental duties, Varma Committee had identified few existing acts by which a proper implementation of such duties can be accomplished. These are discussed below. A. The Representation of People Act, 1951. According to this act, membership of any member of the Indian Parliament or state legislature. A. The Representation of People Act, 1951. According to this act, membership of any member of the Indian Parliament or state legislatures can be rejected if he or she found involved with corrupt activities. B. The Unlawful Activities Protection Act, 1967. Sectarian organizations within the national boundaries of the country must be banned in view of making a peaceful and stable society. C. The Protection of Civil Rights Act, 1955. Offenders who preach and practice untouchability must be punished in accordance with the act. D. The Wildlife Protection Act, 1972. It aims at protecting and preserving rare and the perishing animals, birds, and plants. For this reason, this act strongly prohibits the illegal trading of animals. E. The Prevention of Insults to National Honor Act, 1971. By this act, insults and disrespects of the national anthem, flag, the Constitution of the land have been firmly prohibited. F. The Forest Conservation Act, 1980. The act strongly prohibits the destruction of natural forest, keeping in mind its increasing degradation. It also prohibits the usage of forest for other human activities. The Supreme Court of India has issued directions to governments to create a conducive environment for effective fulfillment of duties. In this regards, the Supreme Court directed the central government in August 2003 to implement the recommendations of the National Commission to Review the Working of the Constitution, 2000, and Varma Committee, 1999. Anupama Rao criticized the recommendations of Justice Varma Committee report in an article published in Economic and Political Weekly, 2003. She argues that Justice Varma's report puts disproportionate emphasis on duties of citizens in relation to the state and nation. Such emphasis on duties undermines citizens as equals, and duty as a precondition for citizenship. 55. Check your progress exercise 2. Constituent Assembly and Constitution. Note: 1. Use the space below for your answers. 2. Check your answers with the model answers given at the end of this unit. 1. What is the relationship between fundamental rights and fundamental duties? 2. What are the main features of fundamental duties? 6.4 Significance of fundamental duties. Fundamental duties have ethical, social, and economic significance. If a citizen performs his/her duties, she has moral claims on his/her rights. Fulfillment of duties can help in sustenance of environment and economic development. This in turn can help in achieving human development of society. The consciousness and realization to fulfill fundamental duties have increased in India during past some decades. The court and civil society organizations, political parties and governments have also underlined the significance of fundamental duties for overall development of society. As you have read earlier in this unit, the fundamental duties were included in the Constitution through 42 Amendment passed by Indira Gandhi government during emergency. The Morarji Desai government, which was formed by the opponent of Indira Gandhi, did not change the provisions about the fundamental duties. This indicated the importance given to fundamental duties across political parties. Acknowledging the significance of fundamental duties, Supreme Court said that it was intended to regulate behavior and to inspire fellow citizens to strive towards excellence. For instance, some vested interests were harming biodiversity and environment in Mussoorie-Dehradun belt, which was part of before formation of Uttarakhand state. They were violating fundamental duty to protect the environment and biodiversity. Regarding this, in Rural Litigation and Entitlement Kendra versus State of Uttar Pradesh, 1988, the Supreme Court banned illegal mining in Mussoorie. 56. Dehradun belt suggested several regulatory directions for protection of fundamental duties, diversity and environment. Thus, the court underlined the significance to protecting the biodiversity and environment a fundamental duty and made direction for its protection. Constitution Review Commission chaired by M.N. Venkachaliatu recommended some initiatives to be taken by the government for the successful implementation of fundamental duties. Some of his recommendations included as follows. A. The union and state governments should sensitize the people and create general awareness about fundamental duties amongst the citizens. B. Right to freedom of religion and other freedoms must be jealously guarded and rights of minorities and fellow citizens respected. C. People should be sensitized about their duty to vote in elections, pay taxes, and actively participate in the democratic process of governance. D. Recommendations of Justice Varma Committee on operationalization of fundamental duties of citizens should be implemented at the earliest. E. The industrial organizations should provide education to children of their employees. Check your progress exercise 3. Note 1. Use the space below for your answers. 2. Check your answers with the model answers given at the end of this unit. 1. How are fundamental duties linked with ethical values? 6.5. Let us sum up. Fundamental duties lead to national integration, unity, and cultural harmony among the members of different castes and creeds within Indian society. Though erstwhile USSR was the first country in the world to adopt fundamental duties in its constitution, now both communist and non-communist countries of the world have provisions for fundamental duties. Initially, except for the armed forces and police, fundamental duties were not mentioned in the Indian Constitution. They were first included in the Constitution only through 42 Constitutional Amendment Act, 1976. These were introduced following the recommendations of the Swaran Singh Committee's recommendations. Later, 57. The 86th Constitutional Amendment provided for giving education to children in Constituent Assembly and Constitution. Age group, 6 to 14 years, a fundamental duty of parents. There are differences between fundamental duties and fundamental rights. Fundamental rights are enforceable and justiciable by the court, while fundamental duties cannot be legally enforced. P.V. K. R. V. Rao opined that for effective implementation of the Article 51A, there should provisions for punishing those who violated their fundamental duties. Fundamental duties have greater relevance in the 21st century. 6.6 References. Bakshi, P.M., 2012. The Constitution of India. New Delhi, India. Universal Law Publishing. Basu, D.D., 1960. Introduction to the Constitution of India. Calcutta, India. S.C. Sarkar and Sons Private Ltd. Bhagwan Vishnu, Vidyabhushan and Vandana Mola. 1984. World Constitutions. A Comparative Study. Reprint 2014. New Delhi, India. Sterling Publishers Private Ltd. Chagla, M. C. P.B. Mukherjee and others. 1977. Constitutional Amendments A Study. Calcutta, India. Rupak Publishers. Granville, Austin, 1966. The Indian Constitution Cornerstone of a Nation. Bombay, India. Oxford University Press. Kashyap, C. Subhash, 2011. Our Constitution, 5 edition. New Delhi, India. National Book Trust. Piley, M.V., 2014. India's Constitution. Reprint. New Delhi, India. S. Chand and Company Private Ltd. Rajaram, Kalpana. 2005. Indian Polity. Revised. New Delhi, India. Spectrum Books Private Ltd. Raman Sundar. 1977. Fundamental Rights and the 42 Constitutional Amendment. Calcutta, India. Minoreva Associates Publications Private Ltd. Rao Anupama 2003. Making Good Citizens, Teaching Fundamental Duties in Schools. Economic and Political Weekly, July 21st, pp 2470 to 2743. Rao v. K. R. V. and Sardar Swaran Singh. 1976. Fundamental Duties and Directive Principles under the Proposed Amendments to the Constitution. India International Center Quarterly, 3/4 266 to 284. Websites. Retrieved on November 15, 2018. 6.7 Answers to check your progress exercises. Check your progress exercise 1. 1. The 42 Constitutional Amendment in 1976 and 86 Constitutional Amendment in 2002. 58. 59. Fundamental Duties. 2. To protect and improve the natural environment including forests, lakes, rivers, and wildlife, and to have compassion for living beings. Check your progress exercise 2. 1. Fundamental duties and fundamental rights are different. Fundamental duties are not justiciable while fundamental rights are justiciable. 2. Main features of fundamental duties are: A. Fundamental duties are both civic and moral in nature. B. This provision is not applicable to the foreigners, only citizens of India will obey these constitutional duties. C. There are clear differences between fundamental rights and fundamental duties. D. Fundamental duties are non-justiciable and non-enforceable. Check your progress exercise 3. 1. Fundamental duties cannot be implemented through legal means only. For them to be successful, the people have to be morally concerned. Federalism and suggested readings. Decentralization. Abdulrahim P. Vijapur, C.D. 1998. Dimensions of Federal Nation Building, Essays in Memory of Rashiduddin Khan, New Delhi, India, Center for Federal Studies and Manak Publication. Ambedkar, Dr. Babasaheb, 1994. Writings and Speeches. Volume 13, Education Department, Government of Maharashtra. Austin, Granville, 2012. The Indian Constitution, Cornerstone of a Nation, 17 edition. New Delhi, Oxford University Press. 1966. The Indian Constitution, Cornerstone of a Nation. Bombay, India, Oxford University Press. 2002. Working of a Democratic Constitution, The Experience of India. New Delhi, India, Oxford University Press. Bakshi, M. P. 1999. The Constitution of India with selective comments by the author. New Delhi, India, Universal Law Publishing Company. 2003. The Constitution of India, New Delhi, India, Universal Law Publishing. 2012. The Constitution of India, New Delhi, India, Universal Law Publishing. Basu, D.D. 2011. Introduction to the Constitution of India, 20 edition. Nagpur, India, LexisNexis Butterworths, Vartha. 1960. Introduction to the Constitution of India. Calcutta, India, S.C. Sarkar and Sons Private Ltd. 1983. Commentary on the Constitution of India. New Delhi, India, Prentice Hall. Bhagwan, Vishnu, Vidyabhushan and Vandanamola. 1984. World Constitutions, A Comparative Study, reprint 2014. New Delhi, India, Sterling Publishers Private Ltd. Chakraborty, Umlinda Kishore, 2004. The Quest for Identity, Tribal Solidarity Movements in Northeast India, 1947-69, Kolkata, India, The Asiatic Society. Chaub, K. S., 1976. Constituent Assembly of India, The Springboard of Revolution. New Delhi, India, Manohar Publishers. 1999. Hill Politics in Northeast India, New Delhi, India, Orient Longmen. 2009. The Making and Working of Indian Constitution. New Delhi, India, National Book Trust. Das C. B. 1977. The President of India. New Delhi, India, R.R. Printers. 142. Jennings Iversur, 1969. Cabinet Government. Cambridge, Cambridge University. Local Self-Government Suggested Readings. Press. Ja N. S. and P. C. Mather, eds. 1999. Decentralization and Local Politics. New Delhi, India, Sage Publication. Kashyap C. Subhash, 2011. Our Constitution, 5 edition. New Delhi, India, National Book Trust. 1995. History of the Parliament of India, Volume 2, New Delhi, India, Shipper Publications. 1997. Citizens and the Constitution, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, New Delhi. Khosla, Madhav, 2012. Oxford, India, Short Introductions, The Indian Constitution, New Delhi, India, Oxford University Press. Light N. GK and Ravi Srivastava, 1999. Unequal Partners, Power Relations, Devolution and Development in Uttar Pradesh. New Delhi, India, Sage Publications. New Delhi. 1999. Mishra, Salil, 2001. A Narrative of Communal Politics, Uttar Pradesh, 1937-39. New Delhi, India, Sage Publications. Mukherjee, Hiren, 1978. Portrait of Parliament, Reflections and Recollections, New Delhi, India, Vikas. Narang, S. A. 2000. Indian Government and Politics. New Delhi, India, Gitanjali. Patnaik, Raghunath, 1996. Powers of the President and Governors of India, New Delhi, India, Deep and Deep. Pinto, Marina, 2000. Metropolitan City Governance in India. New Delhi, India, Sage Publications. Raman Sundar. 1977. Fundamental Rights and the 42 Constitutional Amendment. Calcutta, India, Minareva Associates Publications Private Ltd. Rao, Govinda M. and Nirvikar Singh, 2005. Political Economy of Federalism in India. New Delhi, India, Oxford University Press. Sarkar, Sumit, 1983, Modern India 1885-1947, New Delhi, India, Macmillan. Shankar, B.L. and Rodriguez Valerian, 2011. The Indian Parliament, A Democracy at Work. New Delhi, India, Oxford University Press. 143. BPSC 102. Constitutional Government and Democracy in India. School of Social Sciences, Indira Gandhi National Open University. Why? April 2019. Indira Gandhi National Open University, 2019 ISBN, all rights reserved. No part of this work may be reproduced in any form by mimeography or any other means without permission in writing from the Indira Gandhi National Open University. Further information on the Indira Gandhi National Open University courses may be obtained from the university's office at Maidan Gar High, New Delhi 110068 or visit our website. Printed and published on behalf of the Indira Gandhi National Open University, New Delhi by Director, School of Social Sciences. Laser typeset by Tessa Media and Computers C206 AFE2, Okla, New Delhi printed at Print production. Mr. Manjit Singh, Section Officer, Pub, SAS, IGNOU, New Delhi. Professor D. Gopal, Chairman, Faculty of Political Science, School of Social Sciences, IGNOU, Maidangarh High, New Delhi. I. Professor A. K. Singh, Center for Federal Studies, Jamia Hamdard University, New Delhi. Professor Anurag Joshi, Faculty of Political Science, School of Social Sciences, IGNOU, Maidangarh High, New Delhi. I. Professor Jagpal Singh, Faculty of Political Science, School of Social Sciences, IGNOU, Maidangarh High, New Delhi. Hi. Professor Amit Prakash, Center for the Study of Law and Governance, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Hi. Professor Sardak Bagh, Department of Political Science, Babasaheb Bhimrao Ambedkar University, Raebareli Road, Lucknow. Ow. Professor S. V. Reddy, Faculty of Political Science, School of Social Sciences, IGNOU, Maidangarh High, New Delhi. Lie. Expert Kami. TTE. Course preparation. Team. Block/units. Unit Writer. Block 1, Constituent Assembly and Constitution. Unit 1, The Making of the Constitution. Professor Jagpal Singh, Faculty Political Science, IGNOU, New Delhi. Unit 2, Philosophical Premises. Pratap Chattopadhyay, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, University of Kalyani, Nadia, Westby. Engel. Unit 3, Preamble. Professor Jagpal Singh, Faculty Political Science, IGNOU, New Delhi. Unit 4, Fundamental Rights. Dr. Divya Rani, Academic Associate, Faculty of Political Science, IGNOU. Unit 5, Directive Principles of State Policy. Dr. Divya Rani, Academic Associate, Faculty of Political Science, IGNOU. Unit 6, Fundamental Duties. Janta Debnath, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Mrinalini Dutta. Unit 6, Fundamental Duties. Janta Debnath, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Mrinalini Dutta. Mathavidyapith Co. Kolkata. Block 2, Organs of the Government. Unit 7, Legislature. Professor Pralaya Kanungo, Center for Political Studies, JNU, New Delhi. Unit 8, Executive. Professor Vijay Sekhar Reddy, Faculty of Political Science, IGNOU, New Delhi. Unit 9, Judiciary. Professor Vijay Sekhar Reddy, Faculty of Political Science, IGNOU, New Delhi. Block 3, Federalism and Decentralization. Unit 10, Division of Powers. Pratap Chattopadhyay, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, University of Kalyani, Nadia, Westby. Engel. Unit 11, Emergency Provisions. Janta Debnath, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Mrinalini Dutta. Mathavidyapith Co. Kolkata. Unit 12, 5th and 6th Schedules. Dr. Nongmadam Kishore Chand Singh, Academic Associate, Faculty of Political Science, IGNOU, New Delhi. Unit 13, Local Self-Governments. Dr. Vinayak Narayan Srivastav, formerly Fellow Nehru Memorial, Museum and Library, New Delhi, and Dr. Gurupdas Aaron, Assistant Professor, SOS, IGNOU, New Delhi. Course Coordinator, Professor Jagpal Singh. General Editor, Professor Jagpal Singh, Faculty of Political Science, SAS, IGNOU. Unit Formatting, Vetting and Content Editing. Dr. Divya Rani, ACA. Demic. Associate, Faculty of Political Science, SAS, IGNOU. Course Contents. Block 1, Constituent Assembly and Constitution. Page No. Unit 1, The Making of the Indian Constitution. 7. Unit 2, Philosophical Premises. 20. Unit 3, Preamble. 27. Unit 4, Fundamental Rights. 34. Unit 5, Directive Principles of State Policy. 43. Unit 6, Fundamental Duties. 51. Block 2, Organs of the Government. 61. Unit 7, Legislature. 63. Unit 8, Executive. 74. Unit 9, Judiciary. 85. Block 3, Federalism and Decentralization. 99. Unit 10, Division of Powers. 101. Unit 11, Emergency Provisions. 110. Unit 12, 5th and 6th Schedules. 117. Unit 13, Local Self-Governments. 129. Suggested readings. 143. Course Introduction. This course attempts to acquaint you with certain aspects of the constitutional government and democracy in India. It introduces you to the democratic values enshrined in the Constitution and to the provisions which explain relationships among citizens, between the citizens and the state, and among different units of the state, the union government, the state governments and the local governments, and among the organs of the state, the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. As you will read in different units of this course, the Constitution of India provides for the governance of the people in which their rights, dignity, and sovereignty are protected. The provisions of the Constitution also protect social, cultural, and linguistic pluralism. The Constitution even has provisions for restrictions which can be imposed on the right of people through different kinds of emergencies. The issues in the course have been discussed in 13 units. Based on thematic unity, these units have been divided into 3 blocks. Block 1 is about the Constituent Assembly and Constitution. The Block 2 deals with organs of government. And Block 3 discusses federalism and decentralization. Introductions to the blocks are given in the beginning of each block. Each unit has inbuilt check your progress exercises. After having read the units, you can try to answer the questions given in these exercises. At the end of each unit, there are answers to the questions mentioned in the Check Your Progress exercises. You can match your answers with the answers given in the units. But be careful to write answers in your own words. The course ends with a list of suggested readings. You are advised to go through them. 61. The Making of the Indian Constitution. Block 2, Organs of the Government. T. Organs of the Government. Block 2, Introduction. Legislation, execution, and adjudication of the rules, their implementation and evaluation are important functions of a government. In the modern democracies, these functions are performed by the legislature, executive, and judiciary, which function under the principles of checks and balances. The nature of a political system or the government depends to a large extent on the relations and functioning of these institutions. The sharing powers between the three organs of government, the legislature, the executive, and judiciary, is called separation of powers. This block deals with the institutional framework of Indian political system in which three organs of government, i.e., legislature, executive, and judiciary, have been discussed. In other words, this block is about the separation of powers. All the three organs have different characteristics and role in Indian constitution. Unit 7 discusses the legislature. Unit 8 deals with the executive. Unit 9 provides the whole perspective of judiciary system of India. 62. 63. Legislature. Unit 7 Legislature *. Structure. 7.0 Objectives. 7.1 Introduction. 7.2 Union Legislature. 7. 2.1 The President. 7.2.2 Lok Sabha. 7.2.3 Rajya Sabha. 7.2.4 Special Powers of Rajya Sabha. 7.3 The Presiding Officers. 7.3.1 The Speaker. 7.3.2 The Chairperson of Rajya Sabha. 7.4 Legislative Procedure. 7.4.1 Money Bills. 7.5 Parliamentary Privileges. 7.6 Parliamentary Devices to control the executive. 7.6.1 Parliamentary Committees. 7.7 State Legislature. 7.8 Let us sum up. 7.9 References. 7.10 Answers to check your progress exercises. 7.0 Objectives. This unit examines the evolution, structure, and functioning of the Indian Parliament. After going through this unit, you will be able to trace the evolution of modern legislature in India, discuss the organization and functions of the parliament, and explain parliamentary procedures. 7.1 Introduction. The term legislature has been derived from the Latin word lex, which means a distinct kind of legal rule mainly of general application. This rule is named legislation, and the institution which enacts it on behalf of the people is known as legislature. Essentially, there are two models of legislative structure, the parliamentary and presidential. In the parliamentary model, the executive is selected by the legislature from among its own members. Therefore, the executive is responsible to the legislature. The presidential system is based on the theory of separation of powers and does not permit any person to serve simultaneously in both executive and legislature. Professor Pralaya Kanungo, Center for Political Studies, JNU, New Delhi. This unit is adopted from course BPSC 212, Unit 10. Organs of the government in India. The legislature exists at two levels, at the union level, i.e. the Parliament of India, and the state level, i.e. state legislatures. The unit deals specifically with the Parliament of India. In subsection 7.7, you will also read about the state legislature. The Parliament of India, which is the creation of the Constitution, is the supreme representative authority of the people. It is the highest legislative organ and the national forum for the articulation of public opinion. 7.2 Union Legislature. Under the provision of Article 79, the Parliament of India consists of the President and the two houses, the lower house or Lok Sabha, House of the People, and the upper house or Rajya Sabha, Council of States. While the Lok Sabha is subject to dissolution, the Rajya Sabha is a permanent chamber which cannot be dissolved. The office of the President also never remains vacant. 7.2.1 The President. While the American President is not a part of the legislature, Congress, the President of India is an integral part of the Indian Parliament. However, he cannot sit and participate in the deliberations in any of the two houses. The President of India performs certain important role vis-a-vis the Parliament. The President summons and prorogues the House from one session to another and has the power to dissolve the Lok Sabha. A bill cannot become law without the President's assent, even though the bill may be passed by both the houses. The President also has the power to promulgate ordinances when both the houses are not in session. These ordinances, though temporary in nature, have the same force and power as a law passed by Parliament. In Unit 8, we will examine the position and powers of the President of India in detail. 7.2.2 The Lok Sabha. The lower house or the House of the People is popularly known as Lok Sabha. People of the country directly elect members of the lower house. It includes not more than 530 members chosen by direct election from territorial constituencies in the states and not more 20 members to represent the union territories. Moreover, the President may nominate 2 members of the Anglo-Indian community if in his opinion the community is not adequately represented in the Lok Sabha. The distribution of seats among the states is based on the principle of territorial representation, which means each state is allotted seats on the basis of its population in proportion to the total population of all the states. For the purpose of election, each state is divided into territorial units called constituencies, which are more or less of the same size in terms of the population. The members of the Lok Sabha are elected on the basis of the adult franchise. Every adult who has attained 18 years of age is eligible to vote. The candidate who receives the largest number of votes gets elected. The tenure of the lower house is 5 years. However, it can be dissolved earlier by the President. To be a member of the Lok Sabha, a person should be the citizen of India and must have completed 25 years of age. The person must also possess all other qualifications that are prescribed by the law. A candidate is free to contest from 64. Any parliamentary constituency of any states in India. The Constitution has laid legislature down certain disqualifications for membership of Parliament. A person cannot be a member of both houses of the Parliament. The candidate may contest from several seats. However, he/she can have only one seat according to his/her choice despite being elected from more than one seat, if a person is elected from both the state legislature and the Parliament. And if he does not resign from the state legislature within the defined time period, he/she will forfeit his seat in Parliament. A member should not hold any office of profit under the central or state government except those that are exempted by a law of Parliament and should not have been declared as an insolvent or of unsound mind by a competent court. A member also gets disqualified on the following conditions, such as when he remains absent from the sessions of the House for a period of 60 days without prior permission, or when he voluntarily acquires the citizenship of another country, or is under any acknowledgement of allegiance to a foreign state. 7.2.3 The Rajya Sabha. According to Indian Constitution, the Rajya Sabha or the Council of States is the House of Representatives of the states. The Rajya Sabha or the Council of States consists of not more than 250 members, out of which 12 members are nominated by the President from amongst persons having special knowledge or practical experience in literature, science, art, and social service. The remaining members are elected by the members of the state legislative assemblies on the basis of the population of the state. Unlike Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha adopts the method of indirect election. There is no uniformity in the members of representatives of the Council of States. It largely depends on the population of the state. It means that the state which have larger population has more representative in the House compared to the states which have small population. The number of representatives of the states to the Rajya Sabha varies from 1, Nagaland, to 34, Uttar Pradesh, depending upon the population of a state. The Council of States thus reflects the federal character by representing the states or the units of the federation. Rajya Sabha is a continuing chamber as it is a permanent body not subject to dissolution. 1/3 of its members retire at the end of every 2 years and elections are held for the vacant positions. A member of Rajya Sabha has a 6-year term unless she/he resigns or is disqualified. 7.2.4 Special powers of Rajya Sabha. It has every right to seek information on all matters which are exclusively in the domain of Lok Sabha. It has no power to pass a vote of no confidence in the Council of Ministers. It also does not have much influence on the matters of money bill. However, the Constitution grants certain special powers to the Rajya Sabha. As the sole representative of the states, the Rajya Sabha enjoys 2 exclusive powers which are of considerable importance. First, under Article 249, the Rajya Sabha has power to pass a resolution by a majority of not less than 2/3 of members present and voting, declaring that it is necessary or expedient in the national interest. The matter in such resolution should belong to the state list. The law passed on the matter in the resolution shall be valid for 1 year. The second, Article 312 also provides special power to the Rajya Sabha to pass a resolution on another matter, i.e. to create one or more All India services. 65. Organs of the government like the resolution to be passed under Article 249. Under Article 312 also the resolution should be passed by 2/3 of members present and voting in the House. Thus, these special provisions make the Rajya Sabha an important component of Indian legislature rather than just being an ornamental body. Its compact composition and permanent character provide continuity and stability in the system. 7.3 Presiding officers. Each House of the Parliament has a presiding officer. The Lok Sabha has a speaker as its principal presiding officer and a deputy speaker to assist him and manages as presiding officer in the absence of the speaker. The Rajya Sabha is presided by the chairperson assisted by a deputy chairperson. The latter performs all the duties and functions of the former in case of his/her absence. 7.3.1 The Speaker. The position of the Speaker of the Lok Sabha is more or less similar to the Speaker of the English House of Commons. The office of the Speaker is a symbol of high dignity and authority. Once elected to the office, the Speaker does not have affiliation to any party but works in an impartial manner. He/she acts as the guardian of the rights and privileges of the members. The Speaker has the power to ensure an orderly and efficient conduct of the proceedings of the House. He/she conducts the proceedings of the House, maintains order and decorum in the House and decides points of order, interprets and applies rules of the House. The Speaker's decision is final in all such matters. The Speaker certifies whether a bill is money bill or not, and he/she also authenticates that the House has passed the bill before it is presented to the other House or the President of India for his assent. The Speaker, in consultation with the leader of the House, determines the order of business. He/she also decides on the acceptability of questions, motions, and resolutions. The Speaker does not vote in the first instance but can exercise a casting vote in case of a tie. The Speaker appoints the chairpersons of all the committees of the House and exercises control over the secretarial staff of the House. The Speaker's conduct cannot be discussed in the House except in a substantive motion. His/her salary and allowances are charged to the Consolidated Fund of India. A special feature of the Speaker's office is that even when the House is dissolved, the Speaker does not vacate his/her office. He/she continues in office until the new House elects a new Speaker. In the absence of the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker presides the House. 7.3.2 Chairperson of Rajya Sabha. The Vice President of India is the ex officio chairperson of the Rajya Sabha. But during the period when the vice president acts as president or discharges the functions of the president, he/she does not perform the duties as a presiding officer of the Rajya Sabha. The vice president is elected by the members of both the houses of parliament assembled at a joint meeting, in accordance with the system of proportional representation by means of single transferable vote, and the voting at such elections is by secret ballot. The vice president is not a member 66 of either house of parliament or a house of the legislature of any state. He legislature holds office for a term of 5 years from the date on which he enters upon his office or until he resigns or is removed from his office by a resolution passed by a majority of members of the Rajya Sabha and agreed by the Lok Sabha. The functions and duties of the chairperson of the Rajya Sabha are the same as those of the speaker of the Lok Sabha. Check your progress exercise 1 note. 1. Use the space below for your answers. 2. Check your answers with the model answers given at the end of this unit. 1. What are the qualifications and disqualifications for a member of Indian Parliament? 2. What are the powers of Speaker of the Lok Sabha? 7.4 Legislative Procedure. Lawmaking is the primary function of the legislature. The Constitution of India prescribes the following stages of the legislative procedure. The first stage of legislation is the introduction of a bill which embodies the proposed law and is accompanied by the statement of objects and reasons. The introduction of the bill is also called the first reading of the bill. There are two types of bills, ordinary bills and money bills. A bill other than money or financial bill may be introduced in either House of Parliament and requires passage in both the houses before it can be presented for the President's assent. A bill may be introduced either by a minister or a private member. Every bill that is introduced in the House has to be published in the Gazette. Normally, there is no 67 organs of the government debate at the time of introduction of a bill. The member who introduces the bill may make a brief statement indicating broad the aims and objects of the bill. If the bill is opposed at this stage, one of the members opposing the bill may be permitted to give his reasons. After this, the question is put to the vote. If the House is in favor of the introduction of the bill, then it goes to the next stage. In the second stage, there are 4 alternative courses. First, after its introduction, a bill may be taken into consideration. Second, it may be referred to a select committee of the House. Third, it may be referred to a joint committee of both the houses. And fourth, it may be circulated for the purpose of soliciting public opinion. While the first 3 options are generally adopted in the case of routine legislation, the last option is resorted to only when the proposed legislation is likely to arouse public controversy and agitation. The day one of these motions is carried out, the principles of the bill and its general provisions may be discussed. If the bill is taken into consideration, amendments to the bill and clause-by-clause consideration of the provisions of the bill is undertaken. If the bill is referred to the selection committee of the House, it considers the bill and submits its report to the House. Then the clauses of the bill are open to consideration and amendments are admissible. This is the most time-consuming stage. Once the clause-by-clause consideration is over and every clause is voted, the second reading of the bill comes to an end. In the third stage, the member in charge moves that the bill be passed. At the third reading, the progress of the bill is quick as normally only verbal or purely formal amendments are moved and discussion is very brief. Once all the amendments are disposed, the bill is finally passed in the House where it was introduced. Thereafter, it is transmitted to the other House for its consideration. When the bill comes up for consideration of the other House, it has to undergo all the stages which has undergone in the House where it was originally introduced. There are 3 options before this House. First, it may finally pass the bill as sent by the originating House. Second, it may reject the bill altogether or amend it and return to the originating House. And third, it may not take any action on the bill, and if more than 6 months passes after the date of receipt of the bill, it is considered as rejection. The originating House now considers the returned bill in the light of the amendments. If it accepts these amendments, it sends a message to the other House to this effect. If it does not accept these amendments, then the bill is returned to the other House with a message to that effect. In case both the houses do not come to an agreement, the President convenes a joint sitting of the 2 houses. The disputed provision is finally adopted or rejected by a simple majority of vote of those who are present and voting. A bill that is finally passed by both the houses is presented with the signature of the Speaker to the President for his assent. This is normally the last stage. If the President gives the assent, the bill becomes an act and is placed in the statute book. If the President withholds his assent, there is an end to the bill. The President may also return the bill for the reconsideration of the houses with a message requesting them to reconsider it. If, however, the houses pass the bill again with or without amendments and the bill is presented to the President for his assent for the second time, the President has no power to withhold his assent. 68. Thus, lawmaking is a long, cumbersome and time-consuming process. It becomes legislature. Difficult to pass a bill within a short time. Proper drafting of the bill saves time and skillful soliciting of opposition support makes the task easier. 7.4.1 Money bills. Finance bill may be said to be any bill which relates to revenue and expenditure. But the finance bill is not a money bill. Article 110 states that no bill is a money bill unless it is certified by the Speaker of the Lok Sabha. A money bill cannot be introduced in the Rajya Sabha. Once a money bill is passed by the Lok Sabha, it is transmitted to the Rajya Sabha. The Rajya Sabha cannot reject a money bill. It must, within a period of 14 days from the date of receipt of the bill, return the bill to the Lok Sabha, which may thereupon either accept or reject all or any of the recommendations. If the Lok Sabha accepts any of the recommendations, the money bill is deemed to have been passed by both houses. Even if the Lok Sabha does not accept any of the recommendations, the money bill is deemed to have been passed by both the houses without any amendments. If a money bill passed by the Lok Sabha and transmitted to the Rajya Sabha for its recommendations is not returned to it within 14 days, it is deemed to have been passed by both the houses at the expiry of the said period in the original form. 7.5 Parliamentary privileges. Parliamentary privileges are certain rights which assure free and efficient functioning of the members of Parliament. There are two types of privileges for the members of Parliament, enumerated and unenumerated. The enumerated privileges are I. Freedom of speech in each House of the Parliament. 2. Immunity from proceedings in any court in respect of anything said or any vote cast. 3. Immunity of liability in respect of publication by or under the authority of either House of Parliament of any report, paper, votes, or proceedings. 4. Freedom from arrest in civil cases for duration of the session for a period of 40 days before and after the session. And v. Exemption from attending as a witness in a court. The unremunerated privileges empowers the Indian Parliament to punish a person, whether a member or a non-member, in the case of contempt of Parliament. 7.6 Parliamentary devices to control the executive. One of the important functions of the Parliament is to control the executive. A number of mechanisms are available to it for this purpose. The rules of procedure and conduct of business in Parliament provide that unless the presiding officers are otherwise direct, every sitting begins with the question hour, which is available for asking and answering questions. Asking question is an inherent parliamentary right of all the members irrespective of their party affiliations. The real object of the member in asking the question is to point out the shortcomings of the administration, to ascertain the thinking of the government in formulating its policy and where the policy already exists, in making suitable modifications in that policy. 69. Organs of the government in case the answer given to a question does not satisfy the member who raised it, and if he/she feels the need for detailed explanation in public interest, he/she may request the presiding officer for a discussion. The presiding officer can allow discussion usually in the last half an hour of a sitting. Members can, with the prior permission of the presiding officer, call the attention of a minister to any matter of public importance and request the minister to make a statement on the subject. The minister may either make a brief statement immediately or may ask for time to make the statement at a later hour or date. The adjournment motion is intended to draw the attention of the House to a recent matter of urgent public importance having serious consequences for the country and regarding which a motion or a resolution in the proper notice will be too late. Adjournment motion is an extraordinary procedure which, if admitted, leads to setting aside the normal business of the House for discussing a definite matter of public importance. Adoption of an adjournment motion amounts to the censure of the government. Besides these devices, Parliament exercises control over the executive through various House committees. You will read about them in the next subsection. 7.6.1 Parliamentary committees. The accountability of the executive to the Parliament and the Parliament's right to oversee and scrutinize the way in which the executive functions are accepted as a matter of routine. But in practice, it is difficult for Parliament to undertake thorough scrutiny of details of the functioning of the executive on daily basis. Parliament has solved this problem by establishing a series of committees. These committees have necessary powers to scrutinize the working of the different departments of the government. Among the important committees, which scrutinize the government's works, particularly in the area of public finances, two committees need special mention: Public Accounts Committee and Estimates Committee. These two and other committees are expected to keep an eye on the executive. They ensure an effective and comprehensive examination of all the proposed policies. Often, committees provides an ideal context for discussing controversial and sensitive matters in an impartial manner, away from the glare of publicity. They provide a useful forum for the utilization of experience and ability that may otherwise remain untapped. They also constitute a valuable training ground for future ministers and presiding officers. 7.7 State Legislature. The state legislature consists of the governor and the Legislative Assembly. In many aspects, state legislatures are similar to the Parliament of India. However, all state legislatures do not have both houses, Legislative Assembly, Vidhan Sabha, and Legislative Council, Vidhan Parishad. The state legislatures which have both houses are known as bicameral, and those which have only one house, i.e. Vidhan Sabha, are known as unicameral. The choice of having unicameral or bicameral legislature was left to the states. It depended on the assessment of a state whether it wanted to have both houses or only one, Vidhan Sabha. The principal reason for not having both houses has generally been financial. Some states found it difficult to maintain cost of two houses. They preferred to have 70. Only one house of the state legislature. Very few states, 7 out of 20. Legislature. 9. Have opted to have bicameral legislature consisting of the Legislative Assembly, Vidhan Sabha, and the Legislative Council, Vidhan Parishad. As of 2019, Andhra Pradesh, Bihar, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Telangana, and Uttar Pradesh have legislative councils. In 2019, Jammu and Kashmir is divided into two union territories. Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh, with the Jammu and Kashmir having assembly and Ladakh without it. The legislative assembly of each state is composed of members chosen by direct election on the basis of adult suffrage from territorial constituencies. The size of the assembly varies from a minimum of 60 to no more than 500. The duration of the Legislative Assembly is for 5 years. The membership of the Legislative Council shall not be less than 40 but not more than 1/3 of the total membership of the Assembly. The House is composed of partly elected and partly nominated members. Normally, 1/6 of total members are nominated by the governor and the rest are indirectly elected on a complicated formula involving graduates, educators, and members of the Assembly. The role of legislative councils, where they exist, are considered as weaker than the legislative assemblies compared with the status of the Council of States vis-a-vis the House of the People. It may be considered as unnecessary due to some reasons. A. The very nature of the composition of the Legislative Council makes its position weak, being partly elected and partly nominated and representing various interests. B. Its survival depends on the will of the Assembly, as the latter has the power to abolish the second chamber by passing a resolution. C. The Council of Ministers is responsible only to the Assembly and not to the Council. D. As regard any ordinary bill originating in the Assembly, the Council's position is very weak, for it can only delay its passage for a limited period. Hence, the second chamber of the state legislature is not a revising body but a mere dilatory body. The legislative process in the state assembly is similar to that in the parliament, with one significant exception. The governor can reserve any bill passed by the state legislature for the consideration of the president. Particularly in one case, it is obligatory on the governor to reserve the bill, i.e., when the bill is derogatory to the powers of the High Court. If the president directs the governor to return the bill for reconsideration, the legislature must reconsider the bill within 6 months, and if it is passed again, the bill is presented to the president again. But it shall not be obligatory on the president to give his assent. Thus, it is clear that once the governor reserves a bill for the president, its subsequent enactment remains with the president and the governor has no further role in it. Since the Constitution does not put any time limit on the president either to declare his assent or withhold, the president can keep the bill in cold storage for an indefinite period without revealing his intention. Check your progress exercise 2. Note: 1. Use the space below for your answers. 2. Check your answers with the model answers given at the end of this unit. 1. What is question hour? 71. Organs of the government. 2. Bring out the significance of adjournment motion. 7.8. Let us sum up. The Parliament of India, the supreme legislative organ in the country, has a long historical background. The Parliament consists of the President, the Lok Sabha, and the Rajya Sabha. To get elected to the Parliament, one has to fulfill certain qualifications prescribed by the Constitution and the Parliament. Members of the Parliament have certain privileges to enable them to function better. Each House has its presiding officer to conduct the meetings of the House and to protect the dignity and honor of the House. The primary function of the Parliament is to enact laws and to hold the Council. The primary function of the Parliament is to enact laws and to hold the Council of Ministers responsible for its policies and criticizes the policies wherever necessary. It also has the powers to amend the Constitution and to impeach the President. There are several committees appointed from among its members for effective functioning. Devices like the question hour, adjournment motion, calling attention motion, etc. are available for Parliament to check the government. The passing of the budget, as an important function of the Parliament, provides an opportunity to scrutinize the activities of the government. 7.9 References. Basu, D. 1983. Commentary on the Constitution of India. New Delhi, India. Prentice Hall. Chaub, S. K. 2009. The Making and Working of the Indian Constitution, New Delhi, India. National Book Trust. Granville, Austin, 1966. The India's Constitution, Cornerstone of a Nation. Bombay, India. Oxford University Press. Mukherjee, Hiren, 1978. Portrait of Parliament, Reflections and Recollections, New Delhi, India, Vikas. 72. Legislature. 7.10 Answers to check your progress exercises. Check your progress exercise -1. 1. To be a member of the lower house of the Parliament, Lok Sabha, a person should have completed 25 years of age, and for being the member of the upper house of Parliament, a person should have completed 30 of age. For being members of the both houses, a person should be a citizen of India. A person gets disqualified to be a member of the either house of Parliament if as an MP he/she is absent from meetings in the House for more than 60 days without the permission of the Speaker of the Lok Sabha or Chairman of the Rajya Sabha, holds an office of profit under Government of India, is found to be of unsound mind, is declared insolvent, acquires citizenship of another country or is under any acknowledgement of allegiance to a foreign state. A member elected to the State Assembly forfeits her membership of Parliament if he/she does not resign from the State Assembly within a specified period. 2. The Speaker of Lok Sabha has wide and extensive powers. These include power to preside over the sitting of Lok Sabha, to conduct the Lok Sabha proceedings, to maintain order in the House and determine the order of business in the House. She also acts as spokesperson of the House, interprets and applies rules of the House, and authenticates bills, certifies money bills, etc. Check your progress exercise 2. 1. The first hour of the sitting of a House that is available for asking and answering questions. 2. It is an extraordinary procedure to call the attention of the House to a matter of grave importance and affecting the whole country. Normal business is set aside to discuss the motion. And adoption of this motion amounts to the censure of the government. 73. 74. Organs of the Government Unit 8 Executive. Structure 8.0 Objectives 8.1 Introduction 8.2 President of India. 8.2.1 Qualifications 8.2.2 Method of Election 8.2.3 Term of Office and Removal of the President. 8.3 Powers of the President. 8.3.1 Emergency Power. 8.4 The Prime Minister. 8.4.1 The Council of Ministers and the Cabinet. 8.4.2 Collective Responsibility. 8.5 The Cabinet and the Parliament. 8.5.1 Sources of Prime Minister's Power and Influence. 8.6 The President and the Prime Minister. 8.7 Let us sum up. 8.8 References. 8.9 Answers to check your progress exercises. 8.0 Objectives. After going through this unit, you should be able to describe the powers of the President of India, explain the procedure for the election of the President of India, describe the composition and functions of the Council of Ministers, identify the sources of power and influence of the Prime Minister, and discuss the position of the President and Prime Minister in the Indian political system. 8.1 Introduction. The executive power of the Government of India is vested in the President of India, who is both the formal head of the state and the symbol of the nation. The Constitution of India, however, bestows authority and dignity on the office of the President without providing adequate powers to rule. The President performs essentially a ceremonial role. The Prime Minister exercises real executive power. While the President is the head of the state, the Prime Minister is the head of the government. The President carries out the actual functions of the government only with the aid and advice of the Prime Minister. How are the incumbents of these two important offices of the executive elected or selected? What is the position of the President and the Prime Minister in the Indian political system? Professor Vijaysekhar Reddy, Faculty of Political Science, SOS, IGNOU, New Delhi. This unit is adopted from course BPSE 212, Unit 11. What is the relationship between the executive and legislature in a parliamentary executive system such as one prevailing in India? These are some of the questions that we seek to address in this unit. 8.2 President of India. The Constitution has made detailed provisions to see that the President, the head of the state, is a ceremonial head and that he does not arrogate to himself any real power. The President is indirectly elected for a term of 5 years and can be removed on the basis of impeachment proceedings brought against him by the Parliament. The Constitution also provides for the post of a Vice President. He/she is also indirectly elected, who would serve as head of the state in the event of the President's resignation, removal by impeachment or death. 8.2.1 Qualifications. Articles 58 and 59 of the Constitution of India lay down the qualifications for the office of the President of India. A candidate for the office of the President should be a citizen of India, must have completed 35 years of age and posses other qualifications which are necessary to become a member of the Lok Sabha. He/she should not hold any office of profit under the union, state or local governments at the time of his election, nor should he/she be a member of either House of Parliament or state legislature. Besides, the candidate should possess such other qualifications as may be prescribed by the Parliament from time to time. 8.2.2 Method of Election. The Constitution prescribes an indirect election through an electoral college, composed of the elected members of Parliament and the elected members of the state legislative assemblies, on the basis of proportional representation and by means of a single transferable vote. Based on the system of principles of uniformity among states and parity between the center and the states, the election procedure is designed to ensure the election of a truly national candidate. To ensure uniformity among states, the value of the votes of elected members of the state assemblies is calculated on the basis of the total population of the state. The value of a state elector's vote is worked out by dividing the total population of the state by the total number of elected members in the assembly. The quotient obtained is divided by 1,000 to obtain the value of the vote of each member of the assembly in the presidential election. The value of the vote of a member of parliament is obtained by dividing the total number of votes given to all the elected members of the state's assemblies by the total number of elected members of both the houses of the parliament. Voting is by single transferable vote, with electors casting first and second preferences. A candidate who receives an absolute majority of votes cast by the Electoral College is declared the winner. In case no candidate secures an absolute majority in the first counting, the second preference votes of the lowest polling candidate are transferred to the other remaining candidates until one candidate crosses the threshold of 50% of the votes cast. This method of election was intended to make the presidential election broad-based to achieve a political balance between the center and the states. 75. Organs of the government. Consequently, the president represents not only the union but also the states and organs of the government. Consequently, the president represents not only the union but also the states, and it shows the federal character of the Indian polity. 8.2.3 Term of office and removal of the president. The tenure of the office of the President of India is 5 years. Her term commences from the date on which she assumes office after taking an oath administered by the Chief Justice of India. However, the president can seek a second term. For instance, Rajendra Prasad was elected as the president twice despite not being favored by the then Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, but strongly supported by a large number of Congress leaders. The president remains in office until her successor enters the office. However, if the president wishes to resign, he can send his resignation letter to the vice president. If the post of the president falls vacant, the vice president takes over the charge. But the election for the post of president must be conducted within 6 months from the date of occurrence of the vacancy. Articles 56 and 61 deal with the procedure for impeaching the President of India. In this regard, the Constitution lays down violation of the Constitution as the ground for removal. The process of impeachment can be initiated in either House of Parliament and must be passed by not less than 2/3 of the total membership of the House in which it has been moved. If the other House investigates the charge and 2/3 majority of that House find him guilty, the President stands impeached from the office from the date of passing of the resolution. Thus, the procedure of removal of the President is difficult and has been made so to prevent misuse of this power by the Parliament. Till date, no President of India has been impeached. 8.3 Powers of the President. Article 53 deals with the executive powers of the President of India. The powers of the President are broadly divided into 2 types, namely ordinary and emergency powers. The ordinary powers of the President can be defined as executive, legislative, financial, and judicial powers. The executive powers of the Union are vested in the President. Article 53 confers all executive powers in him and empowers him to exercise these powers directly by himself or through officers subordinate to him. Article 75 requires the Prime Minister to communicate to the President regarding all decisions of the Union Council of Ministers. Article 77 holds that all executive powers of the Union government shall be exercised in the name of the President. The President has both administrative and military powers. The supreme command of the armed forces is vested in him, her, and all appointments in the armed forces are made under the authority of the President as the supreme commander of the armed forces. The President appoints the Prime Minister and, on the latter's advice, the Council of Ministers, the Attorney General, the Justices of the Supreme Court and High Courts, members of special commissions, such as the Union Public Service Commission and the Election Commission, and the governors of states. The choice of the Prime Minister is not a discretionary prerogative of the 76. Executive President but is usually dictated by the party commanding a majority following in the Lok Sabha. The President of India is also the Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces. He appoints the chiefs of the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. He has the power to declare war and conclude peace. But all these powers have to be exercised by him subject to the ratification of the Parliament. However, the President is not a member of either House of Parliament. Article 79 states that the President is an integral part of the Union Parliament. As we saw in Unit 7, the President has the power to summon both the Houses of Parliament, nominate 12 members to the Rajya Sabha, has the right to address either House or their joint session at any time, and the power to dissolve the Lok Sabha. All money bills to be introduced in the Parliament have to obtain the recommendation of the President. Such a prior recommendation is also necessary for introducing bills regarding the formation of new states, alteration of areas, boundaries, names of the existing states, etc. Finally, when any bill is passed by the Parliament, it can become an act only when it has the assent of the President. The President can withhold or return a non-money bill for the reconsideration of the Parliament. However, if the same is passed by both the Houses with or without modifications and returned to the President, the latter is bound to give his assent. When the Parliament is not in session, the President can promulgate ordinances in public interest. These ordinances have the same force and effect as the laws passed by the Parliament. However, they have to be placed before the Parliament within a period of 6 weeks from the day of the reassembling of Parliament. Without the Parliament's approval, the ordinance will become invalid. Article 254 empowers the President to remove inconsistencies between laws passed by the Parliament and state legislatures and the subjects included in the concurrent list. There is another legislative function of the President which has a bearing on states. The governor of a state can reserve certain bills passed by the state legislatures for the consideration of the President. The judicial powers of the President of India include the appointment of the justices of the Supreme Court and High Courts, and the power to grant pardon, reprieve, suspension, remission, or commutation of punishment or sentence of the court. These powers of granting pardon are given to the President for removing the extreme rigidity in the criminal laws and for protecting the persons on humanitarian considerations. The President also has the right to seek the advice of the Supreme Court on some important constitutional, legal, and diplomatic matters. In 1977, the President sought the advice of the Supreme Court for creating special courts to try the emergency excesses. 8.3.1 Emergency Power. With the intention of safeguarding the sovereignty, independence, and integrity of Union of India, the Constitution bestows emergency powers on the President of India. The President is empowered to declare 3 types of emergencies, namely, a national emergency arising out of the war, external aggression or armed rebellion, B, emergency arising due to the breakdown of the constitutional machinery in the states, and C, financial emergency. 77. Organs of the government. The President can make a proclamation of national emergency at any time if he is assured that the security of any part of India is threatened by war, external aggression, or armed rebellion. This proclamation must be submitted to the Parliament for its consideration and approval. It must be accepted within 1 month by both the Houses of Parliament by 2/3 of the members present and voting. If the parliament fails to approve the proclamation bill, it ceases to operate. If approved, it can continue for a period of 6 months. However, it can continue for any length of time if the president approves the proclamation for every 6 months. The parliament, however, has the power to revoke the emergency at any time by a resolution proposed by at least 1/10 of the total members of the Lok Sabha and accepted by a simple majority of the members present and voting. National emergency under Article 352 was proclaimed for the first time in 1962 when the Chinese aggression took place. The second proclamation was made in 1971 during the Bangladesh War. On June 25, 1975, for the first time, the president proclaimed, on the advice of the Prime Minister, emergency in the name of grave danger to internal security. According to Article 356, the president can impose emergency in a state when there is a breakdown of the constitutional machinery. However, imposition of president rule in a state has become more difficult after the Supreme Court verdict in a case known as Bomai case. According to this case, the president can dismiss a state government only after the approval of the proclamation by the both houses of parliament. If both houses of parliament do not approve the proclamation, it lapses at the end of 2 months and the dismissed government is revived. In this case, in 1989, 19 letters from Council of Ministers were sent to the governor of the state, Karnataka, for withdrawing support from the ruling party under the S.R. Bomai leadership as chief minister. Following this, the governor dismissed the Bomai government. But within a short period, the defected MLAs promised to support back the Bomai government. But the governor did not give an opportunity to Bomai to produce his majority on the floor of House. The governor dismissed the government on the plea that the chief minister lost majority in the House. S.R. Bomai challenged the governor's decision in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court gave its verdict in 1994. The proclamation of this type of emergency, popularly called as President Rule, which can remain in force for a period of 6 months. By the 44th Amendment, the Parliament can extend the duration of the state emergency for a period of 6 months at one instance. Ordinarily, the total period of such emergency cannot exceed 1 year unless there is a national emergency in force. However, the total period of state emergency cannot go beyond 3 years. The President can impose financial emergency. Article 360 states that if the President is satisfied that a situation has arisen where the financial stability or credit of India or any part of the country is threatened, he may declare a financial emergency. Like the national emergency, such a proclamation has to be laid before the Parliament for its approval. On its face value, one can say that the President enjoys formidable powers. In reality, however, he can exercise his powers only on the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers headed by the Prime Minister. In this respect, the President's position is more like that of the British monarch rather than that of the President. 78. Executive of the United States of America. While the President of India may be the head of the state, the head of the government is the Prime Minister. Check your progress exercise 1 note. 1. Use the space below for your answers. 2. Check your answers with the model answers given at the end of this unit. 1. How is the President of Indian Republic elected? 2. What are the legislative powers of the President of India? 8.4 The Prime Minister. The real executive power under the Constitution vests with the Union Council of Ministers with the Prime Minister as its head. The President is obliged to act according to the advice of the Council of Ministers, which is responsible in the real sense of the term, not to the President but the Lok Sabha. As in Britain, the Prime Minister in India is usually a member of the lower house of Parliament. When Indira Gandhi was selected as a Prime Minister in 1966, she was a member of the Rajya Sabha. By getting elected to the Lok Sabha, she strengthened the convention of the Prime Minister being a member of the lower house. The Prime Minister is appointed by the President. However, the President has hardly any choice in selecting the Prime Minister. He can only invite the leader of the party in majority in the Lok Sabha or a person who is in a position to own the confidence of the majority in the House. The Prime Minister holds office during the pleasure of the President. The pleasure of the President in this regard is related to the unwavering majority support which a Prime Minister receives in the Lok Sabha. 79. Organs of the government. The President appoints the other members of the Council of Ministers on the advice of the Prime Minister. A minister may be chosen from either house and has a right to speak and take part in the proceedings of the other house, though he can vote only in the house to which he belongs. Even a person who is not a member of either House of Parliament can be appointed as a minister, but he has to qualify for it by being elected or nominated to either house within a period of 6 months. 8. 4.1 The Council of Ministers and the Cabinet. The term cabinet is used interchangeably with that of Council of Ministers. But they are different. The Council of Ministers, or the ministry, consists of different categories of ministers. At the time of independence, there was no such institution as a cabinet in India. What existed then was the Executive Council. On August 15, 1947, the Executive Council was transformed into a ministry or council of ministers that is responsible to the Parliament. The term cabinet was used thereafter as an alternative to the Council of Ministers. At this stage, all the members of the ministry or the cabinet except the Prime Minister had the same status. But the situation changed once junior ministers were appointed to the Council of Ministers. In 1950, based on the recommendations of the Gopalaswamy Iyengar's report, a 3-tier system of the ministry was established with the cabinet ministers at the top, ministers of the state at the middle, and deputy ministers in the lowest rung. The cabinet, composed of the senior-most ministers whose responsibilities transcended departmental boundaries into the entire field of administration, is a smaller body and the most powerful body in the government. The cabinet serves three major functions. It is the body which determines government policy for presentation to the parliament. 2. It is responsible for implementing government policy. And 3. It carries out interdepartmental coordination and cooperation. The cabinet meets regularly as it is a decision-making body. It is assisted by the cabinet secretariat headed by a senior member of the civil services, the cabinet secretary. To manage the volumes and complexities of work that comes before it, the cabinet members have developed standing and ad hoc committees. There are 4 standing committees which are permanent in nature. These are the Defense Committee, Economic Committee, Administrative Organization Committee, and Parliamentary and Legal Affairs Committee. Ad hoc committees are constituted from time to time. Next in rank are the ministers of state, who hold independent charge of individual ministries and perform the same functions and exercise the same powers as a cabinet minister. The only difference between a minister of state and a cabinet minister is that she is not a member of the cabinet but attends cabinet meetings only when specially invited to do so in connection with the subject that she is given charge of. There are other ministers of state who work directly under cabinet ministers. At the bottom of the hierarchy are the deputy ministers, who do not have specific administrative responsibilities. However, their duties include answering the questions in Parliament on behalf of the ministers concerned and helping to pilot bills. 2. Explaining policies and programs to the general public and maintaining liaison with members of Parliament, political parties, and the press. And 3. Undertaking special study or investigation of particular problems which may be executive assigned to them by particular minister. From the above, it is clear that the cabinet is the nucleus of the Council of Ministers. Precisely because of this reason, Walter Bagehot calls the cabinet the greatest committee of the legislature. It is the connecting link between the executive and legislative power. 8.4.2 Collective responsibility. The Council of Ministers functions on the principle of collective responsibility. Under this principle, all ministers are equally responsible for each and every act of government. That is, under the collective leadership, each minister accepts and agrees to share responsibility for all decisions of the cabinet. Doubts and disagreements are confined to the privacy of the cabinet room. Once a decision has been taken, it has to be loyally supported and considered as the decisions of the whole government. If any member of the Council of Ministers is unable to support government policy in the Parliament or the country at large, that member is morally bound to resign from the Council of Ministers. Even if the Council of Ministers is formed as a result of a coalition of various political parties, a minimum common program becomes essential for maintaining the solidarity of the ministry, and the various political parties forming the coalition government have to stand behind that program. Unless they do so, the cabinet cannot survive. Unity within Council of Ministers is not only essential for its very survival but also necessary for its efficiency and efficacy, and it is also necessary to enjoy the confidence of the people. Open bickering between members of the Janata government on matters of public policy was the prelude to the collapse of the government in 1979. 5. The Cabinet and the Parliament. The core of the parliamentary government is the accountability of the Prime Minister and the Cabinet to the Parliament. The Parliament does not govern but critically examines the policies and acts of the government and approves or disapproves of them as the representative of the people. The very existence and survival of the Prime Minister and the Council of Ministers depend upon the support they receive in the Parliament. As we observed, the Council of Ministers is collectively responsible to the Parliament. Thus, the general feeling is that the Parliament controls the executive. But in reality, the Prime Minister with his majority support controls the very working of the Parliament. 8.5.1 Sources of Prime Minister's power and influence. Though the Constitution does not enumerate the powers and functions of the Prime Minister, in practice she enjoys a wide range of powers as a leader of the Council of Ministers and the Lok Sabha. The Prime Minister's prerogative of constituting, reconstituting, and reshuffling the ministry as well as chairing the meetings vests the office with considerable influence over the members of Parliament. It must, however, be noted that the Prime Minister has the freedom to select his colleagues and it is subjected to her own position within the party. For example, India's first Prime Minister. 81. Organs of the government. Jawaharlal Nehru could not ignore Sardar Patel, who was very powerful in the Congress Party. He was, therefore, appointed as the Deputy Prime Minister and Home Minister. Some of Patel's followers were also made members of the ministry. Similarly, Indira Gandhi in the early years of her office had to accommodate powerful leaders of her party in the ministry. Emerging as an all-powerful leader after the 1971 mid-term elections, she had complete freedom in choosing and reshuffling ministers. In coalition governments, the prime ministers do not have much choice in choosing ministerial colleagues. In the Janata government, Morarji Desai had many ministers whom he never knew before. In H.D. Deve Gowda's and later I.K. Gujral's governments, the ministers were selected not by the prime minister but by the leaders of the 14 regional parties that formed the United Front. The Prime Minister also derives power and influence from the fact that she is the leader of the majority party in the legislature and sometimes even the leader of the parliamentary wing of the party. As a leader of the Lok Sabha, the Prime Minister has enormous control over parliamentary activities. She advises the President on summoning and prorogation of the sessions of Parliament. The Speaker consults the Prime Minister in finalizing the agenda of the Lok Sabha. The Prime Minister enjoys enormous legislative power in the form of recommending ordinances to the President for promulgation when the Parliament is not in session. But the most important power of the Prime Minister regarding Parliament is to recommend dissolution of Lok Sabha. The President has to accept the advice of the Prime Minister. It is the power by which the Prime Minister controls even the opposition. As the head of the government, the Prime Minister enjoys the power of patronage. All the major appointments of the central government are made by the Prime Minister in the name of the President, which include Chief Justice and judges of the Supreme Court and High Courts, the Attorney General, the Chiefs of the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force, governors, ambassadors, and high commissioners, the Chief and members of the Election Commission, etc. Further, all the major appointments of the central government are made by the Prime Minister in the name of the President, which include Chief Justice and judges of the Supreme Court and High Courts, the Attorney General, the Chiefs of the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force, governors, ambassadors, and high commissioners, the chief and members of the Election Commission, etc. Further, the Prime Minister's control over the administration, including the intelligence agencies and other administrative wings of the government, enhances her influence over other members of Parliament and administration. Apart from these structural factors, there are other features that increase the power and authority of the Prime Minister. In several instances, the general elections in most democratic systems virtually become an election of the leader, and it is interpreted as a popular mandate. Sometimes a leader derives strength from his/her charisma. Jawaharlal Nehru, Indira Gandhi, and Narendra Modi present examples of charismatic leaders. Check your progress exercise 2. Note: 1. Use the space below for your answers. 2. Check your answers with the model answers given at the end of this unit. 1. What are the 3 most important functions of a cabinet? 82. 2. What is collective responsibility? Executive. 8.6. The President and the Prime Minister. Article 78 enumerates the duties of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister is to a. Communicate to the President all decisions of the Council of Ministers relating to the administration of the affairs of the Union and proposals for legislation. b. Furnish such information relating to the administration of the affairs of the Union and proposals for legislation as the President may call for, and c. If the President so requires, to submit for the consideration of the Council of Ministers any matter on which a decision has been taken by a minister but which has not been considered by the Council. These duties of the Prime Minister seem to suggest that the President is the real executive with vast power. But as we saw, the President can exercise his powers only with the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers. The Prime Minister heading the Council of Ministers is, therefore, the real executive. However, there have been occasions when the President had differences of opinion with the Prime Minister on the policies of the government. The first President of India, Rajendra Prasad, tried to break from the British convention that the head of the state is always bound by the advice of the Prime Minister and the Cabinet. For instance, he was unhappy with the Nehru government's attempt to reform Hindu personal law. In 1987, President Zail Singh withheld his assent to the Indian Postal Amendment Bill, despite its having been passed by both the Houses of Parliament. This was a reflection of differences between the President and the Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi. 8.7 Let us sum up. Following the pattern of British Westminster model, India evolved its system of the parliamentary form of government in which the executive is responsible to the legislature. The executive power of the Government of India is vested in the President of India, who is both the formal head of the state and the symbol of the nation. The President is endowed with authority and dignity without adequate powers. The President can exercise his/her authority only with the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers headed by the Prime Minister. It is the Prime Minister who exercises real executive power in the Indian political system. As the head of the Council of Ministers, the leader of the majority party in the Lok Sabha and often the leader of the Parliament, the Prime Minister enjoys considerable power and authority. Though the Prime Minister is appointed by the President and holds office during the pleasure of the President, the Prime Minister is in reality responsible to the Parliament. The Council of Ministers and the informal cabinet headed by the Prime Minister work on the principle of collective responsibility. 83. Organs of the government. Sometimes here have been differences between the President and the Prime Minister. But these did not assume serious proportions culminating in any constitutional crisis. 8.8 References. Das C. B. 1977. The President of India. New Delhi, India, R.R. Printers. Jennings Iversur, 1969. Cabinet Government. Cambridge University Press. Kashyap Sabaz, 1995. History of the Parliament of India, Volume 2, New Delhi, India, Shipra Publications. Patnaik, Raghunath, 1996. Powers of the President and Governors of India, New Delhi, India, Deep and Deep. 8.9 Answers to check your progress exercises. Check your progress exercise 1. 1. The President is elected by the members of the Electoral College in accordance with the system of proportional representation and by means of a single transferable vote. The Electoral College comprises the elected members of the Union Parliament and State Assemblies. 2. To summon and prorogue the parliaments, to dissolve the Lok Sabha power to promulgate ordinances, to summon and address the joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament, to veto of non-money bills powers, to nominate members to the Parliament, etc. Check your progress exercise 2. 1. The Council of Ministers functions on this principle. Each member accepts and agrees to share responsibility for all decisions of the Cabinet. It's necessary for efficiency and efficacy, but also for the very survival of the Cabinet system of government. 2. In a parliamentary system, the Prime Minister is the head of the Council of Ministers, leader of the majority party in the lower house and head of the government. 84. 85. Executive. Unit 9 Judiciary. Structure 9.0 Objectives 9.1 Introduction 9.2 Evolution of Judiciary in India 9.3 The Supreme Court 9.3.1 Composition and Appointments 9.32 Tenure 9.3.3 Salaries 9.3.4 Immunities 9.4 Jurisdiction of the Supreme Court 9.4.1 Original Jurisdiction 9.4.2 Appellant Jurisdiction 9.4.3 Advisory Jurisdiction 9.4.4 Review Jurisdiction 9.5 The High Court 9.5.1 Composition of the High Court 9.5.2 Jurisdiction 9.6 Subordinate Courts 9.7 Judicial Review 9.8 Judicial Reforms 9.9 Let us sum up 9.10 References 9.11 Answers to check your progress exercises 9.0 Objectives. After going through this unit, you will be able to trace the evolution of the judicial system in India, describe the composition of the courts in India, explain the functions and jurisdiction of the Supreme Court, the High Court, and the subordinate courts, and explain the concept of judicial review and its importance in safeguarding fundamental rights. 9.1 Introduction. In a political system based on constitutional government, the functions of rulemaking, rule enforcement, and rule interpretation are separated into the three institutions: the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. A judiciary that is independent of and acting as a check on the arbitrary exercise of legislative and executive power is an essential feature of a constitutional government. The Professor Vijay Sekhar Reddy, Faculty of Political Science, IGNOU, SAS, New Delhi. This unit is adopted from course BPSC 212, Unit 12. Organs of the government judiciary is also the final arbiter of what that constitution itself means. In a federal system, the judiciary also serves as a tribunal for the final determination of disputes between the union and its constituent units. Given the tremendous importance of the role and functions of the Supreme Court and the High Courts, various measures have been adopted to ensure the independence of the judiciary. 9.2 Evolution of Judiciary in India. The evolution of the contemporary judiciary in India can be traced to the colonial period. It was with the Regulating Act of 1773 that the first Supreme Court came into existence in India. Located at Calcutta, Kolkata, the Supreme Court consisted of Chief Justice and 3 judges. Subsequently, it was reduced to 2 judges, appointed by the Crown, and it was made a King's Court rather than a Company's Court. The court held jurisdiction over His Majesty's subjects wherever the Supreme Courts were established. Supreme Courts were established in Madras, Chennai first, and in Bombay, Mumbai later. Judicial system during this period consisted of 2 systems: the Supreme Courts in the presidencies and the Sadar Courts in the provinces. While the former followed the English law and procedure, the latter followed regulation laws and personal laws. Subsequently, these 2 systems were merged under the High Courts Act of 1861. This act replaced the Supreme Courts and the native courts, Sadar Diwani Adalat and Sadar Nizamat Adalat, in the presidency towns of Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras with high courts. The highest court of appeal, however, was the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council. At this stage of development of the Indian legal system, we see the beginning of a new era in the emergence of a unified court system. The Federal Court of India was established in Delhi by the Act of 1935. It was to act as an intermediate appellant between the High Courts and the Privy Council regarding matters involving the interpretation of the Indian Constitution. In addition to this appellate jurisdiction, the Federal Court had advisory as well as original jurisdiction in certain other matters. This court continued to function until January 26, 1950, the day independent India's constitution was implemented. As you have read in Unit 1, this is also known as the date its commencement. 9.3 The Supreme Court. The entire judicature has been divided into 3 tiers. At the top there is a Supreme Court, below it is the High Court, and the lowest rank is occupied by Sessions Court. The Supreme Court is the highest court of law. The Constitution says that the law declared by the Supreme Court shall be binding on all small courts within the territory of India. Below the Supreme Court, the High Courts are located in the states. Under each High Court, there are district sessions courts, subordinate courts, and courts of minor jurisdiction that is called small cause courts. Given the importance of the judiciary in a federal system resting on limited government, the Supreme Court was designed to make it the final authority in the interpretation of the Constitution. While framing the judicial provisions, the Constituent Assembly gave a great deal of attention to such issues as the independence of the courts, the power of the Supreme Court, and the issue of judicial review. 86. 9.3.1 Composition and Appointments. Judiciary. The Supreme Court consists of the Chief Justice of India and not more than 26 other judges. When the Supreme Court was inaugurated, it had only 8 judges. Its strength has risen to 26 judges. The President of India, who is the appointing authority, makes these appointments on the advice of the Prime Minister and the Council of Ministers. The Constitution stipulates in Article 124(2) that the President shall appoint judges of the Supreme Court after consulting other persons besides taking the advice of his ministers. In the case of the Chief Justice of India, the President shall consult such judges of the Supreme Court and the High Courts as he may deem necessary. In spite of this clear constitutional provision, the appointment of the Chief Justice of India has become a matter of political controversy. Here, it may be worth recalling the issues that were raised in 1973 when the Government of India appointed Justice S.S. Ray as the Chief Justice of India, superseding 4 other judges against the recommendations of the outgoing Chief Justice, S.M. Sikri. Avoiding political interferences in the appointment of judges of the Supreme Court, some important qualifications have been set for the post, such as, a person should be a citizen of India, a judge of the High Court for at least 5 years, or should have been an advocate of High Court for at least 10 years, or a distinguished jurist in the opinion of the President of India. The collegium system of appointment of judges is unique in nature. It is also popularly referred to as judges selecting judges. This system was created by 2 judgments of the Supreme Court in 1990s. In this, a body of senior apex court judges are responsible for appointment and transfer of judges of the Supreme Court and High Court. 9.3.2 Tenure. Once appointed, a judge holds office until he attains 65 years of age. A judge of the Supreme Court may resign his office or may be removed in case of misbehavior or incapacity. According to the procedure laid out in the Constitution, each House of the Parliament will have to pass a resolution supported by 2/3 of the members present and voting. The device to remove a judge is known as impeachment. The motion of impeachment against a judge was tabled in Parliament for the first in 1991. It involved Supreme Court Justice V. Ramaswamy. When an audit report revealed several irregularities committed by the judge during his tenure as the Chief Justice of the Punjab and Haryana High Court, a 3-man judicial committee was set up with a serving and a retired Supreme Court judge and the Chief Justice of the Bombay High Court. The committee concluded that there had indeed been a willful and gross misuse of official position and intentional and habitual extravagance at the cost of the public interest, which amounted to misbehavior. Justice V. Ramaswamy was the first judge of the Supreme Court against whom impeachment proceedings were initiated. Justice Ramaswamy, however, maintained that there were procedural irregularities in the notice of the motion, the constitution of the committee, and its functioning. The impeachment motion, which was moved in May 1993, failed with 196 out of 401 voting for it and the remaining 205 abstaining. However, the judge eventually resigned. 87. Organs of the government. 9.3.3 Salaries. A very important element that determines the independence of the judges is the remuneration received by them. The salaries and allowances of the judges are fixed high to secure their independence, efficiency, and impartiality. Besides the salary, every judge is entitled to a rent-free official accommodation. The Constitution also provided that the salaries of the judges cannot be changed to their disadvantage except in times of a financial emergency. The administrative expenses of the Supreme Court, the salaries, allowances, etc. of the judges are charged on the Consolidated Fund of India. 9.3.4 Immunities. To shield judges from political controversies, the Constitution grants them immunity from criticisms against decisions and actions made in their official capacity. The court is empowered to initiate contempt proceedings against those who impute motives to the judges in the discharge of their official duties. Even the Parliament cannot discuss the conduct of the judge except when a resolution for his removal is before it. Check your progress. Exercise 1 Note. 1. Use the space below for your answers. 2. Check your answers with the model answers given at the end of this unit. 1. What are the qualifications required for appointment as a judge of the Supreme Court? 2. What is the procedure for removing a judge of the Supreme Court? 9.4 Jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. Article 141 declares that the law laid down by the Supreme Court shall be binding on all courts within the territory of India. The different categories into which the 88. Jurisdiction of the Supreme Court is divided are as follows. 1. Original judiciary jurisdiction. 2. Appellate jurisdiction. 3. Advisory jurisdiction. 4. And review jurisdiction. 9.4.1 Original jurisdiction. The Supreme Court has original jurisdiction initially as a federal court. In a federal system like India, both the union and the state governments derive their powers from and are limited by the same constitution. Differences of interpretation of the union states' distribution of powers or conflicts between states' governments require authoritative resolution by a judicial organ independent of both levels of government. Under Article 131, the Supreme Court is given exclusive jurisdiction in a dispute between the union and a state, or between one state and another, or between a group of states and others. When we say that the Supreme Court has an exclusive jurisdiction, we mean that no other court in India has the power to entertain such disputes. Similarly, the original jurisdiction of the Supreme Court will mean that the parties to the dispute should be units of the Federation. Unlike the Supreme Courts in Australia and the United States, the Indian Supreme Court does not have original jurisdiction to decide disputes between residents of different states or those between a state and the resident of another state. The Supreme Court also has an extensive original jurisdiction as the protector of fundamental rights. As you have read in the Unit 4, Article 32 of the Constitution gives citizens the right to move the Supreme Court directly for the enforcement of any of the fundamental rights enumerated in Part 3 of the Constitution. As the guardian of fundamental rights, the Supreme Court has the power to issue writs such as habeas corpus, quo warranto, prohibition, certiorari, and mandamus. Habeas corpus is a writ issued by the court to bring before the court a person from illegal custody. The court can decide the legality of detention and release the person if the detention is found to be illegal. By using the writ of mandamus, the court may order the public officials to perform their legal duties. Prohibition is a writ to prevent a court or tribunal from doing something in excess of its authority. By the writ of certiorari, the court may strike off an order passed by any official of the government, local body, or a statutory body. Quo warranto is a writ issued to a person who authorized occupies a public office to step down from that office. In addition to issuing these writs, the Supreme Court is empowered to issue appropriate directions and orders to the executive. 9.4.2 Appellate Jurisdiction. The Supreme Court is the highest court of appeal from all courts in the territory of India. It has comprehensive appellate jurisdiction in cases involving constitutional issues, civil and criminal cases involving specified threshold values of the property or a death sentence, and wide-ranging powers of special appeals. Article 132 of the Constitution provides for an appeal to the Supreme Court from any judgment or final order of a court in civil, criminal, or other proceedings of a high court, if it involves a substantial question of law as to the interpretation of the Constitution. The appeal again depends upon whether the High Court certifies, and if does not, the Supreme Court may grant special leave to appeal. Article 133 of the Constitution provides that an appeal in civil cases lies to the Supreme Court from any judgment, order, or civil proceedings of a high court. 89. Organs of the government. This appeal may be made if the case involves a substantial question of law of general importance, or if in the opinion of the High Court the said question needs to be decided by the Supreme Court. Article 134 provides the Supreme Court with appellate jurisdiction in criminal matters from any judgment, final order, or sentence of a high court. This jurisdiction can be invoked only in three different categories of cases: A, if the High Court on appeal reverses an order of acquittal of an accused person and sentenced to death; B, if the High Court has withdrawn for trial before any case from any court subordinate to its authority and has in such a trial convicted the accused person and sentenced him to death; C, if the High Court certifies that the case is fit for appeal to the Supreme Court. Finally, the Supreme Court has the special appellate jurisdiction. It has the power to grant, in its discretion, special leave appeal from any judgment, decree, sentence, or order in any case or matter passed or made by any court or tribunal. 9.4.3 Advisory Jurisdiction. The Supreme Court is vested with the power to render advisory opinions on any question of fact or law that may be referred to it by the President. The advisory role of the Supreme Court is different from ordinary adjudication in three senses. First, there's no litigation between two parties. Second, the advisory opinion of the court is not binding on the government. And finally, it is not executable as a judgment of the court. The practice of seeking an advisory opinion of the Supreme Court helps the executive to arrive at a sound decision on important issues. At the same time, it gives a soft option to the Indian government on some politically difficult issues. 9.4.4 Review Jurisdiction. The Supreme Court has the power to review any judgment pronounced or order made by it. It means that the Supreme Court may review its judgment order. The Supreme Court in India is far more powerful than its counterpart in the United States of America. The American Supreme Court deals primarily with cases which arise out of the federal relationship or those relating to the constitutional validity of laws and treaties. Apart from interpreting the Constitution, the Indian Supreme Court functions as the court of appeal in the country in matters of civil and criminal cases. It can entertain appeals without any limitation upon its discretion from the decisions not only of any court but also of any tribunal within the territory of India. The advisory jurisdiction of the Indian Supreme Court also is something absent from the purview of the American Supreme Court. Despite these powers, the Indian Supreme Court is a creature of the Constitution and depends on the continuation of these powers on the Union legislature, which can impose limitations on them by amending the Constitution. Moreover, all these powers can also be suspended or superseded whenever there is a declaration of emergency in the country. 90. Judiciary. 9.5 The High Court. The Constitution provides for a high court at the apex of the state judiciary. Chapter 5 of Part 6, from Articles 214 to 231 of the Constitution of India contains provisions regarding the organization and functions of the High Court. By the provision of Article 125, which says there shall be a high court for each state and these courts have a constitutional status, the Parliament has the power to establish a common high court for two or more states. For instance, Punjab and Haryana have a common high court. Similarly, there is one high court for Assam, Nagaland, Mizoram, and Arunachal Pradesh. In the case of union territories, the Parliament may by law extend the jurisdiction of a high court to or exclude the jurisdiction of a high court from any union territory or create a high court for a union territory. Thus, Delhi, Madras, even when it was a union territory, had a separate high court, while the High Court has been having jurisdiction over Pondicherry, the Kerala High Court over Lakshadweep, the Bombay High Court over Dadra and Nagar Haveli, the Calcutta High Court over Andaman and Nicobar Islands, the Punjab Haryana High Court over Chandigarh. 9.5.1 Composition of the High Court. Unlike the Supreme Court, there's no minimum number of judges for the High Court. The President, from time to time, will fix the number of judges in each High Court. The Chief Justice of the High Court is appointed by the President of India in consultating with the Chief Justice of India and the Governor of the state, which in actual term means the real executive of the state. In appointing the judges, the President is required to consult the Chief Justice of the High Court. The Constitution also provides for the appointment of additional judges to cope with the work. However, these appointments are temporary, not exceeding 2 years period. There is also a provision for direct appointment of judges of Supreme Court and High Court through the collegium system, in which senior judges of apex court select or recommend the names for appointment of judges. A judge of a high court normally holds office until he attains the age of 62 years. He can vacate the seat by resigning, by being appointed a judge of the Supreme Court, or by being transferred to any other high court by the president. The president can remove a judge on the grounds of misbehavior or incapacity in the same manner in which a judge of the Supreme Court is removed. 9.5.2 Jurisdiction. The original jurisdiction of a high court includes enforcement of fundamental rights, settlement of disputes relating to the election to union and state legislatures, and jurisdiction over revenue matters. Its appellant jurisdiction extends to both civil and criminal matters. In civil matters, the High Court is either a first appeal or a second appeal court. In criminal matters, appeal from decisions of a sessions judge or an additional sessions judge where a sentence of imprisonment exceeds 7 years and other specified cases other than petty crimes constitute the appellant jurisdiction of a high court. In addition to these normal original and appellant jurisdictions, the Constitution vests the high courts with 4 additional powers. These are 91. Organs of the government, the power to issue writs or orders for the enforcement of the fundamental rights. Interestingly, the writ jurisdiction of a high court is larger than that of the Supreme Court. It can not only issue writs in cases of infringement of fundamental rights but also in cases of an ordinary legal right. The power of superintendence over all other courts and tribunals except those dealing with the armed forces. It can frame rules and also issue instructions for guidance from time to time with directions for speedier and effective judicial remedy. The power to transfer cases to itself from subordinate courts concerning the interpretation of the Constitution. The power to appoint officers and servants of the High Court. In certain cases, the jurisdiction of high courts is restricted. For instance, it has no jurisdiction over a tribunal and no power to invalidate a central act or even any rule, notification, or orders made by any administrative authority of the Union, whether violates of fundamental rights or not. Check your progress exercise 2. Note 1. Use the space below for your answers. 2. Check your answers with the model answers given at the end of this unit. 1. In what areas does the Supreme Court have original jurisdiction? Which area is an exclusive preserve of the Supreme Court? 9.6 Subordinate courts. Under the High Court, there is a hierarchy of courts which are referred to in the Indian Constitution as subordinate courts. Since these courts have come into existence because of enactments by the state government, their nomenclature and designation differ from state to state. However, there is a uniformity regarding its organizational structure. The state is divided into districts, and each district has a district court which has an appellant jurisdiction in the district. Under the district courts, there are the lower courts such as the Additional District Court, Subcourt, Munsif Magistrate Court, Court of Special Judicial Magistrate of the II class, Court of Special Judicial Magistrate of I class, Court of Special Munsif Magistrate for Factories Act and Labor Laws, etc. At the bottom of the hierarchy of subordinate courts are the Panchayat courts, Nyaya Panchayat, Gram Panchayat, Panchayat Adalat, 92, etc. These are, however, not considered as courts under the purview of the judiciary. Criminal courts jurisdiction. The principal function of the district court is to hear appeals from the subordinate courts. However, the courts can also take cognizance of original matters under special status, for instance, the Indian Succession Act, the Guardian Act and Wards Act and Land Acquisition Act. The Constitution ensures the independence of the subordinate judiciary. Appointments to the district courts are made by the governor in consultation with the High Court. A person to be eligible for appointment should be either an advocate or a pleader of 7 years standing or an officer in the service of the Union or the state. Appointment of persons other than the district judges to the judicial service of a state is made by the governor in accordance with the rules made by him in that behalf after consultation with the High Court and the State Public Service Commission. The High Court exercises control over the district courts and the courts subordinate to them in matters as posting, promotions and granting of leave to all persons belonging to the state judicial service. 9.7 Judicial review. The notion of judicial review means the revision of the decree or sentence of an inferior court by a superior court. Judicial review has a more technical significance in public law, particularly in countries having a written constitution founded on the concept of limited government. Judicial review, in this case, means that courts of law have the power of testing the validity of legislative as well as other governmental action concerning the provisions of the Constitution. In England, there is no written constitution. Here the Parliament exercises supreme authority. The courts do not have the power to review laws passed by the sovereign Parliament. However, English courts review the legality of executive actions. In the United States, the judiciary assumed the power to scrutinize executive actions and examine the constitutional validity of legislation by the doctrine of due process. By contrast, in India, the power of the court to declare legislative enactments invalid is expressly enacted in the Constitution. Fundamental rights enumerated in the Constitution are made justiciable, and the right to constitutional remedy has itself been made a fundamental right. The Supreme Court's power of judicial review extends to constitutional amendments as well as to other actions of the legislatures, the executive and the other governmental agencies. However, judicial review has been particularly significant and contentious regarding constitutional amendments. Under Article 368, constitutional amendments could be made by the Parliament. But Article 13 provides that the state shall not make any law which takes away or abridges fundamental rights, and that any law made in contravention with this rule shall be void. The issue is, would the amendment of the Constitution be a law made by the state? Can such a law infringing fundamental rights be declared unconstitutional? It was a riddle before the judiciary for about 2 decades after India became a republic. 93. Organs of the government. In the early years, the courts held that a constitutional amendment is not law within the meaning of Article 13 and hence would not be held void if it violated any fundamental right. But in 1967, in the famous Golak Nath case, the Supreme Court adopted a contrary position. It was held that a constitutional amendment is a law, and if that amendment violated any of the fundamental rights, it could be declared unconstitutional. All former amendments that violated the fundamental rights to property were found to be unconstitutional. When a law remains in force for a long time, it establishes itself and is observed by the society. If all past amendments are declared invalid, the number of transactions that took place in pursuance of those amendments become unsettled. It will lead to chaos in the economic and political system. In order to avoid this situation and for the purpose of maintaining the transactions, in fact, the past amendments were held valid. The Supreme Court clarified that no future transactions or amendments contrary to fundamental rights should be valid. This technique of treating old transactions valid and future ones invalid is called prospective overruling. The court also held that Article 368 with amendments does not contain the power to amend the Constitution but only prescribes the procedure to amend. This interpretation created difficulty. Even when there is a need to amend a particular provision of the Constitution, it might be impossible to do so if the amendment had an impact on fundamental rights. In 1970, when the Supreme Court struck down some of Indira Gandhi's populist measures such as the abolition of the privy purses of the former princes and nationalization of banks, the Prime Minister set about to assert the supremacy of the Parliament. She was able to give effect to her wishes after gaining a two-thirds majority. In the 1971 general elections. In 1972, the Parliament passed the 25 Constitutional Amendment Act, which allowed the legislature to encroach on fundamental rights if it was said to be done by giving effect to the directive principles of state policy. No court was permitted to question such a declaration. The 28th Amendment Act ended the recognition granted to former rulers of Indian states, and their privy purses were abolished. These amendments were challenged in the Supreme Court in the famous Kesavananda Bharati case, otherwise known as the Fundamental Rights Case of 1973. The Supreme Court ruled that while the Parliament could amend even the fundamental rights guaranteed by the Constitution, it was not competent to alter the basic structure or framework of the Constitution. Under the newly evolved doctrine of basic structure, a constitutional amendment is valid only when it does not affect the basic structure of the Constitution. The second part of Article 31c, no law containing a declaration to implement the directive principles contained in Article 39, b, and c shall be questioned, was held not valid because the amendment took away the opportunity for judicial review, which is one of the basic features of the Constitution. The doctrine of basic features gave wide amplitude to the power of judicial review. Later history shows the significant role played by this doctrine in the review of constitutional amendments. For challenging the election to Parliament of a person who holds the office of Prime Minister, the 39 Constitutional Amendment provided a different procedure. The election can be challenged only before an authority under special law made by Parliament, and the validity of such as law shall not be called in question. The Supreme Court held that this amendment was invalid as it was against the basic structure of the Constitution. It argued that free, 94, and fair elections are essential in a democracy, excluding judicial examination, judiciary, of the fairness of the election of a particular candidate is not proper and goes against the democratic ideal which is the base of our Constitution. In a later case, the Minerva Mill case, the Supreme Court went a step ahead. The 42 Constitutional Amendment of 1976, among other things, had added a clause to Article 368, placing a constitutional amendment beyond judicial review. The court held that this was against the doctrine of judicial review, the basic feature of the Constitution. Since the late 1970s, the judiciary began to take an active role to protect and implement the constitutionally guaranteed fundamental rights of citizens. It is commonly described as judicial activism. The Supreme Court has stepped to protect the rights of the disadvantaged sections which on account of poverty, social disability, or lack of awareness, could not approach the courts for denial of their rights. The Supreme Court did this by diluting the principle of locus standi, which limited the court's power of judicial review. By the principle of locus standi, only persons aggrieved by an administrative action or by an unjust provision of law had the right to move the court for denial of rights. In 1979, the Supreme Court, however, decided to hear a case filed not by the aggrieved persons but by others on their behalf as the case involved a consideration of public interest. Again in 1982, the Supreme Court in judgment on the democratic rights of construction workers of the Asian Games granted the People's Union for Democratic Rights the right of public interest litigation, PIL, taking recourse to epistolary jurisdiction under which the U.S. Supreme Court treated a postcard from a prisoner as a petition. The Supreme Court of India stated that any public-spirited individual or organization could move the court even by writing a letter. It opened the gates for a large number of cases where a large number of public-spirited individuals and non-governmental organizations sought judicial intervention for the protection of existing rights, the betterment of life of the poor, protection of the environment, etc. The momentum for the implementation of rights generated by judicial activism ultimately led to the setting of mechanisms for the protection of rights of the weak and the deprived. In the 1990s, the National Commission of Minorities, the National Commission on Women, the National Commission for Backward Classes, the National Commission for Scheduled Castes and Scheduled Tribes were established by law to protect the rights of the minorities, Dalits, backward classes, tribals, and women. Further, the National Human Rights Commission, NHRC, was established in 2000 to protect the fundamental and other kinds of rights. The NHRC conducts an inquiry on its initiative or petition presented to it by a victim into complaints of human rights violations. Although the NHRC does not have the power of prosecution, it can make a recommendation to the government or to the courts to initiate proceedings against the violators of human right. Since the granting of the right to PIL, what some claim to be the only major democratic right of the people of India, and granted not by the parliament but by the judiciary, the courts have been flooded by PILs. While the flood of such litigation indicates the widespread nature of the deprivation of democratic rights, they also pose the danger of adding further pressure on the courts that are already overloaded. 95. Organs of the government. 9.8 Judicial reforms. While the judiciary has earned respect for its contribution to protecting citizens from arbitrary exercise of power, a large number of pending cases and the delays in the dispensation of justice are seen as its major drawbacks. At the All India Seminar on Judicial Reforms in August 2010, the Chief Justice of India, S.H. Kapadia, pointed out that there are over 1 crore cases pending for more than 1 year. Reasons for the piling of a large number of cases can be attributed to structural and procedural flaws in the judiciary. The availability of multiple remedies at different rungs of the judicial ladder also enables dishonest and recalcitrant suitors to abuse the judicial system. It leads to the piling up of cases as well as a delay in the dispensation of justice. Another weakness of the judicial system is cumbersome procedures and forbidding cost of justice. Suggestions for judicial reforms have been helpful to achieve a new order and bring economic, political, and social justice. 9.9 Let us sum up. As we saw in this unit, the existing judicature in India can be traced to the British period. The Regulating Act of 1773, the Indian High Courts Act of 1861, and the Act of 1935 are the important milestones in the evolution of the modern judicial system in India. According to the Constitution of India, the Supreme Court is the highest court of law. The law declared by the Supreme Court has been made binding on all small courts, that is, the high courts and the subordinate courts. Given the importance of judiciary as a federal court and as a guardian of fundamental rights of the citizen, the framers of the Indian Constitution gave a great deal of thought to such issues as the independence of the courts and judicial review. Judicial review is a technique by which the courts examine the actions of the legislature, the executive, and the other governmental agencies and decide whether or not these actions are valid and within limits set by the Constitution. The foundation of judicial review is A. That the Constitution is a legal instrument, and B. That this law is superior in status to the laws made by the legislature that is itself set up by the Constitution. It is now well established in India that judicial review constitutes the basic structure or feature of the Constitution of India. 9.10 References. Basu, D. 1983. Commentary on the Constitution of India. New Delhi, India. Prentice Hall. Chaub, S.K., 2009. The Making and Working of the Indian Constitution. New Delhi, India. National Book Trust. Granville Austin, 1964. The India's Constitution, Cornerstone of a Nation. Bombay, India. Oxford University Press. Mukherjee, Hiren, 1978. Portrait of Parliament, Reflections and Recollections. New Delhi, India. Vikas. 96. Judiciary. 9.11 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check Your Progress Exercise 1. 1. A person to be appointed as a judge of the Supreme Court should be a citizen of India, should have been a High Court judge for at least 5 years, and an advocate of High Court for at least 10 years or a distinguished jurist. 2. A Supreme Court judge can be removed by the impeachment motion. According to this procedure, each House of the Parliament has to pass a resolution supported by the 2/3 of the members present and voting. Check Your Progress Exercise 2. 1. It has original jurisdiction as a guardian of fundamental rights and as a federal court. As a federal court, it has exclusive jurisdiction in disputes between the Union and a state or between one state and another, or as a federal court, it has exclusive jurisdiction in disputes between the Union and a state or between one state and another, or between a group of states and others. 97. Federalism and Suggested Readings. Decentralization. Abdulrahim P. Vijapur, C.D. 1998. Dimensions of Federal Nation Building, Essays in Memory of Rashiduddin Khan, New Delhi, India, Center for Federal Studies and Manak Publication. Ambedkar, Dr. Babasaheb, 1994. Writings and Speeches. Volume 13, Education Department, Government of Maharashtra. Austin, Granville, 2012. The Indian Constitution, Cornerstone of a Nation, 17 edition. New Delhi, Oxford University Press. 1966. The Indian Constitution, Cornerstone of a Nation. Bombay, India, Oxford University Press. 2002. Working of a Democratic Constitution, The Experience of India. New Delhi, India, Oxford University Press. Bakshi, M.P., 1999. The Constitution of India with selective comments by the author. New Delhi, India, Universal Law Publishing Company. 2003. The Constitution of India, New Delhi, India, Universal Law Publishing. 2012. The Constitution of India, New Delhi, India, Universal Law Publishing. Basu, D.D. 2011. Introduction to the Constitution of India, 20 edition. Nagpur, India, LexisNexis Butterworths, Vartha. 1960. Introduction to the Constitution of India. Calcutta, India, S.C. Sarkar and Sons Private Ltd. 1983. Commentary on the Constitution of India. New Delhi, India, Prentice Hall. Bhagwan, Vishnu, Vidyabhushan and Vandanamola. 1984. World Constitutions, A Comparative Study, reprint 2014. New Delhi, India, Sterling Publishers Private Ltd. Chakraborty, Amlinda Kishore, 2004. The Quest for Identity, Tribal Solidarity Movements in Northeast India, 1947-69, Kolkata, India, The Asiatic Society. Chaub, K. S., 1976. Constituent Assembly of India, The Springboard of Revolution. New Delhi, India, Manohar Publishers. 1999. Hill Politics in Northeast India, New Delhi, India, Orient Longmen. 2009. The Making and Working of Indian Constitution. New Delhi, India, National Book Trust. Das C. B. 1977. The President of India. New Delhi, India, R.R. Printers. 142. Jennings Iversur, 1969. Cabinet Government. Cambridge, Cambridge University. Local Self-Government Suggested Readings. Press. Ja N. S. and P. C. Mather, eds. 1999. Decentralization and Local Politics. New Delhi, India, Sage Publication. Kashyap C. Subhash, 2011. Our Constitution, 5 edition. New Delhi, India, National Book Trust. 1995. History of the Parliament of India, Volume 2, New Delhi, India, Shipper Publications. 1997. Citizens and the Constitution, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, New Delhi. Khosla, Madhav, 2012. Oxford, India, Short Introductions, The Indian Constitution, New Delhi, India, Oxford University Press. Light N. G.K. and Ravi Srivastava, 1999. Unequal Partners, Power Relations, Devolution and Development in Uttar Pradesh. New Delhi, India, Sage Publications. New Delhi. 1999. Mishra, Salil, 2001. A Narrative of Communal Politics, Uttar Pradesh, 1937-39. New Delhi, India, Sage Publications. Mukherjee, Hiren, 1978. Portrait of Parliament, Reflections and Recollections, New Delhi, India, Vikas. Narang, S. A. 2000. Indian Government and Politics. New Delhi, India, Gitanjali. Patnaik, Raghunath, 1996. Powers of the President and Governors of India, New Delhi, India, Deep and Deep. Pinto, Marina, 2000. Metropolitan City Governance in India. New Delhi, India, Sage Publications. Raman Sundar. 1977. Fundamental Rights and the 42 Constitutional Amendment. Calcutta, India, Minoreva Associates Publications Private Ltd. Rao, Govinda M. and Nirvikar Singh, 2005. Political Economy of Federalism in India. New Delhi, India, Oxford University Press. Sarkar, Sumit, 1983, Modern India 1885-1947, New Delhi, India, Macmillan. Shankar, B.L. and Rodriguez Valerian, 2011. The Indian Parliament, A Democracy at Work. New Delhi, India, Oxford University Press. 143. BPSC 103. Political Theory, Concepts and Debates. CBC's core course, BA Honours, 2 semester. School of Social Sciences, Indira Gandhi National Open University, Delhi. Expert Committee. Professor D. Gopal, Chairman, Faculty of Political Science, School of Social Sciences, IGNOU Maidan Garh High, New Delhi, 110068. Prof. RTD, Valerian Rodriguez School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, 110067. Professor Anurag Joshi, Faculty of Political Science, School of Social Sciences, IGNOU Maidan Garh High, New Delhi, 110068. Professor Gurpreet Mahajan Center for Policy Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, 110067. Professor Meena Deshpande, Department of Political Science, University of Bangalore, Bengaluru. Professor Krishna Menon Center for Gender Studies, Ambedkar University, Delhi. Professor Shefali Jha Center for Policy Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, 110067. Professor S. V. Reddy, Faculty of Political Science, School of Social Sciences, IGNOU Maidan Garh High, New Delhi, -110,068. Professor Jagpal Singh, Faculty of Political Science, School of Social Sciences, IGNOU Maidan Garh High, New Delhi, 110068. Course Preparation Team. Blocks and Units. Unit Writer Block 1 Liberty. Unit 1 Liberty as Absence of External Intervention. Dr. Mrs. Anupama Roy, Center for Women's Development Studies, New Delhi. Unit 2 Liberty as Self-Determination Dr. Midila Bagay, Assistant Prof. Matrayi College, DU. Unit 3 Alienation, Oppression and Freedom Important Issue Freedom of Belief, Expression and Dissent. Dr. Rashmi Gopi, Assistant Prof. Miranda House, DU. Block 2 Equality. Unit 4 Equality Before Law and Equality of Opportunity. Professor Krishna Menon, Ambedkar University of Delhi. Unit 5 Equality, Sameness and Difference. Parity Gupta, Research School, JNU and Subhadeep Chowdhury, Research Scholar, Ambedkar University, New Delhi. Unit 6 Differential Treatment and Equality of Outcomes Important Issue, Affirmative Action. Chinmoyi Das, Research Scholar, JNU. Block 3 Justice. Unit 7 Justice as Fairness, Distributive Justice. Unit 8 Idea of Just Desert. Dr. Rajkumar Sharma, Consultant, IGNOU. Dr. Rashmi Gopi, Assistant Prof. Miranda House, DU. Unit 9 Justice in Global Context, Important Issue, Climate Change and Environmental Hazards. Dr. Rajkumar Sharma, Consultant, IGNOU. Block 4 Rights. Unit 10 The Idea of Rights, Entitlements and Boundaries. Dr. Ankita Dutta, Research Fellow, ICWA. Unit 11 Basis of Rights, Legal, Moral and Natural. Unit 12 Rights and Obligation, Important Issue, Human Trafficking. Drive N.D. Aurora, University of Delhi. Dr. Priyanka Malik, Assistant Prof. Christ, deemed to be University. Block 5 Major Debates. Unit 13 Law and Civil Disobedience, When is Resistance Justified? Dr. Shalini Gupta, Assistant Prof. JMC, DU. Unit 14 Rights and Universality, Are Human Rights Universal? Dr. Rajkumar Sharma, Consultant, IGNOU and Gitanjali Attri, Research Scholar, CSSS, JNU. Unit 15 Multiculturalism and Tolerance, How do we accommodate diversity in a plural society? Dr. Rajkumar Sharma, Consultant, IGNOU. Course Coordinator, Professor Anurag Joshi. General Editor, Professor Anurag Joshi, Faculty of Political Science, School of Social Sciences, IGNOU. Editor, Unit Formatting, Vetting and Content Updating. Dr. Rajkumar Sharma, Consultant, Faculty of Political Science, IGNOU, New Delhi. Secretarial Assistants, Mr. Rakesh Chandra Joshi, AE, DP, SAS, IGNOU, New Delhi. Print Production. Mr. Tilak Raj, Mr. Sudhir Kumar, Assistant Registrar, Pub, Section Officer, Pub, MPDD, IGNOU, New Delhi. MPDD, IGNOU, New Delhi. June 2020 Indira Gandhi National Open University 2020. ISBN 00000000000000. All right reserved. No part of this work may be reproduced in any form by mimeograph or any other means without permission in writing from the Indira Gandhi National Open University. Further information about the Indira Gandhi National Open University course may be obtained from the university's office at Maidan Gar High, New Delhi, 110068. Printed and published on behalf of the Indira Gandhi National Open University, New Delhi by Registrar, MPDD, IGNOU, New Delhi. Printed at Educational Stores, S5, BS Road. Industrial Area, Site 1, Ghaziabad, UP-201009. Course Contents. Block 1 Liberty 7. Unit 1 Liberty as Absence of External Intervention 9. Unit 2 Liberty as Self-Determination 21. Unit 3 Alienation, Oppression and Freedom 33. Important Issue, Freedom of Belief, Expression and Dissent. Block 2 Equality 45. Unit 4 Equality Before Law and Equality of Opportunity 47. Unit 5 Equality, Sameness and Difference 57. Unit 6 Differential Treatment and Equality of Outcomes 69. Important Issue, Affirmative Action. Block 3 Justice 81. Unit 7 Justice as Fairness, Distributive Justice 83. Unit 8 Idea of Just Desert 97. Unit 9 Justice in a Global Context 107. Important Issue, Climate Change and Environmental Hazards. Block 4 Rights 119. Unit 10 Idea of Rights, Entitlements and Boundaries 121. Unit 11 Basis of Rights, Legal, Moral and Natural 136. Unit 12 Rights and Obligations 149. Important Issue, Human Trafficking. Block 5 Major Debates 161. Unit 13 Law and Civil Disobedience 163. When is resistance justified? Unit 14 Rights and Universality 178. Are human rights universal? Unit 15 Multiculturalism and Tolerance 192. How do we accommodate diversity in a plural society? Suggested readings 205. Course Introduction, Political Theory. Concepts and Debates. According to the British political scientist David Held, political theory is a network of concepts and generalizations about political life involving ideas, assumptions and statements about the nature, purpose and key features of government, state and society, and about the political capabilities of human beings. Political concepts are a set of concepts which are necessary for any serious reflection on political life, as argued by Jacob Norberg, and hence it becomes clear that for a sound understanding of political theory, it is important to grasp and understand political concepts. Richard Bellamy and Andrew Mason have further said that all political argument employs political concepts as they are the basis of building blocks required to construct a case in favor of or against a political position. Political concepts are very rarely politically neutral, and they are always contested as the opposing groups emphasize their own definitions and try to promote their own interpretations at the expense of others. Experts highlight that political concepts are essentially contestable and variations in their use showcase differences in empirical, theoretical, and normative assumptions. Hence, a political concept can be understood from various perspectives. Political concepts not only describe political life but also the areas of political disagreement. Concepts like liberty, equality, justice, rights, and multiculturalism have been discussed in this course in basic detail to cover all the major viewpoints on them. These concepts are interrelated, and for a clear understanding of political theory, it is always important to also understand how one political concept is related to the other. This course gives an introduction to political theory covering main political concepts and debates aimed at developing analytical thinking. It is divided in 5 blocks. Block 1 deals with liberty and has 3 units. Unit 1 is titled Liberty as Absence of External Intervention, Unit 2 is Liberty as Self-Determination, and Unit 3 is Alienation, Oppression, and Freedom, Important Issue, Freedom of Belief, Expression, and Dissent. Block 2 discusses the political concept of equality in 3 units. Unit 4 is Equality Before Law and Equality of Opportunity. Unit 5 is titled Equality, Sameness and Difference, and Unit 6 is Differential Treatment and Equality of Outcome, Important Issue, Affirmative Action. Block 3 deals with various dimensions of justice. Unit 7 is Justice as Fairness, Distributive Justice. Unit 8 is titled Idea of Just Desert, and Unit 9 is Justice in a Global Context, Important Issue, Climate Change and Environmental Hazards. Block 4 highlights the concept of rights and has 3 units. Unit 10 is the Idea of Rights, Entitlements and Boundaries. Unit 11 is Basis of Rights, Legal, Moral, and Natural. Unit 12 is Rights and Obligations, Important Issue, Human Trafficking. Block 5 is the last block in the course that deals with major debates in political theory. These debates prompt us to consider that there is no settled way of understanding concepts, and new insights and challenges help in understanding new political debates. Unit 13 is Law and Civil Disobedience, When is Resistance Justified? Unit 14 is Rights and Universality, Are Human Rights Universal? And Unit 15 is the last, titled Multiculturalism and Tolerance, How do we accommodate diversity in a plural society? Each unit has check your progress exercises which would help students in examining their conceptual understanding of the subject. At the end of the course, suggested readings cover a list of useful books for further analysis. Block -1 Liberty. Block 1 covers the concept of liberty. Liberty is one of the 3 ideals that the French Revolution sought to achieve, apart from equality and justice. Liberalism has an obvious emphasis on liberty, and John Locke gave the negative view of liberty. The concept has come a long way since then, with the development of the concept of positive liberty in the 20th century advocated through the writings of J.S. Mill, T.H. Green, and others. A different interpretation was given by Isaiah Berlin, who tried to reconcile the negative and positive views of liberty. Unit 1 is titled Liberty as Absence of External Intervention. Unit 2 focuses on liberty as self-determination, while Unit 3 is titled Alienation, Oppression, and Freedom, Important Issue, Freedom of Belief, Expression, and Dissent. Unit 1, Liberty as Absence of External Intervention *. Structure. 1.0 Objectives 1.1 Introduction 1.2 The meaning of liberty 1.3 J.S. Mill's notion of liberty 1.4 Isaiah Berlin and the 2 concepts of liberty 1.5 Marxist critique and the idea of freedom 1.6 Other contemporary ideas on liberty 1.7 Let us sum up 1.8 References. 1.9 Answers to check your progress exercises. 1.0 Objectives. Liberty is considered a core concept and a fundamental democratic value in modern political and social theory. The notion of liberty emerged in the context of the formation of modern civil society and political authority. While the concept is intimately associated with liberal thought, liberals have looked at the notion in different ways. Marxists are critical of liberal notions of liberty and would refashion the concept on entirely different assumptions of individual and society. In this unit, we shall look at different perspectives on liberty and try to understand the meanings, justifications, and limits of the notion. The unit has been divided into different sections, each dealing with a specific aspect of the notion. There are a set of questions at the end of the unit for self-assessment and a list of readings to help enhance your understanding. 1.1 Introduction. The idea of liberty as a core principle of liberal thought is most commonly understood as absence of restraints. The notion of liberty emerged in the context of the establishment of new socio-economic and political relationships in modern Europe. At the basis of the notion was the idea of a rational individual capable of taking reasoned decisions. The rational individual, it was thought, was capable of self-determination, in other words, capable. Anupama Roy, Senior Fellow, Center for Women's Development Studies, New Delhi, adapted from Unit 19, EPS 11. 9. Liberty of taking decisions which concerned his or herself. In order to develop his capacities, the individual required freedom from all kinds of social, political, and economic constraints. Thus, the idea of liberty as absence of restraints, or a sphere of autonomy of the individual, developed. At the same time, however, the fact that within a social organization the individual is not alone and exists in relation with other individuals required that an equal claim of other individuals to their spheres of autonomy should be recognized. In order that the respective claims of all individuals to autonomy can be realized with minimum conflict, it was imperative that a system of restraints and regulation was worked out and adhered to by everyone. The theories of social contract put forward by philosophers like Hobbes, Locke, and Rousseau put forth the idea of liberty as absence of constraints. At the same time, they also proposed the framework within which individual freedom was to unfold. Thus, the idea of political community was based on a simultaneous recognition of the capacities and autonomy of individuals and the imperatives that all should be subjected to a common set of constraints on their liberty. Thus, it must be understood that liberty, which in common understanding means freedom or absence of constraints and obstacles to individual action and is considered a democratic ideal, has always been conceived as occurring within a set of specific constraints in social relationships. There are always limits to what is seen as acceptable forms of liberty in modern democratic societies. In the section which follows, we shall look at the meaning of liberty, focusing on its elements and the justifications for constraints on liberty. 1.2 The meaning of liberty. As mentioned in the introduction, liberty means freedom from or absence of restraints. A person may be considered free or at liberty to do something when his or her actions and choices are not hindered or constrained by those of another. It is important to understand that constraints refer to impediments imposed by political and other authorities. Thus, imprisonment, bondage or slavery, subjection to laws, etc. may be seen as referring to conditions of unfreedom or absence of liberty. While states of unfreedom like imprisonment or subjection to laws may appear as constraints on liberty, we know that modern democratic social and political organizations are While states of unfreedom like imprisonment or subjection to laws may appear as constraints on liberty, we know that modern democratic social and political organizations are founded on legal and institutional structures, which aim at ensuring equal consideration of each individual's liberty. No society will, therefore, have an unlimited right to liberty. Each society will have a set of restrictions on liberty, which are justified by the fact that people accept these restrictions as the best possible conditions in which liberty could be maximized. The understanding of liberty as absence of restraints or absence of external constraints is generally described as negative. The negative nature of liberty appears in two different senses. In the first, law is seen as the main obstacle to freedom. Hobbes, for instance, described freedom as the silence of the laws. Such a view, 10. Liberty as absence, sees freedom as limited only by what others deliberately prevent of external intervention. Individuals from doing. This understanding would, therefore, appear to imply a definite limit upon both law and government. Philosophers like John Locke have, however, pointed out that a commitment to liberty does not mean that the law should be abolished. Rather, it means that law should be restricted to the protection of one's liberty from encroachment by others. Locke suggested, therefore, that law does not restrict liberty, it rather enlarges and defends it. B. The second view sees liberty as freedom of choice. Milton Friedman, for example, in his work Capitalism and Freedom 1962, proposes that economic freedom consists of freedom of choice in the marketplace, the freedom of consumer to choose what to buy, the freedom of the worker to choose his job or profession, and the freedom of the producer to choose what to produce and whom to employ. To choose implies that the individual can make unhindered and voluntary selection from a range of different options. While talking about liberty, a distinction is often made between negative and positive notions of liberty, i.e., between the idea of absence of external constraints and the existence of conditions which enable or facilitate. In other words, the distinction between freedom to do something and actually being able to do it. To be free or at liberty to do something is not to be restrained or prevented from doing it. While to be able to do is to have the capacity, financial or otherwise, to do something. For example, one may be free or unrestrained to take up any job, yet one may not have the qualifications or the economic resources which may make one's candidature worthwhile. Political theorists often make this distinction between liberty as an absence of restraints and the conditions which make liberty worthwhile. A starving person who is legally free, not prevented from, to eat in an expensive restaurant, may in fact enjoy no liberty on the basis of the legal freedom. The freedom to eat in this case will require some positive action by the state. It is this reasoning that has been used to justify social legislation designed to increase opportunities for individuals. By such positive action, the state is said to be not only decreasing inequality, but increasing liberty. The negative conception of liberty is a characteristic of a strand of English political thought represented by Jeremy Bentham, James Mill, John Stuart Mill, Henry Sidgwick, Herbert Spencer, and the classical and neoclassical economists who supported the claims of individuals to break free from unnecessary restraints of arbitrary government. The main political axiom of negative liberty was that everyone knows his own interest best, and that the state should not decide the individual's ends and purposes. Essential to the doctrine was the sanctity of the contract. Implicit in this assumption of sanctity was the understanding that the act of entering into a contract, even if the terms of the contract were restrictive of individual freedom, was an expression of liberty, of the exercise of individual choice. Thus, 11. Liberty to this strand of thinkers, a person's liberty was a function of that area in which he was left alone and not related to the quality of action. The concept of negative liberty is best understood as a doctrine about the meaning of liberty. Although negative liberty is often condemned as the freedom to starve, this understanding is somewhat misleading. It does not necessarily put a prohibition on state intervention, but merely holds that this cannot be justified on the ground that it increases freedom, although arguments from the arena of inequality may be called into force for justification. However, the historical connection between negative liberty and the laissez-faire economics cannot be denied, and most of its advocates favored a minimal state. The concept is neutral in the sense that it is compatible with a wide range of politics, and describes a condition of liberty without indicating whether it is good or not. Criticisms of the negative notion of liberty have come from modern liberals, social democrats, and socialists. The liberals in the 19th century, primarily T.H. Green and to some extent J.S. Mill, developed some of the earliest critiques of negative freedom. They felt that capitalism had done away with feudal hierarchies and legal restrictions, especially of economic pursuits, but it had also subjected large masses of people to poverty, unemployment, and disease. Such circumstances were seen as hindering liberty as much as legal restraints and social controls. One of the first liberals to embrace the positive notion of liberty was T.H. Green, 1836–82, who defined freedom as the ability of people to make the most and best of themselves. This freedom consisting not merely of being left alone, but in having the power to act, shifting attention thereby to the opportunities available to each individual. The concept of positive liberty has been at the basis of the welfare state. The idea has acted as the moving force behind social welfare provisions taken up by states, combining thereby freedom with equality. In the section which follows, Mill's notion of liberty will be taken up for study. Mill appears to endorse a negative conception of freedom, or the individual's sovereign control over his/her body and mind. In the ultimate analysis, however, Mill's notion of individuality brought him closer to a positive notion of liberty. Check your progress exercise 1. Note: I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Distinguish between positive and negative conceptions of liberty. 12. Liberty as absence of external intervention. 1.3 J.S. Mill's notion of liberty. J.S. Mill's on liberty was influential in the academic debates in the 1960s. Mill's work is seen as an exposition of the negative concept of liberty. At the basis of Mill's arguments for individual freedom lay a strong sense of contempt for custom, and for legal rules and norms which could not be rationally justified. It is also sometimes argued that for Mill any free action, no matter how immoral, had some element of virtue in it, by the fact that it was freely performed. While Mill considered restraint on individuals' actions evil, he did not consider restraints to be entirely unjustifiable. He felt, however, that within the society there was always a presumption in favor of liberty. Any constraints on liberty, therefore, had to be justified by those who applied them. For Mill, the purpose of liberty was to encourage the attainment of individuality. Individuality refers to the distinctive and unique character of each human individual, and freedom means the realization of this individuality, i.e., personal growth or self-determination. It was the property of individuality in human beings that made them active rather than passive, and critical of existing modes of social behavior, enabling them to refuse to accept conventions unless they were found reasonable. Freedom in Mill's framework, therefore, appears not simply as the absence of restraints but the deliberate cultivation of certain desirable attitudes. It is because of this that Mill is often seen as gravitating towards a positive conception of liberty. Mill's conception of freedom is also rooted in the notion of choice. This is evident from his belief that a person who lets others choose his plan of life for him does not display the faculty of individuality or self-determination. The only faculty he or she seemed to possess was the ape-like faculty of imitation. On the other hand, a person who chooses to plan for himself employs all his faculties. In order to realize one's individuality and attain thereby the condition of freedom, it was essential that individuals resist forces or norms and customs which hindered self-determination. Mill, however, was also of the view that very few individuals possessed the capacity to resist and make free choices. The rest were content to submit to ape-like imitation, existing thereby in a state of unfreedom. Mill's conception of liberty can be seen for this reason as elitist, since individuality could be enjoyed only by a minority and not the masses at large. 13. Liberty. Mill, as other liberals, emphasized a demarcation of the boundaries between the individual and society. While talking about reasonable or justifiable restrictions on individual liberty, Mill distinguished between self-regarding and other-regarding actions, i.e. actions which affected the individual only and actions which affected the society at large. Any restriction or interference with an individual could be justified only to prevent harm to others. Over actions that affected only himself, the individual was sovereign. Such an understanding of legal and societal constraints conveys the idea of a society in which the relationship between individual and society is not paternal, i.e., the individual being the best judge of his interests. Law and society could not intervene to promote a person's best interests. Similarly, the idea that an act can be constrained only if it harmed others rules out the idea that some acts are intrinsically immoral and therefore must be punished irrespective of whether they affect anyone else. Further, Mill's framework rules out utilitarianism, as enunciated by Bentham, which would justify interference if it maximized the general interest. Yet, the demarcation between the individual and the society Yet, the demarcation between the individual and the society is not strict in Mill in the sense that all acts do affect others in some way, and Mill believed that his principle did not preach a moral indifference towards the self-regarding behavior of others, and felt that it was permissible to use persuasion to discourage immoral behavior. Also, Mill strongly believed in the instrumental value of liberty in the promotion of social goods. This is especially true of his arguments for the complete liberty of thought, discussion, and expression and the right to assembly and association. Mill felt that all restrictions on free discussion should be removed because truth would emerge from a free competition of ideas. It may be pointed out that in today's catalog of liberties, freedom of expression is valued perhaps more than economic liberty as a democratic ideal. Free exchange between individuals is undoubtedly an important exercise of liberty in a society which forbade all kinds of liberty and allowed this would still be relatively free. 1.4 Isaiah Berlin and the Two Concepts of Liberty. In his now classic Two Concepts of Liberty, first published in 1958, Isaiah Berlin tries to reconcile the negative and positive notions of liberty, i.e., the notion of liberty as the absence of restraints with the various views pertaining to its operation within the social context. For Berlin, the negative notion of liberty can be understood by addressing the following question: what is the area within which the subject, a person or group of persons, is or should be left to do or be what he is able to be, without interference by other persons? 1969, page 121. On the other hand, the positive sense is concerned with the answer to the question, what or who is the source of control or interference that can determine someone to do or be this rather than that? 1969, page 122. Positive liberty, on the other hand, does not interpret freedom as simply 14. Liberty as absence, being left alone, but as self-mastery. The theory involves a special theory of external intervention. Of the self. The personality is divided into a higher and a lower self. The higher self is the source of an individual's genuine and rational long-term goals, while the lower self caters to his irrational desires which are short-lived and of transient nature. A person is free to the extent that his higher self is in command of his lower self. Thus, a person might be free in the sense of not being restrained by external forces but remains a slave to irrational appetites, as a drug addict, an alcoholic, or a compulsive gambler might be said to be unfree. The main feature of this concept is its openly evaluative nature. Its use is specifically tied to ways of life held to be desirable. The idea of positive liberty involves a special interpretation of the self and assumes not just that there is a realm of activity towards which the individual ought to direct herself/himself. The notion suggests that the individual is being liberated when he or she is directed towards it. Critics of Berlin's notion of positive liberty feel that a belief in positive liberty may involve the idea that all other values, equality, rights, justice, etc., are subordinate to the supreme value of higher liberty. Also, the idea that the higher purposes of the individual are equivalent to those of collectivities such as classes, nations, and race may lead to the espousal of totalitarian ideologies. Check your progress exercise 2. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips on your answer. 1. Discuss J.S. Mill's views on liberty. 1.5 Marxist critique and the idea of freedom. The Marxist concept of freedom is different from the liberal views, which have been discussed above. The main points of difference emerge from the Marxist understanding of the individual and society, the relationship between 15. Liberty, the individual and society, and the Marxist critique of capitalist society. While the liberal view is based on the centrality of the individual and his freedom of choice, the Marxists would see the notion of liberty based on the liberal notion of individual and society as conditions of unfreedom. For Marxists, the individual is not separated from other individuals in society by boundaries of autonomous spaces for the free exercise of choice. They are rather bound together in mutual dependence. The notion of individuality is likewise transformed into a notion of rich individuality, which emphasizes the social embeddedness of the individual, the idea that individuals can reach a state of creative excellence and develop their capacities only in a society which seeks the development of all its members. For the Marxists, therefore, freedom lies in the development of creative individuality, and cannot be achieved in a capitalist society where individuals are separated by boundaries of self-interest and where they can only imagine themselves to be free when in reality they are bound by structures of exploitation. It is only in a society which is free from the selfish promotion of private interests that a state of freedom can exist. Freedom thus cannot be achieved in a capitalist society. These views have been articulated in Friedrich Engels' Anti-Düring and Karl Marx's Economic and Philosophic manuscripts of 1844. Engels discusses the notion of freedom as a state of transition from necessity to freedom. The state of necessity is defined by a situation in which the individual is subjected to another's will. Engels points out that man has the capacity to identify and understand the forces which condition and determine his life. Man has, thus, obtained scientific knowledge about the laws of nature which determine his existence and also learned how to live with these laws in the best possible way. Ironically, man has not been able to break free from the bondage of the forces of production which have historically kept him under subjection, or in other words, confined him to the realm of necessity. In order to reach a state of freedom, man not only has to have knowledge of human history but also the capacity to change it. It is only with the help of scientific socialism that man can hope to leave the realm of necessity and enter the realm of freedom. Freedom is a significant component of the idea of communist society laid down by Marx and Engels in Communist Manifesto. It was only in a communist society where there will be no class exploitation that freedom will be achieved. In his work, Manuscripts, Karl Marx avers that the capitalist society is dehumanizing. It not only alienates the individual from his true self, it separates him from the creative influences of society. Marx proposes that it is only by transforming those conditions in which alienation takes place can freedom be restored. Thus, it was only in a communist society where the means of production were socially owned and each member of society worked in cooperation with the other for the development of all that true freedom could be achieved. Thus, in Marx's framework, freedom is seen. 16. Liberty as absence. In a positive sense, denoting self-fulfillment and self-realization or the of external intervention. Realization of one's true nature. Marx described the true realm of freedom as the development of freedom for its own sake. This potential could be realized, Marx believed, only by the experience of creative labor, working together with others to satisfy our needs. Under this framework, Robinson Crusoe, who enjoyed the greatest possible measure of negative freedom since no one else on his island could check or constrain him, was a stunted and therefore unfree individual, deprived of the social relationships through which human beings achieve fulfillment. This notion of freedom is clearly reflected in Marx's conception of alienation. Under capitalism, labor is reduced to a mere commodity controlled and shaped by depersonalized market forces. In Marx's view, capitalist workers suffer from alienation in that they are separated from their own true nature. They are alienated from the product of their labor, alienated from the process of labor itself, alienated from their fellow human beings, and finally alienated from their true selves. Freedom is, therefore, linked to personal fulfillment which only unalienated labor can bring about. Check your progress exercise 3. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Discuss Marxist critique of liberty. 1.6 Other contemporary ideas on liberty. Apart from Berlin, whose work is perhaps the most significant among the contemporary works on liberty, there are other thinkers who have discussed the idea of liberty, elaborating upon the ideas expressed by thinkers on both sides of the ideological divide. Milton Friedman, like Mill and Berlin, was a liberal who in his work Capitalism and Freedom developed the notion of liberty as a significant aspect of capitalist society. The freedom of exchange was an essential aspect of liberty. To promote this freedom, Friedman. 17. Liberty required the state to give up its concern for welfare and social security and devote itself to maintaining law and order, protecting property rights, implementing contracts, etc. For Friedman, not only was liberty essential for free and voluntary exchange among individuals, it was only within a capitalist society that this freedom could be achieved. Moreover, it was economic freedom that provided the opportune and essential condition for political liberty. In his work, The Constitution of Liberty, 1960, F.A. Hayek has propounded a theory of liberty which emphasizes the negative role of the state. For Hayek, a state of liberty is achieved when the individual is not subject to the arbitrary will of another individual. Hayek calls this individual freedom and distinguishes it from other forms of freedom, establishing at the same time the primacy and independence of individual liberty from other forms of freedom, including political freedom. Hayek recommends that the original meaning of liberty as the absence of restraints should be preserved. The enlargement of state intervention in the name of freedom would mean the demise of real liberty, which consists in the freedom of individual from restraints. Another group of thinkers evidently influenced by the Marxist notion of freedom emphasized that liberty as practiced in modern capitalist societies breeds loneliness. Eric from 1900 to 1980 explained that in modern societies, aloofness was brought about owing to the separation of the individual from his creative capacities and social relations. This separation generated physical and moral aloofness in the individual, affecting his mental well-being. It was only through creative and collective work that the individual could restore himself to society. Herbert Marcuse, in his work One-Dimensional Man, Studies in the Ideology of Advanced Industrial Society, 1968, also explored the nature of alienation in capitalist societies. Marcuse asserts that the creative multidimensional capacities of the individual get thwarted in capitalist societies. Man is able to express himself only as a consumer, constantly engaged in the satisfaction of his physical needs. Check your progress exercise 4. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Discuss some of the other contemporary ideas on liberty. 18. Liberty as absence of external intervention. 1.7 Let us sum up. The idea of liberty is at the core of liberal thought, which places the rational individual at its center and draws a boundary between the individual and his/her sphere of autonomy, the state, and society. Liberty in its common understanding means an absence of constraints. In other words, it signifies a condition in which an individual who is capable of taking reasoned decisions pertaining to his/her own affairs is free to take any action without and restraints from outside, including state and society. At the same time, however, the notion of liberty evolved at the same time as the idea of a political community and political authority. This simultaneous evolution has meant an equal recognition of the liberties of all individuals and the understanding that reasonable restrictions on individual liberty could be justified on the grounds that they provided the conditions in which individual liberty could be enjoyed without conflict. The idea of liberty as the absence of restraints is associated with a negative notion of liberty. A positive notion of liberty was articulated by thinkers like T.H. Green, who took into account the conditions which enabled an individual to be actually free. Thus, liberty as a positive notion consisted in having the power to act and the opportunities which enabled action. The idea of the welfare state was premised on this idea, which required the state to take positive steps to provide the conditions within which individuals could actually be free to act and develop themselves. While philosophers like J.S. Mill and Isaiah Berlin attempted to reconcile the two notions, Marxists felt that freedom could not be experienced in a capitalist society. A capitalist society, they emphasized, separates an individual from her social contexts and from her own nature. Liberty, as can be seen, has been understood differently by different strands of thought. It remains, however, a fundamental concept in democratic thought. 1.8 References. Barry, Norman. 2009. An Introduction to Modern Political Theory, London, Macmillan. Haywood, Andrew. 1999. Political Theory, London, Macmillan. Vinod, M.J. and M. Deshpande. 2013. Contemporary Political Theory. New Delhi, PHI Learning Private Ltd. 1.9 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check Your Progress Exercise 1-1. Highlight following points. 19. 20. Liberty. Negative liberty means absence of external constraints. Positive liberty means existence of conditions which enable or facilitate better development. Check Your Progress Exercise 2-1. Highlight following points. Mill highlighted negative concept of liberty, opposed restriction on individual liberty, distinction between self-regarding and other-regarding actions. Check Your Progress Exercise 3-1. Highlight following points. Unlike liberals, Marxists see mutual dependence between individuals and society. Capitalism alienates individuals from their true self and creative influences of society. Freedom can be restored in a communist society only. Example of Robinson Crusoe. Check Your Progress Exercise 4-1. Highlight ideas of Milton Friedman, F.A. Hayek, Eric Fromm and Herbert Marcuse. 21. Unit 2, Liberty as Self-Determination *. Structure. 2.0 Objectives. 2.1 Introduction. 2.2 Views of J. S. Mill, T. H. Green and L. T. Hobhouse on Liberty. 2.3 Isaiah Berlin's Two Concepts of Liberty. 2.4 Neoliberal View. 2.5 Marxist Conception of Freedom. 2.6 John Rawls' Conception of Freedom. 2.7 Amartya Sen's Concept of Liberty. 2.8 Feminist Conception of Freedom. 2.9 Conservative View of Liberty. 2.10 Postmodern Concept of Liberty. 2.11 Let us sum up. 2.12 References. 2.13 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. 2.0 Objectives. The aim of this unit is to explain the meaning of liberty and self-determination. After studying this unit, you should be able to explain the meaning of liberty, understand various views on liberty, distinguish between liberty and self-determination. 2.1 Introduction. From theoretical point of view, self-determination means that an individual possesses the right to freedom and must be able to determine all the choices of life while the state has no role or interference of any kind to shape those choices. But the choices made should not be harmful to others and people's liberties should not be violated. In other words, individual must be able to choose where and how to exercise the freedom in his own interests, and the law of a democratic and liberal country should respect that autonomy of choice. From a moral point of view, self-determination means that an Midila Bagai, Assistant Professor, Maitreyi College, University of Delhi. Liberty individual has full ownership over his life and body and no one including the state can interfere with the choices made by the individual. From a conceptual point of view, it means that the individual is responsible to plan life according to her own conscious decisions. Freedom to make a choice lends dignity to the individual. If a decision is imposed, it involves violation of individual rights, dignity, and also autonomy. Even though the forced decision might yield better results, but the individual might not be able to recognize it as a part of his own life. Nominalism explains self-determination as individualistic. Nominalists believe that only individuals are the original reality and the state and its institutions are artificial constructs. The state is derived from individuals. Therefore, the individual is a sovereign over his choices. 2.2 Views of J. S. Mill, T. H. Green on Liberty. According to J. S. Mill, the relationship between liberty and the individual is explained in following words. The only part of the conduct of anyone for which he is amenable to society is that which concerns others. In the part which merely concerns himself, his independence is of right absolute. Over himself, over his own body and mind, the individual is sovereign. Mill emphasized the individual's right to freedom. He differentiated between negative and positive liberty. Negative liberty, according to him, is an area where the state has no role of interference except in self-defense and the individual can exercise complete freedom in determining his own choices. Positive liberty is rational self-determination where the state interferes to grant the greatest amount of freedom to boost individuals' creative energies and for its self-development. In order to check the state's interference and maximize the potential of individual, Mill also distinguishes between self-regarding actions and other-regarding actions. Self-regarding actions concern solely an individual, whereas other-regarding action is inclusive of concerns of others. T. H. Green further developed the positive concept of liberty. He emphasized that an individual can determine his actions if the state plays a positive role in creating conditions under which he can exercise his moral freedom. For example, if an individual wants to help a wounded person on road, then he should be able to take the injured fearlessly to the hospital without the fear of police. Positive liberal scholars like L.T. Hobhouse and Harold Lasky said that an individual can self-determine his actions if the state secures the welfare of its people even if it has to limit the economic rights of the privileged few. 2.3 Isaiah Berlin's Two Concepts of Liberty. Published in 1958 in his work Two Concepts of Liberty, Berlin explains negative liberty as freedom from interference. It is freedom from what or whom? An individual is the best judge of his interests and he has the freedom to develop and carry out his work without any hurdle or coercion. 22. Liberty as positive liberty is an idea of self-mastery and rational control of life where self-determination. An individual can self-determine his actions. The state has no role to play in it. It belongs to an individual's own will and the capacity to develop his own capabilities. For example, if an individual wants to improve his health, then smoking should be stopped. The state cannot do anything to force an individual to quit smoking. The individual himself should develop self-mastery or control his life so that his capacities are developed. Berlin gives an example that if one cannot fly like an eagle or swim like a whale, one is by no means deprived of political liberty on this count. Similarly, if a man is too poor to afford something on which there is no legal ban, a loaf of bread, a journey round the world, he cannot complain that he has been deprived of political liberty. In the moral sphere, Norman P. Barry in his An Introduction to Modern Political Theory appreciated Berlin's view. He said that every individual possesses a higher self and a lower self. The former is an upholder of rational and genuine desires like being punctual, moral, and clean. The latter consists of irrational desires like that for drugs, smoking, alcohol, and violent behavior. So if a person is not free from his lower self, then he cannot enjoy liberty. So Berlin's view of self-mastery is basically controlling the lower self and being free. But in a material sphere, Berlin has possibly misunderstood positive liberty. Flying like an eagle or swimming like a whale has a natural limitation and the state has nothing to do with it. But if people go without food/bread, then it's the duty of the state to fulfill basic necessities. Check your progress exercise 1. Note, I used the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What is the concept of negative liberty propounded by Isaiah Berlin? 2.4 A neoliberal view. Neoliberalism, also known as neoclassical liberalism, was started in 1970s to revive economic liberalism. Neoliberalism, also known as neoclassical liberalism, was started in 1970s to revive economic liberalism. Its main proponents were Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan, who wanted to increase economic growth and reduce the 23. Liberty fiscal deficit of the government's budget. The aim was to cut down the role of government and enhance the role of the market. Minimum government became the underlying characteristic of neoliberalism. Free market economists such as Friedrich Hayek and U.S. economist Milton Friedman attacked the role of the government. Robert Nozick was committed to the night watchman state. F.A. Hayek in his work Constitution of Liberty argued that a man possesses liberty or freedom when he is not subjected to coercion by the arbitrary will of another. He described that individual freedom is not political freedom, inner freedom, and freedom as power. In a politically free society, people can choose their governments, can participate in legislation, and have a control over administration. But this may not lead to individual freedom. A democratic government may have restrictions and autocratic government can be relatively free. He further said that individual freedom is not inner freedom. An individual might be guided by his actions or will rather than be coerced by others. But that does not mean that the society is free to allow rational discourse of actions. Finally, individual freedom should not be confused with freedom as power. Freedom of power signifies our power to act according to our wishes and desires. An individual may have the effective power to get things done that he might not be able to do legally, but that nowhere signifies that a society is free in its actions. According to Hayek, an individual will be able to self-determine if there exists freedom from constraints of the state. He argued to minimize the coercive actions of the state as it is not an instrument of distributive justice. Liberty and equality are an antithesis of each other. A state cannot coerce society that has different talents and skills to be equal, as it will create further inequality. Hayek was so passionate about freedom that he even denied equal freedom for all. He asserted that it is better that some should be free than none, and better that many should have full freedom than that all should have a limited freedom. Therefore, the state should positively promote competition and ensure minimum income to all, but not coerce the society to be equal in all respects. Milton Friedman in his work Capitalism and Freedom underlined that a capitalist and competitive society can sustain conditions of freedom where an individual can self-determine his actions and thoughts. The state should only supplement the market and do work that cannot be handled by the latter or is too costly to bear the cost by the market. He too negated the concept of equality as it impinges on the liberty of individual to self-determine. In his 1974 work titled Anarchy, State, and Utopia, Robert Nozick stated that an individual can enjoy the liberty of self-determination only if the state performs limited functions, that of the protection of property rights. It is not the duty of the state to engage in redistributive transfers, as the inequalities that exist at the time of production should not be corrected at the time of distribution. An individual who has acquired goods through three sources. 24. Liberty as, that is, first, application of their selves, bodies, brains, etc., second, through self-determination. Acquiring natural world resources like land, water resources, or minerals, and third, by applying themselves to the natural world resulting in agricultural or industrial products. On all these sources, an individual has rightful entitlement unless he voluntarily transfers to others. Nozick explains that if an individual has invented a medicine of rare disease, he can demand a price for it. But if there is only one water body in a desert, then no one should be allowed to monopolize it. Here, the state should work as a dominant protective association to secure liberty of every individual. 2.5 Marxist conception of freedom. The Marxist concept of freedom is different from the liberal individualist view. Marxists do not view the individual as an atomistic and isolated unit. The natural need of coexistence brings an individual into relations with others, and therefore a civil and political society comes into being. The socio-economic conditions prevailing in society define the freedom to self-determine. Karl Marx says that the capitalist mode of production is an exploitative system as it deprives an individual of his freedom. He bases his theory on historical materialism, saying that the economy has been the foundation of every society. He historically traces the development of society where earlier in ancient society, people were free and equal and they had access to goods to satisfy their basic needs. But as the society moved further and they acquired means of production like machinery, tools, resources, industries, a division was created. The society that came after ancient society was a feudalistic society where there were landlords who possessed lands and the landless serfs. After the feudal society came the industrial society where the division was between the industry and capital-owning bourgeoisie and the poor, wage-earning proletariat. Marx says that an individual cannot enjoy freedom and self-determine his actions in feudal and capitalist society because he does not have access to resources and feels alienated. Marx says that an individual gets alienated from his society, from family, from his environment, and also from the product he makes, as he does not earn enough to buy the very same product. A capitalist sells the product at a higher rate, appropriating the surplus value and giving lower wages to the proletariat. Marx says that an individual can attain freedom only if he revolts against the capitalist system of production. He gave an international call to the workers and said that workers of all lands unite together, you have nothing to lose, only worlds to gain. So the fourth phase of society in which the workers will rule in politics will be the socialist phase, where the exploitation will end and everyone will get according to his work. To achieve further equal and free society, workers will give away their power to create a communist society where no one will rule others and distribution of resources will be according to need. Marx says that an individual can realize himself truly only in a communist. 25. Liberty Society. Neo-Marxists such as Herbert Marcuse in his work One-Dimensional Man, Studies in the Ideology of Advanced Industrial Society blamed the consumerist society for depriving individual of their real freedom. He says that the mass media creates a false desire for trivial material goods, thus diverting them from the genuine need of freedom. He says that an individual should be made aware of alienation to realize freedom. C.B. Macpherson in his work Democratic Theory, Essays in Retrieval says that capitalism emphasizes more on extractive power rather than developmental power. The capitalist system focuses on what profit can be derived/extracted out of an individual rather than how the individual develops so that he can realize his freedom and determine his course of actions. He adds that society can achieve its freedom when developmental power gets developed and extractive power becomes nil. Antonio Gramsci says that coercive structures of society like the police, the army, and the judiciary have given way to hegemonic structures like civil society, schools, and literature. Domination and exploitation in society happens through control of the mind, where the working class identifies its interests with the ruling class. So, Gramsci says that the exploited class can attain freedom when they produce counter-hegemony to the ideas of ruling class. 2.6 John Rawls' conception of freedom. John Rawls's work, A Theory of Justice, is a starting point for all the contemporary philosophers. His is a purely procedural theory of justice and follows a deontological approach, an approach where goal is not determined. A positive and a social liberal, he states that an individual can be free and self-determine the course of actions if the foundation of society is based on the principles of justice. He says that to determine the principles of justice, all the individuals should be placed behind a veil of ignorance. He calls this the original position, which is similar to the state of nature. This veil hides the real position of an individual in society in terms that he is not aware of his status, wealth, health, resources, education, family, support system, strength, weaknesses, qualities, etc. In this situation, an individual will have some primitive idea of human psychology and economics and have a sense of justice. According to Rawls, rational negotiators will demand maximum benefits for the least advantaged. So as the veil of ignorance will be removed and individuals will move out of their original position, it may happen that a person might have exceptional qualities and he might desire to have maximum freedom to pursue his dreams and ambitions. So any rational individual will first desire maximum liberty as the first principle of justice. The second principle of justice will be equality of opportunity, as everyone in society will desire to have equal access to resources and opportunities in society without any discrimination or exploitation. The third principle of justice will be the difference principle, when the veil of ignorance gets removed in case any individual is at a disadvantage. 26. Liberty as position in society like differently abled, poor access to education, health, then self-determination. The state should give protection to that individual. Differential treatment by the state is permitted for the individual to realize his freedom fully. Rawls therefore says that freedom to self-determine can be achieved when a society follows these three universal principles of justice. Communitarians, such as Michael Sandel, criticize Rawls' theory of justice on the basis that his theory is based on the capitalist system and he has considered man to be an atom. Whereas Sandel says an individual is deeply embedded in his society and he is not isolated from his community. So equality of opportunity should be the first principle of justice rather than granting maximum liberty to individuals. Michael Walzer argues against the Rawlsian universal standards of justice. Walzer gives the concept of complex equality. He says that there are different principles of justice for different social institutions. Feminists have also leveled criticisms against Rawls, saying that had women been party to the social contract, they would have given first preference to the difference principle. They also say that Rawls has kept the private sphere, such as the family, out of the social contract and concentrated only on the public sphere. Therefore, Rawls in his next book, Political Liberalism, stated that his three principles of justice are applicable only for liberal societies and are not universally applicable to all societies. Also, his principles cater to public spheres and not to private spheres. Another prominent critic of Rawls' theory of justice has been Amartya Sen. He argues that there is no absolute theory of justice. Concepts exist in relativity. Instead of focusing on ideal justice, Sen said, one should focus on removing more manifest forms of injustice. He demands an actual life that people can lead rather than an ideal life. Ronald Dworkin proposes his auction theory to attain a free state. He says that resources should be distributed according to envy. Every individual has to pass the envy test. Whatever resources are at the disposal of community, individuals will get it according to their desires and envy so that they can put it to use for realizing a just society. And a just society will in turn create conditions for a liberal society. But if an individual fails the envy test, which means that he is not able to recognize what resources will be useful for him, in that case, the state should provide with an insurance to rectify his mistake. 2.7 Amartya Sen's concept of liberty. Amartya Sen upholds the capability approach for the realization of freedom. He says the provision of social infrastructure such as education, health, employment might not lead to a free individual. He adds that fulfilling the demands of people according to their needs will also not lead to freedom. Sen asserts that an individual can truly realize his freedom if he develops his capability. He advocated a capability-based approach to attain liberty for self-determination. He explains that even if a government has provided with schools, teachers, and infrastructure for the education of children, but still if a child is unable to read, write, or count, the provision of these social capitals. 27. Liberty will become irrelevant. For a child to realize his freedom fully, he should develop his skills and capabilities so that he can grow and develop. If the child has developed his capability and can read and write, then the child will be free to write a book, read a novel, solve puzzles, study engineering or medical stream. But if no capabilities of the child are built, then the child will be deprived of all the above freedoms. 2.8 Feminist conception of freedom. Feminists state that true freedom can be realized in a society when social and economic opportunities are extended to women. They argue that women are disadvantaged because of the difference in their biology. They further state that social, economic, and political role of women are not natural. It's the society that has confined the role of women to household work and men to the economic sphere. The central themes on which feminism revolves are A. Public and private divide, B. Patriarchy, C. Sex and gender, D. Equality and difference. Feminists talk about breaking the public and private divide to grant liberty to all irrespective of biological sex. They say that politics is traditionally solely confined to public life such as political parties or government. But even private life such as family and relationships are a political sphere. Betty Friedan remarked that all personal is political. Freedom will be realized when the politics of everyday life is governed on the principles of justice and fairness. Household work and other domestic responsibilities need to be fairly distributed rather than solely burdening a woman with it. Breaking down of public and private sphere will also mean transferring of responsibilities to the state and with attendant provision of generous welfare to women and providing support in the form of creches and nursery schools. Feminists have also attacked patriarchal society that has deprived women of their real freedom. In a male-dominated society, it's the brother, father, or husband who decide for women. Women cannot determine their real selves as a man's decision is considered supreme. Feminists elaborate on the sex and gender classification. Sex is a biological difference between a male and a female, whereas gender is a social construct. It means that the role of a man and a woman is defined by the society. It's the society that says that woman should take care of her family, household, and her relationships. It's the society that defines that a woman should be polite, beautiful, should dress up in pink and red colors and play with dolls or the kitchen set. Simone de Beauvoir said that a woman is made, not born. Whereas it's the society that also defines that men should not cry, they should be rough and tough. 28. Liberty, as should wear black and possess aggressive traits. Engendering of women. Self-determination. And men has oppressed both the sexes. There are difference feminists who say that celebrating the difference in a woman will make her realize her freedom. They emphasize that women need not be male-identified. Rather, they can celebrate their different traits of being caring, warm, protective, childbearing, and enjoy womanhood. Different traditions within feminism describe how women can achieve freedom. Liberal feminists focus on equal political rights and equality in the public sphere. Socialist feminists talk about removal of social and economic inequality so that freedom can be granted to women. Radical feminists emphasize abolition of family life and refusal to bear and rear children. New feminism is inclusive of black feminism that underlines the rights of black women and lesbian feminism that talks about freedom of sexual rights. Check your progress exercise 2. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What is feminist conception of freedom? 2.9 Conservative view of liberty. Conservatism basically means to conserve. Conservatives highlight that individuals can achieve liberty to self-determine if the order and discipline is maintained in society. Conservatives believe that humans are imperfect and order and discipline can be attained in society if traditions are followed, organic society is maintained, hierarchy and authority are respected, and property is protected. The importance of traditions such as values, practices, and institutions amongst conservatives can be gauged from the fact that these traditions have survived the test of time and have been passed on from one generation to the next. They are the accumulated wisdoms of the past. Edmund Burke described society as a partnership between those who are living, those who are dead, and those who are to be born. Traditions are also significant as they give a sense of identity, security, and belongingness and generate social cohesion. On the other hand, conservatives are scared of change as it is a journey into the unknown that can lead to instability. 29. Liberty and disorder in society. There has been a little change in the basic ideas of conservatism. Edmund Burke, a conservative scholar, believed in change in order to conserve. He said change is the law of nature and one should accommodate change so that traditions remain sustained, but the change should not create disorder in society. An organic society is vital for conservatives. Organicism means that conservatives look upon society as an organism. An organism is always considered as a whole or a collection of parts. Each organ is dependent on one another and cannot function in isolation. For example, the brain has a function only if it is a part of a body. Brain, liver, kidneys outside body have no function. Similarly, they believe that human beings are dependent and security-seeking creatures. They cannot exist outside the social groups. And they are always part of one or such groups such as family, friends, work, local community. Therefore, freedom for them is accepting social obligations and doing one's duty. For example, if parents guide a child, then they are not limiting freedom of child, rather, they are doing their duty for her development. Conservatives emphasize hierarchy and authority for the sustenance of an ordered society. They believe that society is naturally hierarchical and socially graded. Inequality is natural and equality is a myth. Just as the brain, kidney, and other organs in a body perform different functions, similarly, various classes and groups in a society have different roles to play. The working class might not be able to enjoy the same benefits and living standards as their employers, but the working class does not have a large responsibility of effectively running the organization, increasing profits, paying the salary of every employee, supervision and monitoring, and growth of company. The employee only has to do her designated work. Therefore, authority is important for providing leadership, maintaining discipline, and guaranteeing existence of company. Authority develops from natural necessity. For example, if the sports coach is instructing a player about healthy diet, the time he should sleep, the fitness regime he should follow, and mental strength he should develop through meditation, and so on. Such authority can be imposed from above only, and this guidance cannot arise from below as the players do not possess the required knowledge and experience. Therefore, hierarchy and authority further develop an individual and he is further able to utilize this for his self-determination. For conservatives, liberty can be achieved if the property rights of an individual are protected. They believe that property is earned through merit, hard work, and by those who possess talent. It has a range of psychological and social advantages. It is a source of protection, gives a sense of confidence and assurance to fall back in the times of a crisis. Therefore, property owners will respect each other's property and will work towards maintaining order and discipline in society. Disorder and instability will impact or damage their property, and the owners will not want society to go astray. For conservatives, liberty as self-determination can be realized in an ordered society. Lastly, conservatives reasons that why traditions, organicism in society, hierarchy, and authority and property should be protected in society. They 30. Liberty, as say that humans are imperfect. They are psychologically limited in our self-determination. Dependent creatures. They lack experience and knowledge and are scared of isolation and instability. So every individual seeks protection and security in life, and they get naturally drawn towards a stable and secure environment in which they are able to realize their freedom to self-determine. Without stability and order in society, even the slightest freedom is taken away. 2.10 Postmodern concept of liberty. Postmodernists say that individuals will be able to realize freedom if they are able to reject the established system of knowledge and information and assert their own knowledge. Postmodernists believe that knowledge is partial and local. Every society has its own truth. There is no universal truth. There exists a complex power knowledge system where a certain truth is created to favor a particular section of society. The dominant sections of society do not allow a certain thought or views to come in society as it is against them. Postmodernists ask for rejection of the hierarchy of ideas, and they also reject political and social hierarchies. They are anti-foundationalist in that there are no universal moral and political principles. Universality of ideas is an act of arrogance. Therefore, postmodernists say that every individual or society should create their own truth or search and establish their own truth. And that is when individuals will have the liberty to self-determine. The German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche advocated nihilism. He rejected all moral and political principles and said the truth is fiction. He said that people create their own world and make their own values. Jean-Francis Lyotard defined postmodernity as an incredulity towards meta-narratives. He said that all creeds and ideologies are to be viewed skeptically. Michel Foucault, a French philosopher, said that knowledge is power. He believed that truth is a social construct, and a powerful section of society creates their own truth to perpetuate and sustain their vested interests and rule in society. He analyzed different branches of knowledge as archaeologies, emphasizing need to have discourse and debate to excavate truths of every society. Jacques Derrida talks about deconstruction. He says that there are no fixed meanings of concepts, languages, and statements. He appreciated difference. He said that every society has a different truth, and there is a need to deconstruct text so as to unravel the truth of every society. Deconstructing a text means to raise questions about the texts and expose the complications and contradictions in it which might also be unknown to the author. Richard Rorty, a U.S. philosopher, has stated that there exists no objective, transcendental standpoint from which beliefs can be judged. He believed that philosophy is nothing more than a conversation. 2.11 Let us sum up. Liberty is a very important principle in political philosophy. Though liberty and freedom are used interchangeably, but for many freedom refers to a 31. 32. Liberty situation, and liberty symbolizes a state of mind. Various scholars have defined liberty to self-determine. Liberals have defined it as rational self-determination where the state intervenes to provide conditions where an individual can develop. T.H. Green says that individual can self-determine if the state provides moral freedom. The Marxists, on the other hand, argue that an individual cannot enjoy freedom and self-determination in a capitalist society, and he needs to revolt against capitalist system of production to attain them. Amartya Sen's idea of liberty focuses on building capabilities of an individual, while the feminists demand equality between male and female. 2.12 References. Haywood, Andrew. 2013. Political Theory, An Introduction. Palgrave Macmillan, New York. Haywood, Andrew. 2012. Political Ideologies, An Introduction. Palgrave Macmillan, New York. Swift, Adam. 2006. Political Philosophy, A Beginner's Guide for Students and Politicians. Cambridge Polity Press. 2.13 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check Your Progress Exercise 1.1. Your answer should highlight following points. Negative liberty is freedom from interference. An individual is the best judge of his interests. He should have the freedom to develop his interests without any coercion. Check Your Progress Exercise 2. 1. Your answer should highlight following points. A society will have true freedom when women have equal opportunities like men. Break public-private divide. Elaborate classification between sex and gender. 33. Unit 3. Alienation, Oppression and Freedom. Important issue. Freedom of belief, expression, and dissent. Asterisk. 3.0 Objectives. 3.1 Introduction. 3.2 Alienation and Similar Concepts. 3.2.1 Fetishism. 3.2.2 Objectification. 3.3 Views of Various Thinkers on Alienation. 3.4 Problems of Alienation. 3.4.1 Content. 3.4.2 Extent. 3.4.3 Prognosis. 3.5 Alienation, Oppression and Freedom. 3.6 Let us sum up. 3.7 References. 3.8 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. 3.0 Objectives. In this unit, you will be reading about the concept of alienation. You will understand its relationship with fetishism and objectification. It will further highlight how the concept of alienation has been understood by various thinkers like Rousseau, Hegel, Feuerbach, Marx, Erich Fromm, and Marcuse. Then, the next section will be focusing on problems of alienation. Finally, in this unit we will understand the relationship between alienation, oppression, and freedom. After reading this unit, you should be able to explain the concept of alienation, differentiate between alienation, fetishism, and objectification. Understand the relationship between alienation, oppression, and freedom. Asterisk. Rushmi Gopi, Assistant Professor, Miranda House, University of Delhi. Liberty. 3.1 Introduction. The term alienation term is originating from the Latin word alias, which means another. It is also translated as estrangement, a state in which a thing is separated, through its own act, from something else that used to belong to it, so that this other thing becomes self-sufficient and turns against its original owner. Alienation involves three constituent elements: a subject, an object, and the relation between them. Here, the subject could be an individual or a social group. For instance, alienation can be experienced by a person called A, or it can be experienced by a social group of workers in an unorganized sector of economy. The object of alienation can be another object, can be another person, can be an environment, or it can be oneself. For example, person A working in a pencil factory might be alienated from product of its labor, that is, a pencil. Person A can also be alienated from a coworker, person A might be alienated from the environment of the factory itself, and finally, person A might be alienated from himself as a human being. Alienation obtains when a separation between a subject and object that properly belong together frustrates or conflicts with that baseline connectedness or harmony. To say that they properly belong together is to suggest that the harmonious or connected relation between the subject and the object is rational, natural, or good. 3.2 Alienation and similar concepts.